Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 969 to Chapter 1055. The thick cold fog not only blocked the light, but it also blocked the sounds of the outside world. Amidst the floating ice shards, the world seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Haku peeked out from an ice mirror floating in the air and looked at the giant red snake that had been frozen into an ice sculpture. He thought to himself, such a powerful spiritual beast, a short period of time shouldn't be enough to kill it, right? In his opinion, Kimimaro wouldn't take too long. After all, it was Kimimaro. Once Kimimaro killed Uchiha and Sasuke, completing Orochimaru-sama's order, he could remove his ninjutsu and release the giant red snake, Naruto, and Sakura. Gotcha. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the ice crystal that had frozen Xianxia. Haku's expression changed. How? Bang! Before Haku could react, there was a deafening sound, and the ice sculpture shattered into countless shards. Xianxia, who had been frozen inside, struggled to break free. At the same time, Haku was shocked to find that Naruto had already transformed into a tailed beast on top of Xianxia's head. His body was covered in an orange-red tailed beast coat, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. What a shocking chakra! After being stunned for a while, Haku immediately reacted. He waved his hands and activated the ice release ninjutsu again. In an instant, ice crystals rushed towards Xianxia from all directions. Swoosh! Xianxia immediately coiled his body and spun on the spot, using his hard scales to block the attack of the ice crystals. Naruto, who was on top of Xianxia's head, suddenly grabbed forward. The orange-red tailed beast coat immediately extended a giant chakra claw, and it slashed towards Haku. Boom! The giant chakra claw collided with the ice crystals, and there was an earth-shattering sound. Haku's ice release was a bloodline limit, and with the addition of the immortal technique chakra, its power was terrifying. Naruto had also entered Sage mode with Xianxia's help. After transforming into a tailed beast, the giant tailed beast chakra provided by the 9 tails, and the power of his angry attack was extraordinary. In the battle, the giant tailed beast chakra claw gradually gained the upper hand. With the help of the Kyuubi, Naruto's chakra volume is among the best in the shinobi world. Perhaps only Suijin with the help of the Tenseigan and the Dragon Vein, as well as Nagato with the help of the external path demon statue are above him. Therefore, in the stalemate, the white ice crystal was gradually defeated by the chakra giant claw and shattered. Seeing this, Haku's heart skipped a beat. Rumble! Suddenly, the earth trembled. Following that, sharp bone spears pierced through the ground one after another, rising from the ground and forming a large bone forest in an instant. The sudden change interrupted the battle between Haku and Naruto, causing them to look at the center of the bone forest at the same time, in the distance. The giant toad spirit beast, the fire oil compound ninjutsu that reflected the entire sky, and the giant red snake that was frozen into an ice sculpture in the cold fog. The scene in front of them stunned the Jonin in charge of invigilating the exam. They thought that the battle between the Kirin and the Cloud Druid was already exaggerated enough, and there wouldn't be any more battles like this in the rest of the exam. However, they didn't expect that as soon as the battle ended, a terrifying battle broke out on the other side of the Forest of Death. Standing on the tree crown, Mute asked with uncertainty, "That giant toad is Mount Miyaboku's Toad Sensei, right? The frozen one is Ryuchi Cave Shinya Orochi?" Kakashi nodded. He was no stranger to the 2 giant spirit beasts of Sasuke and Naruto, but he couldn't figure out who could force Sasuke and Naruto to this point. Red was also very curious, who are they fighting with? Although there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this Chunin exam, except for Kirin of the Mist Village and Druid of the Cloud Village, as well as Dead Ale of the Rock Village who appeared near the battlefield, it stands to reason that no one can force Naruto and Sasuke to this point. Swish! At this time, an Umbu landed in front of several invigilators and reported, "It has been verified that the ones who fought with Uchiha, Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto were ninja of sound, Kimimaro and Haku." Ninja of sound? Asuma was taken aback. In his impression, the Sound Village is just a small shinobi village that was established not long ago. It doesn't have any fame, nor does it have any military achievements. The only thing worth paying attention to is that the Sound Village has gathered a group of Kekkei Genkai ninjas who fled to the Mist Village during the turmoil. For example, Kimimaro and Haku, who were mentioned by the Umbu, were both members of the Mist clan. It's just that such simple information obviously can't be connected to the terrifying battle in the distance. It must be known that Sasuke Naruto, who summoned Bunta the Toad and Orochi Xianxia, isn't someone that anyone can deal with. And from the battle in the distance, Sasuke and Naruto seem to be at a disadvantage. Mute held his forehead with his hand and sighed, "Fortunately, we didn't go through this Chunin exam." All the jonins present nodded in agreement, and the expressions on their faces revealed a hint of relief. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and sharp bone spears rose from the ground in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a white bone forest was formed in the dense forest of death. Looking at the familiar bone forest in front of her, Kurenai blurted out, "Wind chime." Kakashi shook his head, "No, it's Kimimaro of the Sound Village." Looking at the white bone forest that had suddenly pierced through the ground and replaced the green forest, as well as the toad Bunta who was trapped in the bone forest, Ino shouted anxiously, "Shikamaru, Sasuke and the others must have encountered some big trouble. We should go and help them." As soon as Ino's voice fell, all the students around him looked at Shikamaru. Facing everyone's gaze, Shikamaru shook his head and said bitterly, "This kind of battle, we can't intervene at all. If we go, we will only cause trouble for Sasuke and the others." Hinata, who was worried about Naruto, hurriedly asked, "Then what should we do?" After thinking for a moment, Shikamaru said dispiritedly, "Just give up. If we continue this Chunin exam, we may not even be able to keep our lives." On the other side of the forest, when he saw the figure of Fumita and Orochi in the distance, Ningxi fell into hesitation. The Sand Crypsis team he encountered was very strong, and among them, the guy called Zi Luo was also a physical master, and could even fight evenly with Xiaoli, who had opened the fourth gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Hanju, who was good at wind release, and Kankuro, who was good at puppetry, were also not easy to deal with. But in the distance, Sasuke and Naruto were obviously in a difficult battle, and among the students, only he had the ability to intervene in the battle. As if seeing Ningxi's dilemma, Tian said, "Ningxi, don't worry about us, you go quickly." Ningxi said, "But you," Tian interrupted Ningxi and smiled, "Don't look down on me, I'm second in the same batch, okay? Leave these few Sand Crypsis ninjas to me and Xiaoli. We can handle it." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. The white bone forest was like a black hole, attracting everyone's attention. In the middle of the bone forest, Bunta the Toad was swinging its dagger rapidly while dodging the sharp bone spears that were piercing out of the ground with a dexterity that did not match its size. Clang clang clang, Bunta's slashes were fierce and swift, and the bone spears were constantly being cut off. But even so, Bunta's slashes could barely resist the bone spears that were coming from all directions. Because these bone spears were endless, even if they were cut off, they could quickly recover. So in just a moment, there were many scratches on Bunta's body, and blood was flowing out. And as the slashes continued, Bunta's arm that was holding the sword began to tremble slightly. Although its body was big, it was actually a summoning beast that focused on techniques. Although its swordsmanship was fierce, its endurance was not its strong point. Sasuke immediately noticed this, and he knew that Bunta wouldn't be able to hold on for long, so he used his Samigamoto Sharingan to look at the bone forest in front of him. For him, the only way to win was to find Kimimara's main body in the bone forest before Bunta's physical strength was exhausted. Soon, Sasuke found something and pointed in a direction, "Found it." Bunta nodded, then suddenly waved his sword, cutting off the bone spears that were coming at him, then jumped into the air and spat toad oil in the direction where Sasuke pointed. At the same time, Sasuke, who was standing on top of Bunta's head, quickly made hand seals, fire release, dragon fire technique. Under the guidance of Sasuke's dragon fire technique, the flame of the toad oil flame bomb instantly engulfed a large area of the bone forest, and the sky above the death forest was once again illuminated red. After landing, Bunta glanced at Xianxia, who was covered in cold mist in the distance, and said with disdain, "Humph, even ice release can't deal with this guy from Ryuchi Cave, he's really useless." "Did you succeed?" Staring at the bone forest that was engulfed by the toad oil flame bomb, Sasuke's face lit up with joy. This was because he had keenly discovered that after the toad oil flame bomb had burned the entire bone forest, the growth and expansion of the entire bone forest seemed to have stopped. At this moment, a huge bone spear extended from the blazing flames. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the tip of the bone spear. Seeing this, Sasuke and Bunta the Toad were quite surprised. The thing that came out of the flames was a grayish-brown monster with a long tail. From its appearance, it wasn't hard to tell that it was Kimimaro. Sasuke, the chakra on his body is very strange, it gives me a familiar feeling. After a pause, Toad Bunta complained again, "Are you sure, this is really just a Chunin exam?" Sasuke nodded and said, "Yes, he is a student from the Sound Ninja Village, his name is Kimimaro." Kimimaro, who was standing on top of the bone spear, looked at Sasuke, who was standing on top of Bunta the Toad's head, and said calmly, "Uchiha Sasuke, you are indeed different from the other trash." Sasuke's face darkened, "How dare you look down on me like this?" Ignoring Sasuke's anger, Kimimaro said, "It's worth my effort." After saying that, the chakra on Kimimaro's body increased again, and the evil chakra of the curse of the earth spread out from his body, forming a cyclone around him. This? Sasuke's face was a bit embarrassed. The chakra's amount that Kimimaro had used was far beyond his imagination, and it made him instinctively feel uneasy. Cough, cough, suddenly, Kimimaro coughed without any warning, and the more he coughed, the faster it became. In the end, he even coughed out big mouthfuls of blood. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, "He's injured?" Even if he's injured, it should be an external wound. Why is he coughing out blood? Is there something wrong with his body? Bunta the Toad also said, "Something's wrong. His chakra is weakening, but his aura seems to be stronger than before." Obviously, Kimimaro's blood inheritance disease was acting up. The source of this blood inheritance disease was the mutual kill gray bones hidden in the bone meridian. Therefore, while the blood inheritance disease was destroying Kimimaro's body, it was also strengthening his bone meridian. Sasuke frowned and said, "Kimimaro, since there's something wrong with your body, why don't we stop this competition? Our Uchiha won't take advantage of you like this." In recent years, Kimimaro could clearly feel that his body was getting worse, and he said with determination, "I don't have much time left. Before I die, I must complete the task given by the Lord." Swoosh, after saying that, his body flashed, and he suddenly pounced towards Sasuke. Task? Sasuke, who was confused, quickly took out his kunai and prepared to attack Kimimaro. Bang! At this moment, a figure flew over from the side and directly hit Kimimaro, who was pouncing towards Sasuke. Then, both of them fell into the bone forest. Naruto. Sasuke was shocked, because the person who intercepted Kimimaro in the air was none other than Naruto, who was wearing a tailed beast coat. Rumble, then, with a tremor, the huge Xianxia also rushed over from the bone forest. On top of Xianxia's head, Sakura shouted with concern, "Sasuke, are you alright?" Sasuke was a little unhappy, "What are you doing here?" Sakura quickly said, "We're here to help." "Help me?" After pausing for a while, Sasuke said arrogantly, "In a one-on-one fight, our Uchiha doesn't need help." Xianxia sized up the wounded toad from head to toe. "Heh, are the toads of Mount Miamu only at this level? They can't even deal with the bone vein?" Toad immediately sneered, "Is that ice sculpture a traditional skill of the Ryuchi cave?" While Xianxia and Toad were bickering, many ice mirrors flew across the sky and arrived above the bone forest. In the bone forest, Kimimaro, who had entered the second form of the seal, was fighting with Naruto, who had activated his sage mode and transformed into a tailed beast. At this time, both of them were monsters, and every move they made contained great power. Even the sturdy bone spears couldn't escape from the aftermath of their fight. Seeing that Kimimaro was stalled by Naruto, Haku in the ice mirror didn't hesitate anymore. He knew that Kimimaro's body wouldn't last long, so he immediately made a hand seal, ice release, ice rain. In an instant, the mist in the air condensed into many crystal clear ice spears, pointing at Toad and Sasuke, who was on top of Toad's head. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Swish, 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 huge ice spears fell from the sky like raindrops. At the same time, crystal clear ice flowers bloomed on the ground. Under the pincer attack of the ice spears in the sky and the ice flowers on the ground, even if the toad was agile, it couldn't help but be flustered. Many parts of its body were infected by the frost, and its back was even hit by an ice spear. "Damn it, you dare to provoke me!" Sasuke was furious. Being suppressed by Kimimaro already made him angry out of shame, but this ninja from the Sound Village dared to face him alone. This made it difficult for him to endure. How can we, the Uchiha clan's glory, be trampled by you sound ninjas again and again? Sasuke roared with a distorted expression and quickly formed a hand seal. Fire release, grand fire annihilation. Disregarding the consumption of chakra, he released the strongest fire release ninjutsu he had ever used. A huge flame rushed out of his mouth like a sea of fire, instantly engulfing the ice mirror that Haku was hiding in. Looking at the ice mirror that was engulfed by the flame, Sasuke sneered, "This is the result of going against me." However, after the flame retreated, the ice mirror that was engulfed was still floating in the air. Although it seemed to have melted a little, it was only a little. Sasuke was surprised. How is this possible? The grand fire annihilation just now consumed half of his chakra. Not to mention an ice mirror, even an ice lake should have been melted by the flame. At this time, Bunta, who was covered in frost, said, "Sasuke, this is not an ordinary ice release. This is an ice release activated by the immortal technique chakra. The opponent has mastered the immortal technique." Immortal technique? The surprise in Sasuke's eyes became even more intense, because senjutsu is a consummate technique that even he, as an Uchiha genius, couldn't master. Feeling the numbness caused by the freezing of her limbs, the toad once again complained, "Are you sure these two shinobi are really just genin?" On the other side, the bone spears in the bone forest grew once again, piercing towards Xianxia. Xianxia originally thought that with the hardness of his scales, it wouldn't be a problem for him to block these bone spears, but he quickly discovered that the sharpness of these bone spears was far beyond his imagination. The scales on his abdomen only managed to block for a moment before obvious cracks appeared. If he was pierced again, it would be difficult for him to escape the misfortune of being pierced through. What the hell, how can this kid's bone vein be so strong? As the summoned beast of the Sand Shinobi, Xianxia has fought against the Mist Shinobi many times, so naturally, he is no stranger to the corpse bone vein of the Mist. Xianxia was a genius of the Kagaya clan, and he didn't use any secret potions or blood transfusion. So, the bone vein in his body wasn't a weak version of the Kagaya clan's. First, Kimimaro was a genius of the Kagaya clan, and he didn't use any secret potions or blood transfusion. So, the bone vein in his body wasn't the weakened version that was commonly seen in the Kagaya clan. Second, Kimimaro was in the curse state, which was close to the sage mode. So, his bone vein was strengthened by the nature chakra, and its power was greatly enhanced. After realizing that something was wrong, Xianxia didn't dare to recklessly resist the bone spears. He could only carefully move through the bone forest to provide assistance and cover for Naruto. In the distance, Yugo's expression darkened when he saw that the battle had fallen into a stalemate. He immediately decided to join the battle after sending the injured Jojo, Okumaru, and Duo Yuya to the medical station. But just as Yugo was about to activate the curse seal, someone pressed his shoulder from behind. Who? Yugo was startled. He immediately turned around and found that the person who quietly approached him was a Kusanagi ninja. The other party smiled and said, "Don't interfere." Yugo was startled and asked, "Orochimaru-sama?" The other party nodded. Without a doubt, the person who stopped Yugo from joining the battle was none other than Orochimaru, who had been watching the battle. Yugo quickly bowed to Orochimaru respectfully and asked, "Orochimaru-sama, didn't you want us to kill Uchiha Sasuke? Why don't you let me interfere?" Orochimaru smiled evilly, "This is a test." Yugo immediately understood that Orochimaru didn't really want to kill Uchiha Sasuke, but he wanted to use Kimimaro and Haku to test Uchiha Sasuke's ability. Or maybe, he also wanted to test Kimimaro and Haku. On the other side, swoosh swoosh swoosh, with the sound of the wind breaking, Hyojin led Xiong Lin and Mizukage to the edge of the battlefield. Standing on the crown of a big tree, Hyojin, who had activated the Byakugan, carefully observed the battlefield. After a while, the corners of his mouth under the mask unconsciously rose. Naruto had successfully entered the tailed beast state. Although he was only wearing an ordinary tailed beast coat, and it wasn't the golden chakra mode unique to the 9 tails, and he only revealed 3 tails, from his behavior and the sage mode eyeshadow and horizontal pupils, it was obvious that Naruto retained his own consciousness. It was a normal tailed beast state, not a berserk state. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Naruto to maintain the Sage mode in the berserk state. This point alone showed that Hyojin's talk with the Nine Tails in Naruto's mind last time was very effective. Naruto's potential is unimaginable. He can even block Kimimara's attack with his runes activated. Hyojin sighed in his heart while observing. At this time, Naruto hadn't mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode, and he couldn't fuse the Sage chakra with the chakra mode. Whether it was the Sage technique or the use of the tailed beast state, he was incomparably clumsy. Even so, he was barely able to resist Kimimara's runes. Just think about it, above Naruto's current state, there was the Nine Tails chakra mode, as well as the Nine Lama mode which was stronger than the Nine Tails chakra mode. And above the Nine Lama mode, there was the perfect fusion of the Sage technique and the tailed beast state, the cross-shaped pupil golden celestial fox mode. It can be said that as long as Naruto practiced step by step, even without the gift from the Sage of the Six Paths, he would be able to reach the strongest realm under the Six Paths compared to Naruto. Sasuke's performance was a bit worse. Not to mention his body was full of scars, and he looked tired. There was no sign of him awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, hey, it seems that the stimulation wasn't enough. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank the students who tipped me yesterday, thank you all. Hey, when did Haku become so strong? While observing Sasuke, Hyojin found that Haku was able to suppress Sasuke and bunt a toad by himself. If it wasn't for Haku's hesitation and lack of decisiveness, Sasuke's situation would have been even worse. But it stands to reason that Sasuke and Bunt a Toad, who could perform fire oil compound ninjutsu, shouldn't be afraid of Haku's ice release, let alone being suppressed by Haku alone. So Hyojin immediately turned his gaze to Haku who was shuttling through the ice mirrors. Soon, Hyojin found that Haku's body was brimming with a very strong natural energy. Not only that, but Haku's face also had a strange eyeshadow similar to Sage mode. Sage arts? Hyojin, who discovered this, was startled. He knew very well that Haku would definitely be stronger under Orochimaru than under Zabuza in the original world, but he didn't expect Haku to be able to master Sage arts. Moreover, the area of Haku's face was very small, unlike Jiraiya's body in Sage mode where his body would turn into a frog on a large scale. In Sage mode, the more obvious the body's mutation was, the stronger the body's rejection of natural energy. On the contrary, if the body's mutation was very weak, it meant that the body's ability to control natural energy was very strong. In this regard, Hashiraya was the best example. Not only could he instantly enter Sage mode without any preparation, but after entering Sage mode, his body's mutation was only the eyeshadow on his face. Could it be that Orochimaru has made some progress in Sage arts? Thinking of how Orochimaru created a group of androids with his own cells in the original spacetime that were born with the ability to absorb natural energy and could enter a special Sage mode, Kuroto couldn't help but have various speculations. After all, he had never underestimated Orochimaru's research and development capabilities. Right at this moment, another crystal-clear ice flower exploded on the ground in the distance. Large amounts of ice crystals seemed to be alive, growing crazily along with a series of cracking noise. The ice crystals immediately froze the left leg of the toad, restricting its movements. Then, 1,000 ice scrolls suddenly formed in the air and pointed at Sasuke, who was on the toad. Hoo-hoo, panting, Sasuke's face froze when he saw this scene, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. After fighting Onigashima, Kimimaro, and other strong enemies, not only did Kuroto consume most of his chakra, but his body was also covered with large and small scars. After releasing the Grand Flame Annihilation just now, both his physical strength and willpower were almost at their limits. Facing the sky full of ice that was as dense as raindrops, he, who was aching all over, had no way of dodging. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, countless ice scrolls in the sky shot towards Sasuke with a sharp whistling sound. Oh no! Although the 3 Magatama on the Sharingan in his eye sockets were spinning, Sasuke's hands that were holding the kunai trembled slightly, because he knew very well that even if he had 3 Magatama Sharingan, it would be impossible for him to avoid so many ice scrolls. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Sasuke and shouted, 8 trigram palm, revolving heaven. Ding ding dong dong, In an instant, all the ice scrolls that were shooting towards Sasuke were blocked by the sudden appearance of the blue chakra cyclone. Xianxia, why are you here? Sasuke's face was a little gloomy. As the first in his batch, he was saved by his peers several times today, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Needless to say, the person who had just helped Sasuke block countless ice thousand coins was none other than Neji, who had rushed over here in a hurry. Xianxia didn't look back, he just looked at the ice mirror floating in the air and replied, I saw that you and Naruto both used psychic jutsu, so I guessed that you might be in trouble, so I came to take a look. Sasuke said in a deep voice, be careful, the opponent is a strong enemy who has mastered immortal jutsu. As soon as Sasuke's voice fell, for some unknown reason, the white bone spears around them suddenly shattered and turned into white ashes in the wind. This sudden change made Sasuke puzzled, hey, what's going on? Haku, who was hiding in the ice mirror, was also shocked. He quickly looked at Kimimaro and found that Kimimaro, who had suppressed Naruto, was suddenly half-kneeling on the ground and coughing up blood. Knowing that Kimimaro's body couldn't take it anymore, Haku didn't care about Sasuke and Xianxia anymore. His figure flashed, and he landed next to Kimimaro. He asked with concern, are you okay? Kimimaro, who was coughing violently, ordered, don't worry about me. Cough, cough. Go and carry out the mission, quickly. Haku glanced at Naruto, Sasuke, Xianxia, Bunta the Toad, and Xianxia, who were all looking at him. Then, he resolutely carried Kimimaro on his back and chose to retreat. Between the mission and his companions, he chose his companions, and was mentally prepared to accept any punishment from Orochimaru. Seeing Kimimaro retreat while coughing up blood, Naruto, Sasuke, and Xianxia, who had just arrived, all heaved a long sigh of relief. If it weren't for Kimimaro's body, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Swoosh, just when the three of them were a little relaxed, a figure suddenly jumped out, and with an ear-piercing screech, it rushed towards Sasuke who was on top of Bunta the Toad's head. You! Sasuke was shocked. He didn't have time to react, and the opponent was already in front of him. Xianxia, who was beside him, was also shocked, and his movements were a little slower. Bang! Suddenly, another figure appeared out of thin air, and it stopped the figure that was rushing towards Sasuke. With a muffled sound, both of them fell to the ground. Sasuke, who had a face full of fear, looked over and realized that the person who had attacked him was a ninja dressed as a grass ninja, and the one who had helped him was the Kirin of the Mist Village. On the ground, Orochimaru, who was dressed as a grass ninja, looked coldly at Hyojin, who had stopped him from capturing Sasuke, and said, little brat from the Mist Village, you will have to pay the price for being a busybody. Hyojin smiled lightly and said, you are the busybody, aren't you? Bang! At this time, in a puff of white smoke, Xianxia summoned the big wild boar. At the same time, the three giant summoning beasts, Xianxia, Bunta the Toad, and Big Wild Boar, surrounded Suijin and Orochimaru on the ground. On Snake Xianxia, Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest. On Toad Bunta, Sasuke had one hand on his waist. On Big Wild Boar, Xianxia raised both of his hands slightly, and he made a soft starting gesture. The three people on their respective spiritual beasts looked down, and they stared at Hyojin and Orochimaru who were on the ground like tigers watching their prey. While being surrounded by the three beasts, Hyojin and Orochimaru looked at each other and smiled. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Seeing Haku and Kimimaro choose to retreat, Kakashi and the other invigilators breathed a sigh of relief. Up until now, the invigilators could be said to be trembling with fear, as if they were treading on thin ice. Because no one had expected that the second round of the exam would be so dangerous, Kurenai sighed with emotion. I didn't expect the students of the Sound Village to be so strong. Are these kids all monsters? Mute nodded with a solemn expression. Well, the strength of the two sound ninjas named Kimimaro and Haku is probably close to the level of an elite jonin. Kakashi, on the other hand, frowned and fell into deep thought. Before the exam, the advisory elder group evaluated Kimimaro and agreed that he had the strength of a jonin, but they didn't expect that they would still underestimate him and underestimate the Sound Village. Kimimaro could rely on his own power to suppress Sasuke Bunta the Toad. This alone was enough to make people speechless. It must be known that a jonin can't deal with Bunta Toad alone, not to mention Sasuke who has the 3 Tomo Sharingan and can combine with Bunta Toad to perform fire oil compound ninjutsu. In the face of this combination, not to mention a jonin, even some elite jonin may not be able to suppress them. So in Kakashi's view, Mute's judgment just now wasn't accurate. Kimimara's strength, or to be more precise, Kimimara's strength under the effect of the curse has definitely reached the level of Kage. In addition to Kimimaro, the strength of Haku, who has the ice release Kekiai limit, was also surprising. In the process of fighting against Naruto and Oshida, as well as Sasuke and Bunta Toad, this ice release ninja of the Sound Village fought with ease. In the end, if it wasn't for Ningxi's timely arrival to help Sasuke, Kakashi wouldn't have been able to resist intervening in the battle and stopping the exam. It is no exaggeration to say that Haku's strength is close to the Kage level. Two genin in a small shinobi village that was just established not long ago actually have the strength of a Kage, or at least close to the Kage level. This kind of thing is unimaginable. What made Kakashi feel even more strange was that Kimimaro, who had Bone Vein, and Haku, who had Ice Escape, seemed to be compatible with Wind Chime and Suijin, the two members of God's organization. Is it a coincidence, or, right at this moment, a new unexpected event occurred in the surroundings? Shortly after Kimimaro and Haku retreated, a grass ninja suddenly attacked Sasuke, and the Kirin of the Mist Village also intervened. Both of them were involved in the battle. Kakashi immediately said, "Huh? How did the Kirin from the Hidden Mist sect get here so quickly?" Asuma also had a puzzled look on his face. That's not right. This Jilin doesn't look like he just fought a battle. Could it be that he wasn't injured in the fight with the Hidden Cloud Druid? Even a Kage-level expert wouldn't be able to get away unscathed. Therefore, the Kirin in the Mist Village appeared here as if nothing happened, which surprised the Jonin Invigilators. On the battlefield, Orochimaru grinned as he looked at Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, who were standing on top of the three Sumeru beasts and looking down at him. Orochimaru didn't have the slightest fear or anxiety of being surrounded. Instead, his eyes were filled with greed. Sasuke easily dealt with Kimimaro and Onimaru, and also fought against Kimimaro and Haku for so long. He was very satisfied with his performance, which was why he couldn't help but attack. Kuroda was the same, with a faint smile on his face under the mask. At this time, Sasuke, who was standing on top of the toad, gritted his teeth and roared, "You damn guys, provoking me one by one, you don't put our Uchiha in your eyes. It seems that I must teach you a hard lesson today, so that you know how to be in awe of Uchiha." The repeated setbacks made Sasuke, who was preparing to show his strength in this exam, lose his balance, and Orochimaru's sneak attack just now made the anger in his heart completely erupt. Orochimaru glanced at Hyojin with a faint smile. "It seems that we are in big trouble." Hyojin also smiled indifferently. Orochimaru's eyes were cold. For a moment, he found that he couldn't see through the masked Kirin, so he tentatively said, "Why, is your target also Uchiha Sasuke?" Hyojin replied, "Kind of." Like Orochimaru, he also regarded Sasuke as a test subject, but compared to Orochimaru, he didn't covet the body and Sharingan of Sasuke's Uchiha clan. Licking his lips, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Then let's see who will succeed." "Okay." Hyojin replied with a smile. Listening to Orochimaru and Suijin chatting on the ground as if there was no one else around, Sasuke couldn't help but get angry. "Grass Shinobi and Kirin, you two have successfully angered me." "Is that so?" Orochimaru and Hyojin chuckled at the same time. Almost at the same time, Orochimaru's body suddenly elongated like a snake, and with a swoosh, he pounced on Sasuke, who was standing on top of Bunta the Toad's head. And Hyojin also leaped up and pounced on Sasuke. But at this moment, Xianxia ignored Orochimaru and spat a mouthful of petrifying solution at Hyojin. "Hey, Sasuke is mine." Orochimaru, who was pouncing on Sasuke, saw this scene, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The body he was using now was the body of a medicine master who practiced the Ryuchi Cave Immortal technique, so he naturally had a sense of closeness with Xianxia, who was born in the Ryuchi Cave. Therefore, among the three giant psychic beasts in the field, Xianxia could barely be regarded as his half-teammate. The reason why he didn't make a move before was because he wanted to use this point to plot against Suijin and teach this arrogant mist kid a bloody lesson. However, just as Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with ridicule, a huge suction from the ground suddenly enveloped him and pulled him back to the ground. He was taken aback and immediately turned his head to look. he found that it was the big wild boar under Hyojin Ningxi's feet. It used some kind of ninjutsu on him, and it seemed to be targeting only him. Suddenly, of the two people who pounced on Sasuke, one was forced back by Orochi Shinya's petrifying solution, and the other was pulled back to the ground by the big wild boar's ninjutsu. A cool breeze blew, and the 5 people, including Sasuke, Naruto, and Ningxi, looked at each other. The scene was a little awkward. After looking at each other with a fake smile, Orochimaru and Hyojin, the master and disciple pair, realized at the same time that they had been set up by the other party. There was a mole among the 3 giant psychic beasts. There was a sudden blackout last night, and this chapter is to make up for yesterday's second update. Today is Monday, and the leaderboard will be updated, so I beg for recommendation votes. Also, I would like to thank the students who donated yesterday. Thank you everyone. Xianxia is purposely going easy on us. There's something wrong with that wild boar. As they stared at each other, Hyojin and Orochimaru had their own thoughts. After pondering for a while, Hyojin understood the reason why Xianxia went easy on Orochimaru. The Apothecary Pocket's immortal technique was most likely the same as the one in the original Space and Time, which was learned from the Ryuchi cave. Therefore, it could be said that it came from the same source as Xianxia. Xianxia must have sensed something, which was why he ignored Orochimaru, who was using the Apothecary Pocket's body, and specifically targeted Hyojin. Because he was biased in choosing his enemy, it was not considered going against Naruto's will. Moreover, he did not like the toad from Mount Myaboku, so he did not like the arrogant Sasuke either. As for Hyojin and the wild boar, they had signed a spirit summoning contract. This type of contract was based on the soul. In other words, no matter what clone body Kuroto controls, he will be able to summon the great wild boar. This is similar to how Orochimaru can summon the great wild boar no matter how many times he uses the undead reincarnation, he can summon the great wild boar. Therefore, although the wild boar was summoned by Ningxi, it actually knew that Hyojin, who was controlling the Thunder Escape clone, was its master. You're courting death. Seeing that Hyojin and Orochimaru had underestimated him again and again, even when they were obviously surrounded, they still dared to take the initiative to attack again and again. Sasuke was instantly angered. After saying that, Sasuke quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Fire escape technique, grand fireball technique." Boom, the huge fireball instantly smashed towards Hyojin and Orochimaru, making a loud explosion. Then, Xianxia swept his tail fiercely. His huge tail carried boundless waves of air, as well as the trees and gravel that were sent flying. Like a sandstorm, it ruthlessly swept towards Hyojin and Orochimaru who had just jumped out of the flames. But at this moment, the big wild boar charged over without any warning, intercepting Xianxia's tail strike. Bang, with a loud muffled sound, Xianxia's tail struck the big wild boar's body, knocking it to the ground. Naruto, who was standing on Xianxia's head, immediately shouted, "Wrong, wrong, Ningxi and the others are on our side." Xianxia coldly snorted, "It came out on its own, don't blame me." The wild boar shook its head and stood up. To Ningxi's astonishment, it pounced towards Xianxia. Rumble, before long, the 2 humongous creatures fought and ravaged the forest of death, which was already in a mess. The 2 teammates unexpectedly fought among themselves. This change caught Sasuke and Bunta off guard. Taking advantage of the gap between Xianxia and the big wild boar, Orochimaru and Hyojin rushed to the top of Bunta's head and rushed towards Sasuke. Naruto and Ningxi, who were unable to stop the fierce battle between Xianxia and the big wild boar, had no choice but to temporarily abandon their respective summoned beasts and jumped to the top of Bunta's head, urgently supporting Sasuke. So, all 5 people on the battlefield gathered on the top of Bunta's head for a while. "Humph, a mere grass ninja." Looking at Orochimaru who was rushing towards him, Sasuke sneered and held his kunai to meet it. The corners of his mouth rose, full of confidence, because under the inside of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he feels that he has completely captured the other party's every move. What's more, the other party is just a genin from the grass ninja village. It's not worth being too serious at all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides collided. With a strange smile, Orochimaru waved an ordinary fist, directly aiming at Sasuke's cheek. "Stupid guy." Sasuke smiled confidently, with the help of the three Tomo Sharingan spinning in his eye sockets, his body slightly leaned to the side, while dodging Orochimaru's fist, he stabbed the kunai in his hand, bang. But just when Sasuke was sure that he had dodged Orochimaru's fist, in a low muffled sound, his cheek was hit by Orochimaru's fist. The sharp pain on his face instantly made Sasuke's mind blank, then his whole body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. This? How is this possible? I clearly saw through his movements. Sasuke, who fell to the ground, looked sluggish, his whole face was bruised and swollen, and his nose was bleeding. And compared to the burning pain on his face, he was more concerned that his Sharingan had clearly captured the entire trajectory of the opponent's fist, and he had dodged to an absolutely safe area in advance, but why was he still hit? Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke being punched out, Naruto and Xianxia, who were not far away, shouted loudly and flew over. Hyojin changed his mind at this time. He did not continue to rush to Sasuke, but his body swayed, and he blocked Naruto and Xianxia for Orochimaru. For him, it was the same who provoked Sasuke. Since Orochimaru had already started to make a move, it was better for him to help Orochimaru block Naruto and Xianxia instead of going up and making trouble. Of course, if Orochimaru wanted to kidnap Sasuke, or dig out Sasuke's Sharingan, then he would not stand by and watch. Seeing Hyojin blocking the way, Naruto, who was worried about Sasuke, did not even have time to use ninjutsu, and directly punched over. Swoosh, knowing that Naruto, who had activated the Sage Mode and put on the tailed beast's coat, had infinite strength, Hyojin did not take it head-on at all, and directly activated the body flicker technique to flash behind Naruto. Seeing Hyojin disappear in front of him, Naruto was a little startled, and subconsciously turned around. His reaction was so fast that even Hyojin was a little surprised. However, at this time, Hyojin had already pressed one hand on Naruto's back, and shouted, "Seal." In an instant, a black sealing technique extended from the palm of Hyojin's palm that was pressed on Naruto's back, like a chain, quickly covered Naruto's whole body. As the sealing technique spread, the tailed beast coat wrapped around Naruto immediately retracted into his body. Huh. Naruto, who had just turned around, was taken aback. Bang, before Naruto could recover, he was kicked away by Hyojin. Seeing that Hyojin had repelled Naruto in an instant, Xianxia's face turned cold, and he attacked with his soft fists with all his strength. Under the mask, a smile appeared on Hyojin's face. While paying attention to Sasuke, he attacked Xianxia. On the other side, Orochimaru slowly walked towards Sasuke, who had fallen to the ground, and then grabbed Sasuke's neck, lifted him up, and said with a smile, "What a mess." Sasuke, who was grabbed by the neck, was ashamed and angry. "Damn it, how dare you!" Sasuke was just halfway through his words when Orochimaru's hand suddenly tightened, causing him to swallow the second half of his sentence. His whole face was red, and he seemed to be out of breath. That's all I have for today. This chapter should be from yesterday, so I still owe one chapter from yesterday. In addition to the 2 chapters from today, it seemed that I owe 3 chapters without realizing it. But don't worry, everyone, I will make up for what I owe. I won't go back on my word. Also, I want to ask for recommendation tickets on Monday, and thank the students who gave me gifts yesterday and today. Thank you everyone. Sasuke, who was choked by Orochimaru, couldn't breathe. His face turned red, and his consciousness began to blur. Even his eyes gradually lost focus. Am I going to die? Damn it, how can I die here, in the hands of a despicable Kusanagi? I haven't killed the fire demon yet to avenge my father. Someone save me, Naruto. Naruto, where are you? The monstrous anger and boundless resentment in Sasuke's heart turned into bone-deep fear and unwillingness at this moment. At the same time, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets began to spin rapidly. His eyes, which had been gradually losing focus, suddenly shone with a touch of demonic light, staring at Sasuke's Sharingan full of fear and unwillingness. Orochimaru grinned and stuck out his slender tongue to lick his lips. TSK, what a pair of fascinating eyes. At this time, Sasuke gathered his remaining strength, put his hand into the ninja bag at his waist, took out a kunai, and stabbed at Orochimaru's arm that was choking his neck. Swish, in a splash of blood, the kunai in Sasuke's hand stabbed into Orochimaru's arm. but Orochimaru didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled inexplicably. "You bastard, hurry, let me go, let me go." Seeing Orochimaru's arm that was stabbed by his kunai healed instantly, Sasuke's heart became more and more afraid. He began to hit Orochimaru with his hands and feet in a panic. But this kind of powerless punches and kicks are nothing more than tickles for Orochimaru. He didn't even try to dodge, and with a playful look on his face, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of torturing the Uchiha clan. Not far away, the scene of Sasuke struggling painfully and helplessly in Orochimaru's hands was seen by Hyojin. He secretly thought, in terms of training ninjas, Orochimaru is really good. He could see that Orochimaru's actions at the moment were not only to vent his inner jealousy of the Sharingan, but also to test and provoke Sasuke. In the matter of the Sharingan, Orochimaru, as one of the Sannin of Mai, has suffered too many losses. In detail, he has suffered losses in the hands of Itachi, Hiriko, Hyojin's fire clone, and Danzo's Sharingan. Especially in the face of Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he had no power to resist. Not only did he fail to take away Danzo's perfect body that was fused with 7 kinds of Kekkei Genkai, but he was also killed by Danzo with just a glance. Even his body was completely melted away. Until now, he still had to live in the body of his subordinate. It is precisely because of such a painful lesson that he wisely avoided Jisue, Shinichi, Itachi, and other powerful Uchiha who possess Manjikyu Sharingan, and set his target on the Uchiha Sasuke, who has the reputation of being a genius but has not really grown up yet. But Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all, and he is indeed a master in playing with people's hearts. His act of not caring about Sasuke's resistance was sharper than any words, and almost instantly broke Sasuke's heart, making Sasuke, who won the first rank in the shinobi school, known as the genius of Uchiha, instantly changed from a cold and arrogant boy to a weak and helpless child. Even if Hyojin personally took action, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a stimulating effect. Under the stimulation of death, Hyojin noticed that the Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets seemed to have changed. In his Byakugan vision, he found that the chakra in Sasuke's eye sockets and brain area is abnormally active, and the chakra in Sasuke's body also seems to be gathering towards the eye sockets. Will it work? A glimmer of expectation flashed in Hyojin's eyes. Release Sasuke. Stop. At the same time, Naruto and Xianxia, who were beaten back by Hyojin, also noticed that Sasuke was in danger. Seeing that Sasuke's Sharingan had started to change, Hyojin naturally couldn't let Naruto and Xianxia interrupt the process, so he didn't hold back anymore. At the same time, he activated the Thunder Release Stimulation technique and the Body Flicker technique, flashing in front of Naruto with the speed of teleportation. Naruto was shocked, and then he was instantly knocked down to the ground. Because the natural energy used to enter the Sage mode was transferred to him by Orochi, and in the previous battle with Haku and Kimimaro, he had almost used up this natural energy. So when he was beaten back by Hyojin, he had already exited the Sage mode, and the horizontal pupils in his eyes had returned to normal. Moreover, he was hit by the 4-symbol seal that Hyojin had just cast, so his connection with the 9 tails in his body was temporarily cut off. So, whether it was his speed, strength, or perception, they had all returned to normal. Facing Hyojin's extreme speed, he didn't even have time to react, and was knocked down to the ground by one punch. Swoosh! At this time, the sound of Hyojin breaking through the wind just now arrived. Xianxia, who witnessed all this on the side, was shocked, so fast. As a Jutsu Kekkei ninja, Xianxia's insight ability was unquestionable, but he only saw the general movement of the Kirin in the mist just now, and he didn't even see how Naruto was knocked down. This was undoubtedly beyond his imagination. In his impression, even the teacher of the 5th Sama Naruto, Hyojin, probably didn't have such a fast speed. How can a genin of the mist have such an exaggerated speed? Is it a genjutsu? Mixed thoughts poured into Xianxia's mind for a while. At this time, Hyojin, who had taken care of Naruto, walked towards Xianxia and said with a chuckle, "Yo, is it the Hyuga clan? Did you just use the soft fist of the Hyuga clan? It doesn't seem that good." Hyojin was very curious about how Xianxia would perform in the face of a strong enemy, so he played the role of the bad guy. Kirin, Xianxia's eyes focused, and he raised his hands with a firm expression, and once again put on the starting position of the soft fist. At this moment, he cleared all the complicated thoughts in his mind and concentrated on the battle. Because in his opinion, as the disciple of Hokage, even if he was defeated, he must not retreat. With his feet on the ground, Ningxi rushed forward to Hyojin, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Good eyes. Hyojin chuckled and went up to greet. Ningxi's soft fist was no secret in his eyes, and after activating the thunder release stimulation method to stimulate the cell tissues of his body, the speed of his thunder release clone in a short period of time could even exceed the speed of his yin release. Coupled with the Byakugan, Ningxi's attack was like a slow-motion replay in his eyes. Bang! After easily dodging Ningxi's fists, Hyojin hit Ningxi's abdomen with his knee. Seeing how Hyojin easily broke his soft fist, Ningxi vomited blood and fell out with a shocked expression. At this time, Hyojin spread out his hands and said mercilessly, "No matter how high the technique is, it still needs speed and strength to support it. Your physical skills are a mess in my eyes." As he spoke, Hyojin stepped on Naruto's head, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and said calmly, "Hey, is my endurance only at this level? Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." Kuroto looked at Naruto, who was obviously being stepped on, but still gritting his teeth and trying to stand up, as well as Ningxi, who was covering his stomach in pain but had a firm look in his eyes. A smile appeared on Hyojin's face under the mask. For ninjas who haven't really experienced war and killing, some setbacks are not a bad thing. Especially teenagers like Sasuke, Naruto, and Ningxi, who are extremely talented and have strength beyond their peers, but have always been under the protection of their village, family, and relatives. They don't have a clear understanding of the dangers of the shinobi world, and they have never established the most simple concept of failure equals death in their minds. If a youth like him was unlucky, he would easily lose his life. For example, Tsunade's younger brother, Tsurugi, rushed to the battlefield with enthusiasm, but lost his life in confusion. Therefore, instead of letting them encounter a real enemy and pay a painful price to understand this point, it is better to let them taste the bitterness and fear of having their life and death in the hands of others. Therefore, when he attacked just now, Hyojin didn't hold back and almost used his full strength. Naruto, whose head was being stepped on, tried to stand up again. Hyojin exerted force on his foot and stepped on Naruto again. "Idiot, at this time, you should be lying on the ground obediently, and then beg me to spare your life." Naruto shouted unyieldingly, "What are you talking about? I, Uzumaki Naruto, want to become Naruto's man. And Sasuke is still waiting for me to help him." Hyojin bent down and leaned in front of Naruto, with a playful look on his face. "You want to become Naruto? Find a way to break free from my foot first." Not far away, on the branch of a big tree, Jishui and Shinichi, the two kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha family, stood side by side, looking at Sasuke, whose neck was strangled by Orochimaru. Watching Sasuke struggling helplessly in Orochimaru's hands, Jishui narrowed her eyes. Shinichi smiled. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if Sasuke's neck is really broken, as long as it's within 3 seconds, I have a way to save him." After passing the adaptation period of the transplanted first-generation cells, Shinichi's ocular power gradually recovered to its peak state. Right now, if he didn't hold back his ocular power and activated the time-stopping house, he could go back 3 seconds. In other words, as long as he wanted to, he could save anyone who had died less than 3 seconds ago. Of course, using the Manjikyu Sharingan class ocular power to the limit is a great burden and risk even for him, who has transplanted first-generation cells. If it's not someone of great importance, he won't easily take action. Jishui shook her head and said, "I'm not worried about Sasuke's safety. After all, Kirin is over there. I just feel that the movement of that Kusanagi just now is a bit strange." Shinichi nodded and said, "Well, that punch just now, it's reasonable to say that Sasuke should be able to avoid it. Perhaps it's because chakra consumed too much energy." In fact, from the beginning to the end, Shinichi and Jishui of the Uchiha family have been protecting Sasuke and Naruto. Therefore, Shinichi saw Sasuke's performance in the exam today. In his opinion, Sasuke is worthy of the title of genius of the Uchiha family. At least at the same age, he thinks that he can't compare to Sasuke. Jishui said, "Maybe." Shinichi suddenly asked, "By the way, who is that Kirin guy? Looks like he has some tricks up his sleeve. Even I want to spar with him." Shishui replied, he should be a newcomer in the organization. Where did the boss recruit these guys? After a pause, Shinichi asked, is that Kusanagi ninja also an accomplice of our organization? Shishui shook her head, I haven't heard senpai mention this before, he shouldn't be one of us. While speaking, Shishui suddenly stopped. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, after a few breaths, along with the sound of breaking wind, Kakashi and the other invigilators landed on the tree where Shinichi and Shisui were. Immediately, Kakashi said to Shisui, it seems that we have to intervene. Unlike the previous battle between Hyojin and Darui, when they found that Sasuke, Naruto, and Ningxi were in danger, the invigilators in charge of the exam became nervous. After all, in the eyes of the invigilators, Hyojin and Darui were just ninjas from outside the village. Even if something happened to them, it had nothing to do with them. But Sasuke, Naruto, and Ningxi were different. These three kids were either the disciples of the consulting elder or Naruto. Moreover, Naruto was the Nine Tails' Jinchuriki, which was under the protection of the village. Shisui hurriedly stopped Kakashi, let's wait and see. Wait. Kakashi was a little puzzled, Sasuke was almost strangled to death in the distance, how could Shisui still be calm, on the battlefield? Sasuke was still struggling in the hands of Orochimaru, but his red face gradually lost its color and began to become pale, his limbs seemed to have lost strength, and the extent of his struggle was much smaller than before. Hyojin, who was stepping on Naruto, glanced at Sasuke, and then immediately moved his eyes to Naruto and Ningxi. Because Suijin used his full strength just now, both Naruto and Neji were seriously injured. Naruto has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, so his skin is rough and his flesh is thick, so he is slightly better off, but Neji at least had a few ribs broken by Suijin's knee strike just now, so he couldn't get up even after trying several times. But whether it was Naruto or Ningxi, neither of them gave up, still gritting their teeth and trying to regroup. And looking at the three struggling kids, Hyojin's heart flashed a thought, among the three of them, who can break through their own limits? Sasuke, Naruto, and Ningxi's strength, if placed in the same period as Hyojin, is definitely not inferior to Kakashi, and it is very likely that they will shine in the Third Shinobi World War. But unfortunately, at the moment when the Akatsuki is about to launch a large-scale attack, there is no time for them to slowly grow, they can only continue to break through their own limits in adversity, so they can protect themselves and the people they cherish under the threat of the Akatsuki. Is it Naruto, Sasuke, or Ningxi? Glancing at the three of them one by one, Hyojin's face under the mask has an additional look of anticipation. At this moment, a huge orange chakra burst out from Naruto's body under Hyojin's feet, and the seals that covered Naruto's body instantly collapsed. Swish, then, a giant chakra claw stretched out from Naruto's back and grabbed at Hyojin. Hyojin quickly jumped back, then looked down at the eye-catching claw mark on his chest, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. Although it was just a shallow scratch and there was not much blood, it was enough to surprise Hyojin. After all, due to the lightning escape stimulation technique, the speed and reflexes of this lightning escape clone were among the best among all of his clones. Only the wind escape clone with atavism could be compared to it. Even if it was the Yin escape clone, if it did not activate the Tenseigan chakra mode in its normal state, it would not be as fast as this thunder escape clone. But even with such speed, it almost got hit. While Hyojin was secretly surprised, Naruto slowly stood up, lowered his head, and the expression on his face could not be seen. At this time, Naruto's whole body was wrapped in the orange-red Nine Tails chakra. This time, the tailed beast coat seemed to be more intense and violent than before. There were constantly bubbles boiling and tumbling inside, as if reflecting Naruto's current angry and anxious state of mind. Then, tails stretched out from the tailed beast coat. 1, 2, 3, 4. When he saw the fifth tail slowly stretching out from the tailed beast coat, Hyojin's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "It's going berserk?" The number of tails directly reflected the degree of the tailed beast transformation. Before this, Naruto in the tailed beast transformation had at most 4 tails, so when the fifth tail appeared, it either meant that Naruto had broken through again, or Naruto had lost control and went berserk. Naruto's sudden outbreak immediately attracted the attention of several people around him. Feeling the violent Nine Tails chakra on Naruto, Ningxi on the ground hurriedly shouted, "Naruto, wake up." Orochimaru, who was strangling Sasuke's neck, smiled casually and said, "Lost control?" In the distance. Seeing Naruto reveal the fifth tail, the main examiner Asuma exclaimed, "Not good, Naruto is going berserk." Kakashi stared at Naruto as he prepared to launch the Flying Thunder God technique at any time. The rampage of Nine Tails' human Jinchuria was no small matter, but fortunately, there was more than one kaleidoscope Uchiha in the village now, so the tragedy of the Nine Tails rebellion would not happen again. Compared to Naruto, who seemed to have gone berserk, Jishui and Shinichi paid more attention to Sasuke. It's just that the expectation on their faces is getting less and less, and more disappointment, because Sasuke is obviously going into asphyxiation, and he didn't awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan as they hoped. In the field. Walala, in the boiling tail beast coat, after the fifth tail, the sixth tail also stretched out. At the same time, Naruto's skin began to gradually melt, becoming bloody, and his body also lowered like a beast, and a large amount of white steam overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "TSK, that Nine Tails guy dared to play with me." Kuroto cursed under his breath. Swish, suddenly, Naruto, who had revealed the state of six tails, moved. His figure flashed, and he suddenly pounced on Hyojin, and fiercely waved his claws. Hyojin's expression became solemn, and he didn't dare to be careless, and quickly flew away to avoid it. In the face of would release, a natural means to restrain oneself like the Sharingan, Nine Tails did not seem to have any cards, but in the face of ordinary ninjas, Nine Tails was almost invincible. In the chaos of Nine Tails, even though there were 3 generations and 4 generations in the village, the Nine Tails still turned the world upside down. In the end, 4 generations sacrificed themselves to use Ghoul Seal to solve the raging Nine Tails, and that disaster was quelled. Therefore, in the face of the six-tailed beast Naruto, Hyojin, who was controlling the Thunder Release clone, did not dare to underestimate the enemy, because his Thunder Release clone did not have any convenient means to restrain the tailed beast. In the original space and time, Tendo Pain could not suppress Naruto in this state. Rumble, although Hyojin avoided it, Naruto's chakra giant claws extended all the way out, scratching a deep trench in the ground, accompanied by a roar, instantly destroying a large number of trees. Just when everyone thought that Naruto had gone berserk, Naruto, who had forced Hyojin to retreat, did not chase after Hyojin. Instead, he pounced on Orochimaru, who was strangling Sasuke's neck without warning. Caught off guard, Orochimaru could only let go of Sasuke and retreat far away. At this time, 2 giant chakra claws stretched out from Naruto's tailed beast coat, one grabbing Ningxi, and the other grabbing Sasuke. Then, with just a few ups and downs, they disappeared into the forest, without a trace. Bam bam bam, as the 3 of them retreated, the 3 giant psychic beasts, Sinya the snake, Bunta the toad, and Big Wild Boar, all dispelled their psychic abilities in the white smoke. Looking at the direction in which Naruto disappeared, Hyojin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This brat Naruto, he was actually pretending to go berserk just now. He even fooled me. Without a doubt, Naruto did not go berserk just now. He pretended to lose consciousness and go berserk just to confuse Hyojin and Orochimaru, so that he could save Sasuke and Ningxi, who had already lost the ability to fight. Naruto probably doesn't know this. It's Nine Tails. Hyojin quickly guessed that this idea must have been taught to Naruto by Nine Tails, so he laughed. From the cooperation just now, it was obvious that the combination of Naruto and Nine Tails was getting more and more tacit. Moreover, Naruto was able to maintain his own consciousness in the state of revealing 6 tails, which meant that his tailed beast transformation had broken through again. He had made great progress in controlling Nine Tails chakra, and was one step closer to the Nine Tails chakra mode. Orochimaru also looked in the direction of Naruto's departure and smiled. Interesting. Sasuke was rescued by Naruto, but he did not care much. Because he had found that all the Jonin invigilators had gathered nearby, staring at this side, so at this time, he no longer had the idea of forcibly taking Sasuke away. Immediately, Orochimaru turned his head and looked deeply at Hyojin. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Kirin of the Mist Village, I'll remember you. Swish, without waiting for Hyojin to answer, Orochimaru's figure flashed and disappeared. Xianlin and Shuizuki rushed to Hyojin's side at this time. Staring at the eye-catching scratch on Hyojin's chest, Xianglin quickly stretched out her arm. It's just a flesh wound. Hyojin smiled and shook his head. Shuizuki looked around at the mess caused by Kimimara's dance of the early ferns, Haku's ice release, Sasuke and Bunta the Toad's toad oil flame bomb, and the fight between Orochi Xinya and the big wild boar. She faintly sighed, even if it's a ninja village level battle, it's nothing more than this. Hyojin sighed softly. As expected, Naruto is the only one who can break through himself. Is this the child of the prophecy? The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. While he was happy for Naruto's breakthrough, Hyojin also felt a little emotional. In fact, he knew very well that among the three of them, Naruto was the most likely to break through his own limit. Compared to Naruto, even Sasuke, who was the reincarnation of Indra, was obviously weaker. But he still couldn't help but hope that Sasuke and Ningxi could also break through their own limits. Especially Ningxi, he hoped that his disciple, who had been bound by fate, could also dig out the hidden potential in his bloodline in a desperate situation. But the truth was so cold and cruel. Sure enough, I was thinking too much, Hyojin shook his head. Not everyone could break through their own limits in a desperate situation, or in other words, only those who had this ability were the real abnormal, and Ningxi was undoubtedly ordinary. He did have talent that surpassed the ordinary Hyuga clansman, but compared to Naruto, who was the child of prophecy, he was still the ordinary one. In the original time and space, Ningxi's death could be summed up as an ordinary person who made an extraordinary choice and paid the price. In Hyojin's opinion, Ningxi's pursuit of Naruto and Sasuke was actually futile. Because the gap between Ningxi and the reincarnation of the two sons of Sage of Samsara, Naruto and Sasuke was not something that could be made up with just hard work. And this also made Hyojin empathize. Because as he mastered the purple lightning and mist release bloodline limit, he had a major breakthrough in the development of this thunder release clone, and he was one step closer to breaking through the bloodline net. It was also because of this that his future was inexplicably shaken. Looking at Ningxi, who was still gradually being left behind by Naruto and Sasuke, he didn't know if his attempts to break through the bloodline succession net were as futile and laughable in the eyes of people of a higher level as Ningxi was in his own eyes. Can fate really be changed? Can I become the third Kekkei net in the shinobi world after Kagaya and Sage of Six Paths? Can I really become a god? Hyojin wasn't shaken and troubled for too long, so he collected his thoughts. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Since he had already come this far, there was no way he would back down. Even if he had to die, he would die on the path of breaking through the bloodline succession net. Meanwhile, Shueyu asked, "Where are we going next?" After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, "To the central sentry tower." After saying that, Hyojin jumped and galloped towards the central sentry tower of the Forest of Death. Because of the encounter with Mai's team that was affected by the battle between him and Druid, they obtained a scroll, and gathered the 2 scrolls needed for the second exam, so now they don't need to look for trouble with other teams, and can directly rush to the central sentry tower to complete the exam. After all, the sharkskin is still in the casino, so they still have to pass the exam. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after Kuroto led Xianglin and Mizuka away from the battlefield, the group of invigilators on the periphery also landed on the empty battlefield one after another. Looking around, the invigilators were speechless. Everywhere they looked were crisscrossed ravines of different depths, and large and small pits, especially the place where Tenya and the big wild boar fought. There were many huge depressions. The air was full of the smell of burning, and the trees were burnt into black charcoal, emitting green smoke everywhere. Some of the trees had fallen to the side, some were half stuck in the mud, and some were toppled over in pieces. They had been burnt into a pile of unrecognizable charcoal. And the strange thing is, next to these flashing green smoke trees, you can see large pieces of condensed ice crystals, and small puddles of floating ice. After a long time, Asuma said, unknowingly, Naruto and Sasuke have grown to this point. Kurenai looked worried. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let Hinata and the others sign up for this Chunin exam. I don't know how they are now. Kakashi nodded. This Chunin exam is really not suitable for them. Naruto and Sasuke, the strongest of their batch, were forced into a life and death situation, not to mention other graduates of the same batch. They might really die. Richa looked at the direction in which Naruto, Sasuke, and Ningxi evacuated. Because of the Byakugan, he knew that Ningxi had just been seriously injured, and he was very worried. On Hyojin's side. On the way to the central sentry tower, their team was unimpeded. Almost all the teams they encountered fled at the sight of them. There was even a team that had set up a trap, and when they saw them, they didn't even bother to activate the trap and fled in panic. So, taking advantage of this leisure time, Hyojin pondered about Sasuke's awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan. When Orochimaru abused Sasuke just now, the Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets did change under the emotional agitation. This, Hyojin is very sure of. But this is not enough, far from enough. The threat of death can be said to be the greatest emotional stimulation for the average person, but for Uchiha, it is not the best emotion to stimulate them to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. From Uchiha Madara to Obsidian, Jishui, Shinichi, Itachi, and so on, none of them awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan because of the threat of death. This also once again verified Hyojin's analysis of the Uchiha clan. The best stimulation for each Uchiha is different, but the simple threat of death is not the best stimulation for any Uchiha. Their brain circuitry is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. And according to the situation observed today, and thinking about the reason why Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan in the original time and space, Hyojin had a whole set of stimulation plans in his mind. It didn't take long for Hyojin's team to arrive at the central sentry tower. After handing over the Heaven and Earth scroll, they came to the rest area and found that Druid's team had already arrived here. In addition, Fumu's team was also in the rest area. As soon as they saw Hyojin, Kumo Samui and Hiroshi became nervous, and their eyes were full of vigilance. Fumu, on the other hand, came over with a curious face, circled around Hyojin a few times, and asked, "I heard that the rain just now was caused by the fight between you and the Kumo clan over there, is this true?" Without waiting for Hyojin to answer, Fumu's two teammates pulled Fumu far away, looking at Hyojin's eyes full of fear. Hyojin smiled indifferently, and then casually found a place to sit down. Obviously, his performance in this second exam has attracted a lot of people's attention, and among the candidates, he has become the image of the villain Big Boss. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. As time passed, some examinees arrived at the central sentry tower and completed the second round of the exam. After Hyojin's team, the first to arrive were Sand Crypsis' Hanju, Kankuro, and Z Luo. When Ningxi rushed over to support Naruto and Sasuke, Xiaoli and Tian fought 2 against 3 and were eventually defeated, losing the scrolls. After gathering a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls, the 3 from Sand Crypsis did not take the risk to continue attacking other examinee teams in the Forest of Death. Instead, they went straight to the central sentry tower. Following that, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Ningxi also rushed to the central sentry tower. Because Sasuke had won an Earth Scroll when he fought against Sound Ninjutsu Tomu, Onimaru, and Duo Yuya, their team was fortunate enough to gather a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and pass the exam. As Ningxi was separated from his companions and did not manage to gather a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls, he was eliminated. In the resting area. When Naruto saw Hyojin sitting calmly in the corner, he strode over under the gaze of all the examinees in the resting area and said, "Kirin, I lost previously, but I'll definitely defeat you." Hyojin glanced at Naruto and said calmly, "I'll be waiting." Sakura quickly pulled Naruto away and observed the other examinees in the resting area. It was only then that she realized that her team was the first to pass the exam, Mai's team. Sasuke sat alone at the side, looking unapproachable. However, the redness and swelling on his face had not completely subsided, and he seemed to be in a trance. Coupled with his gloomy and cold expression, he looked strangely comical. He was using his unfocused gaze to scan the surroundings, as if he was looking for someone in the resting area. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from afar. It was obvious that the battle in the Forest of Death was still ongoing. The cheerful Fu asked everyone in the resting area, "How many teams do you think will pass the exam?" Shoju smiled. Even in the most ideal situation, only 12 out of the 24 teams will pass the exam, but we all know that this is impossible. There are already 5 teams here, so I'm guessing that no more than 3 teams will pass the exam. Hearing Shoju's analysis, many people in the resting area nodded. Samui of Kumo village glanced at Kuroto and said, Dead Ale of Rock village hasn't arrived yet. With his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to pass this exam, so his team should be counted as a team. Mizukage, who was sitting beside Kuroto, chimed in, also, the two guys from the Sound Ninja are also ridiculously strong, passing the exam shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Shueiwa mention Ninja of Sound, Sasuke's eyebrows rose, and his gloomy face became gloomy. Naruto nodded and said, well, Kimimaro is very powerful, and the guy who uses ice is also very strong. Their team will definitely pass the exam. Shueiwa curled her lips and said, idiot, that is called ice release. It is the blood limit of our mist village, and Kimimaro's bone vein is also the blood limit of our mist village. Naruto wondered, but aren't those guys ninjas from the Ninja of Sound village? Shueiwa opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to explain to Naruto. Fu raised her hand and said, one from Rock Village, one from Ninja of Sound village, then who is the third team that might pass the exam? While everyone was analyzing, Sasuke, who had been silent all this time, said with killing intent, it's the Ninja of Grass. Soon, it was evening. Asuma came to the rest area and said to everyone, the second exam is over, everyone, come with me. It's over? Naruto was a little surprised, and quickly asked, Asuma-sensei, what about the other candidates? It can't be that only our team passed the exam, right? Everyone also looked at Asuma, waiting for his answer, especially Sasuke, his eyes were unusually eager. Asuma didn't explain much, come with me first. It didn't take long for everyone to follow Asuma to an indoor practice field. In the practice field, everyone found that the high-level members of the 5 great ninja villages, including the Kage, were all gathered here, and in addition to the high-level members of the village, there was also a team of candidates, which is Dedale's team. It wasn't until this moment that everyone knew that Dedale eliminated all the other teams and became the last team to pass the exam after their 5 teams. As a result, among the 6 teams that advanced, there was one team from each of the 5 great ninja villages, and the remaining team was Takaganobu, while the candidates from Kusanabo and Sound villages were all eliminated. After learning this news, Sasuke's face was full of disbelief at first, then gradually became blank, and then a strong unwillingness surged in his heart. Kimimaro, and that damn Kusanabo, how could they lose? How could they lose? Damn, they should have been defeated by me. Sasuke's hands clenched tightly into fists, and even his breathing became rapid. Kimimaro and Kusanabo, who gave him great humiliation, were eliminated, which made him, who has been looking forward to revenge in the next exam, feel extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh, at this time, Kakashi landed beside Sasuke and pressed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke slowly raised his head and said, Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi said calmly, don't make it difficult for yourself, your performance is already very good. As the only team that advanced in Mai, Sasuke and Naruto barely saved Mai's face, so Kakashi's words weren't just to comfort him, they were sincere. Sasuke asked unwillingly, Kimimaro, and that Kusanabo, how could they be eliminated? Kakashi shook his head and said, no, they weren't eliminated. Kimimaro of the Sound Village forfeited due to physical reasons, and the Kusanabo who injured you also forfeited because his teammate was injured by another team. Sasuke was stunned and said, what, they forfeited? Kakashi looked at Dedale not far away and said, although it's a bit strange, they weren't eliminated by Dedale. Sakura came over and asked, Kakashi-sensei, what about Ino, Zuyuan, and Hinata? Naruto also asked, Shikamaru-sensei, what about Ye and the others? Kakashi sighed. When Shikamaru proposed to forfeit, the 3 teams gathered a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls and prepared to let one team avoid fighting and rush to the Central Sentry Tower to pass the exam. But at this time, they happened to encounter Dedale's team. The 3 teams were all defeated by Dedale, Kuroto, and Akatsuki, and the 3 scrolls on them were all taken away. It could be said that the biggest loser of the second exam was Konoha. Out of the 11 teams, only one had advanced. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. On the high platform. While the candidates were chatting with each other, the elders of the major villages were also chatting. The intensity of today's second exam was far beyond the expectations of the elders of the various villages, which surprised and delighted them at the same time. Because the emergence of a rising star not only means that the 5 great shinobi villages have successors, But it also means that the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages is continuously increasing, which is undoubtedly a good thing at a time when the threat of the Akatsuki organization is growing. However, the estrangement between them still exists. Under the premise of cooperation against the Akatsuki organization, the private struggles between the various villages have not stopped. For example, the 3 generations of Tsuchikage has been inquiring about the Cloud Druid, wanting to know more about the rising star of the Mist Village, who has mastered the Black Lightning and Mist Release. And after the 4 generations of Tsuchikage learned that the Mist Kirin possesses the Mist Release Kekkei Genkai, he repeatedly pressured the Mizukage of 4 generations of Tsuchikage to find out the identity of the Kirin. After all, whether it is the Mist Release Kekkei Genkai or the Lightning Attribute Chakra, both are originally monopolized by the Cloud Village. But now with the appearance of the Kirin, these secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai that are related to the core inheritance of the Cloud Village have suddenly fallen into the hands of the Mist Village, which is really difficult for the Cloud Village to accept. And it's not just these few villages. When Mai learned that a candidate named Zira from the Sand Crypsis has created a secret technique called the 7 Days Call and was evenly matched with Xiaoli, the elder in charge of intelligence gathering, Xuan Xiaochun, also inquired the 4 generations of Kazakage. The power of the Hashiman Inner Gate is well known to the elders of the Mai clan. During the Third Shinobi War, Dai, as a genin of the Mai clan, used the Hashiman Inner Gate to fight against the Mist 7 swordsmen, who had an average strength of an elite jonin. With the identity of Konoha's genin shinobi, he killed 4 of them and the other 3 escaped, which almost caused the Mist Village's 7 swordsmen to be eliminated from the shinobi world. Since then, the Mist Village has never been able to gather another 7 swordsmen. And the 7 Days Call of the Sand Crypsis has shown a momentum comparable to the Hashiman Inner Gate. Although its potential hasn't been further confirmed, Mai can't turn a blind eye to it. In addition to testing each other, the 5 villages also began to pay attention to the Sound Village, which they didn't pay much attention to before. This is because the performance of the Sound Village this time was too dazzling, especially Kimimaro and Haku. Both of them showed the potential of a Kage, which made the other 5 villages envious. Such a genius, even in the 5 great shinobi villages, would be heavily nurtured as a Kage or an elder level of cultivation. Not only that, but the Sound Village seems to have mastered some kind of secret technique that allows them to change their forms. Among the 6 Sound Ninja candidates, Kimimon, Uzumaki, Onakadamaru, and Toyo all activated this special state one after another, and then their speed, strength, and even chakra's amount all greatly improved. Excellent talents that even the 5 villages are jealous of, as well as strange and powerful secret techniques, all came from a small village that had just been established, which made the 5 villages feel puzzled. As the host, when Konoha learned that Kimimaro was sick, it directly sent the most powerful medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade, to treat him while inquiring about the secret of the Sound Village. Especially the secret technique that allows them to change their forms, even Tsunade was interested in it. Of course, Tsunade doesn't know about this secret technique of the Sound Village. In fact, she has already dealt with it a long time ago. She was responsible for treating Red Bean, who was infused with the Heavenly Seal by Orochimaru. But for the sake of Red Bean's safety, she applied a sealing technique on Red Bean's Heavenly Seal, and Red Bean never tried to use the power of the Heavenly Seal, so Red Bean didn't know that Kimimon and the others were using the Heavenly Seal developed by Orochimaru. After a while, Asuma, the chief examiner for the second round of the exam, walked up to the stage and announced to the candidates below, the third round of the exam will be held in 7 days, and the great names of the 5 countries will also be present. Hearing that the daimyo of the 5 major countries would attend the third exam, there was a big commotion among the candidates. After raising his hands to signal the examinees to be quiet, Asuma said, because the famous names will be attending, in order to control the length of the third round of examination, we will now add a competition at the last minute. The winner will obtain the precious slot to participate in the third round of examination 7 days later. Hearing that there was a competition, many candidates became nervous, especially people like Sasuke, who had consumed a lot of energy and hadn't recovered yet. Their faces were full of apprehension. Asuma continued, for the sake of safety, dangerous ninjutsu and secret techniques are prohibited in this competition. Deadel asked, what kind of ninjutsu is considered dangerous? Asuma replied snappily, dust release is a dangerous ninjutsu. Heh. Deadale chuckled and didn't ask any more. The list of matches will be displayed there. After pointing to an electronic monitor on the wall in the distance, Asma said, the list is completely random. I wish everyone good luck. As soon as Asma's voice fell, the list of matches began to flash on the monitor. The candidates looked over and saw the constantly flashing list of matches on the monitor. Finally, it locked onto the names of Maelstrom Naruto and Xianxia. Deadale smiled and said, there's a good show to watch. Druid's eyes also focused as he looked at Xianxia. Because the monitor was damaged, Xianxia's battle wasn't captured by the monitoring room. But Deadale and Druid were very clear that Xianxia, who was next to Kirin in the mist, was far stronger than he looked. Moreover, Druid knew that Xianxia seemed to be a very powerful medical ninja. Kirin's previous injuries were more serious than his, but Xianxia arrived and healed Kirin in a moment. However, just as everyone was looking forward to a big battle, Xianxia suddenly said, I'm sorry, but I forfeit. Huh? Naruto, who was preparing to show off his skills, was confused. Asma was also startled and immediately announced, the first match, Maelstrom Naruto wins. Following Xianxia's forfeit, the next few matches also directly forfeited. For example, in the second match, Sami, who was fighting against Hyojin, didn't even fight and directly forfeited. In the fourth match, Sakura, who was fighting against Deadale, also chose to forfeit. In the competition, the injured Sasuke managed to defeat Kankuro with much difficulty after receiving a few new injuries. Darui defeated Akatsuki, Hope lost to Fu, Hei defeated Takanabu's Toki, Zila easily defeated Takanabu's Kuin, and Mizukage and Temari tied. As a result, among the 18 candidates from the 6 teams, Maelstrom Naruto, Hyojin, Deadale, Sasuke, Druid, Fu, Hei-2, Ji Luo, as well as Shueisha and Shoju, who were finally given an exception, successfully advanced to the third test. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank the students who gifted me today, thank you. Looking at the 10 candidates who advanced in front of them, the senior members of the Shinobi village were quite satisfied. These 10 people almost represent the new generation of the entire Shinobi world, they are the future of each Shinobi village. Many of them will inevitably become the senior members of their respective villages in the future, and even the Kage, 3 generations. Naruto said at this time, let the candidates go and rest, they are also very tired after a day of fighting. Itachi, who was disguised as Suijin, nodded, and then, as the 5th Hokage, announced to all the candidates present that the second round of the Chunin exam was officially over, and all the candidates were dismissed and reorganized. Swish, at this moment, Ebisu, who was holding a report in his hand, landed on the high platform. After handing the report to 3 generations Naruto, Ebisu said, 3 generations Sama, the losses in the Forest of Death have been calculated, here is the list, please have a look. Listening to Ebisu's words, the senior members of the Shinobi village all looked at him. 3 generations who took the statistical report glanced at it slightly, and immediately his face stiffened, and questioned, 1 billion? How can there be such a big loss? Ebisu glanced at the senior members of the Shinobi village, and deliberately coughed twice, and then explained loudly, according to the statistics of the Umbu and the Shinobi school instructors, 68% of the area in the Forest of Death has been destroyed. More than 80% of the monitoring facilities were destroyed, and the internal buildings and the perception barrier on the edge were also damaged to varying degrees. Staring at the statistical report, 3 generations fell into silence. After a day of fighting, the Forest of Death almost changed. Not only were various facilities seriously damaged, but the animals and plants in the forest were also hit unprecedentedly, and the entire ecosystem was completely destroyed. Apart from the loss of equipment, the recovery of animals and plants, and the restoration of the ecosystem is the real problem, and this is not even a problem that can be solved with money. After all, the current Mai no longer has the wood release ninja. This kind of problem can be solved by a ninjutsu when the first generation was still here, but now, it must be solved with hundreds of millions of funds, and a lot of manpower and time costs. At this time, the 3 generations silently gave Ebisu a look. Kabisu immediately said loudly, according to our statistics, the battle between the Hidden Mist Kirin and the Hidden Cloud Druid, as well as Rock Village's Dedale's unrestrained use of detonating clay during the exam are the main reasons for the Forest of Death's destruction. The three generations looked at Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Lei, and Kazekage and said, "Everyone, this Chunin exam is jointly held by our 5 great ninja villages, so the maintenance cost of the venue should naturally be borne by us 5 great ninja villages, not to mention the situation of today's exam, so this maintenance cost." Without waiting for 3 generations Naruto to finish his words, 3 generations Inoki smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, our rock village is still under reconstruction, so we can't help you. Next time, next time." With that, 3 generations Inoki directly used heavy rock jutsu and flew away in front of everyone's eyes. Even with 3 generations Naruto's calm, he didn't expect that 3 generations Tsuchikage could do this. After a while, he turned his eyes to 4 generations Lei. That battle was obviously provoked by the Kirin of the Mist Village. The other side took the initiative to find the druid, so the main responsibility is the Mist Village. How much the Mist Village compensate, we will compensate. After leaving a sentence, 4 generations Lei left. 3 generations Naruto had to look at 4 generations Mizukage Yugura. At this time, Mei, who was standing behind Yugura, stood up and said with a bitter smile, "3 generations Naruto, the situation of our Mist Village, I must be clear about it. Although the previous turmoil has subsided, the village has been greatly damaged, and the financial has fallen into deficit. In addition, your villages. Traitorous Danzo made a mess in our water country, killed dozens of our ninjas, and destroyed one of our military bases, so, as soon as the Mist Village mentioned Danzo, 3 generations immediately swallowed back their words. Xianxia also turned his head to the side in embarrassment. "I'm sorry." After bowing to Mai and the others, 4 generations Mizukage Yugura didn't stay and hurriedly left with Mei and Aojirai. What he was most afraid to hear now was money-related. In the blink of an eye, Tsuchikage, Lei, and Mizukage all slipped away. 3 generations Naruto had to look at 4 generations Kazekage. 4 generations Kazekage took the initiative to come over, seriously looked at the loss report, and sighed, "Sigh, this report didn't mention the candidates of our Sand Crypsis, it's really shameful." While sighing, Yondaime Kazekage left with his guards. As a result, only 3 generations Naruto, Xianxia, Ebisu, and Itachi, who disguised as Hyojin, were left on the high platform. After a while, Xianxia said angrily, "These shameless guys, we shouldn't have had any expectations from them." 3 generations Naruto held his forehead with his hand. "It seems that the cost of rebuilding the Forest of Death can only be borne by us." Xianxia immediately said, "Don't mention 1 billion, even 500 million, the village can't afford it now. Mai is indeed the village with the best geographical location and the wealthiest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mere advisory elder of the Danzo to support so many experiments and raise so many subordinates. It's just that after a series of vicious events such as the destruction of the village and the betrayal of the Danzo, Mai's finances have long been in trouble. For this reason, even the reconstruction of the first, second, 3 generations, and 4 generations Naruto Rock, which was unanimously approved by the advisory elder group, was temporarily put on hold. Therefore, the village really can't afford the high reconstruction cost." 3 generations said to Itachi, who disguised as Hyojin, "Kuroto, the Forest of Death is at the edge of the village, it's an important node of our defense, reconstruction is urgent." Itachi nodded immediately. He knows that 3 generations is right. For the safety of the village, the defense and monitoring of the Forest of Death must be rebuilt immediately. 3 generations continued, "At present, the village can't afford this amount of money, so it seems that we, the senior leaders, need to make some sacrifices. At least, we need to restore the perception barrier outside the Forest of Death and the internal monitoring system." Itachi was puzzled. "Sacrifice?" 3 generations nodded and said, "I propose that starting from this Naruto, all the senior leaders, including our advisory elder group, cancel all the salaries and subsidies for this year." Almost without hesitation, Itachi nodded, "That's what we should do." In his opinion, Naruto should sacrifice for the village, and he was sure that if Hyojin was here, he would not hesitate to agree to take out his salary and subsidies to support the village. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Seeing that Itachi, who pretended to be Hyojin, agreed so readily, the 3 generations narrowed their eyes slightly. and they swallowed all the words that they were about to continue to persuade him, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. But soon the doubts in the three generations' eyes disappeared, and they said as usual, I'm afraid that just the salary and subsidies that we offer are not enough. You haven't spent the 100 million from last time, right? Itachi pondered and didn't answer immediately. Even as experienced as the three generations, the subtle changes in the expressions on their faces couldn't escape his insight, so he immediately noticed that the three generations were suspicious of him. Where did I reveal the flaw? As Itachi pondered, he could not figure it out. In order to pretend to be Hyojin, he really put in a lot of effort, not to mention the most basic expressions and gestures. Even the words and sentences he spoke were very close to Hyojin's habits. And after recalling the conversation just now, he found that the entire conversation just now was normal. There was neither a topic involving the secrets of the village, nor did it talk about Hyojin's privacy. Such an ordinary conversation shouldn't have the possibility of being exposed. But the three generations were obviously suspicious, which made it a little difficult for him to understand. Is it a secret word to cancel the salary and subsidies? But Senpai didn't mention it to me. The more Itachi analyzed, the more confused he was. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Seeing that Itachi didn't speak for a long time, the doubts in the eyes of the three generations faded a little, and they smiled casually. I don't mean anything else. If you don't want to, I can understand. Test, this must be a test. Itachi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly analyzed how Kuroto would answer such a question. In his mind, Hyojin is a person who dared to create an organization that bears all the hatred in order to maintain the stability of the village and to reconcile with Uchiha. He is a Mai ninja who dared to fight against the leader of the Akatsuki who possessed the Rinnegan. He is a Naruto who doesn't discriminate against all the villagers including Uchiha. I'm really stupid. Isn't it obvious what choice Senior will make? After secretly mocking himself, Itachi met the eyes of the three generations and said, if the village needs me, I will do my best. Three generations chuckled. That's great. Our advisory group of elders will also do our best to raise funds. After discussing the issue of raising funds, Itachi bade farewell and left the training ground. After Itachi left, the doubts in the eyes of the three generations immediately returned. Seeing this, Xianxia asked, what's wrong? Frowning, the three generations said slowly, I don't know, but I always feel that there is something wrong with Kuroto. Something wrong? Startled, Xianxia asked, how come I don't see it? Because of the incident where the Akatsuki used Jinjutsu to control the Mizukage, all the major shinobi villages pay great attention to the identity of the high-level members, and Ryumai chakra can't be disguised, so Xianxia didn't doubt Itachi's identity. Three generations said, don't you think it's strange that he is willing to take out the previous 100 million? In the beginning, for that 100 million, he bargained with me for a long time, and even threatened me to give the position of Naruto to Uchiha Fuyue. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, it's indeed a bit strange, but today is different from the past. After all, he is now Naruto, so it's normal for him to have some changes in his thinking. Sandaime-sama clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head, no, he looks too much like Hokage. Itachi obviously doesn't understand that the reason why he revealed a flaw is not because of any other reason, but because he is too similar to Naruto, my hospital. After finishing the examination of Kimamaro's body, Tsunade left the ward with a frown. At this time, Haku and Yugo, who have been waiting outside the ward, greeted Tsunade and asked, Tsunade-sama, how is Kimamaro? Jiraiya, who was also waiting outside the ward, smiled and said, hee, you can rest assured, Tsunade is currently the best medical ninja in the shinobi world, with her help, your companion's illness will definitely be fine. Tsunade shook her head and said, I have injected him with painkillers, and the condition is temporarily under control, but I don't have any clue how to completely solve this disease. Even you can't do anything? Haku and Yugo immediately showed a disappointed expression. Jiraiya was also quite surprised, Tsunade, even you can't do anything about that child's illness? Tsunade explained, he is not suffering from an ordinary disease, but a malignant disease rooted in the bone marrow and blood. If I'm not wrong, this disease is likely related to his Kekii Genkai. It's a kind of Kekii Genkai disease. Kekii Genkai disease. Jiraiya's face sank, and said, this is troublesome. For a Kekii Genkai ninja, Kekii Genkai disease is almost equivalent to cancer. Most Kekii Genkai diseases are incurable diseases, and even if a small number of Kekii Genkai can be cured, after being cured, the Kekii Genkai of the Shinobi Genkai will be greatly weakened, so those who suffer from Kekii Genkai almost never have a good ending. At this time, Tsunade asked Haku and Yugo, I checked his body, he seems to have taken some kind of medicine to suppress Kekii Genkai disease. Was this medicine developed by your village? Haku nodded, well, it was developed by my village. After getting an affirmative answer from Haku, Tsunade was surprised and said, I didn't expect your village to have such attainments in medicine and medical ninjutsu, that kind of medicine to suppress his Kekii Genkai disease, even our village might couldn't develop it in a short time. Can you tell me who made this medicine? Haku naturally can't say the name of Orochimaru, so he can only shake his head with an apologetic look, I'm sorry. Tsunade also knows that it's not good to pry into the secrets of other villages, so she didn't ask any more questions, but said, let him stay in my hospital for observation for a while, I will find a way to cure him. Sorry to trouble you. Haku and Yugo bowed towards Tsunade once again. Tsunade didn't say anything more, and went back to her office with Jiraiya. Seeing that no one was around, Jiraiya hurriedly asked, you really can't cure that sound kid's disease? Tsunade looked at Kimimura's medical report and said with a solemn expression, my yang release chakra was inexplicably decomposed as soon as it entered his body, there seems to be some special substance in his blood. Jiraiya asked, what special substance? I'm not too sure at the moment. After shaking her head, Tsunade sighed and said, with his physical condition, it's already incredible that he's still alive. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the classmate who tipped today, thank you. When she was developing medical ninjutsu, Tsunade had studied many ninja corpses, many of which had Kekii Genkai, but because of various reasons, she didn't study the Kagaya clan in depth, so she didn't know much about the Kagaya clan's bone vein. Therefore, she always scoffed at all the exaggerated rumors about the Kagaya clan in the Mist World. She didn't think that the physique of the Kagaya clan was really as strong as the rumors said, that it was comparable to the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. But after examining Kimimura's body, she suddenly realized that her previous evaluation of the Kagaya clan seemed to be too subjective. With Kimimura's condition, in her opinion, it was impossible for him to live until now, especially the special substance in his bone marrow and blood that could decompose her yang chakra. It was the most terrifying substance she had ever seen. His bone marrow and blood were invaded by this substance, but he can still fight like a dragon and a tiger. What kind of physique is this? In front of the facts, even the arrogant Tsunade had to admit that the Kagaya clan's physique was extraordinary. It was very likely that the Kagaya clan was the same as the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Seeing that Tsunade couldn't do anything about Kimimura's condition, Jiraiya sighed, I didn't expect such a small sound village to have so many unexpected things. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and asked, what other unexpected things? Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious, the boy named Haku from the sound village has mastered the immortal jutsu. What? Tsunade was taken aback. She wasn't unfamiliar with immortal jutsu, so she was very clear about the difficulty of practicing it. In the entire history of the Mai clan, only the first Naruto, and the current half-baked Jiraiya and Naruto successfully mastered it. This is indeed an incredible thing. After a pause, Jiraiya sighed. But this is the truth. That young man has already admitted it to me. After learning from the invigilator that Haku is suspected to have mastered the spirit arts, Jiraiya hurried to the hospital and confirmed the information with Haku himself. Tsunade was puzzled and asked, where did he learn the immortal arts? It can't be Shiku Forest or Mount Myaboku. Could it be? Could it be Longqi Cave? Jiraiya shook his head. It's not the Dragon Pit Cave. Tsunade's doubts were also one of the reasons why he rushed to the hospital to confirm it. Because in the current shinobi world, only the 3 Holy Lands possess the inheritance of immortal jutsu, and with the relationship between Tsunade and Shikatsu Forest, if there is a ninja who has mastered immortal jutsu in Shikatsu Forest, there is no way that Tsunade wouldn't know about it. Similarly, if there is such a ninja in Mount Myaboku, there is no way that Jiraiya wouldn't know about it. Therefore, after receiving the information from the invigilator, Jiraiya's first reaction was the same as Tsunade's. He suspected that Haku learned the immortal jutsu from the Ryuchi cave, and he also suspected that Haku is related to Orochimaru. But after confirming it, he found that Haku's immortal jutsu didn't come from the Ryuchi cave. Because Haku had just activated the Sage mode in front of him, and Haku's Sage mode was completely different from the one that Naruto learned in the Ryuchi cave. There were no changes in his eyes, no horns on his head, and no scales on his cheeks. After listening to Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade was stunned. How is this possible? That young man is a true genius. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that he's actually like an exceptional talent. He doesn't need to accumulate natural energy in advance to instantly activate immortal mode. Compared to him, I'm just. Jiraiya laughed at himself and sighed. Tsunade frowned and said, this sound ninja village is not simple. On the other side of the hospital. After receiving treatment, Sasuke walked out of the consultation room. At this time, the swelling on his face had completely disappeared, leaving only some inconspicuous bruises. When he was about to leave the hospital and go home, he saw Haku from the corner of his eyes, who was carrying a few boxes of bento to the inpatient department. His face darkened, and he followed Haku. Following Haku, Sasuke arrived outside Kimamaru's ward. Huh? Isn't this the ICU? Why is Kimamaru's room here? Why is he injured so badly? Did I hit him too hard? Thinking of this, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and walked over coolly. He asked Haku and Yugo, who were eating their bento outside Kimamaru's ward, is his injury okay? Injury. After putting down the bento, Haku and Yugo were confused because Kimamaru wasn't injured at all. Instead, his illness had acted up. At this time, Sasuke gently pushed open the door of Kimamaru's ward. He glanced at the unconscious Kimamaru on the bed and immediately closed the door. He said to Haku and Yugo, I really didn't expect him to be injured so badly. But don't worry, our Uchiha is the richest family in Mai. Since he was injured by me, I will pay for all the expenses for his treatment. Haku opened his mouth and wanted to explain to Sasuke that Kimamaru wasn't injured, but his blood secondary disease had acted up. Before Haku could speak, Sasuke waved his hand and said, don't thank me. Haku and Yugo looked at each other. Then, Sasuke said coldly, now you should understand how dangerous it is to fight against our Uchiha on the battlefield. I have already said that you shouldn't have come to me. Haku thought for a while and finally said, I am very sorry. Sasuke looked at Haku from head to toe and said, you are also a very good opponent. Our previous battle was interrupted by someone, and we couldn't determine the winner. What a pity. Haku was not a person who cared about winning and losing, so he smiled and said, we are not as good as you. Sasuke said coolly, don't be modest, your strength is enough for me to take you seriously, but in front of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, any ninjutsu is useless. Haku didn't argue and just nodded. At this moment, Itachi appeared in the corridor and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, it's time to go home. Obviously, this is one of Itachi's shadow doppelgangers. Because the ninja school is the main unit in charge of the Chunin exam, and Itachi is the vice principal of the ninja school, so when Itachi pretended to be Hyojin, he also divided a shadow doppelganger to be responsible for the work of the vice principal of the ninja school. When he learned that Sasuke was in the hospital, he rushed to the hospital to take Sasuke home. Sasuke nodded quickly and said to Haku, tell Kimamaru for me to take care of his injuries. If he is not convinced, he can challenge me at any time. Haku nodded and said, okay. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. On the way home, Sasuke wanted to say something several times but hesitated. Seeing that he was about to reach the clan's territory, he said, brother, I'm sorry. Itachi said without emotion, you don't need to apologize to me, you can represent the village to advance to the third exam, this performance is already very good. But, Sasuke lowered his head with a gloomy face. He was forced into a desperate situation by Kimamaru and Haku several times during the exam. After all, Kimamaru's miserable state on the hospital bed just now made him feel much better, and his resentment towards the sound ninja also dissipated. But being attacked by the Kirin of the Mist Village, and being beaten by an unknown grass ninja made him feel uneasy. Especially the grass ninja who humiliated him, it made him extremely embarrassed, because only he knew that he did have the thought of begging for mercy at that time. And every time he recalled that moment when he wanted to beg for mercy, he felt ashamed, feeling that he had failed to live up to the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Among all the candidates who advanced to the third exam, he was also one of the most embarrassed ones. He didn't show the prestige that a genius of the Uchiha clan should have. The accumulation of these factors made Sasuke not feel the slightest joy of advancing to the next exam. Looking at the depressed expression of Sasuke, Itachi wanted to comfort him. Because even if Sasuke was judged by the most stringent standards, Sasuke's performance today is impeccable, but considering Hyugin's arrangement and the plan to stimulate Sasuke to use the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto had to harden his heart and deliberately said, although it is shameful to be defeated by a grass ninja, but don't be too upset, I will explain it to father for you. Sasuke immediately showed his childish side and asked eagerly, will father forgive me? Itachi said, don't worry, I will try my best to dispel father's unrealistic expectations of you. Sasuke suddenly looked depressed. Originally, he planned to defeat Deidale in the Chunin exam, inquire about Amatsukumi's information from Deidale's mouth, and recapture the Manjikyu Sharingan that was stolen by Amatsukumi for his father, but he never thought that he would be defeated by a mere Kusanagi shinobi. After returning to the mansion, both his father, Fuyue, and his mother, Mikoto, deliberately revealed disappointed expressions. Sasuke, who was covered in wounds and exhausted, suppressed his emotions and returned to his room alone. Looking at Sasuke's extremely dejected and depressed back view, Mikoto faintly sighed. Sigh, are we really doing the right thing? Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face solemn. As my son, this is the fate he must bear. In fact, Kuroto is also very distressed about Sasuke, but after the experience of almost exterminating his family, he understands that strength is the foundation of survival. Only by awakening Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan and then obtaining the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that will never dry up will he be truly good to Sasuke. Mikoto sighed, I hope that Sasuke can awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan as soon as possible. At this time, Fuyue asked Itachi, is there any new arrangement on the side of Godame-sama? Itachi bowed and replied, Naruto-sama will meet with me tonight, if there are any new instructions, I will immediately convey them to you. Fuyue nodded, and then asked, was Sasuke really defeated by a Kusanagi shinobi? In a remote practice field in my village. Kakashi slowly printed the hand seals and lightly shouted, Rachel. Suddenly, in a burst of ZZ sound, a dazzling electric light flashed on his right hand. Maintaining Rachel in his hand, he did not attack the target in the practice field, but stood in the same place and closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Rachel in his right hand also changed. The original blue electric light gradually became deeper, and finally turned into the same purple color as the purple lightning that Hyugen used during the day. Staring at the shining purple electric light on his right hand, Kakashi showed a happy expression, success? But soon he restrained his happy expression, because he found that although the electric light generally turned purple, it was not completely changed, there were still a lot of ordinary blue electric light in it. It's just that the purple electric light was too strange and dazzling, so it covered the ordinary blue electric light. Phew, after gently exhaling, Kakashi removed Rachel. After witnessing the lightning battle between the Qilin and the Hidden Cloud Druid, he was greatly inspired, especially the Qilin's purple lightning and the Druid's black lightning, which let him clearly see the effect of a single attribute of chakra. It was like a guiding light that let him see the way forward. At that time, he had the urge to try, but as one of the invigilators, he not only shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the two pillars of Naruto and Fu, but also the responsibility of maintaining the order of the exam. So he suppressed this impulse and endured until the end of the exam. After completing the invigilator task, he immediately went to the practice field alone and explored the characteristics of a single attribute of lightning chakra. As someone with the title of copy ninja, although he doesn't have the Sharingan, but his perception of ninjutsu has not been lost, plus he has been studying the nature of a single lightning chakra, so today's experience was like dispelling the clouds and seeing the sun. He was suddenly enlightened, and with just one attempt, he successfully made a semi-finished product of violet lightning. I didn't expect to succeed so easily. Kakashi was also a little surprised, and he even faintly felt that he was lucky. However, it was not luck that made him achieve this. Just like Hyojin who controlled the thunder release clone, he was only one step away from mastering the characteristics of a single attribute of lightning chakra. So when Hyojin saw the druid using black lightning, he immediately succeeded in exploring purple lightning. And when he saw the druid's black lightning and Hyojin's purple lightning, he instantly broke through the layer of window paper and found the secret to using purple lightning. How do I explain this? Kakashi did not rejoice for long as he fell into deep thought. Whether it is the black lightning of the cloud druid or the purple lightning of the Kirin, both are obviously secret techniques of their respective villages, so for a while, he really doesn't know how to explain to Kirin that he has mastered the purple lightning. I can't say that I figured it out on my own, can I? I'm afraid no one would believe such a stupid thing. After a pause, Kakashi said, I have to find a way to get the Kirin's forgiveness. Because he was indeed inspired by someone else to understand purple lightning, Kakashi felt guilty and began to think about how to explain to the Kirin, the creator of purple lightning. After all, this was a critical moment for the 5 great ninja villages to unite against the Akatsuki organization, and he had to avoid all internal conflicts. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today. Late at night, Hyojin's home. Holding a teacup, Hyojin took a sip of tea while listening to Itachi's report leisurely. Although he participated in the Chunin exam as the Kirin of the Mist, he is only a candidate, and his grasp of the whole exam is very limited. In order to control the situation in real time, he left a shadow clone to act as the Kirin of the Mist in the guest house where the candidates were temporarily staying, and he changed back to his in-release body. Senpai, today's Chunin exam is roughly like this. After a pause, Itachi continued to report, at present, the advisory elder group unanimously believes that Kimimaro of the Sound Ninja, Haku, Druid of the Cloud Village, Dead Ale of the Rock Village, Violet of the Sand Crypsis, and Kirin of the Mist Village are worthy of attention. Hyojin nodded lightly. These people who were selected by the advisory elder group are indeed the best of the candidates. After hesitating for a moment, Itachi said, in addition, I personally think that one of the candidates from the Grass Village is also worthy of the village's attention. Then, Itachi described the process of the Grass Ninja defeating Sasuke in detail and analyzed, although Sasuke was in a bad state at that time, and his chakra was almost exhausted, but with the help of the Sharingan, even if he faced a Jonin, Sasuke should be able to barely resist a few moves, but the other party knocked down Sasuke with only one punch, which is very abnormal. Hyojin took a sip of tea and listened quietly. Itachi continued, after the exam, I read the intelligence file of the Grass Ninja from the intelligence class, but the file shows that the other party is just a very ordinary Grass Ninja, which is obviously inconsistent with the facts. Hyojin smiled, he is actually Orochimaru in disguise. Orochimaru? Slightly taken aback, Itachi frowned, then this time he disguised to participate in the Chunin exam and attacked Sasuke. Is it because he is targeting Sasuke? Maybe. Itachi hurriedly asked, Senior, do you need me to get rid of him? Hyojin waved his hand indifferently. Just keep an eye on him. I don't think he would dare to act recklessly in the village. Orochimaru's actions in the Chunin exam were actually a bit rash, but because there were too many candidates who performed well in the exam, no one noticed him for a while. However, because it involved Sasuke, he still entered Itachi's vision. Looking at Hyojin's expression as if everything was under his control, Itachi secretly admired him. Orochimaru managed to hide from all of us, but he couldn't escape from your insight. Sure enough, everything is under your control. Subsequently, Itachi handed the list of the losses in the Forest of Death to Hyojin and said, Senior, this is the list of the losses that the village has calculated. Please take a look. After receiving the list, Hyojin scanned through it and instinctively frowned. 1 billion? The losses are so big? Itachi nodded and said, after that, I used 6 shadow clones to carefully verify every part of the Forest of Death. The data on this list is basically consistent with the facts. Hyojin glanced at Itachi with some surprise. You've been busy for a whole day, and you still have the energy to verify this kind of thing? Itachi quickly replied, since I'm pretending to be you, Senior, I naturally have to do my job well. Otherwise, wouldn't it affect your reputation and plan? You're really serious. Throwing the list in his hand on the table, Hyojin leisurely raised his teacup again. Although the loss of 1 billion was big, this account was counted on the village. Even if there was a headache, it should be a headache for the advisory elder group. It had nothing to do with him, the fifth-generation Naruto, who had no financial power. While drinking tea, Hyojin asked with an indifferent attitude, the destruction of the Forest of Death is the responsibility of the candidates in each village. The other villages should share some of the bill, right? Itachi told him about the attitude of the few shadows. Hyojin gloated. Is that so? I'm afraid the 3 generations will have a headache. Itachi said, yes, the village's finances are tight. The 3 generations propose to cancel all the salaries and subsidies for you and all the elders of the advisory elder group this year. Hyojin, who was drinking tea, was stunned. He asked, You agreed? Itachi nodded. Yes. A whole year's salary. Damn it, Hyojin's expression did not change, but he cursed in his heart. Naruto's salary and subsidies for a year were not a small amount. It was basically equivalent to the salary of a jonin who took on missions all year round. However, thinking that as long as he swept the 3rd round of the exam, he would be able to get a generous reward that might exceed 100 million from the casino, his heart that was aching slightly felt better. Seeing that Hyojin's expression did not change, Itachi immediately thought to himself, as expected. Why would Senior care about that small amount of salary? It seems that I've really thought too much. When Itachi analyzed why the 3 generations were suspicious of him, he also wondered if he had made a mistake in answering the question about the salary, which caused the 3 generations to be suspicious. However, now that he saw that Hyojin did not care about the salary, he decided to give the 3 generations a positive answer. Just as Hyojin was still secretly unhappy about being tricked by the 3 generations, Itachi continued to say calmly, the 3 generations also mentioned your 100 million. Considering that the Forest of Death is related to the village's defense, I gave the 3 generations a positive answer. Pfft, Hyojin spat out a mouthful of tea. Itachi hurriedly asked, Senior, what's wrong with you? Cough cough. Waving his hand, Hyojin coughed lightly and said, It's nothing. I accidentally choked. After giving a perfunctory reply, Hyojin secretly groaned. He really did not expect the 3 generations to be so ruthless. When he thought about how he not only had to contribute Naruto's salary and allowance, but he also had to spit out the 100 million that he had swallowed when he was Naruto, he immediately lost his composure. He quickly picked up the list of losses that he had casually thrown on the table and started to study it. Itachi asked, Senior, are you worried about the money? Do you think I'm someone who cares about money? Suddenly thinking of a good idea, Hyojin smiled and immediately asked, By the way, what level of would escape? Can you perform now? Itachi thought about it and said, although the adaptation period has passed and my ocular power has recovered, the development of wood escape is still not very smooth. At the moment, I can only drive wooden piles. However, Brother Jishui's development of wood escape is better than Shinichi and I. He can already perform some of the more complicated wood escape now. Is that so? Hyojin touched his chin. He suddenly felt that rebuilding the Forest of Death might not be a loss-making business. Anyway, he had a few would escape ninjas under him. It would be a waste not to use them. If he really contracted the project, he might even be able to earn a sum of money. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The destruction of the Forest of Death was mainly due to the destruction of the ecosystem. As long as the trees in the Forest of Death were restored, it would only be a matter of time before the ecosystem was restored. Although Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi did not have the immortal body of the Thousand-Hand Clan and could not easily create a large forest with a single ninjutsu like the first generation, it was not a problem for the 3 of them to grow trees one by one. I'll just treat it as cultivating the wood release. At this moment, Hyojin had even thought of an excuse. Because as long as the labor cost of the 3 would release ninjas was excluded, this deal would definitely be profitable. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to personally meet the 3 generations tomorrow and spar with that old fox. After thinking about how to rebuild the Forest of Death, Hyojin retracted his thoughts and turned to Itachi. I've decided to stimulate Sasuke in the 3rd exam. Itachi was delighted when he heard this. Are you confident? Hyojin nodded lightly. Today, Sasuke already showed signs of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, but that emotion is still a little lacking. His current ocular power is actually not weaker than when you first awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi nodded and said, yes, Sasuke's ocular power has increased significantly during this period of time. However, the third exam will be held in 7 days. Can we make it in time? That's why I need your and your parents' cooperation. Please don't worry, the Uchiha clan will be at your disposal. After a pause, Itachi asked, will Kirin take action this time? Hyojin nodded while explaining the specific details to Itachi. Before dawn the next day, Sasuke hurried to the training ground. Morning. Kakashi, who was already at the training ground, greeted Sasuke from afar. Sasuke hurried over. Sensei Kakashi, time is limited. Let's start now. In order to get a good result in the third exam, he had made an agreement with Kakashi yesterday that he would undergo a 7-day special training before the start of the third exam. Kakashi was not in a hurry to start the special training. Instead, he sized up Sasuke and asked, what happened yesterday? Sasuke was confused by Kakashi's question. Nothing happened? Nothing happened, Kakashi muttered with a puzzled expression. The reason why he was puzzled was because Sasuke's pupil power had clearly become stronger today. Even his gaze had become much sharper, so he could instinctively feel it. Sasuke impatiently urged, you can start now. I don't have time to waste on small talk. Kakashi frowned. Sasuke, don't tell me you can't even maintain the most basic composure of a ninja? Although there isn't much time, the more it is like this, the more we should calm down and focus on our training. After listening to Kakashi's words, Sasuke also realized that he was being too hasty. Seeing that Sasuke had calmed down, Kakashi asked, what do you think about the 9 opponents in the third round? After thinking about it seriously, Sasuke said, the others are nothing to worry about, but Kirin from Hidden Mist, Deadale from Hidden Rock, and Druid from Hidden Cloud are a bit troublesome. Although he felt that Sasuke was a bit overconfident, Kakashi still agreed with Sasuke's judgment. These 3 are indeed the most troublesome opponents, so in this special training, we will use them as imaginary enemies. Sasuke's expression suddenly became solemn. At this time, Kakashi analyzed, Kirin of the Mist Village and Druid of the Cloud Village are both powerful ninjas who have mastered the Lightning Chakra nature transformation, and possess the Mist Release Kekii limit, while Deadale of the Rock Village possesses the Explosion Release Kekii limit and the Dust Release Kekii limit. He is currently standing at the peak of the shinobi world. To be honest, these 3 are not people you can contend with right now. Sasuke's expression was cold. Sensei Kakashi, you are looking down on our Uchiha too much. Kakashi didn't care about the disrespect in Sasuke's tone and continued, I'm just saying that in a life and death fight, you are not their opponent, but in the exam, you have a chance of winning. What do you mean? In the third exam, the daimyo of the 5 major countries will be present. At that time, the village will definitely impose restrictions on the candidates, such as the extremely dangerous Dust Release Ninjutsu, which is very likely to be banned. You are good at Thunder Release, and your chakra attribute restrains Deadale who is good at Earth attribute chakra. So as long as the tactics are used properly, you still have a chance to defeat Deadale. But Kirin from Hidden Mist and Druid from Hidden Cloud are different. Their Thunder Release Ninjutsu are above you, so in the exam, they are a bigger threat than Deadale. So in this special training, we are not targeting others, but Kirin and Druid. After a series of analysis, Kakashi sorted out the strategy for Sasuke to deal with the enemy. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. Then what should I do? Kakashi asked, you should have heard of Kirin's Purple Lightning and Druid's Black Lightning, right? Yes. Nodding, Sasuke said with a gloomy face, a single Thunder attribute chakra attribute change, I didn't expect them to be able to do this kind of thing. At this time, Kakashi used Purple Lightning in front of Sasuke. Looking at the shining purple lightning in Kakashi's hand, Sasuke said in a daze, isn't this Kirin's Purple Lightning? Sensei Kakashi, how come you also know it? After watching their battle yesterday, I figured it out on my own. This? Hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke was a little speechless. This kind of thing was almost equivalent to the difficulty of developing the blood limit, but Kakashi just watched and figured it out himself. This really subverted his concept. Of course, he didn't know that the real creator of purple lightning was actually Kakashi himself. Hyugin's Thunder Escape clone was able to master purple lightning because of Kakashi's cells. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't have the qualifications to master purple lightning. Removing the purple lightning in his palm, Kakashi said, "Sasuke, only by mastering purple lightning can you compete with Kirin and Druid in the exam, and you only have 7 days." At this time, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Sensei Kakashi, even without Sharingan, you can still figure out purple lightning from your memory. I have Sharingan, your guidance, and a whole 7 days, so mastering purple lightning is not a difficult thing at all." Kakashi glanced at the scarlet eyes in Sasuke's eye sockets. As Sasuke said, Sharingan had a unique advantage in seeing and copying ninjutsu. Therefore, with Sasuke's talent, he might really be able to quickly master purple lightning like Sasuke. The second update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboard will be updated. Therefore, I implore everyone to vote for me and support me. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you. Roar, 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 the terrifying roar echoed in the valley, and from time to time, it was accompanied by a series of roars. Even the ground far away from the entrance of the valley could clearly feel the tremors. Carrying 3 moon scythe, Fei Dan asked Kakuzu curiously, "Hey, what is the leader doing in the valley?" Kakuzu said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense, our task is to be on guard." Fei Dan curled his lips and said, "Who would come to such a remote place?" Kakuzu looked at the valley in the distance that was constantly roaring and roaring. Looking at the situation, the leader is most likely practicing the newly made 6 Paths of Pain. As an old member of the organization and the chief financial officer of Nagato, he vaguely knew what Nagato was doing. Fei Dan asked, "Is it the Jinchuriki we caught?" Kakuzu nodded slightly. "Yes, only the leader's Rinnegan can suppress so many Jinchuriki at the same time." Fei Dan smiled. "After this batch of 6 Paths of Pain is completed, is there a big operation?" Rumble, suddenly, a dazzling light flashed above the valley in the distance. Immediately after, a loud explosion swept towards the entrance of the valley along with a huge wave of air. Both Jiao and Fei Duan raised their arms to protect their faces from the sand and dust blowing in their faces. Looking through the gaps between their fingers, they suddenly found that a large part of the rock wall in the distance had collapsed, and a huge gap had appeared, and a tumbling mushroom cloud was slowly forming over the valley. Jade Tail Beast. In an instant, this word flashed through their minds. Because it was difficult for ordinary ninjutsu to have such power, and only Jade Tail Beast could easily achieve this level of destroying the mountain and changing the terrain. Boom, not long after, there was a second explosion in the valley, then a third, and a fourth. When the smoke gradually subsided, the two found that the distant valley had completely changed. The rock walls on both sides were covered with cracks of different sizes, and it looked like it was riddled with holes. Fei Duan was shocked. "Hey, that's way too much." Kakuzu said, "There's nothing strange about it." Fei Duan was speechless. "I'm really curious now. How strong is Yama from God's organization? Even with leader's terrifying strength, you don't have full confidence in defeating him." In the valley. Compared to the outside, the valley was still filled with smoke and dust at the moment, and in the flying smoke and dust, 6 figures lined up in a row, wearing the conspicuous red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization. Each of them had a cold expression, and in their eye sockets were all circles of light purple Rinnegan. Without a doubt, these 6 figures were Nagato's latest batch of 6 Paths of Pain. Apart from the Heavenly Dao, the other 5 Daos had all been changed. They were the Beast Dao, which was made from the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, and Mu-Ren, the Hell Dao, which was made from the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, the Azura Dao, which was made from the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, the Human Dao, which was made from the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, and the Hungry Ghost Dao, which was made from the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, Chilabai. Unlike the Heavenly Dao, the other 5 Daos made from the Jinchuriki were not cold corpses. If you look closely, you will find that these Jinchuriki that were made into the 6 Paths of Pain had ruddy skin, and their chests were still moving up and down, and their mouths and noses were breathing. They were all living people. Swish, at this time, 2 figures fell from the sky and landed in the valley. They were none other than the masters of the 6 Paths of Pain, Nagato and Konan. Coming to the side of the 6 paths of pain, Nagato's eyes swept from the 6 paths of pain to each of them, and finally fell on the hungry ghost Dao, which was made from the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, and slowly frowned. Just now, he tried to control the 5 Jinchuriki to enter the tailed beast form and release the jade tail beast. Among them, Mu Ren's animal Dao, Old Purple's hell Dao, Han's Azura Dao, and Yugao's human Dao were all successful. Only Chilibai's hungry ghost Dao did not succeed. So in Kakudu outside the valley, Fei Duan and the others only heard 4 explosions. Conan came over and asked, "Is there a problem with Sasori's transformation of the hungry ghost Dao?" Nagato shook his head. "No, it's the problem with the 8-tailed Jinchuriki." The 2-tailed Jinchuriki, Mu Ren, had been controlled by illusions for a long time, and his willpower was already very weak. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, and Yugao were all ordinary people who did not understand the tailed beasts in their bodies, so it was very easy to control them. In contrast, Chilibai, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, was not only the strongest, but also the one who had the closest relationship with the tailed beasts in his body, so his will to resist was also the strongest among the 5. Conan walked in front of Chilibai and looked at Chilibai, who was made into the hungry ghost Dao, and asked, "Is the problem serious?" Nagato retracted his gaze and said lightly, "It's just a small problem. The Rinnegan naturally has the ability to suppress the tailed beasts." In the original world, after 4 battles, Sasuke, who only had 1 Rinnegan, controlled 8 tailed beasts in an instant with just 1 look, making the tailed beast Chakra's battery in his battle with Naruto. In this world, Nagato, who bears both the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Golem at the same time, has a very limited development of the Rinnegan. Because the physique of the Uzumaki clan alone cannot bear the 2 powerful forces of the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Golem at the same time, but all of this has changed dramatically after Obsidian opened the cell research of Madara to Nagato and implanted the Hashirama cells into Nagato. The powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan and the balance of the Rinnegan on the Hashirama cells made Nagato the best fusion effect among all the ninjas transplanted with the Hashirama cells. It can be said that among all the ninjas transplanted with the Hashirama cells, he is the only one who can really surpass the Hashirama in terms of physique and theory. Other ninjas such as Obsidian, Yamato, Jishui, Itachi, Shinichi, etc., who have also transplanted the Hashirama cells, can't compare with him in the fusion and use of the Hashirama cells. And just like Jishui, Itachi, and others who are gradually getting stronger, Nagato's fusion with the Hashirama cells is also continuing. His physique and pupil power are also continuously getting stronger, and the degree of improvement is far better than Jishui, Itachi, and others. It is precisely because of the increasing pupil power that Nagato did not put Chilibai's resistance in his eyes. Because even if he didn't do anything, his pupil power would gradually increase to the point where it could easily crush Chilibai's resistance. At that time, in front of the absolute pupil power of the Eye of Samsara, Chilibai's resistance would undoubtedly be insignificant and powerless. First update, today is Monday, please recommend tickets, please everyone. At this moment, a twisted whirlpool appeared beside Nagato, and then Obsidian walked out of the whirlpool. Glancing at the new 6 paths of pain in front of him, Obsidian asked, "How's the drill?" Nagato's tone was flat, "It's going well." "Going well?" After a pause, Obsidian confirmed, "When can it be used in actual combat?" After pondering for a while, Nagato replied, "If there is no accident, it will take about 1 to 2 months. After all, the opponent is Yama, we can't have any carelessness. In fact, as far as the effect of the drill just now is concerned, the new 6 paths of pain can already be used in actual combat. Because including Chilibai's hungry ghost path, all 5 Jinchuriki can smoothly enter the tailed beast state and put on their own tailed beast chakra coat. Their combat power is far beyond the previous 6 paths of pain, and coupled with their respective Rinnegan abilities, their strength is greatly improved. However, considering that the opponent this time is the most powerful organization in the shinobi world, Yama, so the actual combat standards are naturally different. According to Nagato's idea, he feels that only the new 5-6 paths of pain can be trained to the point where they can be completely liberated and become tailed beasts in their full form. Can they really be used in actual combat? The masked man nodded, 1 to 2 months, right? That's good, so I can arrange it more easily. Nagato asked, "How are the 5 great shinobi villages?" The Obito sneered, what Chunin exam, both Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and Shikinoi's Jinchuriki are participating, but I think it's most likely a trap for us. Nagato asked again, what about the Mizukage? Obsidian replied, he should also be in my. Since he got rid of my Jinjutsu control, he has become extremely careful. The people we placed in the mist can't find his whereabouts at all. Muttering these two words, Nagato's eyes gradually focused. At this moment, Little Nan suddenly asked, is there any news about First Tail? It's been a few years since the Sand Crypsis executed the previous One-Tail's Jinchuriki. One-Tail should be resurrected at any time. Obsidian smiled and said, don't worry. Once the Sand Crypsis's black operation finds the resurrected One-Tail in the desert, I'll be notified immediately. Don't forget, I have spies in all 5 great shinobi villages, even Mai's Naruto is my informant. Listening to Obsidian mention Naruto, Nagato asked, is there any news from the Hyuga clan? Obsidian showed disdain, those idiots of the Hyuga clan are still offering a bounty for the whereabouts of Hyuga Aoki, so they are mostly kept in the dark by Mai and Amatsukami. Hyojin's Naruto is also the product of a compromise between Mai's Naruto clan and Uchiha clan. He has no real power, so it will be difficult to get information about Amatsukami from them. Nagato frowned, what about the Uchiha clan? Obsidian said, I'm already instigating Itachi Uchiha. If it goes well, I might be able to use Itachi Uchiha to control Uchiha Jishui and Shinichi. After a moment of silence, Nagato said, before the final battle, we must confirm the exact location of the 3 Jinchuriki. Obsidian was full of confidence, don't worry, everything is under my control. In the training field of my village. Huff, huff, Sasuke half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Drip, sweat streaked across his cheeks and dripped to the ground. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. 3 days of the 7-day special training had passed, and in these 3 days, no matter how Kakashi guided him, he could not master the essentials of Purple Lightning. At this time, Kakashi handed over a kettle, take a break first. Sasuke pushed the kettle away and said unwillingly, again. Glancing at Sasuke's right arm, which was full of wounds, Kakashi shook his head and said, Sasuke, don't mess around, your body can't bear it anymore, what you need now is rest. Sasuke roared, I can do it. Kakashi sighed, maybe I was too eager, I shouldn't have let you try to practice Purple Lightning so early. Because he accidentally mastered Purple Lightning, Kakashi felt that Sasuke's talent was not below his own, and he also has the 3 Tomo Sharingan, so he should be able to quickly master Purple Lightning like himself. However, after trying for a while, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. Although Sasuke is also good at lightning release ninjutsu, and has the Sharingan, but in the practice of Purple Lightning, he fell into a dilemma from the beginning, or in other words, Sasuke can't find the feeling of practicing Purple Lightning at all, even with Kakashi's teaching, it was the same. Until now, Kakashi realized that he was too hasty. After all, Sasuke is only a 12-year-old boy, although he is quite talented in lightning release, but the sharpening is not enough, he has always been in a state of learning new things, and lacks a detailed understanding. Listening to Kakashi's sigh, Sasuke recalled the disappointed look of his parents and brother these days, and suddenly said angrily, if you can learn Purple Lightning, then I can definitely learn it. After saying that, he didn't listen to Kakashi's dissuasion, and once again released Chidori. Isn't it just a change in the nature of a single lightning chakra? If Kirin can do it, Druid can do it, and Kakashi can do it, then I can do it as well, I am the Uchiha with the Sharingan. Sasuke secretly encouraged himself, and tried to change the nature of a single lightning attribute chakra. Looking at Sasuke who was competing with himself, Kakashi seemed to see himself in the past. At that time, he also knew that using Chidori without the assistance of dynamic vision would be extremely dangerous, but he still rashly used Chidori in actual combat. If not for his teacher 4 generations Naruto's timely rescue, he would have most likely died in the first battle using Chidori in actual combat. Thinking of this, he thought to himself, why is it so easy for me to master Purple Lightning, but it's so difficult for Sasuke? Kakashi would never know that Purple Lightning was actually a secret technique he developed after he lost his Sharingan in the original space and time, so with his cell tissue and without his cell tissue, the difficulty of cultivating Purple Lightning was completely different. Just as Kakashi was thinking, he suddenly noticed that the 3 Magatama on the Sharingan and Sasuke's eye sockets were spinning faster and faster. At the same time, the aura on Sasuke's body was getting colder and colder. Even in broad daylight, it gave Kakashi a chill. The second update is here. I will continue to ask for recommendation votes on Monday. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Something's wrong. How come Sasuke's chakra is getting colder and colder? Because he once possessed a Manjikyu Sharingan, Kakashi's understanding of Sharingan is even deeper than that of many of the Uchiha clansmen. As the saying goes, the eyes are the window of the soul. As the embodiment of the Yin-Yang chakra, which represents the power of the soul, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the pupil that portrays the soul, so from Sasuke's cold eyes, Kakashi is keenly aware that something is wrong with Sasuke. Sasuke. After a little hesitation, Kakashi called out to Sasuke. Sasuke, who was practicing purple lightning, asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" Kakashi said with concern, "Relax, this is just a Chunin exam, and this time the Chunin exam is very special. Even if you lose, it's not a big deal, no one will blame you." Sasuke snorted coldly, "What do you know?" With that, Sasuke no longer paid attention to Kakashi and immersed himself in practicing purple lightning again. Opening his mouth, Kakashi finally chose to remain silent. Because Sasuke's current paranoid appearance is similar to him when he witnessed his father's suicide, so he can understand why Sasuke is unwilling to compromise himself. At this time, Kakashi carefully observed Sasuke, who was in the middle of practicing, and more confirmed that Sasuke's Sharingan's pupil power is rapidly improving. Is this what the second Bame-sama mentioned in the confidential files, that once the Uchiha clansmen are strongly stimulated, their brain will secrete a special chakra to enhance the pupil power of the Sharingan? After becoming an advisor elder and obtaining enough authority under Naruto, Kakashi has read all the information related to Sharingan in the My Archive, which naturally includes the information on the human body research conducted by second Bame-sama Naruto on the Uchiha clan. And in the research records of second Bame-sama, it is clearly mentioned that extreme emotions can stimulate the Uchiha clansman to open the Sharingan, or promote the Uchiha clansman to awaken a higher level of Sharingan. This makes the Uchiha clansmen like flammable and explosives, with great uncertainty. Coupled with the Sharingan's in-release chakra, the Uchiha clan naturally gives people a cold and terrifying feeling, so Madame-sama, who is mixed with his own subjective feelings, arbitrarily identified the Uchiha clan as an inherently evil clan. Kakashi thought, it's just a Chunin exam, why would it give Sasuke such a big stimulation? Maybe I should find an opportunity to ask Jishui about it. Just as Kakashi was talking about Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi were busy planting trees in the Forest of Death. After some bargaining, Hyojin successfully got the project to rebuild the Forest of Death from the Advisor Elder Group, and immediately began the reconstruction of the Forest of Death. In order to cover up, he hired workers to purchase the mature trees around Maya and transplanted them into the Forest of Death. On the other hand, he mobilized the 3 would-release ninjas, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi, to secretly start planting trees in the Forest of Death. After all, the purchase and labor costs of transplanting all the mature trees outside were too expensive. Clatter, with the injection of wood chakra, a small sapling that was only more than a meter tall in front of Shinichi quickly developed, and in just a few breaths, the sapling grew into a big tree that was 1 or 2 stories high. Wood chakra can naturally accelerate the growth of trees, and because it is a growth, it is not like the water release or earth release which uses chakra to mimic the creation of things, so even if the wood chakra is removed, the trees that have been accelerated will only wither a little, but will not dissipate or die. After using wood chakra to complete the growth of a big tree, Shinichi complained, "How long will it take for us to accelerate the growth of trees like this?" Jishui, who was also busy accelerating the growth of trees, said, "Senpai said that we should just treat it as practicing wood release. Don't we usually do the same thing in the practice field?" Itachi, who was on the side, echoed, "Well, after half a day of acceleration, I feel that my control of wood release seems to be a lot more proficient." Even after transplanting the cells of the first generation, wood release is not something that can be used casually. It needs continuous practice and development to improve the ability of wood release. Looking at Jishui and Itachi who were enjoying it, Shinichi was speechless. On the other side of the Forest of Death, The enchantment class that was responsible for rearranging the perception barrier around the Forest of Death was also busy at the moment. Hyojin was personally watching the enchantment class while listening to Gale's report. The replacement and maintenance of the monitoring equipment is already in progress, and the maintenance personnel are supervised by Red Bean and Xian, and according to your instructions, they will never enter the tree planting area without permission. The workers that I am responsible for supervising have also gathered and can start work at any time. After saying that, Gale handed the various progress reports in his hand to Suijin. Hyojin took the reports and glanced through them. In order to ensure that the secret afforestation and false accounting would not be exposed, he replaced all the Black Ops who were in charge of monitoring the Forest of Death's reconstruction with his own shadow guards. After passing the reports back to Gale, Hyojin smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, go ahead and do what you need to do." "Yes." Gale responded and disappeared on the spot. As a member of Hyojin's shadow guards, he had already been branded with Hyojin's brand, so no matter what Hyojin wanted him to do, he had to obey unconditionally, even if the task was a little strange. For example, this time, Hyojin asked him to lead the tree planting workers to pretend that there was no need to transplant trees on a large scale. After sending Gale away, Hyojin recalled the scene where he bargained with the three generations and thought of the three generations' relieved expression at the end, and he could not help but twitch his mouth. With Hyojin's shrewdness, how could he not see that the three generations were suspicious of Itachi because he had agreed too quickly? When Hyojin proposed to contract the reconstruction of the Forest of Death, the three generations were instantly relieved, and their previous suspicions were removed, and they began to bargain with him seriously. Looking at the busy enchantment squad in the distance, Kuroto put his hands behind his back and said with a sigh, "As a Sandaime shinobi, I'm really getting old, to actually have such a misunderstanding about me. Am I a greedy person?" At that moment, the ward team was about to clear a big tree to set up a perception ward. Upon seeing that, Hyojin hurriedly shouted, "What are you guys doing? It's such a big tree, how can you just tear it down like that?" The ward team leader quickly answered, "Naruto-sama, the position of this big tree is right on the node. If we don't clear this big tree, the perception ward's node will be shifted, causing chakra's consumption to increase." "So what if it increases?" "Chakra doesn't cost money, but planting trees does. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The reconstruction of the Forest of Death is being carried out in an orderly manner day by day, and the 10 candidates who entered the third stage of the Chunin exam are also actively preparing for the next stage. Because this Chunin exam is not only related to the personal honor and disgrace of each candidate, but also involves the shinobi village behind each candidate, and even the major countries, so even the most careless Deadale was urged by the three generations Tsuchikage to prepare for the next stage. As a result, the practice field of the 10 candidates has become an important place for people from all walks of life to spy on them in the past few days. The odds of the 10 candidates in the casino are also constantly fluctuating, but the most favored one is still Deadale of the Rock Village, followed by Kirin of the Mist Village, Druid of the Cloud Village, and so on. In a secret practice field, Sasuke, who was sweating like rain, was panting while practicing Purple Lightning. 6 days of special training have passed in the blink of an eye, but Sasuke still hasn't mastered Purple Lightning, but he has no intention of giving up and is still trying. On a big tree outside the practice field, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade stood side by side, watching Sasuke in the practice field from a distance. Looking at Sasuke, who is injured but still gritting his teeth, Tsunade, who has never had a good impression of Uchiha, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "This kid is really not simple." Jiraiya nodded approvingly, "Well, good perseverance." With Sasuke's family power and talent, to be able to work hard to this extent, it is enough to show that Sasuke is really desperate. Tsunade frowned again, "It's just that the aura on his body is a lot colder. I haven't felt this kind of feeling from other Uchiha." Kakashi explained, "This should be due to the enhancement of his Sharingan's pupil power." Tsunade did not continue to dwell on this point. Instead, she carefully observed the injuries on Sasuke's body. She slowly said, "It seems that these are all cell damage caused by overusing the lightning escape chakra. There are also some burns from the lightning strike. It's already a little serious. I suggest that he temporarily stop cultivating and let his body recover a little." Jiraiya said, Kakashi, your decision to let him cultivate purple lightning was really thoughtless. Kakashi nodded. Yes, I was too hasty. With an awkward expression, Tsunade said, Violet lightning is the secret technique of the Kirin of the Mist, and now that the 5 great shinobi villages are at a critical moment in the war against the Akatsuki organization, how do you explain to the Mist that you have mastered violet lightning? Kakashi sighed silently. If it was in the previous era when the shinobi villages were at war with each other, secretly learning the secret techniques of other villages is not only not troublesome but also something to show off. That's how Kakashi got his title of Copy Ninja. But now that the shinobi villages are in the honeymoon period, once the matter of secretly learning secret techniques is exposed, it is bound to cause great trouble. Jiraiya smiled and said indifferently, Kakashi comprehended violet lightning on his own, it's not like he stole the secret technique scroll. Even if the Mizukage hears this, there is nothing to be afraid of. At this time, Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and asked curiously, did you really comprehend violet lightning just by watching the battle between Kirin and Druid? Kakashi shrugged helplessly. That's true. Kuroto also knows that this explanation is too unconvincing, because the difficulty of changing the nature of a single attribute of chakra is only slightly lower than developing a Kekkei Genkai. Looking at the thousands of years of history of the shinobi world, ninjas who can develop Kekkei Genkai are very rare. What an amazing talent. After sighing with emotion, Tsunade went on to say, by the way, there is already some progress on organ regeneration. Although Kakashi has lightened the burden on his body, he has also lost the insight of the Manjikyu Sharingan, so the village has been trying to find ways to make up for this. Although Tsunade is known as the #1 medical ninja in the shinobi world, she obviously can't regenerate Kakashi's left eye like Naruto, who became a 6-path shinobi in the original story, so she has been studying organ regeneration. Recently, she has made a new breakthrough in the research of organ regeneration. According to her estimation, if the Yin seal is released and the Hyakuho technique is fully activated, the yang chakra she has accumulated will definitely be enough to regenerate a left eye for Kakashi, but the eye is too delicate, so she still needs to make some preparations. Great! Kakashi was overjoyed. Tsunade said, don't be happy too early, I can't guarantee success. Kakashi said sincerely, whether you succeed or not, I want to thank you. Jiraiya smiled and said, we're all on the same side, no need to be so polite. In the eyes of the advisory elder group, Kakashi is the best candidate for the 5th Naruto, and now that Hyojin has taken the throne, they still haven't given up on cultivating Kakashi. And Kakashi didn't disappoint their trust. Not only did he master the Flying Thunder God technique that was carried forward by the 4 generations Naruto, but he also inexplicably learned the purple lightning of the Mist Kirin, and his strength has increased to another level. It can be said that Kakashi's current strength is enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of Naruto. Therefore, as long as Kakashi's strength continues to improve, once the time is ripe in the future, the advisory elder group can support Kakashi to the position of the 6th Naruto, so that the position of Naruto will once again return to the hands of the Naruto line that has been inherited by the 4 generations. After all, in the eyes of the advisory elder group, Hyojin, the 5th Naruto, has no foundation at all. The Hyuga clan behind him, and the dispute between the main family and the branch family, can only mobilize the shadow guards, some teachers of the ninja school, and Jishui as a good friend. In addition, there are no powerful subordinates. Such a Naruto, in the opinion of the advisory elder group, as long as they want, they can impeach him at any time. Of course, as long as Kuroto doesn't make any obvious mistakes, they won't easily make a move on a Hokage, because rules are rules, and if he makes a mistake or causes major losses to the village, even with the prestige of Sandaime-sama, he will still be impeached and removed from office. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, suddenly, a strange purple light flashed in the training field in the distance. Looking in the direction of the purple light, the 3 of them found that the source of the purple light was none other than Sasuke in the training field. Success? This change caught Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade off guard. They did not expect the injured and exhausted Sasuke to successfully master the purple lightning, and it only took him 6 days. At this moment, Sasuke, who had mastered the purple lightning, fell headfirst on the training field. Second update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Today is Christmas Eve, I wish everyone a happy Christmas Eve. When he opened his eyes again, Sasuke found himself lying in the hospital ward. Seeing that Sasuke had woken up, Sakura, who was beside the bed, said happily, "Sasuke, you're finally awake." Sasuke looked in the direction of the voice and found that not only Sakura, but even Naruto and Kakashi were also surrounding his bed, looking at him with concern. Without responding to Sakura's concern, Sasuke asked coldly, "How long have I been sleeping?" Sakura replied, "You've been unconscious for the entire afternoon. We were worried sick." "Only the afternoon?" "Fortunately, I didn't miss the exam the day after tomorrow." Relieved, Sasuke immediately propped himself up and tried to sit up from the bed. Sakura quickly went up to support him. "Sasuke, you're covered in injuries now. You'd better rest well." Kakashi also said, "Your body is almost at its limit. Lie down obediently." Forcing himself to sit up, Sasuke looked at Kakashi and said proudly, "Kakashi-sensei, I've mastered purple lightning." Kakashi nodded with a solemn expression, "I know." Naruto, who was at the side, held the back of his head with both hands and muttered in dissatisfaction, "What's purple lightning?" "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you're too biased. I've clearly advanced to the third exam. Why are you only teaching Sasuke and not me?" Kakashi smiled awkwardly. In terms of feelings, Naruto, who was his sensei's orphan, was obviously closer to him. However, the inheritance of a ninja was not only based on distance, but also on compatibility. In Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke, who was talented and also good at thunder release ninjutsu, was undoubtedly more like him. Therefore, teaching Sasuke, who was the same type as him, could achieve twice the result with half the effort. On the contrary, Naruto was a completely different type from him. In addition, Hyugin's previous guidance of Naruto was effective, so he didn't want to rush into it and interfere with Hyugin's guidance of Naruto. After all, everyone's guidance method was different. Sakura punched Naruto. "What nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke is still lying on the bed." Naruto covered his head and ran away. "I'm just saying it casually. Besides, with Sasuke's strength, this little injury is nothing at all." Looking at Naruto and Sakura in the ward, Kakashi smiled and said, "Well, you two go out first. I have something to talk to Sasuke alone." "It's like this again, humph." Naruto only had time to complain before he was dragged out of the ward by Sakura. After Naruto and Sakura left, Sasuke glanced outside the ward and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, did my family know that I fainted today? I went to the ninja school to inform your brother, but because of his busy work, your brother can't find time to come to the hospital for the time being." Kakashi answered while slightly frowning. After sending the unconscious Sasuke to the hospital, he immediately went to inform Itachi, but Itachi didn't seem to care too much after hearing the news and hasn't come to the hospital to see Sasuke until now. Listening to Kakashi's answer, Sasuke disappointedly withdrew his gaze outside the ward, and his face also became gloomy. At this time, Kakashi asked earnestly, "Sasuke, can you tell me why you care so much about this Chunin exam?" Sasuke turned his face and was silent. Staring at Sasuke, Kakashi tentatively said, "Is it because of Amatsukami?" After hearing the words Amatsukami, Sasuke's gaze turned cold, and the black pupils in his eye sockets suddenly turned scarlet. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Kakashi knew that he guessed correctly, so he sighed, "Hey, if your goal is Amatsukami, I advise you to let it go." Sasuke's expression suddenly became grim. "They hurt my father and took away my father's precious Manjikyu Sharingan, how can I let them go?" Kakashi shook his head. "I can understand, but you have to understand that some things can't be forced. As your instructor, I have the obligation to stop you from going down the wrong path." Sasuke hysterically said, "It's not your father who was hurt, how can you understand me?" Kakashi was startled for a moment, then immediately showed a bitter smile. For him who witnessed his father's suicide because of the rumors in the village, he is really qualified to understand Sasuke's words, but he didn't lower himself to Sasuke's level, and slowly said, "Amatsukami is not something you can deal with. Let me tell you this, even the current Naruto of the village can't do anything to Amatsukami, so put down this obsession. What's more, whether or not Dead Ale of Rock Village is Amatsukami's Xidagarba or not, there is still no conclusion." Sasuke reached out to cover his eyes and said coldly, "Whether or not he is Amatsukami's Xidagarba or not, I will use my Sharingan to personally confirm it." Seeing Sasuke's stubbornness, and thinking of the Uchiha clan's slightly abnormal attitude towards Sasuke recently, Kakashi faintly smelled a trace of strangeness, and thought to himself, is it possible that the Uchiha clan is planning something? Is it against Amatsukami? At this time, Sasuke lifted the bed sheet, turned over, and got out of the hospital bed. Kakashi frowned, what are you doing? Taking off the hospital gown, Sasuke changed his clothes and said resolutely, I want to win. And I don't have much time left, so I have to continue training. Kakashi didn't try to persuade him anymore, but put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, since you want to win so much, as your instructor, I can only support you. After saying that, Kakashi instantly activated Flying Thunder God technique and brought Sasuke to a secret training ground far away from my village. Looking around, Sasuke wondered, what is this place? Kakashi explained, this is my secret training ground, far away from the village, no matter what I do, I won't be spied on or disturbed. Sasuke asked, why did you bring me here specifically? Looking up at the dusky sky, Kakashi said in a deep voice, with your current strength, it will be very difficult to defeat Deidale in the third exam. Sasuke said, but I have already mastered Purple Thunder. Although Purple Thunder is faster and more destructive than ordinary lightning release ninjutsu, it is not enough to face an opponent like Deidale. After a pause, Kakashi continued, if you want to defeat Deidale, then you must learn a ninjutsu that is not a ninjutsu. Only by learning this technique can you have some chance of winning. A ninjutsu that is not a ninjutsu? Sasuke paused, and asked with a solemn expression, what ninjutsu is that? Kirin. First update. Asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Kirin. Sasuke was confused, he didn't know why Kakashi suddenly mentioned the Kirin of the Mist Village. Kakashi said, the name of this technique is Kirin. Sasuke frowned, he had a guess in his heart, is this technique also related to the Kirin of the Mist Village? Kakashi gently nodded, you guessed right, just like the previous Purple Lightning, this Kirin technique was also developed by the Kirin of the Mist Village. In the previous battle between Hyojin and the Druid, Kakashi not only understood the Purple Lightning, but also the technique Hyojin used to draw the natural thunder and lightning from the clouds. After that, he asked around and learned the name of this technique from the mouth of the Druid of the Cloud Village, and while guiding Sasuke to practice the Purple Lightning, he didn't stay idle, he has been exploring the Kirin technique. As everyone knows, the Mist Release Ninja is a walking storm. Because Mist Release is one of the Kekkei Genkai that can easily affect the weather, as long as the ninja of Mist Release is willing, they can use Mist Release to create a storm at any time. But when Hyojin and the Druid fought, the two Mist Release ninjas didn't waste their own chakra to directly use Mist Release to create a storm, instead, they used mountain fire, lightning, and other relatively low-consumption methods to subtly change the weather on the battlefield, and finally used the power of nature to create a thunderstorm, and the two Mist Release ninjas cleverly used the guidance of thunder and lightning, and only consumed a certain amount of chakra, and with the help of the natural thunder and lightning, they released a blow that was close to destroying the world. This battle gave Kakashi, who was watching from the sidelines, a huge shock. There was no need to doubt Kakashi's battle wisdom. Therefore, he quickly realized that if he used this technique well, even if he didn't have the Mist Release Kekkei limit, he could still use the Purple Lightning to draw out the lightning in the clouds and use the Kirin, a powerful secret technique that was between ninjutsu and immortal arts. After listening to Kakashi's introduction of the Kirin spell, Sasuke clapped his hands in amazement and said, what a wonderful idea. I didn't expect that Kirin could actually use the spell. That Chilin from the Hidden Mist sect is a true thunder evasion genius. After sighing with emotion, Kakashi continued, and you, who are proficient in both fire and lightning release ninjutsu, are more suitable for the Kirin jutsu than most people. Sasuke suddenly understood, that's right, my fire escape technique can create rain clouds faster and more conveniently. Just like using the spirit summoning jutsu, I can cooperate with Bunta to cast the Toad Oil Flame Bomb. As long as there is enough moisture in the air, it will be easier to create rain clouds. Kakashi continued, not only that, but the thunder release can also restrain Deidale's exploding clay. In the tournament, the battle area is limited. As long as you can use the Kirin spell at the right time, then you will have a chance of winning. Sasuke immediately thought about it and nodded after a moment. The Kirin spell not only has a large area of effect, but it is also extremely fast. Once the connection is completed, it can be completely released in an instant, and ordinary people simply can't avoid it. Coupled with the restraining effect of the thunder release on Dedale's exploding clay, the moment the Kirin spell is released, all of Dedale's exploding clay will be in a state of ineffectiveness. At that time, Dedale will not only be directly attacked by the Kirin spell, but he will also lose all means of counterattack and be at the mercy of others. This way, I can find an opportunity to use Genjutsu to control him and inquire about Amatsukumi's intelligence. As he rehearsed the battle scene in his mind, the corners of Sasuke's mouth rose. Kakashi reminded him again, don't forget that your opponent in the exam isn't just Dedale. Kirin and Druid are also powerful enemies that you can't contend against. If you can grasp the Kirin spell, then you can take the initiative when they use the purple lightning spell to draw the lightning from the rain clouds and catch them unprepared. The smile on Sasuke's face became even wider. I'm really curious. If the Kirin himself sees me using the Kirin spell, what kind of expression would he have? Kakashi said in a deep voice, the premise is that you can learn the Kirin spell in one day. After leaving the hospital, Naruto bid farewell to Sakura and hurriedly rushed to a practice field in the village. Ningxi, who had been waiting for a long time, crossed his arms and sternly asked, why are you only here now? Don't forget that you are Naruto-sama's disciple. How can you slack off at this time? Xiaoli also said, yeah, youth can't be wasted. Naruto scratched his head. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to be lazy. Sasuke was injured while practicing, so I went to the hospital to visit him. Xiaoli asked with concern, is the injury serious? Ningxi raised his eyebrows and also cast a curious gaze. Because he didn't smoothly advance to the third exam, Ningxi was especially concerned about Naruto, who had advanced to the third exam. Sasuke was even more curious when he heard that Sasuke was injured while practicing. After all, ordinary practice wouldn't cause injuries, so he could judge that Sasuke must have been practicing some unique skill. Naruto waved his hand. Don't worry, he's fine. Let's start too. Seeing that Naruto didn't say much, Ningxi didn't ask any more. He just nodded and said, then let's start. Soon, Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian got into position and surrounded Naruto. When Naruto found out that Kakashi was carrying out special training for Sasuke, he found Hyojin and wanted Hyojin to carry out special training for him before the competition. Hyojin pondered for a while and arranged for Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian to carry out targeted physical training for Naruto. This wasn't because Hyojin was lazy, but because after Naruto reconciled with the 9 tails in his body, chakra had reached the level of a normal person's Jinchuri. In other words, what Naruto lacked now was no longer powerful moves or novel ninjutsu, but the careful control of chakra and the sharpening of physical skills. This was because not only could Naruto enter the tailed beast form and put on the tailed beast's coat, he could also activate the immortal mode. The same physical skills could be unleashed 10 times or even 100 times more powerful in his hands than in the hands of others. Therefore, investing energy in physical skills was a guaranteed profit for a ninja with potential like Naruto. In Ningxi's class, Ningxi's soft fist, Xiaoli's iron fist, and Tian's ninja tool throwing covered almost all aspects of physical skills. Therefore, it was undoubtedly the best choice for Hyojin to let the 3 of them train Naruto. On the other hand, Hyojin was practicing the purple lightning and mist release that he had just mastered. He also tried the lightning release chakra mode according to the plan. Here's the second update. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today. After dealing with the reconstruction of the Forest of Death and stimulating Sasuke to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin once again asked Itachi to replace him, and he changed back to the identity of Kirin of the Mist. The successive mastery of Purple Lightning and Mist Release means that the development of his Thunder clone is nearing the end. But this is obviously not the limit of the Thunder clone, because above this, there is still the Thunder Chakra mode waiting for Hyojin to overcome. Because the original standard is not very applicable now. In Hyojin's original plan, as long as he mastered the Kekkei limit of his own attribute, then the clone of that attribute would be considered to have reached the standard of the Kekkei fusion ceremony. However, the Fire Escape clone, Wind Escape clone, and even Earth Escape clone had all far surpassed this standard due to various reasons. The Fire Release Kekkei limit mastered by the Fire clone, in addition to the main fire attribute and the secondary lightning attribute. In fact, it also needs to be mixed with a part of the yin attribute chakra. Therefore, fire release is similar to wood release to a certain extent. It doesn't belong to the pure Kekkei limit. The wind clone has mastered magnet release and bone vein Kekkei limit, coupled with the obvious atavism phenomenon. Its strength is high, surpassing all other clones. In addition to mastering the explosion release Kekkei limit, the earth clone has also mastered the dust release, a rare Kekkei limit in the shinobi world, and its strength is far beyond the original standard. Therefore, mastering only one Kekkei limit can no longer be used as the standard for the development of the clone. After all, in the final Kekkei fusion ceremony, his yin body and the other 6 clones of other attributes need to achieve a perfect balance of yin and yang 5 elements. Only then will there be a chance to finally merge into one and attack the supreme Kekkei net. Therefore, the strength of each clone must be very close. There can be no obvious difference. According to the strength standard of the Fire Escape Avatar, Wind Escape Avatar, and Earth Escape Avatar, Hyojin's Lightning Escape Avatar must master the Purple Lightning and Mist Escape as well as develop the Lightning Escape Chakra mode unique to Cloud Concealment. For this reason, Hyojin did not slack off. For the past 2 days, he had been cultivating in the training ground that Mai had provided for him. As for the Hidden Mist Qilin, who had mastered the Purple Lightning and Mist Escape bloodline, even if it was just ordinary practice, it was still extremely valuable to dig up information, so Mai naturally wouldn't ignore it. The ones in charge of surveillance tonight were none other than Asma and Red. Asma and Red were puzzled as they looked at the flashing lightning in the training field in the distance, as well as the ghost-like Kirin that flickered in and out of the lightning. After a while, Asma asked doubtfully, "What is he doing?" Red shook her head. If Kirin in the distance was practicing ninjutsu, then there should be a normal release of ninjutsu, but there was only flashing lightning in the training field. There was no normal release of lightning release or mist release at all. If it is practicing taijutsu, then this kind of practice is too strange. Schwa, at this moment, a figure fell beside the two of them. Asma and Red turned their heads and found that the person who suddenly appeared was Kakashi, so they asked, "I haven't seen you for a few days, why did you suddenly appear?" Kakashi exchanged a few words with the two of them, then looked at the training field in the distance. His eyes gradually became serious. Red saw this and quickly asked, "Did you see anything?" Neither she nor Asma was very good at lightning release ninjutsu, so it was easy to have errors in judgment. But Kakashi, who was good at lightning release ninjutsu and mastered the purple lightning at a glance, was different. Kakashi gently nodded and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, he is practicing the lightning release stimulation method, which stimulates the cells of the whole body through the lightning release chakra to achieve physical fitness and speed beyond the normal state." But, as he said, Kakashi's brows gradually wrinkled, his voice became smaller and smaller, and finally closed his mouth. Asma urged, "But what?" Kakashi's eyes flashed with doubt for a long time before he said, "Strange, it's too strange." Asma and Red looked at Kakashi in unison, waiting for his explanation. Kakashi immediately explained, "Using lightning release chakra to stimulate the cells of the body is a very risky behavior. Once the stimulation is excessive or out of control, the cell tissues of the body will be seriously damaged, and even a large range of necrosis will occur, life-threatening. So I have been using the local stimulation method, but Kirin not only used the whole body stimulation method, but also obviously overdid it." Asma wondered, "Overdid it?" Kakashi nodded, then pointed to the training field in the distance. "You see, the electric light around his body is a phenomenon caused by excessive lightning release chakra directly exposed to the air, but if it is just to stimulate the cells and enhance physical fitness, there is no need to do this at all. He is simply playing with his life." Asuma and Kurenai are both jonin, and they are experienced and knowledgeable, so they quickly understood what Kakashi meant. In short, under normal circumstances, using the lightning release stimulation method to stimulate the cell tissues, the whole process is completed in the body, and it is not visible on the surface, and there will be no overflow of electric light. And like Kirin in the training field to the point of overflowing electric light, it only shows one thing, that is, Kirin's stimulation of his own cell tissues has far exceeded the normal level, like walking on a tightrope, to the point that even a ninja of Kakashi's level is frightened. What on earth is he doing? In the depths of his heart, Kakashi asked the same question as Asuma and read before. He had planned to communicate with Kirin in private before the third exam. After all, he had not only learned Kirin's purple lightning secret technique, but he had also taught it to Sasuke. But after watching Kirin's training, he immediately threw this to the back of his mind. Because in his opinion, with the strength of a ninja like Mist Release Kekkai Genkai, Kirin would never do useless things, so there must be an ulterior motive for Kirin to practice like this. In the training field, Hyojin stopped and panted. As he abruptly stopped moving like a ghost, his silhouette and the lightning surrounding him seemed to waver in the eyes of the onlookers for a while before they gradually returned to their original positions and converged into one. TSK, he reached the limit so quickly. After a light breath, Hyojin turned his head and glanced at Kakashi and the others who were peeping at him in the distance. Naturally, the existence of Kakashi and the others was discovered by Hyojin, but he did not care. If Kakashi or the village could learn something from him, as Naruto, he would be happy to see it happen. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Retracting his gaze from the distance, Hyojin activated Byakugan and inspected his body. At this time, his chest felt like it was on fire. Many parts of his respiratory tract were damaged. Even a normal breath would cause his heart and lungs to hurt. This undoubtedly meant that his respiratory system, especially his heart and lungs, had reached their limit. If he forced himself to continue, it was very likely that his heart would stop or his lungs would die. In addition, his limbs were also sore and weak. Some of his muscles that were not very strong even had obvious tears. Tisk. Looking at the feedback of his body's condition through Byakugan's vision, Hyojin could not help but spit again. His face darkened. He had expected the difficulty of practicing the lightning release chakra mode from the beginning, but he did not expect it to be this difficult. Even his lightning release clone that had mastered purple lightning and mist release couldn't bear it. It seems that the previous mastery of purple lightning and mist release was too smooth, causing a certain range of deviation in the strength of this lightning release clone. Soon, Hyojin began to reflect on himself. Since he had many experiences in developing bloodline limit and bloodline elimination, he was a true master in terms of changing the nature of chakra. Moreover, this lightning release clone also contained Kakashi's cells, so it had a very high affinity with lightning chakra. That was why he could master purple lightning and mist release so smoothly. However, the lightning release chakra mode was completely different from the purple lightning and mist release chakra mode. Therefore, whether it was Hyojin's rich experience in changing the nature of chakra or Kakashi's excellent cells, they could not help him when practicing the lightning release chakra mode. Moreover, the lightning release chakra mode is different from his Tenseigan chakra mode. The former is rougher and more primitive, so the requirements for the caster's physical fitness are extremely harsh. The latter, because of the gentle nature of the Tenseigan chakra, allows the caster to easily enter the Tenseigan chakra mode as long as they have the Tenseigan chakra technique and master the hand seals. There are no excessive requirements for physical fitness. Therefore, Hyojin is currently stuck in the problem of physical fitness. In fact, this is also a matter of course, because in the shinobi world, the lightning release chakra mode passed down from generation to generation in the cloud village of Laying is stronger than the bloodline limit. In the Cloud Village, mastering Mist Release Kekkai Genkai Chakra Genkai may not even be a laying candidate. Can't even become a laying candidate. But if one has mastered Lightning Release Chakra mode, as long as there is no stain on the body, then the position of laying is basically set in stone. Because compared with the bloodline limit passed down from generation to generation, Lightning Release Chakra mode has more demanding requirements for the ninja. Not every ninja who has mastered Mist Release Kekkai Genkai is a Kage level expert, but as long as one has mastered Lightning Release Chakra mode, then without exception, almost all of them have steadily stepped into the threshold of the Kage level. Therefore, Lightning Release Chakra mode for the Cloud Village is the same as Magnet Release for the Sand Crypsis and Dust Release for the Rock Village. It is not only the embodiment of strength, but also the embodiment of status, so the difficulty of practicing it is naturally extraordinary. After putting away all kinds of divergent thoughts, Hyojin seriously analyzed the current predicament. He was basically familiar with the lightning release stimulation method, so the only thing that stopped him from mastering lightning release chakra mode was the strength of his body. Kakashi and I do not belong to the category of people with extraordinary physique. Therefore, this lightning release clone only inherited our fine control of chakra and our affinity with lightning chakra. In terms of physique, it does not have any outstanding performance. If I want to master lightning release chakra mode, I have to increase the strength of this clone. Not having a strong body was undoubtedly a very widespread problem. If he wanted to solve this problem completely, he might need 10 years or even 20 years of hard work if he could not find the right remedy. However, Hyojin obviously could not wait that long. Therefore, he had to find the right remedy and start from the weakness of this lightning release clone. He had to increase the strength of this lightning release clone with the highest efficiency. Respiratory system, muscle group. Because of the Byakugan inspecting his body, Hyojin quickly identified which parts of the clone were the weakness. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, the Ein seal can effectively recover the damage of the respiratory system and muscle group. If I carry out targeted training, I should be able to train the muscle group easily, but how should I train the respiratory system? Muscles were the easiest to train, but it was a different story when it came to fragile and delicate organs like the respiratory system. Hyojin had a lot of methods to repair organs, such as the Ein seal and the body activation secret technique. However, he could not find a method to train the organs in a short period of time. No wonder there are so many experts in the Cloud Village, but only the Raikage can master the lightning release chakra mode. This is a harsh requirement on the physique. If one is not talented, it would be useless for an ordinary person to use it. While Kuroto was cursing in his mind, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. So, he immediately left the training field and returned to the guest house. He found Xianxia, who was resting in the guest house, and asked, "Where is Zi Luo of Sand Crypsis?" Xianxia was a little curious as to why Hyojin suddenly wanted to find Zi Luo of Sand Crypsis, but she did not ask. She quickly activated Eye of Kagura and replied, "I found her. She is in the 7th training field. Let's go." After calling Xianxia, Hyojin and Zi Luo went to the 7th training field. Just as Hyojin expected, Zi Luo was a ninja who did not relax for even a moment. Although it was already late, Zi Luo was still practicing hard in the training field. In Hyojin's field of vision with the Byakugan, there was a large amount of chakra in Zi Luo's heart and lungs. "Is this 7 days call?" Hyojin muttered to himself. Xianxia, who was on the side, asked curiously, "Sir, why did you bring me here?" Hyojin immediately ordered, "I need the breathing technique that Zi Luo is using now. Record his chakra movement trajectory, breathing rhythm, heartbeat frequency, and other data." Xianxia nodded and focused all his attention on Zi Luo on the training ground. Hyojin's Byakugan could see through all the details of Zi Luo's body, and Xianxin's Rinnegan could record Zi Luo's chakra movement. At the same time, Eye of Kagura could also sense the changes in Zi Luo's chakra. So, with the two of them working together, Zi Luo's 7 days call was gradually revealed in front of him. During dinner, there was an earthquake here. The building was shaking. It scared me to death. Under the dim yellow light, a figure could be seen moving up and down the training field. Compared to when Hyojin was training, the lightning that filled the training field was different. This figure was full of momentum. Every time he raised his hand, every move he made was accompanied by a great power. The air around him seemed to buzz and tremble. Without a doubt, the person training in the training field was none other than the strongest physical technique genius in the history of the Sand Crypsis, Zi Luo. The reason why Zi Luo was said to be the strongest physical technique genius in the Sand Crypsis was not only because of his high attainments in physical techniques, but also because he had developed a secret skill called the 7-day call. In fact, the 7-day call was a breathing technique. It absorbed a large amount of oxygen from the air and then used the body's respiratory system to circulate throughout the body, allowing the body's cells to maintain an extremely high level of oxidation, thus increasing the activity of the cells. This was different from the 8 inner hidden gates, which opened the internal limits of the human body, and the lightning escape stimulation, which used the lightning attribute chakra to stimulate the cells. It was a completely different method. In the second round of the exam, Zi Luo had relied on his self-created 7 days call to fight with Little Li's 8 inner hidden gates. Neither side had been able to determine the victor. It could be seen that at least at the stage of opening the 4th gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the 7-day call, Ziluo's self-created 7-day call was not inferior to the 8 inner hidden gates. As for whether or not the 7-day call could match the 8 inner hidden gates, without actual combat, no one could say for sure. However, according to Hyojin's understanding of the human body, the core of the 7-day call was the respiratory system. Therefore, in theory, its upper limit was lower than the 8 inner hidden gates, which opened the restrictions of the entire body. This was especially true for the 8th gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the death gate. Once it was opened, it would completely burn oneself. This was similar to the 5-card stud on the gambling table. The user would bet everything of their body, such as their body, chakra, and even their will. This would allow their mortal body to temporarily obtain a terrifying power that could injure a god, but the 7-day call technique could not achieve this. According to the principles of the 7-day breathe, as long as the breathing system of the user was damaged, the effect of the 7-day breathe would instantly disappear. Simply put, in terms of digging out the potential of the human body, the 7-day breath that only focused on the respiratory system was unable to compare with the 8 inner hidden gates. In other words, there is no technique in the current shinobi world that is more excellent and thorough in digging out the potential of the human body than the Hashiman Tonku. This is because the Hashiman Tonku is a technique that allows the user to be like a meteor that blossoms for an instant, but even so, the 7 days call was still one of the best among the body technique secret skills. It was a creation worthy of praise. After listening to Xiaoli's introduction of Ziluo, Guy became interested in this genius body technique of the sand crypsis. Therefore, whenever he had free time these days, he would come to observe Ziluo's practice. It's not that he wanted to steal Ziluo's 7-day call. For him, the Hashiman Tonku alone is enough for him to spend a lifetime studying it. He came here to observe Ziluo's practice because he wanted to understand the extent of this genius body technique of the sand crypsis and whether this 7-day call was really as wonderful as Xiaoli described. Whoosh, accompanied by a few sounds of breaking wind, Kakashi, Asma, and Kurenai also arrived at the side of the 7th practice field. Guy asked curiously, "Hey, why are you guys here?" Looking at Ziluo, who was practicing hard in the practice field, Asma asked, "Is this the practice field that the village assigned to Ziluo of the sand crypsis?" Guy was even more puzzled. "If you don't even know this, then why are you here at night?" Kurenai pointed at the 2 figures under the shadow of a big tree in the distance and said softly, "We followed them here." Guy looked over and saw 2 figures under a big tree at the other end of the practice field. However, Guy didn't pay too much attention to them because there were too many people coming and going to spy on Ziluo's practice. However, a secret body technique like the 7-day call was not something that could be mastered with just a few glances. Therefore, many of the spies left after realizing that they couldn't see anything special about Ziluo. Kakashi, who had been silent all this time, was observing Hyojin, who was hiding in the shadow opposite him. At the same time, he was secretly thinking about why Hyojin suddenly came here. On the other side, Hyojin used roll-eye to observe Ziluo's every move in the practice field. He even memorized the rhythm of Ziluo's breathing, heartbeat, and other details. If it was an ordinary person, it would indeed be difficult to derive the 7-day call just by observing Ziluo's practice. But Hyojin is different. First, he has the Byakugan to observe Ziluo's body and the flow of chakra. Second, he is a taijutsu expert who has mastered soft fist, Hashiman Tonku, and other secret techniques. Third, he is the master of the most advanced human cloning technology in the shinobi world. His understanding of the human body structure even surpasses 99% of the medical ninjas. In addition, there is also Xianxia who has the Rinnegan and Hard Eye Kagura. Perhaps because the 3rd exam will officially start the day after tomorrow, Ziluo didn't practice until late tonight. After sweating profusely, he left the practice field. Interesting. Looking at Ziluo's back as he left, Hyojin chuckled. As he expected, the 7-day call, developed by Ziluo, could indeed have the effect of training the respiratory system. Because in the vision of his Byakugan, Ziluo's respiratory system is obviously stronger than ordinary people. He estimated that Ziluo's lung capacity has probably reached the level of 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. After returning to the guest house, Hyojin and Xianxia began to supplement each other's observations. With the 2 of them complementing each other, when Ziluo practiced the 7-day call, the breathing rhythm, the heartbeat rate, the position and speed of chakra flow, and other details were all presented. Soon, the 7-day call was presented in the form of data in Hyojin's mind. There was no doubt that the information he collected was not the full scope of the 7-day call. It wasn't even the beginner's level, but it was enough for him. Because in his eyes, Ziluo's 7-day call had some limitations and drawbacks, so he didn't need to fully accept the 7-day call. All he needed was the train of thought and technique of the 7-day call to train the heart, lungs, and respiratory system. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. With the arrival of the daimyo of the 5 great countries in my village, the third round of the Chunin exam, which indicates that the 5 great shinobi villages are moving from confrontation to cooperation, finally began. Early in the morning, the streets of my village were exceptionally noisy. On the crowded street, people gathered from all directions, like a tide, slowly flocking to the venue in the center of the village that has been renovated several times. Naruto, over here. Over here. In the tide of people coming and going, Junichi stood on his tiptoes and greeted Naruto from a distance. Naruto, who was preparing to rush to the venue, and Sakura struggled through the crowd and finally squeezed to the side of Junichi and the others. Asuma, who was with Shikamaru, Junichi, and Ino, saw only Naruto and Sakura, and asked, "How come it's only the 2 of you, where are Kakashi and Sasuke?" Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke are gone." Sakura also looked worried. "Asuma-sensei, have you seen Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke in the past few days?" "We haven't seen them for a few days." Thinking of Kakashi's mysterious appearance the night before yesterday, Asuma said, "Don't worry, Sasuke must be with Kakashi." Perhaps because he was too fat, Junichi was constantly pushed by the passers-by, so he complained in a low voice, "Why are there so many people on the street today?" Asuma frowned when he heard this. The attendance of the daimyo of the 5 great countries caused nobles from all over the country to flock to watch this unprecedented Chunin exam in the history of the shinobi village. This caused the number of tourists in the village to soar, and the clean and spacious streets that Mai had rebuilt suddenly became crowded. Although the surge in tourists could bring rich economic benefits to Mai, it was also a great test for Mai's security. Therefore, although Asuma knew that there were a lot of Umbu who were secretly protecting Naruto, he still told Naruto and Sakura, "Don't run around, follow me to the venue." Naruto and Sakura, who were about to go to the venue, hurriedly nodded. Under Asuma's lead, the group quickly arrived at the venue and entered the contestants' resting area. At this time, the venue was even livelier than the last time the village held the Naruto election. There was still nearly an hour before the official start of the exam, but the auditorium was already filled to the brim. As far as the eye can see, the venue was almost full of people. At this time, Kurenai, Guy, and Mute, who were also leading their respective teams, also came to the resting area. Seeing only Naruto and Sakura, Kurenai wondered, "Where is Kakashi?" Asuma shook his head, "I don't know, but I have arranged for the Umbu to find him." Guy was a little worried, "He won't be late today, right?" Several shinobi knew that Kakashi has been busy giving special training to Sasuke these days, so they were not very worried about Kakashi's safety, but they were afraid that Kakashi would miss the exam. "Naruto, you must do your best in today's exam." "Yes, let's show the other villages' examinees. Let them know the power of our Mai." While the several shinobi were chatting, on the other side of the resting area, the other students also gathered around Naruto. Listening to the encouragement of his peers, Naruto laughed and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely perform well today." At this time, Ningxi's eyes locked on Hyojin, who was riding the Thunder Release clone in the opposite resting area, and said, "Naruto, be careful of the Kirin of the Mist Village." Naruto looked over and nodded heavily. Shikamaru also looked over and asked, "I heard that the Kirin of the Mist Village is second only to Rock Village Dead Ale in this exam. Is he really that strong?" "Yes." Ningxi and Naruto responded at the same time. In the second exam, both of them suffered a loss in the hands of this Kirin, so they are very clear about his strength. Not long after, the daimyo of the 5 major countries and the kage of the 5 great ninja villages appeared on the stage and entered the VIP stand. With the daimyo of the 5 countries and the kage taking their seats one by one, the last exam of the Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great ninja villages finally officially began. Whoosh! With a burst of wind, Itachi landed in the center of the venue. As the vice principal of the ninja school, he was chosen by the village to be the referee of this exam, so he entered the venue first and read the rules of this exam in public. Because the daimyo and the kage were present and there were so many spectators, everyone naturally didn't want unnecessary casualties in the exam, so it was clearly stated in the rules that the examinees were not allowed to use dangerous ninjutsu that could threaten the venue and the surrounding audience. After reading the rules of the exam, Itachi announced to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, the first match, my Uchiha Sasuke against the Kirin of the Mist Village. In the resting area of the Mist Village, Mizuki smiled and said, Captain, I didn't expect you to be the first to play, and your opponent is Mai's kid, your luck is really good. The corner of Hyojin's mouth under the mask raised, and without any nonsense, he directly used the body flicker technique to appear in the venue. On the other side, in the resting area of Mai, Naruto was taken aback. What, the first match is Sasuke? Sakura also said anxiously, oh no. Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, what should we do? Asuma and other Jonin instructors quickly asked the Umbu next to him, is there any news about Kakashi and Sasuke yet? The Umbu helplessly said, we have searched all the practice fields in the village, but we still haven't found any trace of the acting Sama. We suspect that the acting Sama may not be in the village at all. At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked into the resting area side by side and asked, where is Sasuke, why hasn't he played yet? Asuma quickly replied, Kakashi and Sasuke haven't arrived yet. Jiraiya knew that Kakashi took Sasuke for special training outside the village, so he immediately frowned and said, it's already so late, why haven't they come back yet? Mute leaned in front of Tsunade and asked, what should we do now? Tsunade said, we can only skip Sasuke's match first. Itachi, who received the feedback, was stunned for a moment and immediately announced, due to the personal reasons of candidate Uchiha Sasuke, the first match will be postponed. The second match will be between my Vortex Naruto and Sand Crypsis Zirua. Hyojin, who had already left the arena, was also a little surprised and said, what the hell is Kakashi doing? Don't ruin my plan. If everything went well, this time he had at least 70% confidence in stimulating Sasuke to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, but he did not expect Kakashi and Sasuke to be late. This familiar scene reminded him of Kakashi and Sasuke who were late for the Chunin exam in the original time and space. He couldn't help but wonder if Kakashi was holding back some big move for Sasuke. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Is it my turn to go on? Naruto clenched his fist, looking very confident. Hinata gathered his courage and came to Naruto's side, Naruto, please be careful. Shally hurriedly pushed Hinata away and said seriously, Naruto, Ziluo is a real genius in taijutsu, if you are careless, you will lose to him. Sakura also showed a rare smile to Naruto, don't lose. Facing the concern and expectation of his fellow students, Naruto smiled and said, don't worry everyone, I will not lose the face of the village, don't forget that I will become Naruto's man in the future. After saying that, Naruto jumped down and landed steadily in the venue. Now he has multiple shadow clone technique, Rasengan, tail beast transformation, spirit summoning, sage mode, and many other trump cards. Even among the Jonins, his means are extremely rich. And even if he was restricted by the rules of the competition this time and was unable to use the spirit communication technique and summon the gigantic spirit beast Xianxia, he still had the tail beast transformation as his trump card, as well as the perfect combination of the multiple shadow clone technique and the Rasengan. On this side, Naruto left the stage. On the other side, in the rest area of the Sand Crypsis, Ziluo also greeted Hanbao and Kankuro, then his figure flashed and appeared in the center of the venue. As the two contestants appeared on the stage, the venue immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Affected by the cheers and shouts from the stands, both Naruto and Ziluo were inexplicably nervous and excited. Taking the exam under the eyes of thousands of people is undoubtedly an unprecedented experience for both of them. As the referee, Itachi's shadow clone glanced at the two and immediately announced, the competition begins. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, he activated the teleportation tactic and left the battlefield. At the same time, the four violet flame formation around him rose slowly and isolated the battlefield from the spectator stand. This wasn't because the advisory elder group was making a fuss over a minor issue. After the tragic lesson of the second exam, the advisory elder group knew that many of the 10 candidates who advanced to the third exam were close to the shadow level, and some had even reached the shadow level. Therefore, for this third exam, the advisory elder group did not regard it as an ordinary Chunin exam at all, but directly used the defensive strength of Naruto's election, and activated the 4 violet flame formation throughout the whole process of the exam, so as to prevent the aftermath of the battle from hurting the daimyo and the audience in the stands. The rise of the 4 purple flame formation seemed to separate the arena and the spectator stands into 2 different worlds. Although they could still hear the cheers and chatter from the spectator stands, Naruto and Ziluo only had eyes for each other. Ziluo stretched her limbs and said, "Are you Mai's human pillar?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I heard that you are very strong. I hope your performance today will not disappoint me." Huh. Ziluo slowly got into a stance, and his chest also rose and fell. As he breathed, the airflow around him instantly became dense, and the muscles on his body swelled a lot. Seeing this, Naruto raised his hands and made a seal. "I will defeat you." Bang! In a burst of white smoke, hundreds of Narutos appeared on the field in an instant. First activity, open. Second activity, open. Third activity, open. Looking around at the hundreds of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers, Ziluo's expression did not change. In an instant, he activated the 7 days breathing technique to the third activity. Third activity was the limit he could bear in his current state. If he continued to increase it, it would cause a huge burden on his body, especially his heart, lungs, and respiratory system, causing the time to maintain the 7 days breathing technique to be greatly shortened. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, he would not easily try a deeper level of activity. "I'm going to attack." After a shout, Ziluo's body wrapped in a huge wave of air, like a storm rushing towards the hundreds of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers in the field. Naruto did not have the slightest bit of fear. The shadow doppelgangers formed groups of 2, distancing themselves from each other while condensing Rasengan. In an instant, dazzling Rasengan appeared on the field, and under the control of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers, they rushed towards Ziluo who was wrapped in a wave of air. Rumble! The continuous roars immediately resounded throughout the arena, causing the audience in the stands to be dumbfounded. Most of the audience did not know the background of the 10 candidates in the third round of the exam. Everyone thought it was just a battle between genin, and they did not expect the first battle to cause such a big commotion in Mai's resting area. This guy, Xianxia, who had activated the Byakugan, looked extremely solemn. Although he had heard Xiaoli mention Ziluo of the Sand Crypsis and knew that Ziluo was very powerful, he was still secretly shocked when he saw Ziluo use the 7 days call. This was because Ziluo's current state was exactly the same as Xiaoli who had activated the 8 inner hidden gates. In his field of vision with the Byakugan, at this moment, Ziluo's body cells were highly active, and a large amount of oxygen had accumulated in his chest cavity. At the same time, the overflowing chakra, sweat, and air mixed together to form a dense orange air flow. At first glance, it looked as if he had put on a layer of tail beast chakra coat. Tian pouted and complained, "He's the one who caused us to be eliminated." Xiaoli scratched her head in embarrassment. "Xianxia, I'm sorry." Xianxia didn't blame Tian and Xiaoli. Instead, he said, "I should be the one to apologize, because I took the initiative to leave the team, which caused you to be eliminated." At this time, Guy walked to them and said, "You have to observe this battle carefully." In the rock rest area, Deadale propped his chin with one hand and smiled casually. "I didn't expect Mai's Jinchuriki to use such tactics." Kuroto frowned and said, "A pure body technique ninja is at a disadvantage when encountering this kind of tactics. It seems that this Sand Crypsis will lose to Mai." In the cloud rest area, Dalui leaned against the guardrail. His eyes did not stay on the ongoing competition in the field, but intentionally or unintentionally looked at Hyojin in the mist rest area. For him, compared to this Chunin exam, he is more concerned about the mist Kirin who has the same Kekkei Genkai as him and has mastered the thunder attribute chakra. In the Sand Crypsis rest area, Shoja didn't pay too much attention to the competition in the field, because in her opinion, Ziluo should have no problem dealing with Mai's Jinchuriki. Compared to worrying about Ziluo, she is more worried about her opponent. After observing the other candidates in the rest area, she thought to herself, now only Rock Village's Deadale, Kuroto, Cloud Village's Dalui, Takanen's Fu, and Mist Village's Mizukage have not been assigned opponents. After some consideration, her eyes finally locked on Mizukage in the Mist rest area. Sure enough, this guy is the easiest to deal with. First update, not to mention the candidates in the resting area who had their own thoughts, the battle in the field had gradually reached its climax. Rumble, under the almost blanket attack of Naruto's Rasengan bullets, the flat ground in the field suddenly became full of potholes. Ziluo's movement space was gradually reduced, and he was finally forced into a corner. Fourth activity, activate. Faced with such a predicament, Ziluo had no choice but to increase the activation of his body. Swoosh, in an instant, Ziluo's speed immediately increased by a large margin after activating the fourth activity. He moved at high speed, leaving a long afterimage in the field. Once the speed reached a certain threshold, the number of enemies was no longer a problem. Ziluo, who had activated the fourth activity, had reached this threshold. In this state, his speed and reaction completely crushed Naruto's shadow clones in his normal state. Bang bang bang, as a result, the muffled sound of Naruto's shadow clones exploding could be heard continuously. In the midst of the white smoke of the shadow clones collapsing, the number of Naruto's shadow clones in the field was also rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the resting area, Sakura said anxiously, How could he be so fast? With Sakura's current insight, her eyes could not even catch the figure of Ziluo who had activated the fourth activity. Therefore, in her vision, the field was filled with Ziluo's afterimages and Naruto's shadow clones that were being destroyed one after another. Ningxi's face also sank. Even with his white eye, it was difficult for him to see Ziluo's movements clearly. Xiaoli then said to Kai-sensei, Ziluo's speed now is even faster than during the second exam. Kai nodded, his face full of emotion. It's incredible. This kind of body activation is almost equivalent to the effect of opening the fifth gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Limit. Gate of Limit. After a pause, Xiaoli said, he's really stronger than me. Xiaoli's current limit was opening the fourth gate of hurt. Although he had already begun to try to open the fifth gate of limit, it was obvious that he could not compare to Ziluo, who could already activate the fourth activity and use it in battle. In the stands, the audience also let out a burst of exclamation, because the two people fighting in the field completely subverted their understanding of genin. Coupled with the ear-piercing screeches that resounded from time to time on the stage, and the crackling sounds of the flying rocks hitting the four violet flame formation, the audience was both terrified and excited at the same time. Compared to the ordinary spectator stands, the VIP area was much quieter. The 5 daimyo held their folding fans and chatted leisurely. The topic of their discussion was not limited to the exam before them. On the other side, the 5 shadows were watching the competition seriously. They would even chat a little when they saw something interesting. Seeing that more than half of Naruto's hundreds of shadow doppelgangers were wiped out by Ziluo in just a few breaths, for generations Laying couldn't help but exclaim, even in our Cloud Village, only a few people can reach the speed. For generations of Kazekage smiled proudly, Mr. Laying is overpraising me. 3 generations of Tsuchikage also smiled, and then deliberately asked Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, Naruto, who do you think will win this battle? The other Kages all looked over at this time, waiting for Naruto's answer. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, pondered for a moment and said, Naruto's chances of winning should be higher. For generations of Kazekage snorted lightly, is that so? Afterward, the 5 shadows no longer spoke, all of them looked at the field. At their level, it was meaningless to argue, it was better to wait quietly for the result to be revealed. In the field. After realizing that with his current physical skills, pure shadow doppelgangers could no longer keep Ziluo in check, Naruto did not continue to waste Chakra's multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Instead, while Ziluo was busy clearing out his shadow doppelgangers, he quickly adjusted his mentality and entered the tailed beast form. Whoosh, as the orange red-tailed beast coat appeared, one after another chakra tail came out of Naruto's body, and it only stopped when the 5th tail appeared. At the same time, the remaining shadow doppelgangers of Naruto in the field all disappeared in an instant. As far as the eye could see, in the field full of potholes and smoke, only Ziluo, who was maintaining the state of 7 days' breath, and Naruto, who was in the tailed beast form, were left facing each other. Tailed beast form. For a moment, whether it was the VIP area, the ordinary stands, or the examinees' rest area, everyone exclaimed. The famous people in the VIP area had different expressions, and the audience in the stands exclaimed in horror. Some of the examinees who had not seen Naruto's tailed beast form in the second round of the exam had a solemn expression. Because Naruto dared to transform into a tailed beast in the field, it could only mean one thing, and that was that Naruto had reached a reconciliation with the 9 tails in his body, and he had the qualifications to become a perfect human pillar strength. At this time, Naruto in the field was like a beast, with his forelimbs on the ground and hot air coming out of his mouth. The 5 exposed tails behind him were wagging casually, and his whole body exuded an extremely exaggerated aura. Feeling the surging 9 tails chakra on Naruto's body, Ziluo's expression changed. Is this the power of 9 tails? Ziluo's expression changed as he thought about it. He knew very well that his 4th activity could not deal with the tailed beast form of Naruto in front of him, so he quickened the speed of his breathing, lowered his body, and growled, 5th activity, activate. Boom, with Ziluo as the center, a huge wave of air spread out in all directions, instantly blowing away the smoke and dust that covered the entire field. In the center of the wave of air, Ziluo's muscles seemed to have expanded to the limit, and his skin turned from red to dark purple. In the resting area, Hyojin's eyes turned cold. Just by breathing, this kid can make his body active to this degree. It's really, all of a sudden, Hyojin did not know how to evaluate Ziluo of sand. Cripsis, who had created the 7 days of breathing in a different way. However, according to Hyojin's experience, Ziluo should have reached his limit by now. In his field of vision with the white eye, Ziluo's heart and lungs were all in a congested state. Obviously, a body of flesh and blood could not maintain this state for a long time. In the ordinary stands, Kimimaro, who was sitting in a wheelchair being pushed by Yugo, had a calm expression on his face. He did not fit in with the nervous and excited audience around him. After Tsunade's treatment, he had regained consciousness. Orochimaru also wanted to see if Tsunade could cure Kimimaro's blood secondary disease, so he did not summon them back to the Sound Village in a hurry. As a result, the 3 ninjas who were free also came to the venue to watch the 3rd exam. At this time, Yugo, who was pushing the wheelchair, said, "I didn't expect there to be such a guy in the Sand Cripsis. Do you think he can defeat Maijin Jinchuriki?" Kimimaro and Haku shook their heads at the same time. In the field. Bang, Ziluo, who had finished accumulating power, did not hesitate. He stomped on the ground, and at the same time, his whole body flew towards Naruto like a cannonball. Naruto, who was lying low on the ground, suddenly swung his tail, and the 5 chakra tails quickly grew longer and wrapped around Ziluo, who was rushing towards him. Second update. Boom, Ziluo and the 5 violent 9 tails chakra tails collided with each other with a loud bang. In a split second, the huge impact caused the ground to fly up into the air, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Due to the turbulence, countless gravel flew out and smashed on the 4 purple flame formation that isolated the battlefield from the spectator stands, causing ripples to form on the formation wall. Ah, is it an earthquake? What happened? Looking at the dust-filled venue and feeling the intense tremors under their butts, the audience in the stands were all terrified. Although the 4 purple flame formation blocked the flying gravel, it could not completely isolate the aftermath of the tremors. The huge impact caused by the collision of Ziluo and chakra tails spread along the ground all the way to the stands, shaking the entire arena. Everyone, please don't run around. The stands are very sturdy and there will be no problem. The ninjas in charge of maintaining order in the arena immediately went out and shouted from the stands, trying to calm the panicking audience. At the same time, a large number of Earth Release ninjas rushed to the various pillars of the stands and decisively used their Earth Release ninjutsu to protect the load-bearing pillars. The chaos in the stands did not affect the fierce battle in the arena. Ziluo, who had activated his 5th activity, was blocked by Naruto's 5 9 tails chakra tails. Ziluo immediately launched a fierce attack. The 5 tails, which were more than 10 meters long and as wide as a person, were almost shattered by Ziluo's punch. However, the shattered tails did not dissipate just like that. The orange-red nine-tails chakra tails that scattered in the air quickly condensed again as if they had a mind of their own. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their original terrifying tails. Naruto did not stay idle either. He used the 5 tails as cover and pounced forward to fight Ziluo. It was clearly a one-on-one fight, but with the help of the 5 chakra tails, it actually created an absurd feeling that it was 6 against 1. Although Naruto's physical skills weren't as good as Ziluo's, he wasn't too far behind. Moreover, he had the protection of the tailed beast's coat, so he wasn't afraid of Ziluo's attacks at all. Therefore, his moves were wide open and ever-changing. Sometimes, he would use his chakra's claws, like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. Sometimes, he would use his fists and legs, using the My-Steel Fist. His moves were dazzling and impossible to defend against. On the other hand, because of the special nature of the 7 days call, Ziluo couldn't be like Shaoli, who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates and could freely attack his enemies. This was because he could not allow himself to be injured. Once he was injured, it would be difficult for him to maintain the 7 days call. Therefore, his hands were tied. Against Naruto, who had transformed into a 5-tailed beast, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In the VIP seats. Seeing that the battle was gradually becoming unfavorable to Ziluo, the face of 4 generations of Kazekage became gloomy. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage smiled and said, "Sure enough, Mai is better." The 4 generations of Liang shook his head. A pure taijutsu ninja is indeed a bit difficult to deal with the Jinchuriki. In this regard, the 4 generations of Liang was quite emotional. Because the 3 generations of Liang's physical skills were strong, when subduing the 8-tailed beast, it took a lot of effort, and finally, he was exhausted and fell to the ground. The 4 generations of Mizukage, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but say, 9 tails is really different. The 4 generations of Mizukage himself was a perfect Jinchuriki. The tailed beast form was not dangerous for him, so he often entered the tailed beast form to fight. But after looking at Naruto's tailed beast form, he deeply realized the difference between 9 tails and other tailed beasts. After listening to the 4 generations of Mizukage's words, the other Kages were shocked. Because they suddenly realized that because of the unexpected death of the previous 9 tails as Jinchuriki Vortex Kushina, Mai was absent for more than 10 years. Now, the 9 tails as Jinchuriki has finally returned to Mai's battle order. Moreover, it was a Jinchuriki that could reach an understanding with 9 tails at the age of 12 and retain his consciousness to activate the tailed beast form. Mai has passed the weak period caused by the death of the 4 generations of Naruto and his wife. For a time, this thought flashed in the minds of the Kages. In the field. The more Naruto fought, the smoother and smoother the connection between the moves was getting more and more smooth. Ziluo, who was being suppressed, dodged the sweep of Naruto's 5 chakra giant tails while thinking about countermeasures. He had no experience in dealing with the Jinchuriki, not to mention it was the strongest of all the tailed beasts, 9-tailed. It must be known that in its peak state, 9-tailed could fight 1 against 8 and wrestle with the other 8-tailed beasts. In the original space and time, Jiraiya almost lost his life in order to subdue the rampaging Naruto, who revealed his 4 tails. I can't go on like this. Feeling that Naruto's condition was getting better and better, and even began to gradually adapt to his physical style, Ziluo no longer hesitated and immediately made up his mind to launch the final blow. In addition to Naruto's unusual ability to adapt, what prompted him to make up his mind was his seriously overloaded cardiopulmonary respiratory system. Because if he did not end the battle, he would not be able to maintain the 7-day breath technique. After making up his mind, Ziluo immediately gave up defense and dodging. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched Naruto. Bang! Caught off guard, Naruto was instantly hit and his whole body was sent flying. Got it! Ziluo was overjoyed. Chuck, chuck, chuck. However, at this moment, the 5 chakra giant tails behind Naruto suddenly stabbed the ground and firmly nailed into the soil. Not only did they pull Naruto, who was sent flying, but they also used the counterforce of nailing the ground to swing Naruto back. Seeing Naruto swing back through the chakra giant tails, the joy on Ziluo's face instantly froze. Then, with a surprised look on his face, he was sent flying by Naruto's punch. Ziluo, who was already at his limit, was severely injured. In midair, he deactivated the 7-day breath technique. Like a deflated balloon, he fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing that Ziluo had lost consciousness, Naruto immediately deactivated his tailed beast form and shouted happily in the field, "I won." At this time, there was a burst of cheers in the stands. The four purple flame formation that isolated the battlefield from the stands gradually faded in the deafening cheers. As the main referee, Itachi entered the field and announced, "The winner of this match is Mai's Vortex Naruto." In the resting area of the sand crypsis, Shoju's face was dull. Ziluo lost? She really did not expect that Ziluo would lose to the seemingly unreliable Jinchuriki of Mai. Kankuro's face was bitter. "I really shouldn't have participated in this Chunin exam. It hurts my pride. Today, there will be double the monthly votes. Please support me with your monthly votes. Wait a moment, there will be the fourth update soon." The first match between Naruto and Ziluo completely ignited the atmosphere in the venue. Even though both Naruto and Ziluo had already left, the cheers in the venue were still endless. Clearly, the rare-tailed beast transformation and the 7 days call were a feast for the eyes of the audience. Not long after, as the referee, Itachi announced the matchups for the second test. Rock Village's Deadale vs Takunan's Fu. In the Rock Village's resting area. With Naruto's previous performance, Heitu said with some uneasiness, "Be careful, the opponent is also a Jinchuriki." Deadale acted as if nothing had happened. His figure flashed and he arrived at the venue. At this time, Fu also jumped down from Takunan's resting area. However, she did not land on the ground. Instead, two thin wings extended from her waist and she hovered in the air. Deadale looked up at Fu in the air and the corners of his mouth gradually grinned. "Can you fly?" After saying that, he inserted his hands into the ninja bag at his waist and fiddled with it for a while before throwing it into the air. Bang, 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 amid a series of explosions of white smoke, 7 or 8 clay birds appeared in the venue. Seeing Deadale fiddle with so many clay birds, the ward class monitor panicked and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Quickly activate the 4 purple flame formation." In an instant, the 4 purple flame formation quickly rose up and isolated the battlefield from the stands. In the venue, Deadale jumped onto the largest clay bird and said with a smile, "Today, I'll let you see my art." Fu laughed heartily. "I'm not that easy to deal with." In the blink of an eye, both sides soared into the sky and directly fought in the sky. This change not only stunned the audience in the ordinary stands, but even the daimyo and the 5 kages in the VIP seats, as well as the other candidates in the resting area, looked at each other. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, but because of the sunlight above their heads, other than a few eye technique ninjas, even if they squinted their eyes, they could only see some blurry afterimages in the sky. Rumble, not long after, a series of explosions came from the sky. The explosion above made everyone's hearts jump. Since the 4 purple flame formation wasn't capped, when Deadale and Fu flew up, the formation that separated the battlefield from the stands became useless. As for the famous figures of the 5 nations who were still calm and collected because of the protection of the 4 purple flame formation, they no longer cared about their demeanor. One by one, they covered their heads and scurried away. The vigilant 4 generations of Kazekage asked the 3 generations of Tsuchiya, "Deadale won't act recklessly, right? The great names are all present. How could that be? Kazekage, you worry too much." After letting out a hollow laugh, Inoki flew into the air and closely monitored the battle between Deadale and Fu. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, also looked worried at this moment. The notoriety of the explosive maniac Deadale was well known in the shinobi world. Moreover, the venue was in the middle of the village, and if Deadale did something excessive, the village would suffer great losses. But currently, Mai had very few ninjas with the ability to fly, and the only one that could interfere with a powerhouse like Deadale was 5th generation Naruto himself. But Itachi wasn't a real Hyojin, so he couldn't use the tail beast transformation of the dragon vein to obtain the ability to float. Whoosh, just as everyone was anxious, a whistling sound was heard as Deadale rode his clay bird and landed in the venue. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that Fu had already lost consciousness and was wrapped in the tail of Deadale's clay bird. Deadale jumped down from the clay bird and curled his lips, saying, "Boring." Everyone in the venue heaved a sigh of relief. After this inexplicable second match ended, Itachi's shadow clone, as the referee, entered the venue again and announced, "The third match is between Cloud Village's Druid and Formation Rock Village's Hei-Tu." "Why him?" Hei-Tu's face darkened as he reluctantly jumped down. For her, whether it was Shoju of the Sand Crypsis or Mizukage of the Mist Village, it was better than Druid of the Cloud Village. That was because a top thunder release ninja like her could restrain an earth release ninja like her. Moreover, the opponent was a Kekkei Genkai ninja who had mastered Black Lightning and Mist Release, and she hadn't comprehended her grandfather's Dust Release yet. At the same time, Shoju of the Sand Crypsis and Mizukage of the Mist Village stroked their chests with a bright smile on their faces. Unlike Hei-Tu, who had drawn the worst lot, both of them felt that they had drawn the best lot and were lucky enough to be matched against the weakest candidate in the third match. Soon, the third match began. At the beginning of the battle, Hei-Tu fell into a disadvantage. Whether it was physical techniques, ninjutsu, or tactics, he was suppressed by Druid. However, this was also a matter of course. At this time, Hei-Tu was only 12 or 13 years old, very young, and his strength barely reached the level of a Jonin, while Druid, who was already 18 or 19 years old, was a real laying candidate with strength close to the Kage level. Therefore, at this point in time, Hei-Tu was not Druid's opponent at all. After a few attempts, Hei-Tu also realized this. So before her defense completely collapsed, she took the initiative to admit defeat and ended the match in a hurry. VIP area. Sigh. 3 generations. Tsuchikage sighed faintly. His granddaughter was defeated by a cloud ninja, which made him feel a little embarrassed. For generations Laying smiled and said, "Being able to persist for so long in the hands of Druid, your performance is already very good." 3 generations. Tsuchikage didn't say much. After all, in this Chunin exam, he really relied on his disciple, Deidara. Mai's rest area. Seeing that the second and third matches ended so quickly, Sakura immediately became worried. Why hasn't Sasuke arrived yet? Jiraiya, who was also in the rest area, was also a little anxious. He quickly ordered the Umbu around him, "Go and search again. Be sure to find Kakashi and Sasuke." Yes. The Umbu, who had searched all over my village, had to bite the bullet and agree. In the field. As Druid and Hei-Tu left the field, Itachi's shadow clone appeared again. After the cheers in the stands gradually subsided, he announced, "The fourth match is from Sand Crypsis." Swish. At this moment, a kunai fell from the sky and nailed itself to the center of the venue. Including Itachi, who was reading the next match list, everyone's eyes in the venue instantly focused on the kunai that suddenly fell from the sky. Swish. Then, in full view of the crowd, the figures of Kakashi and Sasuke appeared out of thin air in the venue. "Hey, I finally caught up." Looking around, Kakashi smiled lazily. "The fourth update, during the period of double monthly votes, please support me with your monthly votes. In addition, I will also do my best to update in the next few days. Please rest assured about this, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes. I have to repeat important things 3 times. Please, everyone, the 4th chapter of Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation has been updated. Begging for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update." Kakashi squinted his eyes with a lazy look. Sasuke put one hand on his waist with a cold expression. This pair of master and disciple had their backs to each other. In a way that no one expected, they appeared in the center of the venue and interrupted Itachi, who was announcing the 4th match. The breeze was gentle, and the leaves were fluttering. For a moment, everyone's eyes in the venue focused on Kakashi, who was wearing Naruto's half-sleeved shirt, and Sasuke, who was wearing a shirt with the Uchiha clan emblem. This pair of master and disciple, who were quite good-looking and had an extraordinary temperament, was like a black hole, irresistibly attracting the attention of everyone present. After a short period of shock, the quiet stands once again burst into loud cheers. Obviously, the dazzling appearance of Mai's Naruto representative and the Uchiha clan's genius youth had once again pushed the atmosphere of the entire venue to a new height, in the hidden mist rest area. Is this feigning escape? Listening to the constant cheers in his ears, Hyojin thought to himself. He didn't know whether Kakashi did it on purpose or not, but he actually chose to make such a high-profile appearance, which shocked many people in the venue. And Sasuke, who had a cold expression, also showed an unusual momentum. He and Kakashi had their backs to each other, quite a bit of a king's return posture. On the side, Shuei, who was already ready to go, stopped and joked, so arrogant. Humph, Captain, it seems that you have to teach him the fierceness of the ninja world. Hyojin chuckled. He was really a little curious about what kind of special training Kakashi had given to Sasuke these days. In the My Rest area. Seeing Kakashi and Sasuke's gorgeous appearance, Sakura excitedly grabbed Naruto's shoulder and kept shaking it. Naruto, look, Sasuke is here, he is finally here. Hinata, who was at the side, said nervously, Sakura, hurry, stop. Sakura, who came back to her senses, found that Naruto had been shaken by her to the point that he was foaming at the mouth and was delirious. On the other side. Looking at Kakashi and Sasuke in the field, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. They finally arrived in time. Tsunade asked with a smile, look at them, they seem very confident. In addition to teaching Sasuke Zaiden, did Kakashi also teach Sasuke other ninjutsu? I'm not sure either. After shaking his head, Jiraiya's face was full of expectation. Let's wait and see, Sasuke's potential is higher than we thought. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya with a complicated expression. In other aspects, as a Sannin, she was not inferior to Jiraiya, but in terms of accepting disciples, she was really convinced by Jiraiya, because Jiraiya's disciples were all strong. And Sasuke, who was in front of her, also showed the demeanor of a strong person at a young age. So in her opinion, in terms of accepting disciples, Jiraiya completely crushed her and Orochimaru, who were also Sannin, and was the well-deserved #1 in Mai. In the field. The cold and arrogant Sasuke listened to the cheers around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Soon, he found his father and mother in the stands. Just like before, his father appeared in front of the public in the embarrassing situation of losing his Manjikyu Sharingan under the finger-pointing of others. He knows his father's pride better than anyone, and he knows how much pain his father will suffer from the pointing and gossiping of others, so looking at his father who closed his eyes in the stands with a smile on his face, his heart seemed to be grasped by something, and it was so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. Then, he forced himself to retract his gaze and looked at Itachi, who was the referee in the field. Brother, I'm here. Itachi said flatly, you sign the life and death agreement with me first, and then you can start the competition. Although it is only a Chunin exam, but after all, it is a confrontation between ninjas, and casualties are inevitable, so the process of signing the life and death agreement cannot be skipped. The other candidates have already signed the life and death agreement in advance, so Sasuke, who had just arrived at the venue, must sign the life and death agreement before he can start the competition. Sasuke immediately nodded and followed Itachi to leave the center of the venue and went to the referee area to sign the life and death contract, while Kakashi's figure flashed and went to the rest area of Konoha. After signing the life and death agreement in a room in the referee area, Sasuke just walked out of the room and saw his brother Itachi turning a corner in a hurry. Huh? In Sasuke's impression, his brother has always been calm and has never been so flustered. So, he subconsciously followed, but as soon as he walked to the corner, he heard Jishui's low voice coming from the other end of the corner. It has been investigated, Kirin of the Mist is a member of Amatsukami, and your father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is most likely in his hands. Sasuke suddenly stopped, and the doubt in his eyes was replaced by anger. His heart was beating fast, and he gritted his teeth and said, Kirin. Immediately afterward, Jishui's voice came from the other end of the corner, do we need to tell this matter to Sasuke? His opponent is such a dangerous guy, isn't it better to let him be prepared? Sasuke, who stopped at the corner, pricked up his ears. Itachi's low voice came at this time, no, there is no need to tell him about this level of things. And if he doesn't know about it, with the identity of Amatsukami, they won't make things too difficult for a child. Sasuke, who was eavesdropping from the corner, immediately became gloomy, and thought to himself, it's like this again, my brother always treats me like a child, but I have grown up, and I can already protect my family and Uchiha clan. Infinite resentment filled Sasuke's heart. But he didn't walk out of the corner, and instead crept back, because he knew that once his brother knew that he had eavesdropped on the conversation just now, his brother is likely to ban him from participating in the upcoming match against Kirin. Sensing that Sasuke's chakra gradually disappeared, Jishui and Itachi looked at each other, their faces full of expectation. Walking in the passage leading to the venue, listening to the cheers coming one after another, Sasuke's eyes gradually became solemn, and his face was overflowing with murderous intent, and he made up his mind, "Kirin, just you wait, I will defeat you in front of everyone, and take back my father's Manjikyu Sharingan, and the supreme glory that belongs to our Uchiha clan." Hyojin, who was already in the field, looked at Sasuke, who slowly walked out of the passage with his hands crossed over his chest, and said to himself, "I haven't seen him for a few days, and his temperament has changed so much. TSK, as expected of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra." With Hyojin's sharp eyes, he can naturally see that Sasuke's pupil power has improved more than a little compared to the second exam. The first update is here, and we are begging for monthly votes during the double period. Please support me. Stepping out of the passage, Sasuke walked towards the center of the venue amidst the cheers of the audience. His face was full of indifference, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Even the warm sunlight above his head couldn't dispel the inexplicable cold aura around him. About a dozen meters away from Hyojin, Sasuke stopped. Thinking that the person standing in front of him is a member of Amatsukami, and that his father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is likely to be in the hands of this person, Sasuke couldn't control himself. However, he knows that now is not the time to expose the identity of the other party. He wants to paralyze the opponent, and then take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness to defeat him in one fell swoop, and then take back the Manjikyu Sharingan that belonged to his father. Looking at the flickering eyes of Sasuke and the murderous aura on his face, Hyojin knew that Itachi and Jisue have executed the last step to stimulate Sasuke to open his Sharingan according to his instructions. Therefore, he jokingly said, "Genius of Uchiha, I thought you had already escaped." Sasuke's face sank, but he didn't say anything. He knew that the face under the mask must be full of mockery and disdain at this moment, so he thought to himself, "Laugh at me all you want. Soon I will let you know what the surname Uchiha means, I will let you understand the consequences of humiliating Uchiha." At this time, Itachi flashed into the field and announced, "The fourth match between my Uchiha Sasuke and Kirin of Mist, now the match officially begins." After saying that, Itachi quickly used the body flicker technique and left the field. At the same time, the four purple flame array also quickly rose, isolating the battlefield from the stands. The deafening cheers around him, the eager attention of his parents, and the enemy close at hand, all of this made Sasuke extremely excited. "This is my stage." He clenched his hands that were trembling slightly from excitement, and the black pupils in his eyes instantly turned scarlet like blood. The three megatama in his pupils slowly spun. Hyojin glanced at the pair of Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets and said deliberately, "What a beautiful pair of Sharingan, it would be great if they could become part of my collection." Sasuke smiled coldly, and his hands, which had already calmed down, slowly reached into the ninja bag around his waist. "I will break your mask, step on your face, and then let you admire my Sharingan." Hyojin smiled. "Is that so? Then I'll wait for you to break my mask." Sasuke leaned forward slightly. "You won't have to wait too long." Halfway through his words, he pulled out his hands from the ninja bag and shot a dozen shurikens at Hyojin, swoosh swoosh swoosh, accompanied by the sharp sound of the wind. More than a dozen shurikens whizzed toward Hyojin at an extremely fast speed, and each of them was aimed at the vital parts of Hyojin's body. And Sasuke, who had shot more than a dozen shurikens, did not stop. His figure flickered, and he came to the side of Hyojin, calculated the distance, and then threw out a scroll, reached out and pressed on it, and suddenly took out two specially made giant shurikens from the scroll. The diameter of these two giant shurikens was almost as long as Sasuke's arm. But in the hands of the 12-year-old Sasuke, such a huge giant shuriken was like an arm, and with a delicate angle, it suddenly shot toward Hyojin. Hyojin, who had just easily avoided the previous dozen shurikens, saw Sasuke shoot two more giant shurikens at him. The corner of his mouth twitched, and immediately took out a kunai. He decided not to dodge, and directly used it to block. But when the two giant shurikens were about to hit Hyojin, Sasuke sneered in the distance, and then pulled with both hands. At this time, the audience in the stands was surprised to find that the two giant shurikens shot by Sasuke were connected to a thin steel wire. And through the steel wire, Sasuke activated the mechanism on the two giant shurikens. Kacha, kacha, In an instant, the two giant shurikens disintegrated in the air, turning into countless broken blades. At an extremely close distance, they shot toward Hyojin. Hyojin's expression did not change. He waved the kunai in his hand, and with a clanging sound, he deflected all the broken blades that shot toward him. Immediately, Hyojin smiled and said, "That's all." Sasuke glanced around and grinned, "It's just the beginning." In Mai's rest area. Asuma looked shocked. Sasuke, this kid, both Red and Mute opened their mouths slightly, unable to hide the surprise on their faces. Because overlooking the battlefield from the rest area, it was easy to see that the 2 rounds of ninja attacks launched by Sasuke just now were not only to attack and test the enemy, but also to set up the battlefield. The shurikens and shards that were blocked and dodged seemed to be stuck in the ground in a messy manner, but they were all connected by imperceptibly thin and tough steel wires. These large arrays of shurikens, broken blades, and steel wires divided the entire battlefield into countless small pieces, greatly limiting the movement area of both sides in the battle. Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, wait and see." On the other side, Shikamaru supported his chin with one hand and explained to the other student beside him, "The Kirin of the Mist Village is a rare ninja in the shinobi world, and he has mastered a secret technique called lightning release stimulation technique, which allows him to move at an extremely fast speed." Sasuke made such an arrangement to weaken the opponent's advantage in speed. Sakura and Ino's eyes were filled with countless little stars, looking at the battlefield with admiration, as expected of Sasuke. It's indeed a very clever method. Ningxi also nodded. Sasuke's clever arrangement of the battlefield not only shows Sasuke's extremely high ninja throwing skills, but also reflects Sasuke's powerful calculation ability. Dincy asked puzzledly, "But in this way, Sasuke's own movement is also limited, isn't it?" Naruto laughed. "Dincy, have you forgotten, Sasuke has Sharingan. In the field, limiting your range of movement is only the first step." After a pause, Sasuke said proudly, "In front of pupil Kekii, all other Kekii are not worth mentioning. Don't blame me for being despicable, blame your bad luck for meeting Uchiha." Those specially treated and tough steel wires were extremely hard to detect in the eyes of bystanders, but if someone were to collide with them while moving at high speed, these steel wires would turn into invisible blades that would instantly cut off their limbs. In the eyes of Sasuke, who has 3 Sharingan, these steel wires are clearly visible, so this strategy is not a spur-of-the-moment idea of Sasuke, but specifically designed according to his own advantages to deal with the Kirin of the Mist and the Cloud Druid. Hyojin casually glanced at the steel wire array all over the field, with a playful look on his face. The second update, double the monthly tickets. There are only 2 days left until the new year. Students who still have monthly tickets, please support. Also, there will be an update in the evening. Because of the mask, Sasuke could not see Hyojin's expression at the moment. However, seeing that Hyojin did not stop him from setting up the steel wire array in time, he sneered in his heart. The members of Amatsukami are only SOSO. Perhaps this battle will be easier than I thought. Hyojin casually glanced at the steel wire array around him. Soon, their gazes met. Swoosh, almost at the same time, their figures swayed and disappeared from where they stood. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately after, a series of rapid metal clashing sounds could be heard in the field, accompanied by the sparks produced by the violent metal collision. This is too exaggerated. I can't even see it clearly. This is the level of a genin? Amidst the sharp, ear-piercing collision sounds and the sparks flying everywhere, 2 ghost-like figures shuttled through the field and collided back and forth. Although it was daytime, it gave people a chilling feeling as if they had encountered a ghost in the middle of the night, causing the audience to be at a loss. Unlike the ordinary audience, the ninjas in the stands and the examinees in the various resting areas frowned. Out of many people's expectations, Hyojin did not seem to have the intention to destroy the steel wire array that Sasuke had set up first. Instead, he was happily fighting with Sasuke in the unfavorable environment of the steel wire array. In Mai's resting area, Shally said with a serious expression, "Sasuke's speed has increased again." Naruto nodded repeatedly. Yes, much faster than a few days ago." Guy said, "This is not just speed. His insight, reflexes, and even the coordination of his entire body have improved a lot." This level of improvement was achieved in just a few days. This is unbelievable. Fighting in the steel wire array and fighting on flat ground were two completely different concepts. Not only did Sasuke have to compete with his opponent, but he also had to pay attention to the distribution of the steel wire at all times to prevent himself from accidentally hitting the steel wire. This was a huge test of his physical skills, insight, and mentality. Asuma was puzzled. "Hey, Kakashi, what kind of special training did you arrange for Sasuke these days?" Kakashi smiled. Meanwhile, Ningxi, who no one was paying attention to, clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug deep into his flesh and almost drew blood, but he did not seem to notice. These days, he had taken the opportunity of special training for Naruto to constantly increase his training courses. He followed the example of Naruto, who had extraordinary physical strength and strength. No matter how hard and tiring it was, he would not slack off. Therefore, his palms, arms, legs, and back were almost all covered with scars from training. In order to cover up these scars and not let his companions find out, he had to use bandages to cover up all his limbs. With all his effort, he thought he could shorten the gap between him and Sasuke, even if it was just a little bit. However, at this moment, he was disappointed to find that the gap between him and Sasuke did not shrink. Instead, it was getting bigger. Sasuke's improvement was so fast that he could not adapt to it. In a daze, he remembered his teacher, Hyojin, who advised him not to compare himself with Sasuke and Naruto. His heart was filled with sorrow. On the ordinary stand, Kimimura's calm expression gradually turned serious. He muttered to himself, how did his physical skills suddenly improve so much? Haku, who had also fought with Sasuke before, was also puzzled. Yeah, it has only been 7 days, but he seems to have changed into a different person. Yugo said, perhaps it is because of this that he can attract the attention of Sama. Kimimura sighed, I really want to have a good fight with him. Haku and Yugo looked at each other, and then fell into silence. Yesterday, Tsunade, who is the current #1 medical ninjutsu in the shinobi world, diagnosed Kimimura and confirmed that Kimimura's Kekkai Genkai disease cannot be cured by the current medical ninjutsu. On the other side, Shinichi, who was leaning against the wall with his hands crossed over his chest, looked at the field and said with relief, Sasuke has grown up. Jishui gently nodded, sure enough, as Senpai said, Kakashi-senpai is the most suitable person to guide Sasuke. At this time, Shinichi said with a smile, I don't know if this Kirin can suppress the field. If he is defeated by Sasuke, I'm afraid the boss will be very angry. On the field, the more Sasuke fought, the more shocked he became. He didn't expect that this Kirin in front of him could compete with a Kekkai Genkai shinobi in the steel wire array, and not be at a disadvantage. Damn it, I can't waste time like this. Seeing that the steel wire array didn't have the desired effect, and the opponent didn't even have the intention to destroy the steel wire array, Sasuke immediately changed his tactics, seized a gap, and quickly made hand seals. Hiss! In an instant, the sound of thousands of birds chirping resounded in the field, and at the same time, a dazzling electric light flashed in Sasuke's right palm. At the moment when Chidori was activated, Sasuke's left hand didn't stay idle. He shot out 4 kunai, hitting the shurikens and broken blades nailed to the ground at the 4 corners of the steel wire array. Clang! 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 With the impact of the kunai, the shurikens and broken blades on the 4 corners of the steel wire array were knocked out at the same time, and the entire steel wire array seemed to have a chain reaction. All the steel wires suddenly tightened, and even the shurikens and broken blades nailed to the ground were pulled out from the ground, and the whole net flew up and entangled Hyojin in the array. The 3 Magatama on Sasuke's Sharingan rotated rapidly, and his expression was as usual, as if this change was all within his calculations. Chidori flow. Then, he stretched out his hand and transferred the Chidori on his right hand to the steel wire net. As a result, the entire steel wire net that entangled Hyojin instantly turned into a dazzling electric net. Hyojin didn't panic, he held a kunai in one hand and instantly activated purple lightning, and then waved the kunai that was surrounded by purple lightning to cut the incoming electric net. It was also enhanced by the lightning release chakra, but the kunai that was enhanced by purple lightning was obviously sharper and stronger than the steel wire net that was enhanced by the ordinary lightning release. Just as the electric net was about to come into contact with Hyojin's lingering purple lightning kunai, the corner of Sasuke's mouth raised, and he shouted, "Purple lightning!" In an instant, the electric net that was originally shining with ordinary lightning was also lingering with the demonic purple lightning. In the VIP area. This. For generations Liang stood up from his seat with a whoosh, his face full of disbelief. Not to mention 4 generations Liang, the other Kage, including Itachi who was disguised as Hyojin, were also surprised. None of them expected that the young Sasuke had also mastered purple lightning. Third update. Thank you to DD Lipstick for your second reward, and also to the other students who have rewarded today. Thank you everyone. There are only 2 days left in 2019, and those who still have monthly votes, don't forget to support me. Also, it's a new week, and the leaderboard will be updated, so please have some recommendation votes, everyone. Don't worry, there will be more updates tomorrow. How is this possible? Liang of 4 generations of Liang was unable to master the nature of the thunder attribute chakra, but it was mastered one after another by the descendants of Kirin and Mai, which made it impossible for Liang of 4 generations of Liang to accept it. It must be known that the nature of the thunder attribute chakra is far from being as easy as it seems, otherwise, Liang of 4 generations of Liang, who is proficient in thunder release, wouldn't be unable to master the black lightning of Cloud Village. The face of 3 generations of Tsuchikage also sank. At this moment, he was not sure whether Kirin and Sasuke were able to master the purple lightning because of their talent, or if there is some special technique to master the purple lightning. If it is the latter, then it will be a big problem for the Rock Village. Ordinary thunder release can already restrain earth release. If the purple lightning and black lightning of thunder attribute chakra spread in the shinobi world, then it will be a disaster for the Rock Village, which is dominated by earth release ninjas. The Mizukage of 4 generations of Kazekage, who should be the most concerned about the leakage of the purple lightning, was the calmest. Looking at the indifferent face of the 4 generations of Kazekage, 4 generations of Kazekage couldn't help but think, did the mist and Mai reach a secret agreement in private, and pass the purple lightning to Mai through an exchange? Cloud Village Rest Area. Sammy asked, Daruchi, is what Uchiha Sasuke used really the purple lightning? It shouldn't be a genjutsu, right? Daruchi's face was solemn. No, it is the real purple lightning. She, who was a perceptive ninja on the side, was puzzled. Is the purple lightning so easy to learn? Mist Village Rest Area. Shueiyu shouted, Mai is too despicable, he actually secretly learned leader's purple lightning. This is troublesome, it looks like we can't get the shark muscle back. When Shueiyu, who had a hobby of collecting ninjutsu, saw Sasuke display purple lightning, the first thing she thought of was none other than the shark muscle that Hyojin had bet in the casino. Xianglin wasn't too worried because she had absolute confidence in Hyojin. In Mai's resting area. Asma exclaimed, Isn't this the Kirin's purple lightning? Kakashi, how did Sasuke master purple lightning? Red, Mute, Kai, and the rest all looked at Kakashi, their faces full of surprise. The purple lightning that was first displayed by the Kirin in the mist was undoubtedly a secret skill belonging to the Mist Village, so several instructing jonin were very curious as to why Sasuke knew purple lightning. Kakashi scratched his head and said, Hey, didn't I tell you that I understood purple lightning? Several instructing jonin were all speechless. On the side. Seeing Sasuke suddenly display purple lightning, the other students also exclaimed. Naruto held the back of his head with his hands, his face full of pride. Haha, I already knew this secret a few days ago. When visiting Sasuke in the hospital, Naruto and Sakura heard Sasuke say that he had mastered purple lightning, so they were a little proud in front of their companions. In the field. Rumble, the 2 bolts of purple lightning intertwined with each other and let out a loud roar. At the same time, the purple lightning suddenly soared. It was so dazzling that it even overshadowed the sun overhead, illuminating the faces of the audience in the venue with a purple hue. Under such strong light, even if Sasuke has the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he had no choice but to look away. Did it work? When the strong light flashed, he immediately looked at the opposite Kirin. The attack just now was the result of his in-depth development of the 1,000 birds. The extended 1,000 birds flow coupled with the compound attack of the purple lightning, in addition to the steel wire net that he had meticulously set up to guide the electric current and restrain the enemy, was completely a set of sure-kill tactics. Even Kakashi praised this set of tactics developed by him, saying that once you are hit, it is extremely difficult to escape without mastering space ninjutsu. Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing the opponent's figure. Got it. At the moment when he saw clearly, the corner of Sasuke's mouth opened. The opposite Kirin's whole body was bound by layers of his wire net at the moment. His whole body was emitting green smoke caused by the electric shock, and the robe on his body also had many burn marks. Father, I did it. A burst of ecstasy filled Sasuke's chest in an instant. He seemed to have seen the scene of him using the Sharingan to interrogate Kirin, and the scene of him taking back his father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan from Kirin. But just as Sasuke was about to step forward and use the Genjutsu. Bang bang bang, with a crisp sound, the specially strengthened steel wire wrapped around Hyojin broke one by one. And Hyojin, who easily broke free from the steel wire, said disdainfully, "Fancy. You." Sasuke suddenly turned pale with fright. He did not expect that the opponent would be hit by his killing move just now, as if nothing happened. At this time, Hyojin casually brushed the dust on his body, slowly walked towards Sasuke. Hee, continue, the genius of Uchiha, I haven't played enough. Feeling the strong momentum of Hyojin coming towards him, Sasuke was a little flustered. Damn, how dare you look down on me? After saying that, Sasuke hurriedly made a seal and shouted, "Fire release, Grand Dragon Fire Technique." The huge fire dragon instantly reflected the whole field red, and suddenly rushed towards Hyojin. Boom, then, Sasuke's Grand Dragon Fire Technique hit the four purple flame formation that isolated the battlefield and the stands, making a loud noise. In the smoke, the three Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets moved quickly from side to side, a fine layer of sweat oozing from his forehead. Where is he? Are you looking for me? At this time, a teasing voice came from behind Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke was shocked, subconsciously waved his kunai, turned over and slashed behind him. But just as he swung his arm halfway, it was suddenly grabbed. Then, his other arm was also grabbed forcefully. Almost at the same time, both of his arms were controlled. After being stunned for a moment, Sasuke struggled fiercely, trying to break free from Hyojin's restraint on his hands, but was shocked to find that his opponent's strength was much greater than he had imagined. He could not break free at all for a while. You're courting death. In anger, Sasuke suddenly focused his gaze and looked at Hyojin's eyes. At the same time, the three Sharingan in his eye sockets also rotated rapidly. Bang, however, before his eyes could meet Hyojin's eyes, his clamped arms were suddenly pulled down by Hyojin. As a result, Sasuke, who was leaning down, instantly hit his chin on Hyojin's knee, and was hit by Hyojin's knee strike, causing him to spit out blood and become dizzy. At this time, Hyojin stepped hard on Sasuke's face, leaned close to Sasuke's ear, and lowered his voice to ridicule. You want to take revenge? The first update is here. Double the activity on Monday, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Does he know everything? Listening to Kuroto's disdainful whisper in his ear, Sasuke's brain exploded with a buzzing sound. Because from the other party's words, he was sure that the other party knew that he was the one who knew the identity of Amatsukami. Brother Jishui's information is true. He really is a member of Amatsukami. Father's Manjikyu Sharingan is in his hands. As soon as he thought about it, the fear of being knocked down was instantly replaced by boundless anger. The Sharingan that was originally scarlet like blood also became more and more enchanting, and the three Tomo slowly rotated and spun faster and faster. Hyojin, who was stepping on Sasuke's head, slightly raised the corner of his mouth under the mask. The purple lightning that Sasuke used just now was indeed out of his expectation. Even Sasuke, who had obtained the Rinnegan after the 4 battles in the original world, did not practice the purple lightning. However, considering that Sasuke in the original world had developed the flame release bloodline limit, there was no doubt that Sasuke had the ability to control the nature of chakra. As long as there was someone to guide him, it would not be a problem for him to master the purple lightning. Is it Kakashi? Soon, Hyojin had a guess. At this time, he found that the aura of Sasuke under his feet had become extremely cold, and the Sharingan in his eye sockets was even more bewitching. The endless hatred and Yin attribute chakra intertwined to produce the Sharingan power that almost burst out of his eye sockets. In the resting area of my... How did this happen? Naruto was surprised. The situation that Sasuke had the upper hand was reversed in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but Sasuke was also knocked to the ground, and his head was even stepped on by his opponent. It was extremely embarrassing. On the side, Sakura's eyes were fixed on the scene, and she was so nervous that she could not speak. Not to mention the other students, even the several instructing jonin in the resting area were quite surprised by the sudden reversal of the situation. Mute was puzzled and said, "How could Kirin not be affected by Sasuke's attack just now?" Red nodded and said, "Yes, that kind of attack, even a jonin like us would be seriously injured." Compared to Mute and Red's attention, Dai was concerned about something else. "I don't know why, but I always feel that this Kirin's physical technique gives me a familiar feeling." Asuma furrowed his brows. "This Chielan's physical skills are the cleanest I've ever seen. He doesn't make any unnecessary movements when he attacks, and his attacks are fast and ruthless. I might not even be his match." Seeing that Sasuke was in danger in the field, as the instructor, Kakashi also became nervous, but he seemed to think of something and immediately looked at Itachi in the referee's seat, and then looked at the couple of Uchiha Fuyue, Uchiha Makoto in the ordinary stand, and his expression became solemn. From the end of the second exam, he felt that Sasuke's family seemed to have a subtle attitude towards Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was in danger in the field, and his life was in danger, but whether it was Sasuke's brother in the referee's seat, or Sasuke's parents in the audience, there was no worry on their faces. Instead, there seemed to be an inexplicable and unclear expectation in their concern. What are they looking forward to? In an instant, a huge question flashed through Kakashi's mind. On the ordinary stand, Orochimaru, who had changed his identity and disguised himself as an ordinary tourist, subconsciously stuck out his tongue, and a light flashed in his eyes. At this time, he said in his heart, "Orochimaru-sama, I feel that Uchiha Sasuke's chakra is changing." Orochimaru smiled. He, who occupied the body of the pharmacist pocket, naturally also had the powerful perception of the pharmacist pocket to control the energy of nature, so he also clearly perceived the changes of the chakra in Sasuke's body. On the other side, because of the loss of both eyes, Uchiha Fuyue could not get real-time feedback from the field. He could only try his best to perceive while constantly asking his wife next to him. Mikoto gently patted Fuyue's clenched fist and comforted him, "Believe in Sasuke, he is as good a child as his brother." Fuyue nodded heavily, "Of course, he is my son." In the field, Hyojin, who had been carefully observing Sasuke, found that the three Magatama on the Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets gradually merged together. At first glance, it looked like a dizzying spot in the scarlet eye. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Sasuke, who was stepped on the ground, looked more and more ferocious at this time, and his mouth kept muttering. However, after dozens of seconds, although Sasuke's state was getting worse, the scene that Hyojin wanted to see did not appear. "Still not enough? It seems that I need to work harder." Hyojin had now confirmed that Sasuke's eye power was definitely enough, but in terms of emotional stimulation, it seemed that he still lacked the final critical point. Immediately, his face darkened, and then he increased the strength of his foot, deliberately mocking, "Hey, didn't you just say that you wanted to break my mask and step on my head? Why is it you who is being stepped on the ground now? Looks like you, this so-called genius, is just a trash who only knows how to talk tough." The furious Sasuke's face turned red. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." At this time, Suijin grabbed Sasuke's neck, twisted him up, and then punched him heavily on his stomach, breaking his struggle, and whispered in his ear, "Your useless patriarch father is just like you, he couldn't even keep his Manjikyu Sharingan, and in the end, he still became part of my collection. But don't worry, I won't take your Sharingan, because I'm not interested in trash." Sasuke panted heavily, and his body trembled because of his great anger. At this time, Hyojin twisted Sasuke's head and pointed it at the stands where Fuyue and Mikoto were, and said with a smile, "See, your blind trash father seems to have some unrealistic expectations of you. Hey, what a poor person, he actually pinned his hopes on a trash like you." Sasuke squinted his eyes and struggled to look at his father and mother in the stands. The anticipation on his parents' faces was so dazzling in his eyes at this moment that it made him feel ashamed. He wanted to avert his gaze and avoid his parents' ardent expectations, but Kuroto held his head in a death grip. "Sasuke, don't you admit defeat. At this moment, Naruto suddenly shouted in the field. In an instant, the dizzy black spots on Sasuke's Sharingan quickly became clear, and finally changed into a complex pattern like a six-pointed star. There is only a day and a half left of this month. Students who have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. In addition, there will be an additional update at night. Because he pinched Sasuke from behind, Hyojin did not capture the change in Sasuke's eyes at the first moment. When he was about to continue to provoke Sasuke, a sudden change occurred. Clatter, a purple phantom was instantly projected from Sasuke's body, squeezing his arm that was pinching Sasuke's neck. Susanoo. Hyojin was shocked and quickly retreated. Boom, almost at the moment when Hyojin retreated, Sasuke's purple arm of Susanoo slammed into the ground where Hyojin had just been, making a loud noise. In an instant, the ground of the venue was sunk by Susanoo, gravel splashed everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Hyojin, who narrowly avoided this blow, showed a gratified smile on his face under the mask, and said to himself, "Sasuke, I can only help you to this point." In the smoke and dust, Sasuke, who was shrouded by Susanoo, covered his eyes and murmured, "I have fallen to the point of being worried by that idiot Naruto. I am really embarrassed." After a faint self-mockery, he removed his hands from his eyes. "This feeling, is it the Manjikyu Sharingan?" Immediately, he looked at the stands with his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that emitted a strange brilliance, looked at his parents, father, mother, "I did it." Then, he moved his eyes to the referee's area and looked at Itachi, who was the referee there. "Brother, I finally surpassed you." At this moment, Hyojin was also carefully appreciating Sasuke Susanoo in front of him, appreciating this Manjikyu Uchiha that was almost created by him. As if feeling Hyojin's gaze, Sasuke withdrew his gaze from Itachi, and his eyes gradually became cold as he moved, and finally locked on Hyojin with murderous intent. It seems like I went a little overboard just now." Hyojin's heart skipped a beat. The feeling of being locked on by Sasuke's new Manjikyu Sharingan isn't very good. At this time, Sasuke said coldly, "Kirin, you should have killed me just now, but unfortunately, your conceit made you miss this only chance." Hyojin could only reply with a bitter smile, "Hee," at the VIP area. When they saw Sasuke's eye-catching purple Susanoo suddenly appear in the venue, the big names of the 5 countries exclaimed. The 5 shadows at the side weren't any better. 3 generations of Tsuchikage floated in the air, their faces were full of shock. For generations Lei Ying's mouth was slightly agape, and his face was filled with disbelief. And Itachi, disguised as Hyojin, also changed his previous calmness and suddenly stood up from the chair. The joy on his face was by no means a disguise. Under the excitement of his mood, even the aura on his body was a bit chaotic. If it weren't for everyone's attention being on Sasuke at this time, his transformation technique would have been exposed. For generations of Kazekage said, "I didn't expect that today we would be able to witness the awakening of a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan with our own eyes." On the other side of the VIP area, the elder seats. 3 generations of Naruto looked at the birth of another pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in the village, and his expression was extremely complicated. Xianxia on the side. The emergence of one genius after another in the Uchiha family made her feel very helpless as an elder of Naruto's faction. In Konoha's rest area, Sakura pointed to the purple Susanoo in the field and asked, "What is that?" Naruto replied, "Susanoo." Sakura asked curiously, "How do you know?" "Nine Tails just told me." After a pause, Naruto continued, "Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Sigh, Ningxi's face changed a few times, and finally sighed dejectedly. If he could still compare himself with Sasuke before, then at the moment when Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, this kind of comparison was meaningless. On the other side, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They all knew that Sasuke's talent was extremely high, and he would definitely have great achievements in the future, but no one expected that Sasuke's talent was so high that he actually awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan in the Chunin exam and directly stepped into the Kage level. On the other side, Asuma smacked his lips, How is this possible? Sasuke is less than 13 years old this year." "Another Uchiha Jishue?" Mute said with emotion, as expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan. As Sasuke's mentor, Kakashi seemed to understand something the moment Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and quickly turned his head to look at Sasuke's parents in the ordinary stands. In the ordinary stands, Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, had a serious expression on his face, while Sasuke's mother was crying tears of joy, with 2 lines of tears streaming down her cheeks. Their faces are more happy than surprised. In an instant, Kakashi captured the key information. On the other side of the ordinary stands, Kimimaro said with emotion, "I didn't expect Uchiha Sasuke to have such potential, as expected of a talent chosen by Sama." Yugo said in a daze, "Is this the Susanoo of Uchiha Sharingan? It really gives people a sense of oppression that can shake the soul." Haku nodded in agreement. "Well, if Uchiha Sasuke had this pair of eyes in the second exam, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for us to escape." Kimimaro said lightly, "Haku, even now you should be able to kill him." Haku quickly waved his hand. "How is that possible?" Kimimaro said, "Don't hide it, I know you have already surpassed me. If it was you in the second exam, Uchiha Sasuke would have already died." Orochimaru, who was not far from the 3 shinobi changed his previous calm expression and froze. How can this be? Even when Naruto entered the tail beast transformation and exploded 5 chakra tails, his expression was still calm and indifferent, but when he saw Sasuke awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, he was shocked. Because he knew that Sasuke's father and brother had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Orochimaru had high expectations of Sasuke, but he also didn't expect that Sasuke would awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan today. For a moment, he regretted that he didn't capture Sasuke decisively in the second exam. In the field, the appearance of Susanoo instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the audience in the stands, and their cheers resounded in the field like an avalanche. In the deafening cheers, Sasuke said coldly, "As a reward for helping me awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kirin, I will try my best to leave your corpse intact. Once again, I thank VDE Lipstick classmate for tipping yesterday, as well as the students who tipped today. Thank you everyone. There is only 1 day left of this month. Students who still have monthly tickets, please pay attention. If you don't vote now, it will be a waste. I will also add more chapters tomorrow. I will do my best, please support me." Boom, boom, boom. Sasuke's purple Susanoo was unscrupulously venting his anger in the venue. His huge arms were constantly waving and smashing, making the venue a mess. Potholes were everywhere. Under such a fierce attack, Hyojin kept dodging the fierce attack of Susanoo again and again. "Kirin, where is your arrogance just now? How come you become a bug that only knows how to escape now?" Under Susanoo, Sasuke's expression was ferocious. It seemed that he enjoyed the pleasure of revenge very much. Boom, Hyojin's figure flickered, once again avoiding the hammer blow of Sasuke's Susanoo, and retreated to a corner of the venue against the splashing gravel and the surging air waves. Originally, after stimulating Sasuke to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin could take the initiative to admit defeat. Because he didn't need to fight with Sasuke who had just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, but the trouble was that the Sharkman muscle was still in the casino, and the casino was still waiting for him to collect the white ticket. He couldn't admit defeat. "Hey, if I knew this, I would have attacked harder before." Hyojin had a headache. Fighting with Sasuke who had activated Susanoo in a relatively narrow venue environment and was full of fighting spirit was obviously not a wise choice. So at this moment, he regretted not attacking hard just now. If he had seriously injured Sasuke just now, then even if Sasuke had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, his combat power should have been weakened a lot, and it would be much easier to deal with him. "Run, continue to run. I haven't seen enough of your ugliness." Sasuke slowly approached Hyojin while urging his Susanoo to continue to launch a fierce attack. The powerful Susanoo hit the ground like a giant hammer, not only making the ground of the venue full of potholes, gravel splashing, but also causing the whole venue to shake. In the ordinary stands. Is this still a ninja? This is the power of the gods. Many spectators who came from outside the village to watch the Chunin examine Mai were stunned after seeing the power of the Susanoo for the first time. "This is the power of our Mai Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan, what's there to be surprised about?" "That's right. You're just making a fuss, you haven't even seen Susanoo?" Hee. Listening to the sighs of the foreign tourists around them, the villagers of Mai immediately showed off their superiority, because they had already seen Fuyua's Susanoo in the last election of Naruto. In the resting area of Hidden Fog, Mei Ming anxiously rushed over and asked Shueiyu and Xianglin, "Why hasn't Qilin admitted defeat? Why does he have to fight with Manjikyu Uchiha?" In the eyes of Mei Ming, the elder of Hidden Fog, Qilin was already the strongest rising star in the Hidden Fog village. Such a talent must not be lost in an insignificant Chunin exam. Shuiyu shook her head and said with some empathy, because Captain has a reason not to lose. Mei Ming looked curious, what reason? Shuiyu said with a bitter face, the sharkskin is still in the casino. In the resting area of my. I didn't expect Sasuke Susanoo to be purple. I remember his father's is red, right? It's so beautiful. The group of fellow students chattered, especially Sakura, Ino, and a few other girls who admired Sasuke. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Looking at Sasuke's majestic Susanoo in the field, several Jonin teachers were also quite emotional, a sense of loneliness being surpassed by the new generation quietly spread between their hearts. Unlike the others, Kakashi had a thoughtful expression on his face. What role did Sasuke's family play in awakening his Manjikyu Sharingan this time? Is it a coincidence, or is it deliberately promoted by the Uchiha clan? If it was secretly promoted by the Uchiha clan, doesn't it mean that the Uchiha clan has mastered some kind of method that can effectively stimulate the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan? One question after another surged in Kakashi's heart. Thinking of the emergence of the Manjikyu Uchiha clan in the past 10 years, Kuroto felt more and more that the Uchiha clan may have mastered some kind of secret that can stimulate the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan. And this is undoubtedly a huge impact on the village. If the Uchiha clan can produce 1 or 2 Manjikyu Uchiha in each generation, then it will be very difficult for the Naruto clan to suppress the Uchiha clan and exclude the Uchiha clan from the core of the village's power. Immediately afterward, another question arose in Kakashi's heart: what kind of Manjikyu Sharingan Sasuke Sharingan did he awaken? At the same time, this question also lingered in the hearts of Itachi, Jishui, Shinichi, and even Sasuke's parents. Because the reason why the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Sharingan is so powerful, in addition to being able to awaken Susanoo, there are also a variety of strange and unpredictable Manjikyu Sharingan techniques. Whether it is the awakening of Kamui, the space-time jutsu such as House of Time, or the Manjikyu Genjutsu such as Kotoamatsukami and Tsukuyumi, all of them have a qualitative effect on the improvement of Sasuke's combat power and combat tactics. And awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is to some extent like a lottery draw. Therefore, in the face of what may be the most critical lottery draw in one's life, everyone in the venue who cares about Sasuke and knows about the Manjikyu Sharingan unconsciously became nervous and looked forward to it. In the field, Hyojin, who once again dodged Sasuke's Susanoo attack, was also thinking about this question: is it the same as in the original time and space, or is it a different change? To be fair, in the original time and space, Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan technique Amaterasu and Earth Life were not very powerful. Because these two Manjikyu Sharingan techniques belong to the in-depth development of Amaterasu. However, Amaterasu is indeed an unsolvable existence against ordinary ninjas, and can only be avoided and sealed. But in the face of stronger enemies, the power of Amaterasu is less than enough. At the level of the Rinnegan that can absorb ninjutsu, the black flame of Amaterasu, which can burn anything, is completely reduced to an ordinary ninjutsu, and can be easily dealt with. That was why the most practical kaleidoscope eye technique was actually something like Obito's, Divine Might, or Shinichi's, Temporary House, which was a type of space-time eye technique. The second most practical kaleidoscope eye technique would be Kotoamatsukami, or Tsukuyumi. And as the strongest attack technique of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Amaterasu, in terms of potential, is not as good as the above Manjikyu Sharingan techniques. The first update is here: the last 10 hours, students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. VIP area. Looking at Sasuke Susanoo, who was unscrupulously venting his anger, for generations of Kazekage asked, is it necessary to continue such a battle? Because it was not clear whether Kirin had received any other instructions from Hyojin, Itachi, who was pretending to be Hyojin, did not say anything for a while. Similarly, for generations of Mizukage and Yugura, who knew that Kirin was a member of the organization, did not say anything and just stared silently at the field. The silence of Naruto and the Mizukage surprised the other 3 Kages present. Because whether it is Uchiha Sasuke who has just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, or Kirin who has the mist release Kekkei Genkai and mastered the purple lightning, they are undoubtedly the best among the new generation of Mai and Mist Village. It is reasonable for Naruto and the Mizukage to immediately stop the fierce battle in front of them, which is obviously at risk of losing control. Rock Village Rest Area. Kuroto smiled and said to Deadale with a teasing expression, "Haha, you are doomed. Let's see how you deal with Mai's Manjikyu Uchiha." Deadale, who has always been carefree, also became serious at this time, showing a rare serious expression on his face. Although Sasuke, who mastered the purple lightning, was still a threat to him, it was still within the scope of being easy to deal with, but now that Sasuke has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, the situation is very different. Whether it is the Genjutsu of the Manjikyu Sharingan or the Susanoo that has almost no flaws, both are very troublesome to deal with. Alright, I will let this Uchiha Sasuke pay a little interest for the Homosuke of Amatsukumi's Homosuke. Anyway, they are from the same clan. Soon, Deadale's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. As proud as he is not afraid of a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Cloud Village Rest Area. She shook his head and said, "Chilan's pointless persistence is meaningless." Sammy gently nodded. Yes, even if he admits defeat, no one will blame him. There is no need for him to take the risk of fighting against Kaleidoscope's Uchiha. Under such circumstances, there's no chance of victory at all. Darui also looked regretful. I thought I could compete with Kirin again in the third round of the exam. I didn't expect this to happen. At this time, Sammy asked, Darui, if you meet this Uchiha Sasuke later, do you have a chance of winning? Darui pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It's very difficult, unless it's a life and death battle. Sammy sighed. Then I can only admit defeat. In Mai's resting area. Tsunade looked at Mute with a complicated expression. Facing Tsunade's gaze, Mute looked helpless. Last time, because of the transaction between the village and Amatsukumi's organization, he didn't keep any of the 15 million rebates. He bet all of it on Deadale of the Rock Village. They thought that although the odds were not high, at least they wouldn't lose this time. They didn't expect that Sasuke would awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan in the Chunin exam and instantly enter the Kage level. Is it necessary? Why do you have to target me? Tsunade retracted her gaze, feeling indignant. In the field. Looking at Hyojin constantly dodging his Susanoo attacks, Sasuke grinned and said, I want to see how long you can dodge. Immediately, the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket flashed, and a line of blood tears flowed from his eye socket. Hua, in an instant, a black flame appeared out of thin air in front of Hyojin. Sure enough, it's Amaterasu. Hyojin, who was already prepared, immediately launched the body flicker technique and narrowly avoided the black flame. But the black flame that failed to hit Hyojin did not dissipate, but quickly spread on the ground, and after a while, a large black flame was ignited. Sasuke was secretly taken aback when his well-prepared attack was actually dodged by the other party. But at this time, he didn't care too much, because the brand new power he just obtained made his self-confidence inflate infinitely. In his eyes, Kirin is just a mouse that he can play with. After avoiding the surprise attack of Sasuke's Amaterasu, Hyojin turned his head and glanced at the black flame that began to gradually spread in the field. For him, Amaterasu is actually meaningless, or to be more precise, any technique that doesn't contain Byakugan chakra or immortal technique chakra is ineffective against him. Because he has a giant Tenseigan, he can absorb most techniques that don't contain Byakugan chakra or immortal technique chakra. It's just that in front of everyone, he can't expose this trump card, so if he wants to deal with Sasuke's Amaterasu, he can only choose to dodge or seal it. But to seal Amaterasu, not only must he use a seal scroll, but he also needs to cast hand seals on the spot. If it's cleaning the battlefield after the end of the battle, this is naturally not a problem, but if it's in the middle of a battle, and he needs to take the seal scroll and cast hand seals, it will be very passive, and Sasuke, who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, obviously won't give him this opportunity. At this time, Hyojin observed Sasuke's Susanoo again. At this time, Sasuke's Susanoo is in the form of a skeleton, neither armor, nor equipped with a mission weapon, belongs to the beginner form that saves more pupil power. In this state, Susanoo is not invulnerable. In the original world, the 5th Mizukage Maze Boil release once melted Sasuke's Susanoo form, and the 4th generation's laying in the Thunder release chakra mode can also cause obvious damage to this form of Susanoo. What's more, Danzo even used ordinary wind release ninjutsu in combination with the summoned beast to almost penetrate Sasuke's Susanoo armor. I can't wait for Amaterasu to completely spread to the battlefield, that will be too troublesome. After a pause, Hyojin continued, Sasuke, as an elder, let me give you a free lesson. After making up his mind, Hyojin immediately gathered all the chakra in his body, quickly made hand seals, and shouted, Mist Release, Purple Dragon Technique. Roar! In an instant, a purple thunder dragon nearly 1 meter thick and tens of meters long circled above Hyojin's head, accompanied by a shocking roar, rushed to Sasuke's Susanoo. This? Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously raised his arms in front of him to protect himself. He didn't expect Suijin to be able to use ninjutsu of this scale. Rumble, the huge thunder dragon smashed into Sasuke's Susanoo, and the Susanoo in the skeleton state was knocked back a few meters. It blocked. Sasuke, who retreated a few meters with his own Susanoo, felt a lingering fear. Crack, but at this moment, there was a cracking sound coming from the Susanoo. How is this possible? He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw that on the front ribs of his Susanoo, there were many dazzling cracks. Sizzle. Before he could recover from his shock, the familiar sound of Chidori chirping resounded in his ears, and immediately afterwards, Suijin suddenly flashed in front of his Susanoo with dazzling purple lightning flashing on his right hand. Sasuke was shocked. Chidori. How can you? The second update is here, and there will be more updates in the evening. This is the last 5 hours of this month, it will be a waste if you don't vote now. Hyojin didn't talk nonsense like before, and the Chidori in his hand didn't hesitate and instantly stabbed Sasuke's Susuke. Boom, with a loud noise, the two sides collided fiercely. Kacha. Immediately afterward, a cracking sound resounded, even in the noise of the loud roar and the sharp chirping of the birds. This cracking sound was so clear and so harsh. This? Sasuke's face was full of horror, because he was shocked to find that the other party had actually pierced his Susanoo, and after discovering that his Chidori successfully broke through the defense of Sasuke's Susuke, the corners of Hyojin's mouth under the mask slightly raised. The 1,000 birds that Kakashi had developed was originally a weapon for surprise attacks. In addition, he had also fused purple lightning and mist escape into it, so the power of the 1,000 birds that he was currently using was several times stronger than an ordinary 1,000 birds. At the same time, he chose to attack the area of Susuke, which is the area where he used the mist release ninjutsu without considering the consumption of chakra, so under the influence of various factors, the powerful Susuke was pierced by him. The thrust didn't stop. Accompanied by the cracking sound, Hyojin took the right hand of the assault as the lead, and his whole body abruptly pierced the front ribs of Sasuke's Susuke and burst into the interior of the Susuke. Under the panic, Sasuke also subconsciously controlled the broken Susuke to shrink layer by layer to resist Hyojin's assault. In an instant, the purple Chidori reflected in Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan was getting closer and closer, and the familiar sound of the birds in his ears was like a death knell for Sasuke. How could I, who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, lose? In an instant, anger and unwillingness surged in Sasuke's heart. However, at this time, he could not make any response, because Hyojin's attack was as fast as lightning, and he missed the opportunity to dodge because of his blind confidence in his Susuke's defense. But just as Hyojin's Chidori was about to touch the tip of Sasuke's nose, Hyojin's attack stopped. Hyojin's face froze. This was not him deliberately, but Sasuke's subconscious shrinking of the Susuke's defense layer by layer finally had an effect. The impact of his attack was consumed little by little in Sasuke's Susuke's defense layer by layer, and finally, when he was about to succeed, Sasuke's Susuke stopped it. At this time, Hyojin's right hand was shining with purple lightning, and the tip of Sasuke's nose was only a few centimeters away. Both sides could even clearly feel each other's breath, but it was this insignificant few centimeters, but in the middle, there was a thin layer of Susuke, making it impossible for Hyojin to take another step forward. Humph. After a light sigh, Hyojin immediately swayed and decisively retreated. Hyojin's understanding of Susuke is far above Sasuke, who has just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, so he knows very well that if he can't break through the defense of Susuke in one go and hurt Sasuke inside, then before Sasuke's pupil power is exhausted, Susuke can constantly repair itself. Using ninjutsu to fight against Susuke, it's really a bit difficult. As he retreated, Hyojin secretly sighed. I'm going to tear you apart. After a moment of sluggishness, the panic on Sasuke's face was immediately replaced by boundless shame and anger, and he roared hysterically. He thought that after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, he would be able to win, but he never thought that a moment of carelessness would almost cause the other party to succeed again, not to mention that it was under the watchful eyes of his parents and brother. Such humiliation instantly made him lose his mind. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he did not hesitate to use his pupil power to activate Susuk's Sharingan, Roar. In the shocking roar of Susuk's Sharingan, Susuk, which had shrunk into a ball, rapidly expanded, not only returning to the original huge skeleton form, but the change continued. The huge Susuk was quickly covered with a layer of armor, covering the skeletal bones inside, and a bow appeared in his left hand, and an arrow appeared in his right hand. Not only that, as 2 lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes, black flames shot out from Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan and floated towards Hyojin, in the Mai's rest area. Seeing that Sasuke had completely lost control of his emotions, Kakashi's expression turned cold. He immediately disappeared from where he was and went to the referee's area. After arriving in front of Itachi, who was the referee of this match, Kakashi hurriedly urged, "Itachi, stop this match." Itachi asked, "Why?" Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who was squandering the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power in the field, and said anxiously, "You may not understand, but the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan is very precious. Jishui, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, should be very clear about this, so we can't let Sasuke squander his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power on an insignificant Chunin exam. Because he once possessed a Manjikyu Sharingan, coupled with the fact that he has read a lot of confidential information about Sharingan in the village, Kakashi is very clear that the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan is not infinite." Feeling Kakashi's anxiety, Itachi said gratefully, "Thank you for your reminder, senpai." Seeing that Itachi just thanked him but didn't take any action, Kakashi was puzzled. "Then what are you waiting for? Go and stop the match." Itachi didn't pay any attention to Kakashi. Instead, he looked at the field and thought, "I finally understand why Kirin wants to continue the match. This must have been arranged by senpai. The purpose is to let Sasuke experience this lesson, let him understand the value of the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and let him learn to use the Manjikyu Sharingan more cautiously in the future." For Itachi, who was ready to let Sasuke fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from the very beginning, Sasuke's squandering of the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan is not an irreversible mistake. If Sasuke can learn a lesson from this battle, then it will be a good thing for Sasuke, who is easily arrogant. In the ordinary stands. "Do you understand? This is all senpai's arrangement." Jishui said to Shinichi with a serious expression, exactly the same words that Itachi had just thought. In the field, Hyojin, who was forced into a dead end by Amaterasu, couldn't help but curse, "Damn, I just want to win some money, why is it so troublesome?" The third update is to wish everyone a happy new year. Looking back at 2019, it was everyone's company and support that allowed this novel to stumble to where it is today. Every subscription, every tip, every monthly vote, and every recommendation vote is a silent encouragement to me. As a novelist, I am grateful for all of this. Here, I wish all of you a happy and joyful new year. Finally, as usual, I would like to ask for support, asking for subscriptions, asking for monthly votes, asking for recommendation votes. For those students who have spare energy, I would like to ask for tips. The additional chapters for the next few days are for the monthly votes. Not counting the 3 chapters that I owe before, I will make up for the 3 chapters that I owe within this month. Everyone, please rest assured about this. The world of Naruto in the eyes of reincarnation wishes everyone a happy new year 2020, currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Under Sasuke's unrestrained squandering, the black flames of Amaterasu soon covered more than half of the venue. The characteristic of Amaterasu that can burn anything was vividly reflected at this moment. In this venue where there was almost no combustible material, the black flames burned more and more fiercely. The soil on the ground, the gravel, and even the 4 purple flame array that isolated the venue from the stands became the targets of the black flames. At first glance, the entire venue looked like a huge furnace, but the black flames of Amaterasu were burning in the furnace. The heat waves generated by the burning continued to rise, and in just a few minutes, the temperature of the entire venue soared all the way to more than 10 degrees. the audience in the stands wiped the sweat off their faces as they watched the fierce battle in the venue with trepidation. For a moment, even they themselves could not tell whether the sweat on their bodies was caused by the soaring temperature in the venue or the nervousness of witnessing the battle in front of them. The entire venue became strangely quiet at this time. There were no more enthusiastic cheers and shouts from the stands, including the VIP area and the rest area. Regardless of their status, strength, or status, all the audience held their breath, watching the final outcome of this fierce battle between Genin and Genin. In the field, Hyojin's activity area was gradually being compressed by the black flames of Amaterasu. Although he kept cursing in his heart, there was not much worry on his face under the mask. At this time, he once again avoided the black flames, slightly raised his head and glanced at the sky without anyone noticing. The four purple flame array that isolated the venue at this moment was like a big chimney, forcing the heat generated by the black flames of Amaterasu to rise in a straight line. This caused a large amount of heat to surge up straight into the clouds, causing the originally clear sky to change. Although this subtle movement of Hyojin did not leave any traces, it still could not escape the insight of Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, so Sasuke also looked up at the changing sky above his head, and immediately showed a trace of a sneer. The sneer on Sasuke's face was immediately noticed by Hyojin. However, Hyojin didn't seem to notice it. He was still playing the game of cat and mouse, being chased by Sasuke Susanoo and Amaterasu. He seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. "You have no secrets under my Manjikyu Sharingan, die." After shouting, Sasuke's eyes once again shed tears of blood. Under the urging of his pupil power, his purple Susanoo immediately assumed the posture of drawing an arrow. At the same time, the black flame of Amaterasu also attached to the arrow as if it had a mind of its own. Seeing this, Hyojin's eyes turned cold, earth-life. This ability to control Amaterasu's form was undoubtedly Sasuke's original kaleidoscope pupil technique earth-life from the original timeline. "Do you hate me that much?" Hyojin smiled bitterly. Obviously, as the pupil of soul portrayal, the huge hatred made Sasuke awaken the same kaleidoscope pupil art as in the original universe. The only difference is that in the original universe, Sasuke wanted to destroy Danzo and Mai, but in this universe, the target of his revenge was Hyojin and Amatsukami. Without waiting for Hyojin to think, the arrow shot by Sasuke's Susanoo hit him at lightning speed. So fast. Hyojin was taken aback, and immediately launched the thunder release stimulation technique to try to avoid Sasuke's attack. Swish, in the whistling sound of the wind, he narrowly avoided the arrow shot by Sasuke's Susanoo, and a large part of his left sleeve was scratched. However, although he avoided the arrow, he couldn't avoid the black flame of Amaterasu attached to the arrow. The black flame of Amaterasu that could burn anything spread along the sleeve of his left sleeve, and quickly burned his left arm. Sasuke, who was under the Susanoo, immediately grinned. It was as if he could already see Suijin kneeling and begging for mercy under the scorching heat of the Amaterasu. However, to everyone's surprise, Hyojin, who was hit, was very calm. He immediately concentrated all the chakra in his body on his left arm, forming a thick layer of chakra visible to the naked eye. Then, he quickly cut the large amount of chakra, so that the chakra and the black flame of Amaterasu on his left arm fell to the ground, completely separated from his body. The whole process was smooth, as if it wasn't the first time he did it. Seeing this, the smug expression on Sasuke's face instantly froze, and he felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. In fact, the technique that Hyojin used to deal with Amaterasu was not his original. In the original space and time, Naruto had used this method to break away from the code of chakra to deal with Sasuke's Amaterasu. Although Hyojin looked relaxed on the surface, in fact, he had used at least a third of the chakra in his body just now. Therefore, ordinary people shouldn't play around like this. Of course, using chakra was better than the 4 generations laying in the original space and time, who had been hit by Amaterasu and cut off his own arm. Kaboom! At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The audience in the stands only then realized that a large mass of dark clouds had covered their heads. In the referee's seat, Kakashi looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, "Fortunately, Sasuke has mastered Kirin." Itachi, on the other hand, was staring intently at the arena. He was shocked by the way Kirin had dealt with Tensho. In the arena, Sasuke also looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and said with a cold expression, "So, you really want to use this trick to deal with me? But you have miscalculated. When the lightning falls, it will be the time of your death." With the help of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke can easily calculate when the lightning contained in the dark clouds in the sky will reach its peak. Therefore, he has already planned in his mind that he will use the Kirin to attract the lightning in the cloud before Kuroto can attract the lightning, so that Kuroto can have a good taste of the power of the Kirin. And because he thought that he had mastered Hyojin's tactics, Sasuke inevitably relaxed. But just when many people, including Sasuke, thought that Hyojin was going to use the dark clouds in the sky, the opportunity that Hyojin had been waiting for finally appeared. Sasuke suddenly covered his eyes without warning and groaned in pain. The Susanoo that enveloped Sasuke also quickly faded at this moment. From holding a bow and an arrow and wearing an armor, it instantly reverted to the form of a skeleton, and then even the form of a skeleton was somewhat difficult to maintain. The skeleton phantom dissipated little by little and finally turned into a massive purple chakra that barely enveloped Sasuke. Almost in an instant, Kuroto didn't care about the dark clouds above his head at all, and directly pierced through Sasuke's Susanoo with Chidori, which had almost collapsed, and pierced into Sasuke's non-vital right chest. "I'm shocked to hear that there will be a double event from New Year's Day to the 7th, I'm shocked. I beg for everyone's monthly tickets." "You?" Sasuke was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Hyojin pulled out the arm that pierced Sasuke's chest and dissipated the flashing lightning in his palm. "Kid, you still have a lot to learn." Thump, at the moment when Hyojin pulled out his arm, Sasuke, who was bleeding from his chest, knelt down and stared at Hyojin for a while. Then, he fell to the ground with his head on Hyojin's body and fainted. Hyojin slowly raised his hand to show everyone that he had won. At this moment, the huge venue was silent, and only the sound of the Amaterasu that was constantly spreading and burning could be heard. Needless to say, this sudden change in the venue shocked everyone, even Itachi, Shisue, Shinichi, and Sasuke's parents were no exception. In the stands, Uchiha and Mikoto stood up with worry in their eyes. Fuyue, who had his eyes closed, suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Sit down." But Fuyue shook his head and said with disappointment, "This kid is too careless. How can he squander his ocular powers like this? It's good for him to suffer a loss." Sasuke's wantonly squandering of the ocular powers made Fuyue, who knew how precious the kaleidoscope ocular powers were. Mikoto hesitantly sat back and said, "I don't know if it's serious or not." Fuyue sighed and said, "When can he be as worry-free as his brother?" In the Mai's resting area, Naruto shouted, "Sasuke!" Sakura was shocked. She couldn't believe that Sasuke, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, would lose in such a sudden and inexplicable manner. Ningxi was puzzled and said, How could he lose?" Guy, who was Ningxi's instructor, couldn't answer Ningxi's doubts at this moment because what happened just now was too sudden. Tsunade didn't know whether to be happy or worried, so she ordered Mute, "Quick, bring the medical class to have a look." And the fastest one was undoubtedly Sasuke's teacher, Jiraiya. He almost jumped into the arena the moment the 4 purple flame array fell and rushed to the injured and unconscious Sasuke. Soon, the venue was filled with people coming and going, and it was chaotic. The first to enter the arena were the medical class and the sealing class. The medical class immediately rushed to Sasuke's side and used medical ninjutsu to treat the seriously injured and unconscious Sasuke, while the sealing class carefully sealed the black flames of Amaterasu that spread all over the arena. Then, the enchantment class also entered the arena and repaired the 4 purple flame array with a bitter face. In the battle just now, the enchantment class tried their best to maintain the 4 purple flame array to barely prevent Sasuke's Amaterasu from spreading to the surrounding audience, but after this battle, the 4 purple flame array was basically scrapped, and all the sealing techniques needed to be urgently repaired before it can be used again. Looking at the busy crowd around him, Suijin, who was standing in the middle of the field, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was able to instantly reverse the situation of the battle and defeat Sasuke, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. It was not by luck, but by relying on his understanding of the Manjikyu Sharingan and Susanoo. It can be said that in the current shinobi world, the one with the most experience in using Susanoo is none other than Hyojin. Therefore, he is very clear that the pupillary power of the Manjikyu Sharingan is extremely unstable, and once the user consumes more than the body can bear, Susanoo will quickly collapse. This point was clearly reflected in the battle between Sasuke and Danzo, and the battle between Itachi and Sasuke in the original story. Only after transplanting the Hashirama cells, or fusing with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, can the pupillary power gradually stabilize, and Susanoo can be truly used with ease. Because of this, Hyojin understood this more than any other Uchiha, so when he was forced into a desperate situation by Sasuke's Amaterasu, he was still calm and unhurried. Because he was sure that with Sasuke's unscrupulous squandering of the pupillary power, it won't take long for Sasuke's body to be unable to bear the burden. The fact was indeed as Hyojin expected, but Sasuke persisted much longer than he expected, and this is probably due to the chakra of Indra contained in Sasuke's body. But what really caused Sasuke to reveal a flaw was that he thought he had guessed Hyojin's tactics, and he thought he had already won, which caused his will for revenge that has been supporting him to relax. This flaw should have only appeared for an instant, and if he hadn't met Hyojin who has been waiting for this flaw, Sasuke would have been able to quickly suppress the discomfort of the Manjikyu Sharingan and adjust his state. It's a pity that his opponent is Hyojin who knows more about the Manjikyu Sharingan and Susanoo than him. Sasuke's strength is actually not bad, and there are so many experts in the venue who dare to say that they can win against Sasuke. In particular, the weapon of Sasuke's Susanoo is a bow and arrow, and its speed is very fast. Even with the speed of Hyojin's lightning release clone, he can only barely dodge. If it was against an ordinary ninja, most of the battle would be over with one arrow. Another advantage of the bow and arrow is that it will be very advantageous for Sasuke to deal with aerial enemies. In addition, Sasuke's own speed is also extremely fast, so even if he faces Dead Ale who has mastered the dust release, Sasuke has a high chance of winning. Therefore, Sasuke's biggest problem is his easily inflated personality. After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan in the original timeline, Kuroda went up against Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki, and was immediately beaten to a pulp, almost dying in the hands of Kurabi. After confirming that Sasuke has been treated in time, Hyojin took a step forward and slowly walked in the direction of the Mist Village's rest area. His expression was calm, and his pace was calm, as if he didn't care about the fact that he had just defeated a Manjikyu Uchiha. Looking at Hyojin calmly leaving the field, Jiraiya and Kakashi, who were beside Sasuke, looked at each other solemnly. In the Rock Village's rest area, Heitu muttered to himself, Kirin actually won. Dead Ale narrowed his eyes and looked a little playful. This Kirin must have fought with a certain Manjikyu Uchiha before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so skilled. Heitu was a little puzzled. Why are you so sure? Dead Ale said, because I have fought with Amatsukumi's Balrog, and I know this feeling. In the Cloud Village's rest area, the blonde Sammy was dumbfounded. How could this be? Manjikyu Uchiha was defeated in a one-on-one? Dead Ale pondered for a moment, as if he was deducing the battle just now, and immediately shook his head. Kirin is stronger than me. I didn't prepare for today, so there are only 2 updates. I will continue to update tomorrow. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Now is the double monthly ticket period, so please support me. Pitter-patter. While everyone was busy repairing the enchantment and leveling the field, the rain clouds that had been gathering in the sky for a long time finally couldn't hold the rain, and with a burst of lightning flashes, it started to rain. The hazy curtain of rain quickly enveloped the entire venue. Not long after, the medical class, the sealing class, and the enchantment class left the venue one after another, and the 5th round of the Chunin exam officially began. The 5th round of the exam is between Mizukage of the Mist and Shoju of the Sand Crypsis. Because of the rain, Mizukage, who is proficient in water release ninjutsu, has the advantage, and after a game, he finally defeated Shoju with the secret technique of the Demon Lantern clan. This is actually a confrontation far beyond the level of Genin. The application of various water release ninjutsu and wind release ninjutsu is dazzling. It's just that because of the wonderful battle between the Manjikyu Sharingan Susanoo, which is almost like a mythical story, this battle couldn't arouse the enthusiasm of the audience in the stands at all, and it ended in a mediocre response. After the 5th round, it was already noon. As the referee, Itachi announced a halftime break, and the final competition will be held in the afternoon. After all, after the first round of fierce battles, the candidates are a little tired, and the venue also needs further maintenance. My hospital. After a comprehensive examination of Sasuke's body, Tsunade said to Fuyue, Mikoto, Itachi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and other Sasuke's family and teachers, "Don't worry, he's fine." That Kirin had a sense of propriety. The wound looked serious, but in fact, it didn't touch any vital parts. Looking at Sasuke lying unconscious on the hospital bed, Mikoto was a little worried, but why is Sasuke still in a coma? At his age, awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is already a great burden on his body, coupled with his emotions being too agitated. His physical consumption is huge, and he is seriously injured. His mind and body are extremely weak, so staying in a coma is not a bad thing. Tsunade explained to Sasuke's mother very seriously. Tugging at Mikoto, Fuyue stood up and bowed to Tsunade. "Sasuke, please." Tsunade nodded, then looked at Sasuke on the sickbed with a complicated expression. From today onwards, she can no longer treat Sasuke as a teenager who has just walked out of the ninja school, but as a strong Kage. Compared to Sasuke's family members who heaved a sigh of relief, Jiraiya and Kakashi still had grave expressions on their faces. After retreating to the side, Jiraiya said, "It's incredible that Kirin was able to defeat Sasuke, who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. In our intelligence, there is no such strong person in the Mist Village." Kakashi gently nodded. The identity of this Kirin of the Mist Village is indeed questionable. Kirin's use of tactics is so subtle that even he, the deputy Naruto of the Mai Shinobi, can feel it, and this kind of strong person who can see through people's minds is obviously not an unknown genin of the Mist Village. Jiraiya continued to analyze. Kirin's final blow not only did not hurt Sasuke's vital points, but also succeeded in severely injuring Sasuke. In such a disadvantageous situation, even you and I may not be able to maintain such a precise grasp. This shows that the attack was not launched in a hurry, but Kirin had already planned it. Kakashi frowned, reviewed the previous battle in his mind again, and said in a confident tone, "This is definitely not the first time that Kirin fought with the Manjikyu Sharingan. From the beginning to the end, he has been controlling Sasuke's physical state, calmly waiting for Sasuke to reveal a momentary flaw because he could not bear the burden of the Manjikyu Sharingan." Kirin. Jiraiya suddenly asked, "Which members of Amatsukami are still lacking in chakra attribute?" Yama should represent Yin release, River Lord represents water release, Fire Demon represents fire release, Wind Chime represents wind release, and Xidagarba represents earth release. Among the 7 attributes of Yin-Yang and 5 elements, we still lack thunder release and yang release. As Kakashi was speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold as he realized something. Jiraiya said, "Kirin, thunder release, mask, these factors added together, don't you think it's a coincidence?" Well, what a coincidence. Kakashi's mind had been focused on Sasuke's sudden awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, so he didn't think much about it before. Now that Jiraiya reminded him, he suddenly felt that there were too many coincidences in this matter. At this time, the 2 consulting elders, the 3 generations and Xianxia Chun also arrived at the hospital. Seeing Jiraiya and Kakashi, the 3 generations directly asked, "How is Sasuke?" Jiraiya replied, "He's fine now, but he may need to rest for a few days to recover." The 3 generations nodded, and immediately said with a solemn face, "There's something wrong with the Kirin of the Mist Village. The intelligence team just reported to me that their informants in the Mist Village have never heard of this person." Xuanxiao Chun also said, "I've already asked Suchikage, Lei Ying, and Kazakage. They didn't find any information about Kirin, just like us. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air." Jiraiya mentioned his speculation to the 3 generations and Xuanxiao Chun. The 3 generations were not surprised at all, as if they had already thought of this possibility. They told Kakashi, "Go and remind Kuroto to ask about the Mizukage, and by the way, check the Mizukage's condition." Kakashi was shocked. "Are you worried that the Mizukage is being manipulated?" Jiraiya quickly said, "Blue of the Mist Village has been guarding the Mizukage. That guy has a Byakugan. If the Mizukage is being manipulated by Jinjutsu, it's impossible for him not to discover it. And when we entered the village, we also checked the status of the Mizukage and his accompanying guards, and there was no abnormality." The 3 generations explained, "It's just in case. After all, Kuroto is a member of the Hyuga clan. His use of the Byakugan is certainly better than that of Blue, so it's necessary to let him check the status of the Mizukage." Tsunade came over at this time and asked, "What are you talking about?" Jiraiya relayed the conversation to Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head, that's impossible. When I entered the village, I personally checked the status of the Kages. There is no abnormality in the Mizukage chakra, unless it's Jishui's Kotoama Tsukumi that can permanently tamper with the will. But Mei and Blue are almost inseparable from the Mizukage. It's impossible for all three of them to be affected by Jishui's Kotoama Tsukumi. Kotoama Tsukumi, after pondering for a while, the three generations shook his head and denied the speculation. If Uchiha secretly used Kotoama Tsukumi to control the Mizukage, then the last coup must have involved the Mist Village. But it turned out that Uchiha had nothing to do with the Mist Village. Moreover, if Jishui was really such a schemer, it would be much more effective to use Kotoama Tsukumi on the upper echelons of the Mai than to use Kotoama Tsukumi on the Mizukage. The first update is here, double the monthly votes. While the advisory elder group was discussing and analyzing the identity of Kirin, on the other side, Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi, the three kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan, also gathered together. Sasuke lost so miserably, it's really, halfway through, Shinichi opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't think of a word that could accurately describe his current mood at the moment. An Uchiha who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan was defeated by an ordinary Kekkei Genkai ninja. One must know that during the election of the 5th Naruto, even Kakashi who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique failed to defeat Fuyue. In the face of Shinichi's emotion, Itachi looked helpless. All of his plans revolve around how to stimulate Sasuke to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. As for teaching Sasuke how to use the Manjikyu Sharingan, he didn't even think about it. After all, Manjikyu Sharingan is not something that can be awakened just because you want to. Jishui waved her hand and stopped the topic. Although Sasuke's performance is not satisfactory, at least he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. It's not easy to achieve this. Shinichi curled his lips and said, it's just that this time he lost a lot of face. With that kid's personality, he may not be able to bear it. Jishui turned to Itachi and asked, when are you going to tell Sasuke everything? Itachi pondered for a moment and said, let's wait for a while and see what instructions Senpai has. Jishui nodded and said, that's right, this matter should be decided by Senpai. Revealing the truth to Sasuke is not only a private matter of the Uchiha clan, but also involves Amatsukami, the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and many other things, so Jishui also feels that Hyojin should decide how to deal with it. At this time, Shinichi suddenly said, don't you feel that Kirin's fighting style is somewhat similar to the boss's? Itachi said, it's very similar to Senior Yan's style. If I'm not wrong, Qilin should have been recruited by Senior Yan, just like me back then. Jishui agreed, Kirin has obviously been in contact with Susanoo. In the organization, apart from us, only Yama can activate Susanoo. Itachi added, but this time, Kirin's defeat of Sasuke was too high profile. I'm afraid the village has been watching him. Jishui said, you can use brother Sasuke's identity to contact him and ask him what arrangements he has. Our police force will cooperate with you. Itachi nodded, then glanced at Sasuke's ward. Orochimaru is in the village, and he has already targeted Sasuke. Jishui patted Itachi's shoulder, don't worry, Shinichi and I are here. Sasuke is very safe. Itachi no longer delayed and immediately left the hospital and rushed to the mist-hidden rest area of the venue. Seeing Itachi, the patriarch of Uchiha, suddenly coming to the door, Shueiyue thought that the Uchiha clan came to find trouble with Hyojin. She said nervously, hey, before the competition, everyone signed the life and death contract. Itachi smiled and said, you misunderstood. I'm here to thank Kirin for showing mercy to Sasuke in the end. Shueiyue was stunned for a moment and said, didn't everyone say that Uchiha is arrogant and domineering? This Uchiha patriarch doesn't seem to be as difficult to deal with as the rumors say. Hyojin waved his hand at this time and drove Shueiyue and Xianglin out. After the two chatted privately for a while, Itachi didn't stay any longer and immediately left. After all, his identity is very sensitive. If it weren't for the excuse of thanking him, he wouldn't have been able to meet with the candidates in private. After sending Itachi away, Hyojin moved his body in the rest area. Just now, Itachi not only told him that Sasuke in the hospital is safe and sound, but also informed him that the village has been investigating his identity through various channels. But Hyojin doesn't care, the identity of Kirin has no past, and he doesn't have to worry about being investigated. Even if the village really finds some clues, he will just publicly announce that Kirin is a member of Amatsukami and that Amatsukami has a cooperation with the Mist. This time, he used the identity of a Mist ninja to participate in the Chunin exam. Anyway, the village has no way to find Amatsukami to verify anything. There is only one thing that Hyojin really cares about now, that is, to explore the Thunder Release Chakra mode as soon as possible and complete the development of this Thunder Release clone. Fighting with strong enemies is really the best way to improve the compatibility between the soul and the body. In the process of moving his body, Hyojin secretly sighed. In the battle with Sasuke, Kuroto gained a lot. Not only did he test the power of various ninjutsu after the fusion of Purple Lightning and Mist Release, but he also improved the compatibility between the soul and the Thunder Release clone. Kuroto believes that Sasuke also gained a lot from this battle. Because high-intensity battles that are close to life and death are the best training for a ninja, and this kind of battle is often only encountered a few times in a lifetime. The reason is very simple: people who often wander on the edge of the blade often don't live long. Acting like a strong enemy like Hyojin, simulating a life and death battle, but not really killing, is an extremely precious gift for any ninja. It is precisely because of this consideration that before Itachi left, Hyojin also asked Itachi to arrange him and Naruto together in the second round of the battle in the afternoon. Both Naruto and Sasuke have excellent combat talents. Now that one has reached a preliminary reconciliation with the nine tails in his body, and the other has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, their strength has made a qualitative leap. The only thing they lack is the experience of fighting against strong opponents. After the midday break, the venue became lively again. At this time, the dark clouds have dissipated, revealing a clear sky. The ground in the venue has also been leveled by the Earth Release ninjas. Except for the slightly damp air, everything has returned to the same appearance before the match in the morning. Because there are only 5 contestants left, there will be a bye in the second round. After drawing lots, Mizukage won the bye, Rock Village's Deadale drew Cloud Village's Druid, and Hyojin also drew Naruto with the help of Itachi. The first match of the second round is a contest between Deadale and Druid. Although both sides have the strength of a Kage, because of the battle between Hyojin and Sasuke in the morning, whether it is the 3 generations Tsuchikage or the 4 generations Liang, they are worried that their successors will have an accident in the competition, so they set up many restrictions for both Deadale and Druid. Even so, the two of them still gave the audience an extremely wonderful battle. Druid showed the characteristics of lightning release to restrain earth release in all aspects, but Deadale's advantage in flying was too obvious, and his use of the explosive clay was even more superb, so after a fierce battle, Druid chose to admit defeat in the midst of the explosion. The third chapter is still being written, it may be later. Rest assured, even if I lose my hair, I will write it. I only ask for everyone's monthly votes to support it. Following the departure of Deadale and Darui, Hyojin didn't wait for Itachi to announce the lineup. His figure flashed and arrived at the venue that was still filled with smoke. He pointed at Naruto, who was in Mai's resting area. The meaning of provocation was self-evident. Damn it! Naruto suddenly clenched his fists. Minxie, who was on the side, put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. He did it on purpose. Don't let anger get to your head. Okay. Naruto calmed his mind. Shikamaru walked over and said, "This Kirin's taijutsu and ninjutsu aren't inferior to Sasuke's. He's a first-class master in terms of understanding the battle situation and the human heart. So, remember, don't be affected by him. Don't let him lead you by the nose. Play to your own advantage." Sakura also walked over. "Naruto, you must take revenge for Sasuke." Naruto nodded heavily. Hinata gathered his courage and whispered, "Naruto, be careful." Okay. After responding, Naruto no longer hesitated and jumped into the arena. As both sides entered the arena, the 4 purple flame formation that separated the arena from the stand slowly rose. Taking advantage of the time that the 4 purple flame formation was slowly rising, Hyojin twisted his neck. "You seem to be more resistant to beatings than that kid from the Uchiha family. Don't talk about Sasuke like that." With just one sentence, Hyojin provoked Naruto to the point that he was full of anger. Under the mask, Hyojin frowned and thought, "Smelly brat, your emotional control is so bad. While thinking, Hyojin secretly used the breathing technique he had developed using Ziluo's 7 days breathing technique as a reference. In the battle with Sasuke just now, it was because of the help of the lightning escape stimulation technique and this breathing technique that he was able to endure Sasuke's relentless attacks until Sasuke revealed an opening. As he inhaled and exhaled, more and more oxygen gathered in Hyojin's lungs. He felt his body instantly become much lighter. His heart, lungs, and other internal organs also became stronger. At this moment, the 4-violet flame formation had completely risen, isolating the battlefield from the spectator stands. Almost at the same time, Naruto quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Multiple shadows!" Bam bam bam, amidst the white smoke, hundreds of Naruto rushed out and pounced on Hyojin. Trying to use shadow clone technique to exhaust my stamina? That's a smart choice. But you might be mistaken about one thing. In front of me, numbers mean nothing. The corner of Hyojin's mouth curled up. Then, he swayed his body and charged forward, although he was surrounded by hundreds of shadow clones. As soon as Hyojin made his move, he immediately displayed the power of a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. He almost killed one of Naruto's shadow clones with one move, in Mai's resting area. Ningxi was shocked. Xiaoli was also dumbfounded. In their field of vision, they could only see Kuroto flashing around wantonly, and as he moved, the sound of shadow clones exploding could be heard all along the way. Guy shook his head and said, "Naruto and Kirin's physical skills are too different. I'm afraid it will be difficult to use shadow clones to exhaust him." The strength of the shadow clones was linked to the strength of the original body. If the physical skills of the original body were too different from the enemy, then it would be useless no matter how many shadow clones there were. Kakashi, who rushed back from my hospital, stared intently at the field, and a question arose in his heart: why didn't he use ninjutsu to deal with Naruto's shadow clones? Kakashi knew very well that Kirin had mastered a variety of thunder-release ninjutsu, even his Chidori. Therefore, in the face of this situation, using ninjutsu to quickly wipe out Naruto's shadow clones, find out Naruto's real body, and then attack fiercely should be the most time-saving tactic. He shouldn't be entangled with Naruto's shadow clones like this. In the rock-hidden rest area. While paying attention to the battle, Heitu said to Deadale, who was resting with his eyes closed, with his arms crossed, "Come and take a look, the winner among them should be your final opponent." Deadale didn't move and said lazily, "Without Uchiha's kaleidoscope, the next match is boring." Heitu asked curiously, "Why? Do you think you will win this time?" Deidara shrugged. "Isn't it obvious?" In the field. Hyojin, who didn't use any ninjutsu, swept nearly 100 Naruto's shadow clones in a moment with his physical skills alone. Seeing that his shadow clones were getting fewer and fewer, Naruto's main body, who was hiding among them, quickly used multiple shadow clone technique to replenish the number of shadow clones. If having more people is useful, then why would I practice taijutsu? After chuckling, Hyojin fully launched the lightning release stimulation technique and breathing technique. With so many shadow clones of Naruto as live targets, he could take advantage of this rare opportunity to attack the lightning release chakra mode again. Whoosh! In an instant, Hyojin, who was already extremely fast, once again soared. His every movement even produced a sharp whistling sound like when Ziluo activated fifth activity. At the same time, his body also flashed with inconspicuous electric arcs. Not enough. Not enough. Although his body faintly felt a little unbearable, Hyojin didn't stop and continued to increase the stimulation of the lightning release stimulation technique. Bang, bang, bang. Under Hyojin's almost extreme state, in just a few short breaths, Naruto's shadow clones were smashed into pieces. The speed at which he used multiple shadow clone technique to replenish the shadow clones could not even keep up with the speed at which Hyojin cleared the shadow clones. Is his taijutsu too strong, or is mine too weak? Seeing that the shadow clones he created were not as fast as his opponent, Naruto was horrified. At this moment, he realized the pressure that Sasuke had faced before, and understood why Sasuke still lost the competition even though he had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. And in such a moment of daze, he suddenly found that only his main body was left in the entire field. Swish! At this time, Hyojin rushed in front of Naruto's main body and grabbed Naruto's neck. "Hey, is my Jinchuriki only at this level?" Naruto, who was grabbed by the neck, subconsciously activated Tailed Beast. In an instant, an orange-red tailed beast coat wrapped Naruto from the inside out, and a giant claw came out from it, grabbing at Hyojin fiercely. Hyojin deliberately let go of Naruto, dodged the giant claw, and immediately smiled, "Let me see where your limit is." At this time, he was not only testing Naruto's limit, but also his own limit. He wanted to use the opportunity of fighting against Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, to break through in one fell swoop and master the lightning release chakra mode. The third update is a little late, I'm very sorry. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday, thank you everyone. The moment he entered the tailed beast transformation, a majestic tailed beast chakra leaked out of Naruto's body. At the same time that Naruto was wrapped in the tailed beast coat, the giant chakra tails on the coat were also revealed. Roar. Then, Naruto, who was crouching low, let out a beast-like roar. Raising his arm to block the air wave that was coming at him, Hyojin let out a soft cry of surprise. Compared to the battle with Ziluo in the morning, Naruto's emotions seemed to be more agitated at this time. The degree of his tailed beast transformation was also deeper, and his whole body exuded the aura of a beast. The sixth tail. Soon, a trace of seriousness appeared on Hyojin's face under the mask. This was because after Naruto revealed the fifth giant chakra tail, he did not stop there. Instead, in the surging nine tails chakra, he continued to extend the sixth giant chakra tail. One must know that the limit of Naruto's tailed beast transformation had always been 5 tails. Unexpectedly, when Naruto entered the tailed beast transformation this time, he even skipped the process of fighting and testing the waters. He directly broke through the limit and extended the sixth tail. Staring at Naruto's eyes that were sometimes rational and sometimes violent, Hyojin knew that revealing 6 giant chakra tails was still a little too much for the current Naruto. Has he reached the limit? But aren't limits meant to be broken through? After grinning and chuckling, Hyojin pounced forward. Naruto, who was in a semi-rational state, did not lose his sense of battle. After noticing that Hyojin was pouncing on him, he kicked with both his legs, and at the same time, a large part of the ground collapsed with a bang. At the same time, his whole body was wrapped in a whistling air wave like a cannonball as he faced Hyojin. Boom! The two of them covered the distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Hyojin, who was surrounded by electric arcs, collided with Naruto, who was wearing a tailed beast's coat, and let out a deafening boom. Under the huge recoil, Hyojin's body couldn't help but be pushed back. It felt like an ordinary person bumping into a speeding train. Such great strength. Hyojin, who had adjusted his body in midair, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. This was because from the corner of his eye, he noticed that although Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, had also been knocked back by the impact, he had only been pushed back a few meters due to the deceleration caused by his 6 tails stabbing into the ground. Without waiting for Hyojin to land on the ground, Naruto, who had stabilized his body, ran over on all fours like a beast. At the same time, the 6 tails behind him quickly extended, like 6 iron whips, and fiercely lashed at Hyojin, who was in the air, from different directions. Hyojin, who was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength from, immediately formed a seal and created a thunder clone. Before the white smoke from the lightning clone dissipated, he decisively stepped on the lightning clone's body. Using the recoil, he quickly landed on the ground. Almost at the moment when he landed, Naruto's 6 giant chakra tails swept fiercely on the thunder clone in the air. Sizzle! In an instant, the shattered thunder clone turned into a violent bolt of lightning and attacked Naruto along the 6 giant chakra tails. However, after this powerful bolt of lightning hit Naruto, other than making Naruto's body emit a cloud of green smoke, it didn't cause any damage to Naruto, who was wrapped in the tailed beast's coat. It didn't even slow down or numb him. Rumble! After Naruto's 6 chakra tails were struck by the lightning, their power didn't decrease at all. Some of them hit the ground fiercely, some hit the ground, some hit the air, and some directly hit the 4 violet flame array that isolated the battlefield from the stands, causing the 4 violet flame array to shake and rumble. How is this possible? Staring at the shaking 4 purple flame formation, everyone in the enchantment class was stunned. One must know that even in the previous battle between Kirin and Sasuke, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, the 4 purple flame array wasn't shaken in the slightest. Who would have thought that just an ordinary tail strike from Naruto would be able to shake the four purple flame array? The audience in the grandstand also exclaimed. The shaking four purple flame formation made them suddenly realize that the grandstand did not seem to be absolutely safe. And Orochimaru, who didn't find a chance to attack in the My Hospital, couldn't help but grin when he saw this scene. 9 Tails is worthy of being called 9 Tails. As one of the Sannin of Mai, Orochimaru has fought with many Jinchuriki, so he can clearly distinguish the difference in strength between 9 Tails' Jinchuriki and other Jinchuriki. Pharmacist Do said in his heart, I didn't expect Naruto's progress to be so fast, as expected of your training. Orochimaru said casually, I didn't spend much energy on Naruto. Pharmacist Do flattered, you led him into the Ryuchi cave, that's already the greatest favor. Chuckling lightly, Orochimaru was a little puzzled, but this kid's progress is indeed a little beyond my expectations. It stands to reason that the Kyuubi shouldn't have given in so easily. Could it be that Yondaime left some arrangements before his death? VIP area. After the Kage saw the power of Naruto's tailed beast transformation, all of their faces were solemn. In the last battle, Naruto's performance against Z Luo was already amazing enough, but the Kage didn't expect that it wasn't Naruto's limit. It must be known that Naruto is only 12 or 13 years old. If he continues to develop at this momentum, then Naruto's future strength is simply immeasurable. Maybe, he can even surpass the young genius Uchiha who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan this morning. After realizing this, Sachikage, Ling, and the Kazekage looked at each other. If it weren't for this Chunin exam, they really wouldn't have discovered that Mai's new generation is so strong. If Mai's 9 Tails' Jinchuriki and Uchiha's young genius all grow up, then Mai will undoubtedly return to the level when Naruto was still alive. In the field. Looking back at the shaking 4 purple flame formation, Hyojin grinned and said, finally, there's a little bit of resistance. The powerful strength shown by Naruto after the tailed beast transformation not only didn't make him feel frightened, but also excited, because only in the fierce confrontation and the selfless battle, the body's potential can be dug out. Phew, after a long breath, Hyojin smiled and said, it's my turn. Swish, before his voice died away, Suijin disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a few flashing electric arcs, proving that he had been here for a while. Bang, then, in a low muffled sound that made people's flesh hurt, Hyojin avoided all of Naruto's tails at a strange angle, and punched the tailed beast Naruto's face. Here's the first update. I'm asking for monthly tickets during the double event. Students who still have monthly tickets, please support me. With a low muffled sound, Hyojin punched Naruto's face with all his might, instantly sending him flying. However, he had only flown less than 4 or 5 meters away when the 6 chakra giant tails of the tailed beast Naruto were nailed to the ground one by one, stopping Naruto's flying figure. Roar, Naruto, who had stabilized his body, directly used his tail to support his body in midair and let out an angry roar. Swoosh. At this time, Hyojin's figure flashed and once again approached Naruto at an almost ghostly speed. Naruto, who still retained a part of his consciousness, was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to swing his fist. Bang! Before Naruto could swing his fist, there was another muffled sound and Hyojin once again punched Naruto's face. However, this time, Naruto was not sent flying. The 6 chakra giant tails that pierced the ground were like anchors that held his body in place, so Hyojin's punch only made him stagger. Seeing this, Hyojin frowned. Considering that the tailed beast Naruto had a thick layer of chakra coat to protect him, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, he did not hold back in his attack just now. It was his full strength under the thunder escape stimulation method and breathing technique. The first punch was still okay, it barely had the effect of sending him flying. However, he did not expect that the second punch with the same strength would only make the tailed beast Naruto stagger. Phew, after exhaling a breath of hot air, Naruto suddenly turned his head and glared at Hyojin fiercely. He immediately turned around and launched a counterattack, returning a heavy punch to Hyojin. Bang, with the same muffled sound, Kuroto was instantly knocked back, his feet dragging a long trail on the ground before he barely managed to stop his figure. Heh, interesting. With a chuckle, Hyojin did not hesitate at all and pounced forward again. Bam bam bam, in the blink of an eye, Hyojin, who was surrounded by electric arcs, and Naruto, who had turned into a tailed beast, began the most primitive and brutal battle in the hall. both sides exchanged blows, and for a moment, the entire venue was filled with the frightening sounds of fists hitting flesh, as well as the unbearable whistling of the wind, in the stands. Is he still human? Monster, both of them are monsters. Kirin actually chose to fight hand-to-hand with Jinchuriki? The audience was shocked and suspicious. Some of the audience members who were not in good health were even panicking from the low, deep thuds that sounded like they were being hit in the chest. At the VIP area. For generations of Kazekage couldn't help but ask, what is Kirin doing? The question raised by 4 generations of Kazekage was obviously the doubt in the hearts of several other Kage. Kirin was obviously a ninja with mist-release Kekiai Genkai, but he chose to fight hand-to-hand with Nine Tails's Jinchuriki. This was undoubtedly a very stupid tactical choice. 3 generations of Tsuchikage said lightly, maybe it's the pride of young people. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, was also puzzled at the moment. Although he let Kirin fight against Naruto according to Kirin's request, he also didn't know that Kirin would choose this method to fight with Naruto. Does he want to train Naruto? But this method is a little too rough. Naruto is just an ordinary Jinchuriki. Can he withstand such a test? There is no doubt that Itachi, who only has Sasuke in his eyes, has not yet fully realized the potential of Naruto, nor has he put Naruto on the same level of importance as his younger brother. Among the several Kage, only Laying of 4 generations of Kazekage had a solemn expression on his rugged face. Others may not be able to see anything, but as Laying and the only ninja in the current shinobi world who has mastered Thunder Chakra mode, he immediately guessed Hyojin's intention. Because what Hyojin is doing now is almost exactly the same as what he did when he practiced Thunder Chakra mode. It's just that his sparring partner at that time was Laying who taught him Thunder Chakra mode, while the current sparring partner of Hyojin is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This Kirin wants to use Mai's Nine Tails Jinchuriki to break through his own limit. Laying of 4 generations of Kazekage's eyes flashed, and his eyes were full of suspicion. Practicing Thunder Chakra mode does indeed require a strong sparring partner, because the probability of breaking through the physical limit in a fierce battle is far higher than the probability of breaking through the physical limit in ordinary training. At that time, he successfully mastered Thunder Chakra mode under the sparring partner of the powerful 3 generations Laying. And judging from the current situation, the strength of Mai's Nine Tails Jinchuriki is indeed enough to be a sparring partner for practicing Thunder Chakra mode. But he doesn't have our cultivation scrolls or special recovery potions, and he wants to peek at our lightning release chakra mode? He must be crazy. From Hyojin's method of trying to learn the Thunder Chakra mode, 4 generations of Kazekage Laying can conclude that the other party has not mastered the secret technique scroll of Thunder Chakra mode. But it is precisely because of this that Kuroto's attempt to pry into the lightning release chakra mode is very incomprehensible. How is this possible? This is impossible. In the view of 4 generations of Kazekage Laying, this is simply impossible, because even if there are cultivation scrolls and special recovery elixirs, he is the only one who can master the Thunder Chakra mode. Even the Mist Release Ninja Druid, whose strength has reached the Kage level, is still a step behind. Kuroto doesn't believe that a person who hasn't even seen a cultivation scroll can figure out the lightning release chakra mode that was passed down from generation to generation in the Cloud Village, in the field. The fierce fight continued. Naruto, who has transformed into a tailed beast, has the advantage of 6 chakra giant tails, as if he has 6 more arms, while Hyojin has the advantage of speed, and his figure is unpredictable. In the fierce fight, the more Hyojin fought, the more excited he became. Many omissions that were not easy to notice during the practice were revealed one by one in the fierce battle, and the power of Naruto after transforming into a tailed beast made him no longer have any scruples, and he completely immersed himself in the battle. And the more he immersed himself in the battle, the more Hyojin, who has a special affinity with the Thunder Chakra mode, the more skillful he is. Yes, this is the feeling. Although the injuries on his body are getting more and more serious, and the consumption of chakra mode is getting more and more, but this kind of joy makes him immersed in it, simply unable to extricate himself. Like Hyojin, the tailed beast Naruto also grew rapidly in the fierce battle. Whether it is the adaptation of fighting style or the use of fighting skills, Naruto has shown great talent, growing and learning rapidly in the fierce battle. At first, Hyojin could still rely on his physical skills to have the absolute upper hand. But as Naruto became more and more accustomed to the tailed beast state, he became more and more skilled in the use of Chakra's giant tails and the tailed beast coat, and the balance of the battle gradually began to tilt. At this time, Naruto slammed his fists on the ground. Bang! In the tremor and loud noise, the gravel on the ground was shaken into the air. Then, Naruto flicked his tail, and the 6 chakra giant tails instantly turned into big hands, catching the gravel that was shaken into the air, and then threw it at Hyojin. Swoosh, 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 the small gravel was the size of a wash basin, and the big ones were even close to a meter in diameter. Under the throw of chakras. Giant tails, they were like cannonballs, whistling through the air, flying towards Hyojin. At this time, Hyojin did not choose to dodge. Instead, he put his palms together, and then suddenly pulled them apart, instantly releasing a large amount of purple lightning to meet the whistling gravel cannonballs. Boom boom boom, the purple lightning and the gravel collided in the air, causing a violent roar, and a sky full of smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, Hyojin, whose body was aching unbearably, felt that he was only one step away from activating the lightning escape chakra mode, so he ignored the physical fatigue and once again launched a fierce attack on Naruto. Swoosh, like a bolt of lightning, Hyojin passed through the smoke and directly arrived in front of Naruto, both of his fists punching out without holding back. Naruto, who was panting heavily, did not hesitate after sensing Hyojin's sudden attack. He directly stretched out both of his palms to meet Hyojin's fists. Crack! After the fists and palms collided, there was an instant sound of bones breaking. This sound of bones breaking was naturally not made by Hyojin, who was the attacker. However, because of the tailed beast's coat, the bones were not the only support for Naruto's arms. So even if the bones of both his arms were broken, Naruto's hands still held onto Hyojin's fists tightly, making it difficult for Hyojin to break free for a while. At this moment, among the 6 giant chakra tails behind Naruto, one in the middle turned into a palm and held it up, while the other 5 giant chakra tails surrounded the giant palm in the middle and kept releasing chakra. In an instant, a huge Rasengan appeared in front of Hyojin's eyes. When did this kid learn this trick? Hyojin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Naruto, who could always cause some accidents, was really shocked this time. At this moment, his fists were tightly held by Naruto's hands. He could not break free, nor could he form a seal. He could only watch the Rasengan made by the giant chakra tail gradually approaching him. In Mai's resting area. Phew, it's finally over. Looking at the appearance of the Rasengan, Kakashi breathed a long sigh of relief. The battle in front of him was too frightening, and even he, who was always worried that Naruto would lose control, faintly felt a little unbearable. Jiraiya held his forehead with his hand and said with emotion, "I didn't expect to fight to this point." Like Kakashi, he has been worried because the 2 people fighting in the field are too messy. Even Hyojin, who has always been in the upper hand, is covered with scars, let alone Naruto, who has been in a state of being beaten. It must be known that although the tailed beast chakra coat can provide a strong defense for the Jinchuriki, this defense is not unlimited. Otherwise, the 4 generations Mizukage and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Utaka who was captured by the Akatsuki organization not long ago would not be defeated. The injuries on Naruto's body are actually much more serious than those of Hyojin, but first of all, he is covered by the tailed beast coat, so it can't be seen on the surface. Second, Naruto's Uzumaki's physique is strong enough to support him. But even so, after this battle, Naruto will probably be sent to my hospital by Kirin for a while, just like Sasuke. Tsunade shook her head and said, "Fortunately, that Kirin is too arrogant and conceited, and chose to use physical skills to fight the tailed beast Naruto, otherwise, I am afraid the outcome will be difficult to predict." Yeah. Jiraiya and Kakashi nodded at the same time. However, Kirin's tactical choice is indeed a little difficult for them to understand. In the previous battle with Sasuke, Kirin used tactics to the extreme, provoking Sasuke all the way, causing Sasuke to finally lose control of his emotions, and in the unscrupulous squandering of his pupil power, he revealed a flaw, and then Kirin seized the opportunity to counterattack, completing an instant reversal. Such a ninja who uses tactics and the human heart to the extreme, it stands to reason that he would not make such a low-level mistake, but it happened just like that. In this battle, Kirin didn't even use ninjutsu, let alone missed release. Almost all the time, he used physical skills to fight with the tailed beast Naruto, which is incredible, in the ordinary stance. Orochimaru also narrowed his eyes at this time, and his calm face showed a little puzzlement. In the whole exam, whether it was Rock Village's Deadale or Cloud Village's Druid, he didn't pay much attention to them. Even Naruto and Sasuke, he also looked down on them. Only this Kirin from the Mist Village made him a little puzzled. He instinctively felt that this Kirin from the Mist Village, like himself, participated in the Chunin exam for an impure purpose, and he always had an indescribable feeling, as if he knew this Kirin. Looking at Naruto condensing a Rasengan with the giant tail of chakra, and Kirin's arms were temporarily bound by Naruto, he couldn't help but grin. "Let me see your true face under the mask." In the field. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Naruto condensed a Rasengan with a diameter larger than a basketball with the giant tail of chakra. Hoo-hoo, the Rasengan wrapped in air waves and spinning rapidly, under the support of Chakra's giant tail, looked extremely dazzling. At this moment, everyone in the venue held their breath, and Naruto didn't relax, nor did he hesitate. At the moment when the Rasengan was condensed, he suddenly stretched out the giant tail of chakra that was holding the Rasengan, and smashed it fiercely towards Hyojin. Boom, the huge explosion almost overturned the entire venue, the four purple flame formation that isolated the battlefield and the stands, under the impact of the shock wave caused by the explosion, shook violently for a while, and could no longer bear the devastation, and suddenly collapsed. Everyone in the ward formation class didn't restore the four purple flame formation, but stared blankly at the field filled with smoke and dust. Not only the ward formation class, but everyone in the venue at this time, their eyes were focused on the field, focused on the smoke and dust that filled the sky. At this time, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing two figures. One of them was Vortex Naruto, who had withdrawn from his tailed beast form, half kneeling on the ground with a tired face, and was covered in wounds. The other figure was Hyojin, who was covered in a layer of dazzling lightning escape chakra, leisurely brushing away the dust. For the sake of the plot continuity, the second and third chapters have been updated consecutively, so it's a little late, I'm sorry. For the double event, I've really tried my best, there's not a single drop left, please support me with your monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. In the VIP area. How is this possible? Looking at the lightning chakra mode that enveloped Kirin's body, for generations Lei Ying's face was extremely ugly. There is no doubt that the lightning chakra mode that currently enveloped Kirin's body is not the true lightning chakra mode, it can't even be regarded as a prototype. However, this state of lightning chakra mode is the most critical and difficult step to practice lightning chakra mode. And once this is achieved, mastering lightning chakra mode is only a matter of time. When 4 generations Lei Ying completed this step, it only took him less than half a year to completely master lightning chakra mode. Therefore, since Kirin has achieved this point, it means that he must decisively kill Kirin now, otherwise, the secret of Kumo Village's lightning chakra mode will be leaked. Therefore, a murderous intent surged in 4 generations Lei Ying's heart, and the chakra mode on his body also became restless. The technique of changing the nature of the lightning chakra mode and the leak of the mist release Kekii limit have already caused Lei Ying to feel very annoyed and uneasy. Now, even the lightning chakra mode is about to be leaked. It can be said that the means that Kumo Village relied on to challenge Mai and become the head of the 5 great shinobi villages has almost all been leaked. As if sensing something, 3 generations Tsuchikage floated from his seat and said, "Hee, it seems that there will be one more ninja who has mastered lightning chakra mode in the shinobi world, it won't be easy." The 3 generations Tsuchikage reminded the other Kages around him to be careful of the 4 generations Lei Ying. At the same time, he was also reminding the 4 generations of Lei Ying not to be impulsive and not to worry too much. Qilin could master the lightning escape chakra mode, but it didn't mean that other people in the Mist Village could also learn it. The lightning escape chakra mode was very difficult to practice, and it had already limited its spread. Reminded by Inoki, the 4th Mizukage who was still on the field immediately became alert. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, was also secretly concentrating. After all, this was Mai. If anything happened, as the host, Naruto would not be able to stay out of it. And the 4 generations of Kazekage indifferently retreated a little and looked at the situation with cold eyes. After a change of expression, 4 generations Lei Ying sighed and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the shinobi world." Since he figured it out by himself, Kumo Village naturally won't look for trouble with him. For generations Liang has made up his mind that after the Chunin exam, he will force Naruto to undergo special death training so that Naruto can master the lightning chakra mode at a speed not inferior to Qilin. Seeing that 4 generations Liang dispersed his killing intent, 3 generations Tsuchikage smiled and said, "That's right, as Kage, if we don't have this kind of tolerance, wouldn't we be ridiculed by others?" 4 generations Liang coldly glanced at 3 generations Tsuchikage and said, "I heard that Xidagarba of Amatsukami has mastered dust release. There are so many geniuses in the shinobi world, we Kage really need some tolerance." As soon as Inoki heard 4 generations Liang mention dust release, Inoki's smiling face suddenly became gloomy. The leakage of dust release has always been a worry for him. 4 generations of Kazekage sighed and said, "It is said that Wind Chime of Amatsukami has mastered magnet release, I don't know how they did it." As Homosubi of Amatsukami, Itachi pondered a little and said, "Yes, there are also Uchiha clansmen in Amatsukami who have awakened Manjikyu Sharingan, this is really a headache." In Mai's rest area. No wonder that night, his practice method in the practice field was so strange, no wonder he chose to use body technique to fight against Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast. It turned out that he was trying to develop the thunder release chakra mode of Kumo. After seeing Kirin covered in a layer of thunder release chakra, many doubts that were hidden in Kakashi's heart were instantly solved. After understanding all this, the doubts in his heart not only did not reduce, but also increased: purple lightning, mist release, and now thunder release chakra mode of Kumo. Who is this Kirin? How can he do this kind of thing? Is this thunder release chakra mode? It seems so, but it doesn't look like it. To be able to resist Naruto's Rasengan at such a close distance, it is most likely Kumo's thunder release chakra mode, but isn't the thunder release chakra mode a secret of Kumo? Unlike Kakashi, who was surprised and worried, the other Jonin instructors were all talking in a low voice with gloomy faces. Because no one expected that Kirin would use a plausible thunder release chakra mode to block Naruto's almost certain Rasengan. In the field. Looking at the figure standing in the smoke and dust, Naruto, who was already injured and had withdrawn from the tailed beast form, was surprised. At this time, Hyojin dispersed the thunder release chakra mode on his body, panting slightly as he walked towards Naruto. "That move just now really surprised me." At this time, Hyojin's robe was tattered, and even the sleeves of his arms were missing. His body was also covered with large and small wounds of different depths. Even the special mask that covered his face had a slight crack. But even if Hyojin was in such a sorry state, his calm manner of walking slowly and the powerful momentum around him still created an invincible image in Naruto's heart. Naruto took a step back subconsciously, and a trace of panic flashed across his tired face. Hyojin said indifferently, "Uzumaki Naruto, your performance is very good. Admit defeat, it's not shameful." After being stunned for a moment, Naruto shook his head hard, then took a big step forward, and said as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was making a declaration, "I clearly promised everyone, how can I lose here? I did what I said, but this is my Uzumaki Naruto's ninja Dao." As he spoke, Naruto gritted his teeth and wanted to enter the tailed beast form again, but at this moment, both his spiritual body and body were extremely tired, so the speed at which he accepted the Nine Tails chakra was a lot slower. Swish, just as the orange-red Nine Tails chakra gushed out of Naruto's body, Hyojin flashed behind Naruto with a teleportation technique, and then hit the back of Naruto's neck with a sharp knife hand. Bang, with a muffled sound, the already tired and seriously injured Naruto was instantly knocked out. Ninja Dao, this kid. Looking at Naruto who had fallen to the ground, Hyojin's face showed a trace of relief. The first update is here. I will continue to ask for monthly votes during the double period, please support me. With Naruto fainted and fell to the ground, the result of the match was self-evident. After a brief silence, the stands erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The excitement of this match was no less than the match between Hyojin and Sasuke in the morning, so it aroused great enthusiasm of the audience. Because the 4-violet flame array that isolated the battlefield from the stands has already collapsed in the aftermath of the previous battle, so as soon as Naruto fainted and fell to the ground, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Mute, and other Mai ninjas jumped into the field and surrounded Naruto. After a while, Jiraiya asked Tsunade, who was checking Naruto's physical condition, "Is he okay?" Tsunade said with a serious face, his injuries are very serious, including his arms and ribs. There are more than a dozen fractures on his body, and his back, legs, and even chest have large areas of bruises and muscle strain. He needs immediate treatment. Kakashi suddenly became nervous. Isn't this life-threatening? Tsunade shook her head. You know Naruto's physique. This kind of injury is indeed life-threatening for ordinary ninjas, but for someone with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, it is not life-threatening. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He also knows that the Uzumaki clan belongs to the kind of people who can survive for a while even if their tailed beasts are removed. They can still release ninjutsu, so he retracted his gaze from Naruto and glanced at Hyojin, who was standing not far away. Compared to the unconscious Naruto, Hyojin's state at this time is actually not much better. In order to break through the limit just now, in order to adapt to the state of the lightning release chakra covering his whole body, he almost squeezed out the power of every cell in this lightning release clone. In addition, the tailed beast Naruto is really very difficult to deal with, so now he has many fractures on his body, large areas of muscle strain, and even tears. Jiraiya, who also noticed this, secretly gave Tsunade a look. Tsunade quickly handed Naruto over to mute, then quickly walked to Hyojin and said, Kirin, let me treat you now. For a medical ninja, especially a top ninja like Tsunade, treatment is also a way to spy on information. As long as her chakra enters the injured person's body, she can easily understand the physical condition of the injured person. Hyojin smiled and whisked his hand. No. Tsunade was startled for a moment. But your injury, I can handle this small injury myself, you don't need to worry about it. With that, Hyojin endured the pain and walked to the rest area of the Mist Village, leaving a group of my ninjas looking at each other. With Deadale defeating Druid and Kirin defeating Naruto, the remaining candidates for the Chunin exam were only Deadale, Kirin, and the 3 Mizukes who were previously absent. In other words, the final winner will be between the Rock Ninjas and the Mist Ninjas. Considering that Kirin is seriously injured, the referees decided to let Kirin have a bye in this round, and let Deadale, who is in good condition, fight against Mizukage, and then the winner between them will compete with Kirin for the final winner of the Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great ninja villages. Regarding the arrangement of the referees, neither the Rock nor the Mist have any objection. After all, the fight between Kirin and Naruto was too fierce. Even if Kirin has a bye, in the eyes of many people, it won't have much effect. Because even if the injury can be recovered, the chakra consumed can't be recovered in a short time. Soon, Itachi, as the referee, announced the matchup between Deadale and Mizukage. In the rest area of the Mist Village, Mizukage, who was about to enter the field, smiled and said, Captain, don't worry, I will try to delay for a while and help you get some rest time. Hyojin looked at Deadale, who has already jumped into the field, and his eyes fell on the 2 bulging ninja bags on Deadale's waist, and said to Mizukage, my requirements are not high, you just need to consume one of his bags of explosive clay. The nature of explosive clay is very unstable, so it can't be sealed in a storage scroll. When Hyojin uses the Earth Release Clone, Clay Bird, Clay Clone, Clay Centipede, and other products of explosive clay, he has calculated the number of them and brought them with him. Therefore, he knows that Deadale must have stored a lot of materials to concoct explosive clay in the storage scroll, but the amount of explosive clay that has been concocted is limited. After listening to Hyojin's request, Mizukage's face suddenly collapsed. Captain, Deadale didn't consume a bag of explosive clay to deal with Cloud Village's druid. Hyojin patted Mizukage's shoulder and said, have a little confidence in yourself, Deadale is just a little famous, it's nothing. Mizukage wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I'm afraid that I will be killed because of him. At most, he will be crippled. How can he die so easily? Don't forget that your Ghost Lantern clan is the Mist Village's clan that is best at survival, you definitely won't die. Hyojin said with certainty. Mizukage swallowed his saliva and jumped into the field while trembling with fear. After both sides entered the field, the competition officially began. In the My Resting area. Looking at Mizukage, who was suppressed by Deadale and could only rely on the water release secret technique to deal with him, Tsunade laughed heartily. On the side, Jiraiya asked suspiciously, Sasuke, Naruto has been eliminated, why are you still so happy? Tsunade waved her hand in a very heroic manner, it's just a Chunin exam, it's not important to win or lose, what's important is the visible growth. Jiraiya gently nodded and also smiled. Yeah, the performance of Sasuke and Naruto today is indeed worthy of being happy. At this time, Mute, who sent Naruto to the My Hospital, returned to the resting room and looked at the competition that had already begun in the field and said with a smile, "It seems that Dead Ale will win this match." Tsunade had a proud expression. "It's not just this match, Dead Ale will also win the next one." Mute stared blankly for a moment before immediately reacting. If the Mist Village's Qilin was at its peak, then it would be difficult to say who would win between Qilin and Dead Ale. But Qilin was seriously injured and was even limping just now, so there was naturally no suspense about the outcome. Seeing Mute react, Tsunade said with a smile, "You understand." Mute was overjoyed and even cried tears of joy. "After so many years, I can finally win for once." Jiraiya was a bit confused by the master and disciple duo of Tsunade and Mute. What finally win for once? In the Mist Village's resting area. After taking a bite of the fragrant phosphorus, Hyojin moved his body while muttering, "Fragrant phosphorus, why do I feel that your healing effect seems to be stronger than before? There are only 2 updates today. Let me take a breather, and I will update tomorrow. During the double time period, I will ask for monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone." In the previous second exam, Hyojin had received Xianlin's treatment. Today, 7 or 8 days later, when he received Xianlin's treatment again, he immediately noticed the difference. In detail, the difference was very subtle. If it wasn't for Hyojin, who had the Byakugan and could control all the details of his body, ordinary people might not have noticed it at all. Xianlin was a little confused. Did it get stronger? I'm not sure. Hyojin didn't say anything more. He just checked his body. Xianlin's healing ability was beyond doubt. Hyojin just took a simple bite, and all the fractures, strains, bruises, and other injuries on his body disappeared at a terrifying speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In just a short moment, his Thunder Escape clone body, which was full of injuries, recovered to its original state. The healing effect has indeed been strengthened. Carefully examining his body, Hyojin ruled out the possibility that it was an illusion. Because not only the wounds had recovered, even the fatigue on his body had decreased a little. This was obviously an ability that Xianlin didn't have before. Glancing at Xianlin, who was a little confused, Hyojin said, "Is it because of the Eye of Samsara?" The Eye of Samsara was a product of the Yin-Yang escape. It contained the boundless nature power of Yin and Yang. When this power was used to the extreme, it could even distort life and death, and completely resurrect the dead. Therefore, the improvement of Xianlin's healing ability was most likely related to the Eye of Samsara in her eye sockets. This also meant that the boundless nature power contained in the Eye of Samsara was affecting Xianlin's chakra bit by bit. It made her original Yang attribute chakra gradually have a trace of the boundless nature power of Yin and Yang. And this change was undoubtedly a good thing. This meant that with the powerful help of the Type 3 biological armor, Xianlin's body, which originally had an extraordinary physique, had begun to gradually accept and even develop the Eye of Samsara in her eye sockets. Rumble. While Hyojin was recovering from his injuries, the sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. The Water Moon, who was proficient in the water transformation technique, was indeed worthy of being the Ghost Lantern clan with the strongest life-saving and infiltration abilities in the Mist Village. Although she was battered and exhausted under Dedale's exploding clay's continuous attacks, she was still doing her best to resist. In fact, if the battlefield was complicated enough, or if there was a large amount of water nearby, the Water Moon would have a lot of room to play. Of course, speaking of which, if he really had no scruples, then he would have more room to display his abilities. After all, whether he wanted to destroy Mai or not was up to him. And because Dedale's air superiority was too obvious in the previous fight against Darui, it caused 4 generations Laying to personally question the referees. Therefore, after the referees' discussion, they temporarily added a new restriction to Dead Ale. That was, Dead Ale was not allowed to fly higher than the venue's height. This way, even if the Water Moon was on the ground, many of her ninjutsu could threaten Dead Ale. At the very least, she wouldn't be like Darui, who was in a completely passive state. In the end, after struggling for more than 10 minutes, the Water Moon, who had already been blown into a pile of mud, took the initiative to surrender. Hyojin, who was in the Mist Village's resting area, chuckled. Then, without waiting for the water moon to leave, his figure flashed and directly landed on the stage. At this time, he had already changed into a new mask and clothes. He looked like a completely different person from his previous sorry figure and limping appearance. At this time, the water moon came over and embarrassedly said, "Captain, I really did my best." Although she had done her best, the difference in strength was there. Therefore, the water moon had only barely consumed about half of Dedale's bag of exploding clay. Hyojin waved his hand and said, "Stand down." The reason why he didn't wait for Itachi, who was the main referee, to announce the lineup and hurriedly rushed to the stage was to not give Dedale the opportunity to replenish the exploding clay. In the first battle with Darui, Dedale had consumed about 1/3 of the bag of exploding clay. Because the consumption wasn't much, Dedale didn't rush to replenish it. Moreover, in the battle with the water moon, Dedale had consumed about half of the bag of exploding clay. At this time, Hyojin had rushed to enter the stage, so Dedale naturally couldn't leave to replenish the exploding clay. Therefore, of the 2 bags of exploding clay on his waist, only a little more than 1 bag remained. In other words, without using dust release, Dedale's battle endurance had been halved. At this time, the opposite Dedale glanced at Hyojin and indifferently shrugged his shoulders. "Hey, Chilin, you can actually rest for a while." "I'm not in a hurry." Hyojin coldly snorted. "Humph, I've already completely recovered." VIP area. Seeing that Chilin not only changed his outfit but also took the initiative to enter the stage in advance, the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, who had already determined that Dedale would win, laughed and said, "He's really young and vigorous." Laying of 4 generations of Tsuchikage shook his head and sighed. He was very happy to see Kirin defeat Dedale. After all, Druid's loss to Dedale was too sullen, and Dedale's annoying face made him unhappy. However, he also knew that with Kirin's injuries, it would be difficult for him to recover his chakra in just 10 minutes, let alone restore his chakra. "For generations of Kazekage said, Chilin should be holding on." 3 generations of Tsuchikage smiled. Young people always want to save some face. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, was also curious at this time. He really wanted to know how the seriously injured Chilin would deal with Rock Village's Dedale. Mai's rest area. Mute, who was about to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, looked at Chilin, who seemed to be in a new state, and muttered with some worry, "Hey, how come his injuries seem to have completely recovered?" Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest and said firmly, "What's the use of changing clothes? An injury is an injury. Even if I personally treat him, he may not be able to recover completely in such a short time, so he must be holding on." Jiraiya nodded. Everyone saw the whole process of Chilin's injury, and it couldn't be faked, so he didn't believe that Chilin could fully recover in such a short time. In the field. As the 4 purple flame array rose around him, Dedale spread his hands and said, "Forget it, I'll get rid of you quickly so that I can get rid of this boring Chunin exam." Before his voice fell, he spat out a large mass of white explosive clay from his palms. Immediately afterward, the explosive clay on the ground turned into 2 funny clay people that staggered toward Hyojin. "The first one is here, asking for monthly votes during the double period." Soul manipulation technique. Looking at the 2 funny and charmingly naive clay dolls staggering towards him, Hyojin's expression sank slightly. This technique seemed to be playful, but it was actually extremely dangerous. In the original spacetime, Dedale used this technique to force Sasuke, who had the Chidori flow that could restrain the Earth Release ninjutsu, to flee in panic and be battered and exhausted. Hyojin had a deep impression of this technique because his Earth Release clone had mastered almost all of Dedale's Explosion Release ninjutsu, including the C0 self-destruct. However, no matter how much he tried, he couldn't grasp this soul manipulation technique. This technique required a strange brain circuit to master, and it could be said to be tailor-made for an artistic madman like Dedale. Soon, with the sound of footsteps, the 2 clay dolls rushed faster and faster, and when they were about to arrive in front of Sui Jin, the speed of the 2 clay dolls was already approaching the speed of an ordinary jonin. Hyojin's thoughts changed at this time, and he had an idea. Then, he pretended to not understand this technique and used the Chidori flow to meet it. Whoosh, he used his hand as a blade, and under the buff of the Chidori flow, he instantly cut a clay doll in half. Then, he turned around and kicked the other clay doll, sending it flying. At this time, the clay doll that had been cut in half by Hyojin rolled on the ground, and the two halves turned into independent clay dolls that pounced towards Hyojin. Not long after, the number of clay puppets that were chopped by Suijin increased, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, and in just a few blinks of an eye, the entire field was filled with clay puppets. Dead Ale, who was controlling the clay dolls, laughed and said, "Haha, witness my art." At this time, Hyojin didn't have the time to pay attention to Dead Ale. The feeling of being besieged by dozens of powerful and abnormally sensitive clay dolls wasn't a good one. The corners of Dead Ale's mouth rose as he said with a smile, "It's almost over, ha." Following Dead Ale's shout, the clay dolls scattered all over the place jumped up and pounced towards Hyojin, expanding in the air. The expansion of the clay doll undoubtedly meant that it was about to explode. Hyojin's eyes narrowed, and his hands immediately reached into the ninja bag around his waist. While activating the Byakugan, he observed all the clay puppets that were rushing towards him. At the same time, he infused the lightning release chakra into many specially prepared senbon, and then accurately shot them out one by one. Shio shio shio. In an instant, amidst the sound of the air being torn apart, senbon that contained the lightning escape chakra charged towards the clay puppets that were pouncing towards Hyojin from all directions. All the clay dolls in the air that were pierced by the senbon were like deflated balloons, and they immediately deflated. The natural law of lightning restraining earth was vividly displayed. However, not all the clay dolls were intercepted by the senbon. There were some clay dolls that managed to avoid Hyojin's senbon's interception by taking advantage of tricky angles, and they pounced towards Hyojin while expanding. Hyojin immediately wanted to dodge when he saw these clay dolls pouncing towards him, but he staggered and wasn't able to stand firm, delaying for a moment, allowing these clay dolls to completely close in on him. Just as these clay dolls were about to explode, a strange smile appeared on Suijin's face, which was hidden under the mask, as he was in a panic. Boom boom boom, the continuous explosion immediately resounded throughout the venue. Amidst the smoke and dust that filled the sky, a disheveled Kuroto dashed out and landed to the side. At this time, a large part of his newly changed robe was burned, and the shoes on his feet were blown away. His left leg was even more seriously injured, in the VIP area. For generations of Kazekage Laying shook his head and said with a regretful expression, "Kirin's previous injury obviously hasn't recovered yet, his reaction is slow, and his movements are sluggish. Otherwise, with his speed, it would be impossible for him to escape this wave of explosion." For generations of Kazekage gently nodded, "Well, his ninja tool is also a bit unsatisfactory. I thought that he would only miss the clay dolls in the blind spot, but I didn't expect that he would miss 3. For generations of Kazekage frowned and said, "He shouldn't have used ninja tools to intercept them. He's not a pupillary Kekai ninja, how can he see through all the attacks in an instant? It's obvious that he can solve the problem with a range of thunder release ninjutsu, but he made it so complicated." 3 generations of Tsuchikage said with a playful expression, "Laying, how much chakra do you think he has left after fighting with 9 Tails Jinchuriki?" For generations of Kazekage Laying was suddenly speechless. For generations of Kazekage smiled, "Not everyone is like you, Mr. Laying, who has a terrifying chakra amount comparable to Jinchuriki." For generations of Kazekage Laying sighed, "Well, it seems that there is no suspense in this battle." Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, frowned secretly. Kirin's performance in this battle surprised him a little. He thought to himself, is his injury really not healed? Or is it some kind of deception? For generations of Kazekage, who did not participate in the conversation at all, looked indifferent and calmly watched the field. Mai's rest area. Bang, Tsunade punched the guardrail heavily and said proudly, "I'm right, with his speed, how could he not avoid the explosion just now?" Jiraiya said, "Well, although he tried to hide it, his incoherent movements and slow reaction still exposed the true state of his body. It seems that as you guessed, his injury has not fully recovered." Tsunade smiled and said, "Of course, the injury he just suffered, even I can't completely heal it in 10 minutes. Is it possible that there is a ninja in the mist with better medical ninjutsu than me?" Seeing that the situation was settled, Mute let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, I can finally rest assured." Tsunade laughed and patted Mute on the shoulder, "I told you not to worry." Jiraiya stared suspiciously at Tsunade and Mute, and asked, "Hey, you two are too concerned about the result of this battle, aren't you?" Tsunade quickly avoided Jiraiya's gaze. No, nothing. Mute also turned his face to the side guiltily. Seeing this, Jiraiya became even more suspicious and questioned, "You didn't go gambling again, did you? This old man has warned you time and time again to forbid you from gambling." Tsunade waved her hand, "No." Jiraiya leaned over and stared at Tsunade. "Really?" Tsunade, who was uncomfortable under Jiraiya's stare, smiled embarrassedly, just a little bit." Jiraiya was shocked. "You really went to gamble? And in the village? If the old man knows about this, you will." "Shoo, lower your voice." After a pause, Tsunade said, "Actually, I didn't bet much, just 15,000 for fun." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. 15,000? Okay, it's 150,000, 150,000? I still can't hide it from you, it's 1.5 million. Jiraiya was shocked. "Are you crazy? You bet 1.5 million. Jiraiya was not a rich person, and 1.5 million was already a huge sum of money for him. When he took Naruto out for training in the original Space and Time, the expenses were all paid by Naruto, causing the bulging frog wallet that Naruto had worked hard to save to deflate in a few days. Tsunade smiled proudly. "Don't worry, I bet on dead ale." Mute also said, "Lord Jiraiya, don't worry, I deliberately disguised myself when I bet, no one will find out." Jiraiya was speechless. In the resting area of Hidden Fog, Sammy said with flagging interest, "Sigh, the outcome has been decided." After carefully sensing for a while, she nodded. "Well, the chakra fluctuations on Kirin's body are very weak. It seems that he has consumed too much in the previous battle. Facing a powerhouse like Dead Ale, he should have no chance of winning in his current physical state." Darui did not speak, but stared at the field with a rare serious face. After noticing Darui's abnormality, Sammy asked, "What's wrong?" Darui shook his head. "Something's wrong." Next to him, she asked, "What's wrong?" Darui frowned. "His injuries shouldn't have not recovered yet, right?" She was a little puzzled. "His previous injuries are not light, it's normal that he hasn't recovered in just 10 minutes. Darui explained, "You don't know, but that Xianlin and his team is a very powerful medical ninja, so powerful that he can recover from injuries in an instant. In the previous fight with me, he relied on Xianlin to recover from all his injuries in an instant in front of me." Because this matter was too unbelievable, Darui had not mentioned it to others before, but now seeing Kirin fight with injuries, he immediately smelled a trace of a conspiracy. She and Sammy looked at each other when they heard this, and then, like Darui, they focused on the field, in the field. Looking at Kirin, who had been blown up, Dead Ale once again put his hands into the ninja bag on his waist and said, he couldn't even completely avoid the explosion just now. From the test just now, he confirmed that not only had Kirin's injuries not healed, but there should not be much chakra left in his body, and he didn't seem to be proficient in throwing ninja tools. After getting the feedback of this information, Dead Ale pulled out his hands from the ninja bag on his waist and opened his palms, revealing 2 hands full of clay spiders. For opponents who can't use large-scale ninjutsu and aren't proficient in throwing ninja tools, a large number of clay spiders is almost impossible to deal with. Dead Ale finally advised, "Hey, you'd better admit defeat, otherwise, you'll really die." Hyojin lightly gasped while glancing at the injury on his foot, and coldly said, "Humph, this small injury is nothing, I haven't even warmed up yet." Dead Ale smiled and threw the clay spiders in his hands. "Is that so? Then, you can accompany my clay spiders to play." The clay spiders thrown by Dead Ale were only the size of a thumb, but they were extremely sensitive. With a light jump, they could jump 4 or 5 meters away. They were completely moving bombs. Upon seeing this, Hyojin dodged while shooting Senbon with the lightning release, nailing these thumb-sized clay spiders to the ground one by one. "Huh." At this time, Dead Ale lightly shouted with a smile. Apart from the clay spiders nailed to the ground by Hyojin's lightning release, the rest of the clay spiders swarmed towards Hyojin and instantly detonated. Boom, 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 another fierce explosion echoed. When Hyojin rushed out of the smoke, there was a clear wound on his left shoulder. Dead Ale narrowed his eyes and spat, "He can't do anything once my clay spiders get close. It seems that he doesn't have much chakra left. TCH, I thought that there would be a fierce battle, I didn't expect it to be so boring." Seemingly realizing that there was no chance of winning by passively taking the bombardment, Kuroto, who was panting like a bellows, no longer hesitated and pounced towards Dead Ale. Seeing Hyojin recklessly pouncing over, Dead Ale grinned and said, "You are courting death." In an instant, a white clay spider crawled out from the folds of Hyojin's clothes. Hiss, many sharp-eyed experts in the venue immediately noticed this and simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. It was clear that Dead Ale didn't detonate all of the clay spiders during the attack just now. He only detonated a portion and used the smoke as cover to let one clay spider quietly attach itself to Qilin's body. This was undoubtedly a killing move. It had to be known that a close-range explosion and a close-range explosion were two completely different concepts. Moreover, Qilin wasn't only seriously injured, but he also didn't have much chakra left. He simply couldn't resist such a close-range explosion. In Mai's resting area, Kakashi's gaze suddenly turned cold. He immediately prepared to use the Flying Thunder God to save Qilin. Although Qilin had eliminated Sasuke and Naruto, he still felt that he had secretly learned the opponent's purple lightning. It was only right for him to save Qilin and return the favor, on the stage. Dead Ale grinned and said, "I hope you can survive." Huh. Without the slightest hesitation, Dead Ale detonated the clay spider attached to Hyojin's body. However, just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, the expected explosion didn't happen. On the contrary, Hyojin, who was pouncing towards Dead Ale, instantly accelerated, and his originally slow figure turned into a bolt of lightning. Swish. Dead Ale, who had already let down his guard, was caught off guard by this sudden change. The surprise on his face hadn't even disappeared when Hyojin punched him in the face. Boom, a loud explosion echoed as Dead Ale was sent flying. Another burst of wind-breaking sounds echoed as Hyojin arrived in front of Dead Ale at a ghost-like speed. He punched Dead Ale's face and ruthlessly threw him to the ground. Bang, with a muffled sound, Dead Ale, who had been smashed to the ground, became dizzy. At this time, Hyojin's shoeless foot fiercely stepped on Dead Ale's face. Then, he pulled out the clay spider hidden in the seam of his clothes and played with it in his hand. The second and third chapters have been updated. It will be a new week soon, and the list will be updated. I'm asking for recommendation votes. Also, there are only 2 days left until the monthly votes are doubled. Students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. Finally, I want to thank the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you everyone. Playing with the small clay spider in his hand, Hyojin said with a ridiculing expression, "I already told you that I've completely recovered. That move just now wasn't even a warm-up. Why didn't you believe me when I was clearly telling the truth? How could this be?" The badly battered Dead Ale didn't pay attention to Hyojin's words. Instead, he stared at the still struggling clay spider in Hyojin's hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. He wasn't a greenhorn. Although he wasn't that old, his combat experience was exceptionally rich. He wouldn't underestimate his opponent just because he was injured. The reason why he had relaxed his guard and fell for Hyojin's trick was that he had deliberately hidden the small clay spider in Hyojin's clothes. It had always been under his control, so he was certain that this small clay spider hadn't been destroyed by the opponent's lightning escape chakra. It was also because of this that he felt that victory was within his grasp and relaxed his guard. Seeing Dead Ale's astonished expression, Hyojin chuckled and said, "What? Is it that surprising?" Dead Ale didn't care about his sorry state and impatiently asked, "How could this be? What did you do?" Kuroto was indeed very surprised, because he was surprised to find that he could still control the clay spider in Suijin's hand. It can be seen that the clay spider was not destroyed by the lightning release chakra, but when he tried to detonate the clay spider just now, it didn't go off for the first time in history. Looking at the little clay spider that was constantly struggling in his hand, Suijin exerted a little force with his fingers and crushed it with a kacha sound, then said leisurely, "Just because it can move doesn't mean that it hasn't been destroyed." This? Dead Ale suddenly understood. It turned out that this small clay spider had already been discovered by the opponent and had been secretly tampered with. Hyojin then said, "I spent a lot of energy to make your small clay spider attach itself to my body." For Hyojin, who had the Byakugan and had absolute control over his body, no foreign object could escape his senses. That was why Dead Ale's clay spider was able to quietly attach itself to his body, and it was completely intentional. And in order to make the process look more realistic, he also let himself suffer 2 of Dedale's clay explosion attacks. Even his shoes were blown up. As for tampering with Dedale's clay spiders, that was a piece of cake for him. One shouldn't forget that Hyojin's Earth Escape clone had the explosion escape bloodline limit. He might not be as good at using explosive clay as Dedale, but he wasn't far off. What was the composition of the explosive clay? What were its characteristics? How to make it explode? How to make it lose its effectiveness? He had already done countless experiments in his laboratory. Even if he didn't use the lightning escape, he still had at least 3 methods to make the small clay spider hidden in his clothes be controlled by Dedale without detonating it. VIP area. The reversal of the situation was completed in an instant. This process was so fast that the 3 generations Inoki in the VIP area didn't even have time to restrain the proud expression on his face. On the side, the 4 generations Laying was also startled. He immediately said with some annoyance, "So that kid was deliberately showing weakness." Humph, even we were deceived by him. The 4 generations of Kazekage looked at the calm Mizukage of 4 generations with a complicated expression. If the Qilin from before was said to be a young and energetic young talent, then after this battle, the Qilin who was able to put down his nothingness and choose to win the battle at the lowest cost had become an expert worthy of being treated as an equal in his eyes. And if such a character appeared in a ninja village, it often meant that the ninja village would be in a period of steady rise in the next 10 years or even decades. Sure enough, Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, didn't feel too surprised. Instead, he felt relieved after the answer was revealed. He knew that since Kirin chose to compete, then he must have some confidence. It's just that he didn't expect Kirin to use this method to defeat Dedale. After a moment, the 3 generations of Kazekage opened his mouth and said, "That kid Dedale is too frivolous and not calm enough, so I let him participate in the Chunin exam to gain experience. This time, he can learn a lesson, so my painstaking efforts weren't in vain. Speaking of which, Mizukage, I really want to thank you." The 4 generations of Kazekage was expressionless as he said, "You're welcome." He thought that the Mizukage would politely say a few words, and then everyone could have a way out of this embarrassing situation, but he never thought that the Mizukage would actually accept his thanks. Inoki opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Ha ha ha. Laying of 4 generations of Kazekage, who had never dealt with the rock village, directly laughed. 4 generations of Kazekage turned his head to the side and struggled to hold back his laughter. My of Kazekage. Looking at Dedale who was knocked down by Kirin, Mute was stunned. Dedale lost? Tsunade frowned at this time, his injury was faked. Jiraiya also had a solemn expression as he said with emotion, "I didn't expect to be deceived by him." Soon, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the problem. This wasn't a trivial matter. If Kirin's injury was faked, then it meant that Kirin really recovered from his injuries in just 10 minutes. This undoubtedly meant that the Kirin's medical ninjutsu had a huge breakthrough. But the village didn't receive any relevant information. On the other side, while Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, the doubt in his eyes grew. In his eyes, Kirin seemed to be full of mysteries. "I didn't expect the result to be like this, it's really surprising." After a pause, Asma said with some loneliness, "After watching today's matches, I even have some doubts about my identity as a Jonin." Dai said energetically, looking at these young people sweating in the examination room, "How can we, the instructing Jonin, fall behind?" On the field, Hyojin slowly raised his hand, indicating to the referee that he had won the match. And as he raised his hand, the quiet stand suddenly stirred up. Exclamations, astonishment, cheers, discussions, and even curses intertwined and resounded throughout the venue. Swish, at this time, Itachi, as the referee, came to the field and said to Hyojin, "Congratulations, from this moment on, you have officially become a Chunin. First update, there is a little more than a day left for the double monthly ticket event. Students with monthly tickets, don't hide it." Chunin, Hyojin, who was originally happy, suddenly felt strange after hearing Itachi's congratulations. However, Itachi wasn't wrong. As the final winner of the Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great ninja villages, his Kirin identity had indeed obtained the qualifications to be a Chunin. At this time, the badly battered Dedale crawled up from the ground and hatefully said, "Damn, you despicable guy. Despicable. After a pause, Hyojin said, "Hey, we are all ninjas, can you not say such amateurish words? Or should I interpret it as you praising me?" Deadale wasn't someone who would easily admit defeat and promptly asked, "Do you dare to have another match? Continuing the match won't change the fact that I just beat you to the ground." After smiling, Suijin kindly reminded Deadale, "Hurry up and go to the hospital, the trapezius muscle on your back has been completely cut by me. I'm afraid you won't even be able to lift your arms now, let alone form hand seals. How are you going to compete with me?" Facing such a dangerous opponent like Deadale, Hyojin naturally couldn't just simply knock him down. When he succeeded, he used the thunder release chakra to precisely cut the trapezius muscle on Deadale's back, as well as many important meridians connected to chakra. Therefore, Deadale's injuries were far more serious than they looked on the surface. TCH. After lightly spitting, Deadale, whose eyes were full of unwillingness, turned around and left. He knew that Hyojin wasn't bragging. His current body really had difficulty forming hand seals. Looking at Deadale's departing figure, the smile on Hyojin's face gradually disappeared. In this final match with Deadale, he could actually fight normally because his injuries had been healed by Xiang Phosphorus. Moreover, the chakra he consumed could also be replenished through the giant Tenseigan. In other words, he was almost at his peak state when he went on stage. There was no pain or chakra problem. The reason why he didn't choose to fight normally was very simple. It was because Deadale, who had grasped Dust Escape, was too dangerous. If he fought normally, it would be very difficult to assess the risk. Don't mention the referee team's ban on Deadale. It should be known that the referee team also prohibited other candidates from using any ninjutsu that might threaten the audience, but Sasuke still launched Susanoo and Amaterasu, and Naruto also entered the tailed beast transformation, revealing 6 tails. Trusting that his opponent would abide by the rules and entrusting his own safety to his opponent's conscience. This kind of foolishness might happen to others, but it would never happen to Hyojin. From the moment he entered the battlefield, Hyojin had tacitly agreed that Deadale would use dust evasion or even C0 self-detonation as a precondition for the fight. Soon, Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, briefly summarized the Chunin exam in the VIP seats as Naruto, and the first Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great ninja villages finally came to an end. In the lively atmosphere, the audience in the stands began to slowly leave. Just as Hyojin was rushing to the casino, Kakashi came to the mist rest area and then saluted Hyojin without saying a word. Hyojin was a bit confused. Kakashi said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I learned your purple lightning privately and taught it to Uchiha Sasuke without your permission." Hyojin's expression was a bit subtle, "Since you learned it yourself, then I have nothing to pursue. After all, I also secretly learned your Chidori." In the final analysis, Purple Lightning was originally developed by Kakashi, and Hyojin was able to master Purple Lightning thanks to Kakashi's cell organization. Therefore, he was somewhat guilty in the face of Kakashi's apology. After pondering for a moment, Kakashi said with some embarrassment, Actually, I also secretly learned your Kirin, and I also taught this move to Uchiha Sasuke. Really, worthy of being Mai's copy ninja." Hyojin smiled. In the previous battle with Sasuke, when the rain clouds gathered in the sky, he noticed a trace of mockery and pride hidden in Sasuke's expression. At this moment, hearing Kakashi's words, he immediately understood. Kakashi said with some embarrassment, "I'm really sorry." Shueisue, who was behind Hyojin, muttered softly, "This kind of apology is just lip service, there is no sincerity at all." "Shut up." Hyojin deliberately scolded Shueisue sternly, but in his heart, he thought, "This kid has a future." Kakashi hurriedly said, "I think you won't care about worldly things like money, so after thinking about it, only this kunai is the most suitable gift. Please accept it." As he spoke, Kakashi held a kunai and handed it to Hyojin. This, looking at the special kunai in Kakashi's hand that was engraved with his flying thunder god jutsu, Hyojin was speechless. Kakashi's sword of fetters, he had a lot of them. At this time, Kakashi explained, "This is a special kunai, called Sword of Fetters. It is engraved with my flying thunder god jutsu. You can take it with you. Usually, as long as you seal it, it will not cause any interference to you. Once you are in trouble, you can unseal it, and then I will know immediately. Can it be discounted?" After cursing in his heart, Hyojin still took Kakashi's sword of fetters. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, then he thought of something and reminded, there are many strange people in the Akatsuki organization, you are now famous, it is very likely that they will target you, so please be careful. After he finished speaking, he did not stay any longer. With a whoosh, he disappeared on the spot. Playing. With the sword of fetters in his hand, even though he knew that Kakashi had good intentions, Hyojin still felt like he suffered a loss, and couldn't help but secretly complain, this guy Kakashi must have been infected by Yondaime, he just set up a technique like Yondaime, why did he have to learn the sword of patience of Yondaime and create a sword of fetters? Shuazuki asked curiously, Captain, this sword of fetters is the location of the space-time ninjutsu that was represented by my Naruto just now? Yeah. Hyojin nodded. Shuazuki said, that Mai is quite sincere. Hyojin sealed the sword of fetters with 4 symbols seal and put it into his ninja bag, and then secretly said in his heart, I have several of these things at home. Today, there are only 2 chapters, let me take a break, tomorrow I will continue to add more chapters, please support me with your monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Where am I? Sasuke, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes and looked a little confused. After a while, his unfocused eyes regained their spirit, so I am in the hospital. At this time, he gradually recalled the scenes before he fainted, and remembered that he suffered a crushing defeat in the first battle after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan in front of everyone. Damn it! Under the sheet, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and his face alternated between blue and white. Just thinking of his crushing defeat in public, he felt ashamed. He couldn't accept the fact that he, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, would lose to a missed genin. At this time, Naruto's voice gradually became clear in the ward. After barely sitting up, Sasuke was surprised to find that the patient lying on the opposite bed turned out to be Naruto, who was wrapped like a mummy. It's just that at this moment, Naruto didn't have the consciousness of a patient at all, he was triumphantly saying to Sakura and Hinata, Kirin is nothing great, next time I will definitely beat him. Hinata nodded seriously, well, Naruto, you can definitely do it. Sakura handed an apple to Naruto and said with a smile, you did a good job this time, although you lost, at least you beat up that Kirin. I heard from Kakashi-sensei that Kirin is not simple. Hey. Naruto smiled and took the apple handed over by Sakura. At this time, Sakura found that Sasuke woke up, and quickly leaned over and asked with concern, Sasuke, you finally woke up. How do you feel, is there any discomfort in your body? Sasuke asked coldly, how long have I been lying down? Naruto, who was wrapped in bandages, also came over. You've been unconscious for 2 days. What? Taken aback, Sasuke said, I was in bed for 2 days, what about the Chunin exam? Sakura said timidly, Sasuke, the Chunin exam is over. Listening to Sakura describing the situation of the Chunin exam after he was in a coma, Sasuke's face was gloomy and he gritted his teeth and said, so, the final winner is Kirin? Naruto scratched his head. Sorry, I couldn't avenge you. Sasuke curled his lips. I haven't fallen to the point where I need an idiot like you to avenge me. Naruto immediately became irritated. Hey, you bastard, you're looking down on me again. Sakura quickly explained, Sasuke, Naruto really worked hard this time. You don't know, he beat up that Kirin to vent your anger. Hinata also added, yes, in order to avenge you, Naruto suffered a serious injury this time. Humph. Naruto held the back of his head with his hands and pouted proudly, waiting for Sasuke to thank him. Looking at the injured Naruto, Sasuke opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head to the side and said coldly, I can handle my own revenge, there's no need for you to interfere at all. Obviously, the explanation of Sakura and Hinata not only did not make him feel relieved, but also made him even more annoyed. Because the better Naruto's performance in the battle against Kirin, the more incompetent Kuroto is, the more Kuroto's incompetence, and he is now an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the pride of his bloodline and family makes it impossible for him to accept the kindness of his companions. Kacha. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open, and the 2 brothers, Hayashi and Richa, walked into the ward with Hana, who was just 7 years old. Several people in the ward quickly saluted Hayashi and Richa, and even Sasuke, who was still lying on the hospital bed, nodded. Because of Hyojin, the 5th generation Naruto, the status of the Hyuga clan in the village has skyrocketed, and the status of Hayashi as the head of the Hyuga clan has naturally risen. Ningsi Gij. At this time, Hana rushed to the corner of the ward. Sasuke was still a little confused about why the head of the Hyuga clan would appear here, and when Hinata opened the curtain, he found that there was another patient in the ward. This patient is none other than Hyuga Ningsi. Sakura explained to Sasuke, Ningsi accidentally hurt himself when he was practicing yesterday. After listening to Sakura's explanation, Sasuke learned that Ningsi's injury was not because of the Chunin exam, but because he went too far in private practice and exceeded the limit of his body, so he hurt himself. However, Ningsi on the hospital bed behaved very calmly, and it seemed that he didn't care too much about this injury. After visiting Ningsi, the two brothers Hayashi and Richa did not stay in the ward for a long time and left directly with Hana, but before leaving, both of them looked at Sasuke and Naruto with complex expressions. Although Sasuke and Naruto were both sent to the hospital by the Kirin of the Mist Village. But no one can deny that the performance of Sasuke and Naruto in the Chunin exam has far exceeded the level of Genin, reaching the point where even the Kage-level powerhouses can't ignore them. In contrast, the Ningsi and Hinata of this generation of the Hyuga clan are obviously inferior. When the two brothers Hayashi and Richa walked out of the ward, they happened to meet Fuyue and Mikoto, who came to visit Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Hayashi and Fuyue, the old rivals who have been secretly competing with each other for more than 10 years, behaved very friendly at this time and said goodbye to each other after a while. After leaving the hospital, Hizashi-sama looked back and said thoughtfully, Fugaku seems to be a lot more polite to us. I'm not the only one who feels this way, right? Hayashi nodded. Well, his attitude is indeed a bit strange. It is reasonable to say that Fuyue lost the position of 5th generation Naruto because of the Hyuga clan, so with his personality, Uchiha shouldn't be so polite to himself. What's more, Sasuke also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, so the number of Manjikyu Uchiha in the Uchiha clan has been restored to 3. Thinking of this, Hayashi let out a long sigh. Alas, Kuroto's generation finally suppressed Uchiha, but when Hinata and Ningsi's generation comes, I am afraid that our Hyuga clan will be left far behind. Richa also had a helpless look on his face. In his opinion, his son Ningsi is already very excellent. At the same age, he himself is not necessarily the opponent of Ningsi, but compared with Uchiha Sasuke, who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 12 or 13, Ningsi undoubtedly seems to be a little inferior. Seeing Richa's silence, Hayashi said, Don't put too much pressure on Ningsi. With such a dazzling genius like Sasuke in the same period, it can only be said that his luck is not very good. After saying that, Hayashi's gaze fell on the little Hana next to him. Hana, you are now the future hope of our Hyuga clan. The first update is here. There are only 6 hours left for the monthly ticket double event. Students who still have monthly tickets, please support this event. In addition, I recommend the new book of Blue and White Tenkami. I have gone through 999 Heavenly Tribulations, the new book of 10 Tenkami, the first book of 2D new books. The quality is guaranteed. In the Mayambu base, the high-level members of the 5 great shinobi villages gathered again and held the first Gakage meeting after the Chunin exam. The theme of the meeting was still to discuss how to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization to the entire shinobi world, as well as how to rescue the Jinchuriki of the villages that were kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization. On the issue of rescuing the Jinchuriki, the Yondaime Leiying was naturally the most active one. He couldn't help but be active, because when it comes to losses, Cloud Village's Jinchuriki is the most serious one among the 5 great shinobi villages. Although Rock Village also lost 2 Jinchuriki, in terms of strength, the 2 perfect Jinchuriki of Cloud Village can crush the 2 Jinchuriki of Rock Village, who have the potential to go berserk at any time. However, there were only a few people who agreed. The Sand Crypsis village didn't care about this matter. In any case, they didn't lose their one-tailed Jinchuriki village, while the Mist Village's ability is limited. The Mist Village is now thinking about how to ensure the safety of the Yondaime Mizukage. As for the Mai Village, the focus is also on protecting the 2 Jinchuriki of Naruto and Fu. Not to mention the Sand Crypsis, the Mist Village, and the Mai Village. Even the Rock Village, which has suffered a lot of losses, is not interested in the Yondaime Leiying's plan to rescue the Jinchuriki. The Yondaime Inoki is very pragmatic, in his opinion, before finding a way to restrain the Akatsuki organization's leader Nagato, any radical plan is not advisable. As a result, the Gakage meeting fell into a stalemate and quarrel like the previous few times. Itachi, who was still pretending to be Hyojin, glanced at the high-level shinobi villages who were arguing with each other and sighed faintly. The 3 shinobi wars have caused the foundation of trust between the 5 great shinobi villages to be very weak. Even in the face of the threat of the Akatsuki organization, the kage of each village are still unable to completely put down their prejudices. At this time, Kakashi on the side winked at Itachi. Itachi nodded. After getting Itachi's approval, Kakashi stood up and said, "Everyone, Armai has a suggestion. We hope that we can mobilize the elites of each village to temporarily form a rapid response team to carry out high-intensity missions such as intelligence gathering and tactical surprise attacks." The first to agree was the 4 generations Liang. He said in a low, muffled voice, "We really need such a team." The 4 generations of Kazekage considered more and asked bluntly, "How many people do you want to transfer?" Kakashi, who was already prepared, said calmly, "This rapid response team shouldn't be too big, or else it will be inconvenient to mobilize them. So, it's best to limit each village to 3 people. Armai hopes that Kirin of the Mist Village, Deadale of the Rock Village, Druid of the Cloud Village, and Zoro of the Sand Crypsis Village can participate. The purpose of the Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great ninja villages is to strengthen cooperation with each other and to dig out the talents of the new generation. Now that the Chunin exam has been successfully completed, and a large number of outstanding new generation ninjas have emerged from the exam, the idea of gathering these new generation ninjas to form a rapid response team was born in Kakashi's mind. But when they heard that Kakashi wants to invite the new generation of the village to participate in this so-called rapid response team, several kage immediately hesitated. For example, Deadale, Darui, and the others had almost been selected as the next kage by their respective villages. Therefore, the kage present were really worried about letting the future kage of their villages join this rapid response team with an unpredictable level of danger. Seeing that everyone was a little worried, the 3 generations Naruto got up and said, "Everyone, participating in the rapid response team is also a rare experience for the young people. Moreover, Armai will assure everyone that we will definitely formulate an action plan carefully and will not let the ninjas of the villages suffer unnecessary casualties." The 3 generations' brows immediately twisted. "So, the command of this rapid response team is in the hands of your Mai?" Kakashi said with a smile, "Sashikage-sama, at present, only Armai can contact Amatsukami, so for the sake of communication efficiency, this rapid response team is temporarily under the command of Armai, which is the most reasonable choice." The Mizukage, the Kazekage, and Liang nodded one after another. The 3 generations as kage instinctively wanted to refute, but for a while, he didn't know what to say. By now, everyone believes that Deadale is not the Xidagarba of Amatsukami, because with the experience of the 3 generations as Inoki, if Deadale is really the Xidagarba of Amatsukami, the Rock Village would have long been in contact with Amatsukami. After the end of the meeting, Kakashi and Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, left the Umbu base side by side. On the way, Kakashi said, "Kuroto, accompany me to the hospital." Itachi was puzzled, "What's the matter?" Kakashi explained, "In addition to the 5 great ninja villages, I actually want to pull the Sound Village into the rapid response team." Itachi, who understood Kakashi's intention, gently nodded, "Well, Kimimaro and Haku of the Sound Village are indeed very good ninjas." As if thinking of something, Kakashi smiled and said, "Actually, I have another plan, speaking of which, this plan is the idea that you provided me with." Itachi calmly asked, "What plan?" "Remember the last time you pretended to be a member of Amatsukami and scared off the Akatsuki?" After a pause, Kakashi said, "I think this is a good idea." Itachi was stunned and secretly thought, the person who pretended to be a member of Amatsukami is Senpai? Can that still be considered a disguise? Kakashi didn't notice the strange expression that flashed on Itachi's face, and said, "Your idea reminds me that we can set up a fake Amatsukami privately. Once the Akatsuki organization suddenly attacks us, we can use this fake Amatsukami to contain the Akatsuki organization and buy time for the 5 great ninja villages to launch a counterattack." As a member of Amatsukami, Itachi was speechless, but he could only pretend to listen carefully. Kakashi continued, "I've analyzed it. Haku of the Sound Village and Suzume of Amatsukami are both ice-release Kekkei Genkai ninjas, so Haku can perfectly pretend to be Suzume. Even if they fight, they won't be exposed. Kimimaro of the Sound Village can pretend to be Kazuhira of Amatsukami since they both have the bone vein. Similarly, Deidara can pretend to be Xidagarba, and as for Homosubi, we can let Jishui or Shinichi disguise as him. Your idea is really... As if he couldn't find the right words to describe it, Itachi shook his head and said, but if Amatsukami finds out that we're doing this, I'm afraid the consequences will be severe, right? The smile on Kakashi's face disappeared, and he nodded seriously. Yes, that's why we have to make a deal with Amatsukami first. I'm afraid we'll have to spend a lot of money this time. Itachi shook his head and said, this is not a problem of money at all. The second update is here. There are only 2 hours left for the double event. Those who still have monthly tickets, please support us. Thank you. I'll continue writing, there's still one more chapter today. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Kakashi said, there's no harm in trying, maybe they will agree? Itachi still shook his head, no, how can Amatsukami allow a fake Amatsukami to exist? This kind of thing is impossible just thinking about it. In Itachi's view, the reason why Hyojin let Amatsukami make a deal with the village was just to find a legitimate excuse to intervene, and he didn't really care about the money. Therefore, the idea of the village using money to bribe Amatsukami is simply whimsical. Kakashi said, if Amatsukami doesn't agree, then this plan to establish Amatsukami will definitely not be implemented, you can rest assured about this. Itachi nodded lightly. In this way, the two chatted all the way to the Mai Hospital. On the way, Kakashi asked Itachi some more opinions about the 5 Kage summit. Itachi thought about it seriously, and then tried to imitate Hyojin's tone and responded one by one. After experiencing the 5 Kage summit and talking with Kakashi, Itachi couldn't help but think, I finally understand why Kuroto asked me to participate in the 5 Kage summit in his place. It turns out that he wants me to get in touch with the village affairs earlier. When he thought that Hyojin's arrangement is likely to let him take over the position of Naruto in the future and become the first Naruto in the history of Mai with the surname Uchiha, Itachi was moved. He wasn't greedy for Naruto's power, but he knew very well how important it would be for the village to have a Naruto with the surname Uchiha to integrate with the Uchiha clan. It can be said that as long as the next Naruto is a member of the Uchiha clan, then the resentment of the Uchiha clan will be greatly reduced. At this time, the topic turned to the Sound Village, and Kakashi said, even if our plan to form a false god organization can't be implemented, it is very necessary to win over the Sound Village, especially Haku and Kimimaro. They are very powerful ninjas that are worth winning over. I heard that several other villages have sent people to contact them these days. The strength of those two Sonic ninjas is indeed unexpected. On this matter, Itachi agreed with Kakashi's opinion. No matter if it was the information he collected or the information he got from Jishui and Shinichi, who were protecting Sasuke in the Forest of Death, they all showed that Haku and Kimimaro had immeasurable potential. Kakashi said, if they join us, as long as we don't encounter Nagato, our rapid response team won't be afraid of the other members of the Akatsuki. Itachi asked curiously, I heard that there is a problem with Kimimaro's body. It's a very serious blood disease. Even Tsunade-sama can't cure it. Can he still fight? Regarding the blood disease, although Tsunade-sama can't cure it for the time being, she has found a way to delay the onset of the disease. After a pause, Kakashi continued, and this is an important bargaining chip for us to negotiate with the Sound Ninjas. The Sound Village and Mai were allies, and now Mai has a way to temporarily delay the onset of Kimimaro's disease. So, Kakashi believes that this time, the probability of Naruto persuading the Sound Ninjas to join the rapid response team is very high. As they were talking, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Mai hospital. As if he had thought of something, Kakashi told him before entering the hospital, Kuroto, the ninja of Sound's Kimimaro has a proud and aloof personality, so it's not easy to get along with him. The other guy named Yugo is also quiet, so if they are disrespectful to you, please be patient. Kakashi, who had run into a wall in front of Kimimaro, knew that among the Sound Ninjas, except for Haku, the other two were eccentric. Itachi nodded and said, I understand. Everything is for the benefit of the village. Kakashi smiled and said, you don't have to worry too much. With Naruto personally coming forward, they will give you some face. Soon, the two of them arrived at Kimamaro's ward. As soon as they entered the ward, Kakashi said in a friendly tone, "Kimamaro, how are you feeling today?" However, Kimamaro, who was sitting on the bed, didn't ignore Kakashi as usual. Instead, his eyes went past Kakashi and fell on Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin. When he saw the identity of the person who came, Kimamaro's indifferent face suddenly showed some panic. He quickly turned his head to the side, avoiding Itachi's sight. Huh? Kakashi looked at Kimamaro, then at Itachi, who was next to him, with a puzzled expression. Itachi was also confused. He didn't understand why Kimamaro had such a strange reaction when he saw him. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Haku and Yugo walked in. Kakashi greeted them, "Haku, Yugo, Naruto has come to visit Kimamaro." Looking at Itachi's gaze, Bai subconsciously shrunk his neck and hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Sir." On a cliff outside the Mai village. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Obsidian looked at the Mai village in the distance, as well as the Naruto rock. Zetsu suddenly poked his body out of the ground and said, "The Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 great shinobi villages has ended, and my clone didn't find any traces of traps." Obsidian's face under the mask frowned and muttered to himself, "Is this Chunin exam not a trap laid by Amatsukami?" Zetsu said, "You will definitely be very interested in what happened in this Chunin exam." Obsidian asked, "What happened? Do you remember that child named Uchiha Sasuke?" Zetsu smiled and said, "You would never have thought that the little guy would awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in this Chunin exam." "What?" Obsidian was taken aback. Zetsu smiled and said, "I was also surprised when I heard the news." Obsidian was a little skeptical, "Is the news true? Sasuke is not even 13 years old this year, right?" Zetsu said, "The entire Mai village is talking about this matter. It is said that he awakened in front of thousands of spectators during the battle against the Mist Genin, so the news should not be fake. I didn't expect Sasuke to have such aptitude." Obsidian sighed with emotion. If he had known that Sasuke had such potential, he wouldn't have let Sasuke go so easily in the first place. Zetsu then smiled and said, "There is one more thing that you probably can't imagine, that is, Sasuke who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan was defeated by the Mist Genin." Obsidian chuckled and said, "Don't joke around, how could the Mist Genin be the opponent of Manjikyu Uchiha? Even if Sasuke had just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he still has the ability to match the Mizukage." Zetsu shrugged and said, "But Sasuke was indeed defeated, I heard that he even used the Susanoo, but he still almost died in the hands of the opponent. Third, thank you for your support during the double monthly ticket period, and thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone." Listening to Zetsu's solemn vow, Obsidian thought for a while and whispered, "There is such a strong expert in the Mist Village? Impossible, this doesn't make sense at all." As the person who has manipulated the 4 generations Mizukage behind the scenes, Obsidian is very clear about how much power the Mist Village has. It can be said that with the exception of the 4 generations Mizukage and Mei who grew up under the protection of the Mist Elders, the other experts of the Mist Village have either been killed by him or recruited into the Akatsuki organization. Perhaps there are a few who have defected outside, such as Zabuza who launched a coup, and Rhea who defected with one of the 7 swords of the Mist Village. These can barely be regarded as experts. In addition, there are no other experts in the Mist Village, let alone a genin that can defeat Sasuke who has awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. At this time, Zetsu said, "The other party's name is Kirin, it is said that he is a Mist Release Kekai Genkai, and has mastered the lightning chakra transformation technique called Purple Lightning. There is even a rumor that this Kirin has also learned the lightning chakra mode passed down from generation to generation of the Cloud Village Laying." Obito's eyebrows twitched, "That sounds more like a ninja from the Cloud Village." Zetsu chuckled, "That's right, it is said that the Cloud Village's 4 generations Laying is very annoyed by this." Feeling that things are a little out of his control, Obsidian hurriedly said, "Tell me in detail about the Chunin exam that you have inquired about." Zetsu relayed the information that his clone had inquired to Obsidian one by one. After listening to Zetsu's narration, Obsidian's expression gradually became gloomy. "A mere Chunin exam, how can there be so many experts emerging?" Zetsu nodded and said, "Well, not only the 5 great shinobi villages have many talents, but even the candidates from the small shinobi villages such as the Sound Village, Grass Village, and Takigakure village have also performed well. Especially the Sound village. It is said that there are two descendants of the Mist Snow clan and the Kagaya clan, who performed very well in the Chunin exam. This is the foundation of the Mist village. Fortunately, we have defeated it in advance. After a pause, Obsidian's eyes became cold. Did you find the whereabouts of the Mizukage? Ju shook his head. The other party is very cautious. There's even a guy with a white eye following him 24/7. My clones can't get close at all. Obsidian solemnly said, we must lock the Mizukage whereabouts before Nagato takes action. Before the final battle, Obsidian's task is to locate all the tailed beasts. Among the remaining 4 tailed beasts, the 7 and 9 tails are stationed in Mai, so there is no need to look for them. When Nagato launches the final battle, he can capture them in one fell swoop. The one tail has not been resurrected yet, so the only target that Obsidian needs to lock on is the 4 generations Mizukage. After pondering for a while, Zetsu said, the Mizukage won't stay in Konoha for a long time, giving us a chance to catch him in one fell swoop, so he is likely to leave Konoha in the near future and hide again like before. I have placed a large number of clones on the periphery of Konoha. Once he leaves, I will receive the news immediately. Obsidian nodded and emphasized, this time, we can't make any mistakes. Zetsu nodded and then asked, by the way, that Uchiha Sasuke who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, how are you going to deal with him? The pupillary technique in one of his eyes seems to be the same as his father's, which is also black flame. As for what kind of pupillary technique he awakened in the other eye, there is no news yet. Obsidian pondered when he heard this. A pair of newborn Manjikyu Sharingan is a variable that is neither too big nor too small, especially in the case of not knowing what kind of pupillary technique the other Manjikyu Sharingan has awakened. Therefore, whether to dig out Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, or use Sasuke to threaten Itachi, or try to bewitch Sasuke, Obsidian is still in a dilemma. In addition, considering that Amatsukami has already obtained Fuyua's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, so Obsidian feels that Amatsukami might also be eyeing Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, the leader of Amatsukami is the Otsutsuki clan with a long history, so it is not impossible for them to know the secret of the Manjikyu Sharingan, my hospital. After leaving Kimamaro's ward, Kakashi asked Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, with a puzzled look, Kuroto, have you dealt with Kimamaro and Haku before? With Itachi's observation ability, he can easily see that Kimamaro seems to be very afraid of Hyojin, and Haku also has an inexplicable respect for Hyojin. And this is obviously not because of Hyojin's identity as Naruto, so the only explanation is that Kimamaro and Haku must have dealt with Hyojin in some way before. Senpai knows these two sound ninjas. After confirming this, Itachi didn't dare to say anything and just shook his head vaguely. Kakashi glanced at Itachi with a meaningful look, that's strange, they seem to be afraid of you. Itachi explained, maybe they are afraid of my identity as Naruto. Kakashi smiled, maybe. In short, this time they didn't directly refuse our proposal, which is a very good result. You know, when I mentioned joining the rapid response team to them yesterday, they refused without even thinking about it. Itachi's explanation is not completely unreasonable. After all, to some extent, Mai's Naruto can be regarded as the highest ninja in the entire shinobi world. It's not strange for a ninja from a small village to see Naruto, and after the initial accident, Kimamaro and Haku quickly adjusted their attitude, so Kakashi didn't dwell on this issue too much. At that moment, the two of them bumped into each other in the corridor of the hospital. Mute waved and said, Kuroto, Kakashi, Sasuke is awake. Both Kakashi and Itachi's expressions changed, and they immediately walked towards Sasuke's ward. In Sasuke's ward. Looking at his father who had lost his eyes, Sasuke, who was sitting on the hospital bed, looked guilty. Father, Before Sasuke finished speaking, Fuyue interrupted him with a dignified look, don't say anything, I know everything. Mikoto immediately stepped forward and gently hugged Sasuke. Sasuke, your performance is very good. Your father and I are proud of you. Sasuke shook his head stubbornly. No, I have shamed our Uchiha clan. Mikoto said softly, what a silly child. It is the greatest honor for you to be able to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke asked cautiously, Father, Mother, you really don't blame me for losing the competition? Mikoto smiled and said, of course we don't blame you. His mother's encouragement suddenly ignited Sasuke's fighting spirit. "Father, mother, please believe me, I will definitely defeat Kirin and take back everything that belongs to our Uchiha clan." Fuyue smiled and nodded slightly. As for whether to tell the truth to Sasuke, the Uchiha clan sought Hyojin's advice, and Hyojin's advice was to continue to hide it. In all fairness, Sasuke wasn't someone who didn't show his emotions on his face, nor was he someone who could hide his thoughts. You could say that he was naive or stupid. In short, he was a person who was easily influenced by emotions and easily manipulated. In the original time and space, he had been living in a lie, led by the nose since he was a child. First it was Itachi, then it was Orochimaru, and then it was Obsidian. He had almost no ability to analyze calmly and make subjective judgments. Just think about it, the Uchiha clan, as the most powerful clan in Konoha, was annihilated overnight without being invaded by foreign enemies. This kind of strange thing is everywhere, but Uchiha Kuroto didn't doubt the role played by the village at all. He was led by the nose by Itachi the whole time, and all his anger was focused on Itachi. He didn't have his own analysis and judgment at all. Later, when he found out that his teacher Kakashi was also defeated by Itachi, he was immediately bewitched by Orochimaru and chose to betray the village. When Obsidian revealed the truth, he instantly went crazy and muttered that he wanted to kill Danzo and destroy Mai. For this reason, he did not hesitate to break into the Gakage assembly and almost lost his life. After being educated again by Itachi, he changed his mind 180 degrees from destroying Mai to becoming Naruto. It can be said that until he was defeated by Naruto in the final battle of the Valley of the End, all of Sasuke's thoughts and actions were guided by others. Based on Sasuke's character, Hyojin felt that it was better to continue to keep him in the dark than to tell him the truth. Because from the incident of stimulating Sasuke to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, it can be seen that Sasuke's progress is very rapid when he has a clear goal to pursue. This speed of progress can even be described as terrifying. Therefore, with the external threat of Akatsuki, there is no need to take the initiative to remove this goal, so that Sasuke can loosen the string of tension in his heart. Moreover, through the previous contact with Obsidian, Hyojin judged that Akatsuki will launch a round of attack in the near future. But the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan takes several months, and now there is no time to fuse the Manjikyu Sharingan for Sasuke before Akatsuki launches an attack. Therefore, even if he tells Sasuke the truth now, he can't immediately fuse the Manjikyu Sharingan. Considering all these factors together, Hyojin's suggestion was made. After Fuyue and Itachi discussed it for a while, they finally chose to accept Hyojin's suggestion. Fuyue feels that Sasuke's strength will improve very quickly in this state of revenge, so it is not a bad thing to prolong this state. After all, strength is the foundation of a ninja. Itachi feels that Sasuke is not mature enough, and telling him the truth about Amatsukami is likely to reveal the secrets of Amatsukami. In short, both father and son feel that Sasuke has just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and his pupil power is still enough for him to use for a while. Moreover, letting him taste the bitterness of exhausting his pupil power will also make him cherish the Manjikyu Sharingan more, so that he can use his Manjikyu Sharingan in a more cautious and rational way in future battles. Soon, Itachi disguised as Hyojin and Kakashi came to Sasuke's ward together. Seeing that Sasuke is recovering well, Itachi and Kakashi both breathed a sigh of relief. But Sasuke calmly asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, where is Kirin now?" "In the inn." "Gakage meeting?" Is it as fun as counting money?" Looking at Mizukage, who was counting the boxes of banknotes he won from the casino, Hyojin snickered. He has participated in the Gakage meeting several times, but each time it starts with a quarrel and ends with a quarrel. Several shinobi villages with their own thoughts can't put down their prejudices. Such a meeting is difficult to achieve any results no matter how many times it is held, so he sent Itachi away. At this time, Mizukage, who was counting the money, said happily, "Captain, I didn't expect it to be so easy to make money." "Easy? Every cent of this money is earned through my sweat and tears." Hyojin curled his lips. The casino had just completed the settlement with him. This time, he had won a total of more than 110 million. Just the boxes alone were enough to fill up several boxes. The main reason for this was because he wasn't famous before the exam and wasn't a popular bet. Therefore, compared to popular bets like Dead Ale and Druid, his odds were much higher. Moreover, He had also used the shark muscle as collateral to place a heavy bet of 50 million, so he had won so much. Mizukage sighed again. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have also bet a little. Ignoring the sighing Mizukage, looking at the boxes of money in the room, Hyojin thought to himself, now that the lightning release chakra mode has been discovered, and the development of this lightning release clone has also come to an end. The next thing that needs to be spent is the yang release clone, as well as the arrangement of the ceremony. The arrangement of the Kekii fusion ceremony is also very meticulous and expensive. The location of Hiriko ceremony was on the top of the mountain, and the expenses were borne by the Akatsuki organization. Most of the expenses came from Kakuzu's hard-earned money and Obsidian's embezzled public funds from the Mist Village. Danzo's ceremony was located inside the volcano, and hundreds of roots were used, almost hollowing out the entire mountainside. The amount of work was huge, and at that time, Danzo was the acting Naruto, so most of the expenses were embezzled from the village's public funds. Hyojin's ceremony was designed to be much more complicated and large than Hiriko and Danzo's, so the cost is likely to be several times more than Hiriko and Danzo's. No one will pay for this, and he doesn't intend to tell anyone, so he can only think of a way himself. Fortunately, with this money in his account, plus the remaining funds from the last transaction with the village, as long as the yang release clone doesn't make too big of a mistake, even if the funds are insufficient, it won't be too much. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, I will try to completely master the lightning release chakra mode within a week and complete the development of this lightning release clone. After that, I will be able to focus on dealing with the Akatsuki organization. For generations Lei Ying thought that Hyojin would need a few months to completely master the lightning release chakra mode, but in fact, Hyojin has already mastered the most difficult part. The next step, pattern, might be a problem for other ninjas, but for Hyojin who has mastered the Tenseigan chakra mode, it's not a problem at all. 2 chapters in a row, please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank all the students who tipped me today. Hyojin's home. After completing the settlement with the casino, Hyojin left a shadow clone in the guesthouse pretending to be Kirin while he returned home to listen to Itachi's report. After describing in detail what happened at the Gakage meeting, Itachi said, Kuroto-san, this is the whole process of the meeting. Hyojin's expression remained the same after listening to Itachi's report. As he expected, the Gakage meeting still didn't produce any results. Although Kakashi's proposal to form a rapid response team at the meeting was recognized by many people, but once it comes to specific issues, such as which ninjas to join, which village has the right to command, and so on, things inevitably enter the stage of wrangling. Itachi was a little puzzled. Kuroto-san, forming a strong rapid response team is obviously beneficial to all 5 villages, so why can't everyone reach an agreement? Hyojin said in a deep voice, because the benefits and risks are not equal. Each of the other 4 Kage is a smart person, even the rugged appearance of the Yandane Lei Ying has a rough appearance, so they all understand the necessity of forming a rapid response team. They just don't want to send powerful ninjas like Deadale and Druid to join this team. Because of the nature of the rapid response team, it is inevitable that this team will have to fight against the Akatsuki organization without sufficient preparation, so the risk factor is very high, and villages like Rock Village and Cloud Village simply can't afford the death of their successors. But then again, if there is no new generation of strong ninjas like Deadale and Druid to join, the existence of this rapid response team would be meaningless, because ordinary Jonin teams can't deal with the Akatsuki organization. Secondly, the ownership of the command is also a big problem. One must know that such a team composed of many Kage-class ninjas, elite Jonin, and so on is a powerful force that can influence the entire shinobi world, so whoever obtains the command of this team will have the absolute right to speak in the 5 Kage Council. Moreover, Konoha is already the leader of the 5 great shinobi villages. If this rapid response team is also under the command of Konoha, then the other shinobi villages are likely to become Konoha's vassals, which is something that the other shinobi villages, especially Iwamakure and Kumo, absolutely cannot accept. In short, although the benefits are not small, the risks and hidden dangers are even greater, which is the most fundamental reason why no one can reach a consensus. After thinking about it seriously, Itachi sighed, I'm sorry, I couldn't handle this matter well. Hyojin waved his hand, don't mind it too much, this is the Gakage meeting, you have to learn to get used to it. Even Kuroto himself can't join this rapid response team as Kirin, so Kakashi's proposal is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Itachi then reported, Kuroto-san, according to your suggestion, we didn't reveal the truth to Sasuke. He is very emotional now. He wanted to go to the guest house to fight Kirin several times, but we stopped him. Is that so? With a light smile, Hyojin said, it's good to be motivated, you don't have to worry too much, Kirin will leave the village soon. Itachi asked, about Sasuke, what should we do next? Hyojin pondered for a moment and said, don't deliberately stimulate him anymore, he has now awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, too much stimulation will only make him go to extremes. What you need to do now is to train his skills in using the Manjikyu Sharingan. Yeah. Itachi nodded seriously. Hyojin smiled and said, after suffering such a big loss in the hands of Kirin, he should have learned a lot of lessons, maybe he can help us a lot in the next attack of the Akatsuki. Itachi immediately asked, Kuroto-san, if the member of the Akatsuki organization who calls himself Madara Uchiha comes to find me again, how should I deal with him? I am worried that Sasuke's awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan will attract his attention. Kuroto put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, the conditions he proposed can be temporarily agreed to, only in this way will he reveal their attack plan to you, and we must figure out their plan in advance in order to make corresponding deployments. If possible, Hyojin naturally hopes that he can complete the Kekii fusion ritual and become Kekii net before fighting with Nagato. In that case, it would be in the bag and there wouldn't be any risk. But from the fact that Obsidian suddenly came to him and asked him to confirm the location of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki and 7 Tails Jinchuriki, it is obvious that the Akatsuki organization is not willing to stay dormant and will take action in the near future. After discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization, Itachi said goodbye and left. Not long after Itachi left, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. The person who came to visit was none other than Hyojin's disciple, Ningxi. As soon as he entered the room, Ningxi bowed and apologized to Hyojin, Sensei, I didn't even advance to the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, I have let you down. Hyojin looked at Ningxi seriously and found that although Ningxi had an apologetic look on his face, his expression was no longer self-pitying and helpless, and his whole person seemed to be much calmer. Sit down. After greeting Ningxi, Hyojin sat down first. After sitting down, Ningxi was silent for a while and said, Sensei, now I finally understand why you told me not to compare myself with Sasuke and Naruto. Hyojin's mouth twitched, have you thought it through? Ningxi nodded, then shook his head, Sasuke and Naruto are better than me, this is a fact that I must accept, I will learn to adapt, but I will not change my goal to catch up with them, even if I can't catch up with them in my lifetime, I will not give up. There was no excitement, no determination, Ningxi's tone is very calm, but it gives off an inexplicable sense of determination. Hyojin smiled, still not giving up? Ningxi lowered his head and said calmly, Father persuaded me at home, saying that I am good enough, and Sasuke and Naruto in the same year are peerless geniuses like the 4 generations, it is just that I am unlucky to be in the same year as them. Kuroto didn't interrupt Niji, but raised the cup and drank the tea leisurely with a smile on his face. Ningxi slowly raised his head at this time, his eyes were clear, but I feel that it is not unlucky to be in the same year as peerless geniuses like Sasuke and Naruto, but I am lucky. Sensei, it is not that I don't want to give up, I just want to make my life more meaningful. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Somewhat surprised, Hyojin put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Ningxi with interest, it seems that I don't need to say those nonsense words to comfort you today. Ningxi saluted, sorry for troubling you. Hyojin shook his head, as your sensei, helping you adjust your mentality is what I should do. By the way, are the injuries on your body better now? Ningxi moved his arm, it's much better. As the disciple of Naruto, Ningxi naturally received special care in my hospital, so he only lay down for a day and was discharged from the hospital together with Sasuke and Naruto. Hyojin nodded and then asked, how is the practice of Hashiman Tonku? Seeing Hyojin asked about the practice, Ningxi quickly sat up straight, I'm sorry, at present I can barely open the first gate open gate, the second gate rest gate can't be opened yet. Hyojin frowned. This progress may be normal for ordinary people, but for Ningxi, who has the title of genius and has been practicing taijutsu since childhood, it is undoubtedly a bit slow. After asking Ningxi a few more questions about practice, Hyojin quickly found the crux of the problem. Although Soft Fist and Iron Fist are both taijutsu, because of the difference in style, the ninjas who practice Soft Fist and those who practice Iron Fist have very different views on taijutsu. Soft Fist ninjas, or to be more precise, the Hyuga clan, because of the Byakugan, so they emphasize the accuracy of the moves and the restraint of the mentality. Take the Bagwazang of Soft Fist as an example, whether it is 64 palms or 128 palms, they are based on the position of the Bagwazang, corresponding to the acupoints of the target's body. Each move is very particular: how to make a move, how to exert force, how to use chakra. There are clear rules. At the same time, in order to ensure the accuracy of the moves, the Hyuga clan must restrain their emotions. This has led to the clansmen of the Hyuga clan being relatively calm in battle, giving people a cold feeling. The Iron Fist school ninjas are completely different. They care more about the excavation of their own potential. What they pursue is faster speed and greater strength. This made the Iron Fist school ninjas very energetic and hot-blooded during battle. The 8 inner hidden gates was undoubtedly the strongest secret skill of the Iron Fist style. Its core meaning was to continuously dig out the potential of the human body. By breaking through the 8 checkpoints that restricted the circulation of chakra in the human body, the ninja could break through their own limits step by step. One was precision and restraint, and one needed to remain calm at all times. One required an indomitable drive, as well as a hot-bloodedness that would not give up no matter how many setbacks. Thus, in terms of style, the Soft Fist was incompatible with the 8 inner hidden gates. Perhaps this is the reason why Guy didn't instruct Ningxi from the Hyuga clan to practice Hashimen Tonku. Hyojin secretly sighed. The reason why his own practice of Hashimen Tonku was very smooth was that he didn't have the rules and regulations of Soft Fist in his mind, so with a little practice, he could easily immerse himself in the excitement of practicing Hashimen Tonku. However, Ningxi was influenced by the concept of Soft Fist since he was a child. He was used to using the precise and restrained style of Soft Fist to practice Hashimen Tonku, so it was natural that his progress was slow. Seeing Hyojin was silent, Ningxi said, "Akai-sensei said that I am not suitable for practicing Hashimen Tonku, and I also feel that my practice progress is not as good as Shaoli." Hyojin said lightly, "Ningxi, if you really want to achieve something in Hashimen Tonku, you must first break free from the shackles of Soft Fist." This? Ningxi was surprised and suspicious. He looked surprised. "Do you mean that I should give up Soft Fist and practice Iron Fist?" Hyojin shook his head. "For me, physical skills are physical skills. There is no distinction between Soft Fist and Iron Fist. When encountering an enemy who needs to accurately attack the meridians, we should accurately attack the enemy's meridians, and when encountering an enemy who needs speed and strength to deal with, we should use speed and strength to deal with them. Physical skills should be this simple." Ningxi's brows furrowed as he pondered. Hyojin didn't disturb Ningxi's thinking and drank his tea. After a while, Ningxi asked, "Sensei, if I specialize in Soft Fist, is it possible to catch up with Sasuke and Naruto?" Hyojin shook his head. "The potential of Sasuke and Naruto is not limited to this. This is just the beginning. In the next few years, their progress will be greater and faster, and even I may be left behind by them. Therefore, focusing on Soft Fist will not be able to catch up with them, and Hashimen Tonku is the most effective way for you to catch up with them at present." Ningxi said, "I understand. I will try to break free from the shackles of Soft Fist as you said." Seeing Ningxi make this decision as if he had made a great decision, Hyojin chuckled and said, "Don't think that doing this is a betrayal to the family. Soft Fist is just a physical skill, it does not represent the Hyuga clan." Ningxi felt a little better. "Yes, I will remember." At this time, Hyojin took out a scroll from the ninja bag on his waist. This scroll records a secret technique called Yin Seal, as well as a kind of respiratory technique that I have compiled myself. Take it and practice it. This scroll was specially prepared by Hyojin for Ningxi. Even if Ningxi didn't come today, he would have given it to Ningxi tomorrow, because tomorrow he will leave the village and escort Xianglin back to the Sky Fortress. As for the Yin Seal, Hyojin originally promised Tsunade that he wouldn't teach it to anyone, but now that he is the Naruto of the village, he has the authority to freely read and practice Yin Seal, so at this time, there is no problem in teaching his improved Yin Seal to Ningxi. And the respiratory technique attached to the scroll is naturally the result of him peeping on Zi Luo practicing 7 days breath technique. Because of his simplification and improvement, this set of respiratory technique is very different from Zi Luo's 7 days breath technique. His set of respiratory technique focuses more on the activation of the heart and lungs, so the effect is far less than Zi Luo's 7 days breath technique, but the advantage is that it can be compatible with any kind of taijutsu. Hyojin used this respiratory technique to activate the heart and lungs, and successfully crossed the threshold of lightning release chakra mode. Looking at the happy and excited Ningxi, Hyojin said, whether it is Yin seal or respiratory technique, both are top secret, so only you can practice it, no one is allowed to know it. Ningxi's expression became solemn, yes. At this time, Hyojin's mouth curved into a smile, I look forward to your growth. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Thank you to all the students who tipped today, thank you. Whoosh, in the whistling of the wind, 3 figures shuttled quickly through the forest. They could easily jump more than 10 meters away with just a light tap of their feet. It could be seen that they were powerful ninjas. Boom, just then, an explosion cut off the trio's path. After the smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated, 2 figures wearing Akatsuki's red cloud suit appeared in front of the 3. These 2 uninvited guests were Kakuzu of the Akatsuki's undead duo and Fei Dan, who was carrying the bloody crescent scythe. Clang, Fei Dan smashed the bloody crescent scythe on the ground and said, Mizukage, it's not easy to find you. There is no doubt that the 3 people intercepted by Kakuzu and Fei Dan were the 4 generations Mizukage, Yugura, and his personal guards, Mei and Qing, who had just left Mai. Because Yugura knew that the Akatsuki would launch an attack on Mai in the near future, Yugura didn't stay in Mai for long, but left Mai to avoid being caught by the Akatsuki. At this time, Qing, who was next to Yugura, said, no wonder I always felt that someone was spying on us, it turned out to be you. Fei Dan licked his lips, this time I want to taste the Mizukage blood. Kakuzu said coldly, don't talk nonsense, do it. Fei Dan didn't say anything more. After a strange laugh, he waved the bloody crescent scythe and rushed toward Yugura. At the same time, Kakuzu directly tore off the red cloud suit on his body, and the 4 masks on his back came out at the same time. Rumble, in an instant, a continuous roar resounded in the forest, in the distance. Obsidian crossed his arms in front of his chest, quietly standing on the crown of a big tree, looking at the battlefield. At this time, Zetsu landed beside Obsidian, everything went well, they intercepted the Mizukage. Obsidian asked, finding the Mizukage whereabouts this time is too easy, I always feel that something is wrong. Seeming to know what Obsidian was worried about, Ju said, don't worry. My clones are standing guard in all directions. Once the other party's reinforcements appear, my side will know immediately. Obsidian nodded and looked in the direction of my village. After dealing with 3 tails, we're only left with 9 tails and 7 tails hiding in my. Juyi sighed with mixed emotions, yeah, we're finally going to succeed. After withdrawing his gaze from Mai, Obsidian shifted his gaze to the battlefield in the distance. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end the battle quickly with just Kakuzu and Fei Duan. Ju asked, are you going to do it yourself? Obsidian didn't answer and directly disappeared into the twisting vortex. The Mizukage of 4 generations is a veritable Kage class expert, plus there is a double Kekkei Genkai who can use boiling release and lava release, as well as an elite Jonin with 1 Byakugan. In the face of such a lineup, it is indeed possible for Kakuzu and Fei Duan to win by relying on special tactics, but it is obviously impossible for them to win quickly, and once the battle drags on for too long, some unexpected accidents will inevitably occur. On the battlefield. Yay! Fei Duan, who was laughing strangely, used the bloody moon scythe in his hand to sweep the battlefield, forcing Yugura, Mei, and Blue to retreat in panic. The cooperation between Kakuzu and his 4-masked Genkai also became sharper and sharper. Wind and fire compound ninjutsu, as well as water and thunder compound ninjutsu, destroyed everything on the battlefield. For a time, the battlefield was filled with a sea of fire, lightning, and thunder. Looking at Yugura who was fleeing in a panic, Mei and Aoi gradually frowned. Yugura's resistance was much weaker than he imagined. Suddenly, a twisting vortex appeared behind Yugura without any warning. Be careful! Mei and Blue shouted in unison. However, this twisting vortex appeared too suddenly, and before Yugura could react, Obsidian stretched out half of his body from the vortex and grabbed Yugura. Got it. Seeing Yugura's body in his hand began to twist and deform, Obsidian's face under the mask slightly smiled. Voila, but just when Yugura was about to be pulled into the vortex by Obsidian, a sudden change occurred. Yugura's body suddenly shattered and turned into a mass of water that splashed all over Obsidian. Water clone. The masked man was startled. He immediately stopped using Shinwei and stared coldly at Mei and Qing, who were not far away. Mei said coldly, "No one can treat the Mizukage as prey. We, the Mist Village, will definitely pay you back double in the future." After saying that, without waiting for Obsidian to reply, Mei and Blue also exploded into a mass of water. What, so they are all water clones? Fei Dan, who was carrying the bloody moon scythe, complained as he walked over, "Hey, this time the information is too unreliable." Kakuzu put away the mask monster and picked up the red cloud suit on the ground. "It seems that the other party has been guarding against us." At this time, Zetsu landed on the battlefield and stared at the puddles of water on the ground. His face was a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect it to be a bait. The Mizukage has become more and more cautious." Obsidian's face was gloomy. Since this was a bait, the Mizukage's real body had probably left Mai through other ways. In other words, this operation to intercept the Mizukage would most likely end in failure. Fei Dan asked, "Hey, what should we do now? If we don't catch the Mizukage, it will be hard to explain to the leader." Kakuzu was also a little embarrassed. A few days ago, there was news from Nagato that he has completely mastered the new 6 paths of pain, and even the most troublesome Hachibi's Jinchuriki has been completely subdued, so the final battle will be in the near future. But now, not to mention catching the Mizukage, they can't even lock his whereabouts, so there is no way to explain to Nagato. After pondering for a while, Obsidian suddenly asked Zetsu, "You said before that your clone found the Mist's team that participated in the Chunin exam is also Mai's team that left today?" Zetsu nodded, "Yes." Obsidian asked coldly, "Where are they now?" Zetsu pointed in the direction of the land of whirlpools and said, "There should be a perception-type ninja in the other team. I originally wanted to let my clone follow them, but it seems that they noticed it, so my clone stopped following them. Now I can only judge that they are probably in that direction." Following the direction of Zetsu's finger, Obsidian looked over and said, "This Kirin should be a direct subordinate of the Mizukage. He may know the whereabouts of the Mizukage. I will go and catch him." Zetsu quickly reminded Kuroto, "The perception-type ninja in the other team named Xianxia doesn't need to be used, and the other Demon Lantern clan member named Shueiyue isn't much of a threat, but that Kirin has defeated Sasuke, who has awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, so you have to be careful." Obsidian sneered, "Do you think I will be defeated by a mist genin like Sasuke?" First update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. On the other side, Hyojin, Xianglin, and Shueiyue were also flying in the forest. "Captain, the feeling of being spied on earlier has disappeared." After sensing for a while, Xianglin reported to Hyojin. "Yeah." Hyojin nodded lightly. "There's no need to think about it. He knows that the spies all around Mai are most likely the clones that can freely integrate into the earth. This also proves that the Akatsuki organization will indeed take action in the near future. That's why he was so anxious to send Xianglin away from Mai. After all, Xianglin is his backup. As long as Xianglin is here, even if he is careless, he still has a chance to make a comeback. The reason why he personally escorted Xianglin back to the Sky Fortress is to prevent him from encountering any accidents on the way back. Xianglin's current strength isn't weak, but he's still lacking in combat experience. If he really encountered a member of the Akatsuki and lost the Rinnegan in his eye sockets, it would be a huge loss. In addition, he also needs a suitable place to finally practice the lightning release chakra mode. In my village, the Cloud Village's people are almost always watching him, so it's not convenient to practice the lightning release chakra mode in Mai. At this time, Shueiyue said, "Captain, in the future, when you become the village's 5th generation, don't forget to promote me." What 5th generation? Hyojin, who was thinking about something, was startled. Xianglin was also a little puzzled and secretly thought, "Isn't 5th generation Naruto already?" Shueiyue quickly said, "Of course it's 5th generation Mizukage." now in the village, besides you, who is qualified to take over the position of 4th generation Mizukage, so the position of 5th generation will be yours sooner or later. Hyojin didn't care and smiled. Young man, you have a good eyesight. I don't have much ambition. I just want to collect the 7 ninjas and revive our missed 7 ninja swordsmen. Hyojin glanced at Shueiyue. From the beginning, he found that Shueiyue was always thinking about the missed 7 ninjutsu, so he said, the beheading sword is in the hands of Pipa Juzo of the Akatsuki organization, the double-blade flounder is in the hands of dried persimmon ghost shark of the Akatsuki organization, and the thunder blade Feng is in the hands of the Black Ho Thunder Feng who defected. We know the whereabouts of these, but we don't even know the whereabouts of the long blade suture, the blunt blade pocket cut, and the explosive blade flying foam. It's not easy to collect the 7 ninjutsu. Shueyu snickered. My older brother Ghost Lantern Full Moon has a 7 ninja blade psychic scroll. As long as we find that scroll, those ownerless ninja blades that have gone missing can be easily found. Hyojin asked casually, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, the prodigy of the Mist Village? Isn't he already dead? Shueyu was a bit distressed. Yes, I don't know why a monster like him died. I rummaged through his belongings, but I didn't find the ninja blade psychic scroll. Hyojin smiled coldly. In the Mist Village, the more talented you are, the faster you die. Shueyu hurriedly said, Captain, isn't it inappropriate for you to curse yourself like this? At this moment, Xianglin suddenly frowned and stopped. Hyojin and Shueyu immediately stopped and asked, What's wrong? Xianglin turned around and looked behind him with a puzzled expression. I just clearly sensed a chakra behind me, but it disappeared into thin air in an instant. Hyojin's eyes turned cold as he walked towards Xianglin while activating Byakugan. Xianglin's perception range is very large. Unless the shadow clone is suddenly removed, or a ninjutsu like space-time ninjutsu is used, otherwise, no one can disappear from Xianglin's perception. Even the body flicker technique is very difficult to achieve. After a careful observation, Hyojin did not find anything suspicious in the vision of the Byakugan, so he secretly thought, who is following us? Is it Obsidian, Kakashi, or Nagato? If the other party used space-time ninjutsu to get rid of Xianglin's perception, then in the entire ninja world, only 3 people can do this, Obsidian, Kakashi, and Nagato. Obsidian's Kamui is the most convenient. Once he hides in the Kamui space, all perception and attacks will be ineffective. Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique and Nagato's Shibarigami Prison can also do this, but the operation is slightly more troublesome than Kamui. It can't be Kakashi. Even if he is worried that our mist squad will be attacked, before following us, he will definitely say hello to me, Naruto, before following us. It is impossible for him to be so reckless. Nagato is also unlikely. He won't use the Shibarigami Prison level of the Shibarigami Prison to follow a 3-man squad of the Mist Squad. Is it Obsidian? But why is he following us? His current target should be the tailed beast. Even if he is looking for someone, he should be looking for Yugura. Because Hyojin did not know the specific plan of Yugura leaving Mai, so he felt that his Mist Squad participating in the Chunin exam should not be targeted by Obsidian. Suddenly, Shuizuki's face sank. Captain, could it be? Hyojin looked over and said, if you have something to say it quickly. Shuizuki looked around vigilantly and whispered, could it be that the news of us winning more than 100 million at the casino was leaked and we are being targeted? Hyojin sneered, it's only 100 million, but halfway through his words, his expression became serious because he thought about the fact that Obsidian had embezzled a lot of the Mist Squad's public funds and Kakuzu had been accepting bounty missions day and night. It was obvious that the Akatsuki organization was also short of funds. If Obsidian really received the news and wanted to kill a few Mist Shinobi to get 100 million, it was not impossible for him to kill and rob them. Thinking of this, Hyojin instantly became alert. Suddenly, a twisted whirlpool appeared behind Hyojin and Xianglin without warning. Almost at the same time, Obsidian stretched out half of his body from the whirlpool, grabbed Hyojin with one hand and Xianglin with the other, and pulled both of them into the whirlpool. Because the change was too sudden, Shuizuki on the opposite side only had time to exclaim, be careful. At the moment when his body felt numb and twisted, Hyojin instinctively activated the thunder release stimulation technique and prepared to use the teleportation technique to immediately get rid of Obsidian's sneak attack. But just when he was about to escape, he saw Xianlin was also pulled into the whirlpool by obsidian from the corner of his eye, so he did not hesitate and kicked Xianlin, who was being pulled by obsidian, away. And in such a short moment, the numbness instantly invaded his whole body. Then, his vision blurred, and when he came back to his senses, everything in front of him had changed. TSK, I didn't expect the absorption speed of the double divine aura to be so fast. Looking at the dark, cold, and strange space in front of him with only stone platforms of different heights, Hyojin looked calm and lightly spat. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. In Obsidian's Kamui space, Hyojin felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. In front of him, the high ground and the layers of stone platforms seemed to be telling the ups and downs of Obsidian's emotions, and the gloomy sky above his head seemed to represent the cruel reality that he couldn't break free from. Is this kind of ghost place a haven for Obsidian to escape from reality? After a little sigh, Hyojin tried to perceive the outside world while adapting to the numbness in his body. The passive space travel just now caused a great shock to his spirit and body at the same time. Not to mention that he was in a trance, even his body was in a very strong numbness and tingling pain. It seems that the cells and tissues of his whole body have been damaged to varying degrees. His current physical state is actually the reason why Obsidian is so complacent when he successfully pulls the enemy into the Kamui space. Because the vast majority of ninjas in the shinobi world can't withstand the impact of the passive space travel. Many of the ninjas who were thrown into the Kamui space by Obsidian didn't need to be personally attacked by Obsidian, they fainted because their bodies couldn't bear the burden of the passive space travel, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. On the contrary, there are very few people like Hyojin who can withstand the impact and remain clear-headed. The reason why the heaven delivery technique developed by Kumo Village has become useless is actually the same reason. In fact, Kumo Village has long had its own unique space-time ninjutsu, but after the death of the 3 generations Liang, this heaven delivery technique has completely lost its meaning. Because except for the 3 generations Liang, everyone else who received the heaven delivery technique couldn't withstand the impact of the space travel without exception, causing their bodies to be torn apart in the process of traveling. Therefore, even the 4 generations Liang didn't dare to use the heaven delivery technique, so far, only the 3 generations Liang has successfully received the transmission of the heaven delivery technique. And this is also the reason why ninjas who have mastered the space-time ninjutsu are very rare in the shinobi world, because 99% of people are stuck in physical fitness alone. While adapting to the physical discomfort, Hyojin sensed the outside world. After a moment, he frowned. So it's like this. After a full perception, he found that all the connections between himself and the shinobi world in the Kamui space were cut off. Even the giant Tenseigan that could transmit chakra through space had lost contact. In other words, he who was locked in the Kamui space lost the ability of the giant Tenseigan. And through this, it also proved that the Kamui space of Obsidian is indeed a different space independent of the shinobi world. After carefully observing the surroundings, Hyojin analyzed, the surroundings are endless, even my Byakugan can't see the end. It seems that the space here is much bigger than I thought. All along, he had a doubt. And that was, did the Obsidian Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique Kamui create a different space, or did it resonate with a different space that already existed? Now, after confirming the size of the Kamui space, he began to lean towards the latter. Because obviously, the Manjikyu Sharingan level of the pupil power obviously can't create such a big space, even the 6th path level can't do such a thing. This different space should have existed for a long time. When Obsidian awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, maybe it was emotional resonance, or maybe it was the entanglement of the pupil power, which made his Manjikyu Sharingan unexpectedly become the key to enter this different space. After a rough analysis of the Obsidian space of Kamui, Hyojin immediately thought about a way to escape. Why did Obsidian target me? Is it because of money, or my identity has been exposed, or is it because of Yagura? Because he couldn't determine the reason why Obsidian was targeting him, Hyojin really had some difficulty in formulating a targeted strategy for a while, so he thought about it while playing with the sort of fetters that Kakashi gave him, in the shinobi world. Looking at Xianlin in the distance, who was kicked away by Hyojin and broke free from his Kamui, Obsidian let out a soft sound of surprise. He didn't expect that the Kirin just now could actually help his companion get out of trouble while being restrained by his Kamui. This undoubtedly meant that if the Kirin wanted to escape just now, he could definitely do it. That guy's reaction speed is comparable to 4 generations, Obsidian sighed slightly. At this time, Shiwazuki, who was opposite him, complained, "I told you, that guy captain shouldn't have cursed himself, saying that the more talented you are, the faster you die. How about it, now it's true." Xianglin also quickly got up from the ground, her face was full of horror. Although she has been staying in the Sky Fortress for a long time and doesn't have much experience, but she still recognized the conspicuous Akatsuki red cloud suit that Obito was wearing. Coupled with the fact that Suijin disappeared in a flash, she realized the seriousness of the problem at hand. Obsidian looked at Shiwazuki and Xianglin on the opposite side and chuckled, "In order to ensure that the Mizukage doesn't receive the warning, I can only make you shut up." Seeing that Obsidian wanted to kill them, Shiwazuki quickly said to Xianglin, "Let's split up and run." In his opinion, the other party is not only a member of the famous Akatsuki, but also one of the most difficult to deal with in the Akatsuki organization. Encountering such a strong enemy, it is imperative to escape separately and strive to report the information. However, Xianglin didn't retreat. Instead, she advanced towards Obsidian and said, "Quickly let go of our captain, otherwise, I can only kill you." Obsidian was startled at first, and then couldn't help but laugh, "Can you kill me?" "Xianglin, don't be impulsive, even the captain was hit, we have no chance of winning." Shiwazuki was also speechless. In his eyes, Xianglin is just a perception-type ninja and a medical ninja. Although her auxiliary ability is very strong, her combat power is very limited. "I don't want to kill anyone." Xianglin didn't care about Shiwazuki's words at all, her eyes were locked on Obsidian, and her body exuded an unprecedented killing intent. In her opinion, what shinobi village, what shinobi world, peace, war, all are not important, only Hyojin is the most important. Now that something happened to Hyojin, for her, this moment is the end of the world. Feeling the killing intent of Xianglin, Obsidian said with a playful expression, "Oh, so you are serious, then I will open my eyes and see how you are going to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man activated divine might. In an instant, a twisting vortex appeared out of thin air on Xianglin's body, causing her body to twist. At this time, Xianglin said coldly, "Shinra Tensei. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." Rumble. In an instant, a huge repulsive force erupted from Xianglin's body and swept towards Obsidian. This. Obsidian was completely unprepared, and along with the surrounding trees, mud, stones, and so on, as if they were hit by a storm, were fiercely repelled. In just a blink of an eye, a large area of the forest was instantly razed to the ground, and the original lush green was erased by an eraser. Looking at the mess in front of her, Shiwazuki was dumbfounded. "Am I under a genjutsu?" Xianglin didn't pay attention to Shiwazuki, and directly flashed into the smoke and dust that covered the sky. In the smoke and dust. Cough cough, Obsidian coughed as he climbed out of the pile of mud. At this moment, he was in a mess, and the eye-catching red cloud clothes of the Akatsuki organization were covered with mud. One must know that when using Kamui, Kuroto needs to maintain his physical form. Even if he took back the Manjikyu Sharingan that he gave to Kakashi and gathered both Kamui, it only gives him the ability to use Kamui from a distance, but when using Kamui, Kuroto still needs to materialize his physical form. Therefore, when he was using Kamui on Xianglin, because he was in a physical state, he took the full brunt of Xianglin's angry Shinra Tensei. Compared to the mess on his body, the shock in Obito's heart was even greater. He looked at the mess and dust around him and said fiercely, "Damn it, how can a genin of the Mist Village have this kind of ability?" In his impression, there are only 3 people in the current ninja world who have this ability to use repulsive force without a seal. They are the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, the leader of the Amatsukami organization, Otsutsuki Samurai, and Kuroto Aoki, who died in the hands of Otsutsuki Samurai. In addition, whether it is the 5 Kage, or any other masters, they don't have this ability to use repulsive force without a seal, and now a genin of the mist has this ability, which surprised him. Shinra Tensei, is it the Rinnegan? Recalling the scene just now, Obsidian's face gradually became solemn. Because Hyuga Aoki, who had the Byakugan, also used a similar ability before, so for a while, Kuroto was unable to determine whether the other party had the Rinnegan or not, but he clearly remembered the words Shinra Tensei that Hyuga Aoki just said. Swish, right at this moment, a figure dashed out of the dust and pounced towards him. His expression became serious, and he immediately activated Kamui, passing through the enemy's body, easily avoiding the enemy's attack, and turned to observe the mist genin with a solemn face. In the Divine Might space. While Kuroto was thinking of a way to escape, his eyes suddenly flashed and he found that on a stone platform about 100 meters away from him, half a body covered with dirt flashed past. Is this a fight? Only half of his body was exposed in the Divine Might space, and it flashed past, which undoubtedly meant that Obsidian was using Kamui to dodge the enemy's attack. Why did he suddenly move so far away? Did the battlefield outside shift? Who was the one who forced Obito to use his godly might? Mizuko or Kamui? In an instant, countless thoughts surged in Hyojin's mind. However, this did not affect Hyojin's response. While he was thinking about these doubts in his mind, he rushed to the stone platform where half of Obsidian's body had flashed past, and then used multiple shadow clone technique without hesitation. Bang bang bang, in a burst of white smoke, Hyojin divided 10 shadow clones at once. After looking at the shadow clones, all the shadow clones spread out with the stone platform as the center, and at the same time, all the shadow clones' right hands flashed with dazzling purple lightning. For a time, the sound of Chidori resounded through the entire Kamui space. Including Hyojin's thunder body, a total of 11 Hyojins were waiting. As long as Obsidian's body appeared again, even if it was only for a short moment, he would immediately offer a generous gift, in the shinobi world. Staring at Kamui opposite him, Obsidian opened his mouth and said, "I didn't expect you to have the Rinnegan." Kamui didn't answer Obsidian, she didn't even have much reaction. Obsidian's face sank, and immediately thought, no reaction, is it not the Rinnegan? But like Hyuga Aoki, has mastered some other power? The reason why Kamui didn't respond was not because she saw through Obsidian's trick, but because she was listening to the words of Gaara, who was living in the Type 3 biological armor. Gaara said in the spiritual world, "I am responsible for attacking, you are responsible for sensing and launching Shinra Tensei to break the opponent's Kamui." Kamui hurriedly agreed, "Okay." In terms of combat experience, Gaara, who was cultivated by the Sand Crypsis as a human pillar, was obviously much better than Kamui. More importantly, Gaara had really killed people and seen blood, so he wouldn't show any mercy in a crisis. Gaara then said calmly, "I will now activate the Type 3 biological armor's overload mode. It can last for about 10 minutes, if it can't be solved within 10 minutes. Without waiting for Gaara to finish, Kamui said, "I understand, if even the overload mode can't be solved, I will immediately overdraw my life to launch the Earth-exploding heavenly star." After a short exchange in the spiritual world, Kamui's body slightly sank, and she said to Obsidian, "You are dead." Obsidian was shocked, because he was surprised to find that although the voice coming from Kamui's mouth was also young, it was obviously different from the girl's voice. It was a boy's voice. Moreover, although the boy's voice was very calm, it contained a monstrous killing intent. Boom, at this moment, the ground under Kamui's feet instantly cracked, and her small body, wrapped in a roar, shot towards Obsidian like a cannonball. So fast. Obsidian was shocked again, almost subconsciously activating Holy Might. The speed and strength displayed by the other party at this moment was even close to the 4 generations Liang who had activated the lightning escape chakra mode, so he had to be careful when dealing with it. Swoosh, in an instant, Kamui and Obsidian passed through him again. At this time, Obsidian, who had avoided Kamui's attack, immediately turned around, and the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets also focused on Kamui's back. Chi-Chi, however, just as Obsidian was about to activate Holy Might to sneak attack Kamui's back, he heard the sharp cry of thousands of birds. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Kirin. Obsidian, who was vomiting blood, almost instantly understood who the enemy who attacked him was and where the attack came from, so he was surprised while quickly deactivating Kamui. How is this possible? He was full of surprise, and it was not without reason. Even Hachibi's Jinchuriki fell into a brief dizziness when he was first pulled into the Kamui space, and it did not interfere with his subsequent confrontation with 4 generations Liang. And suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Obsidian quickly looked down and found that his abdomen was pierced, and blood gushed out and splashed on the ground instantly. Damn it! With gritted teeth, Obsidian half knelt on the ground and gasped heavily. After the implantation of the first-generation cells, his physique has long been far beyond the scope of ordinary people, and the injuries that are enough to kill an ordinary ninja are nothing to him. This is why he dared to use Kakashi's Chidori to break the charm set in his heart by Madara Uchiha, because even if the heart was directly hit, it would not immediately kill him. It is precisely because of such a strong physique that he was more surprised than worried at the moment of injury. But at this moment, he found something wrong. The injury on his abdomen was obviously more serious than he expected, and the area around the wound had completely fallen into a state of paralysis. That damn Kirin used Chidori? But Chidori shouldn't have such a great power. Is it the purple lightning that Zetsu mentioned? On the other side. Great! Seeing Obsidian suddenly injured, Xianglin and Gaara immediately cheered up. Xianglin and Gaara have some understanding of Obsidian's Kamui because Hyojin had introduced the characteristics of all Akatsuki members to them in detail in the Air Fortress. Among them, the introduction to Obsidian was the most detailed. Therefore, when they realized that Obsidian was suddenly injured, both of them immediately realized that it was Hyojin who launched the attack. This also meant that Hyojin did not lose his consciousness but was cooperating with them in the Shinwei space. We need to create more opportunities for the Lord to attack. After calming down, Gaara hurriedly spoke in his heart. Xianglin responded. When she saw the hole in Obsidian's abdomen and the blood that spilled all over the ground, she heaved a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as expected of my lord. Swish, at this time, Shueiyu also rushed over and landed beside Xianglin. Looking at the messy surroundings and the heavily injured Obsidian who was kneeling on the ground, he exclaimed, Xiangli, did you injure him? Xiangli shook his head. It was the captain who injured him. After saying that, Xiangli briefly explained the situation just now. Shueiyu, who understood, confirmed, so, as long as we continue to attack him, forcing him to use the space-time ninjutsu from before, the trapped captain will be able to attack him? Xiangli nodded. That's right. Shueiyu twisted his neck. Interesting. At this time, Xiangli said, I thought you would escape. Thank you for coming over. Shueiyu immediately smiled and said, Hee, the beheading greatsword and the double-bladed flounder have already fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki. Now that there is a chance, we can't let the Sharkman muscles fall into the hands of the Akatsuki. Listening to the conversation between Xiangli and Shueiyu, Obsidian stood up from the ground while clutching his abdomen. He snorted coldly. Humph, I didn't expect to be fooled by you little brats. Xiangli and Shueiyu were stunned when they heard this because Obsidian's tone was indifferent. It didn't seem like he was seriously injured at all. Unfortunately, this kind of attack is meaningless to me. As Obsidian spoke, he removed the hand that was covering his abdomen. His abdomen that was pierced just now had almost recovered. He's saying, liar. Xianglin, who possessed the Rinnegan, instantly saw through Obsidian's lies. The injury caused by Hyojin just now was indeed not enough to kill Obsidian, but it was not as meaningless as Obsidian said. Shuizuki curled her lips, the guys in the Akatsuki organization are really monsters. I was just careless just now. Dusting off the dust on his body, Obsidian continued, and now I'm going to be serious. Before his voice died away, a cyan shadow was projected from Obsidian's body. In the blink of an eye, the shadow turned into a huge cyan Susanoo. Although it was only half a body, this Susanoo was wearing heavy armor and holding a huge black shuriken in each hand. Under the Susanoo, Obsidian put one hand on his waist. You can be proud to be able to force me to this point. After taking back the Manjikyu Sharingan that was given to Kakashi, Obsidian, who had gathered the Kamui, naturally obtained the ability to activate the Susanoo. Not only that, but because his pupil power has been restored to its peak, the power of the Inyan fusion Genjutsu in his body is also much stronger than when he was using the Manjikyu Sharingan. If it weren't for his injuries, he would have been able to activate the powerful Susanoo that is close to the complete form. Shimmer Tensei. Obsidian's Susanoo did not scare Xianglin. After learning about Hyojin's state and reformulating the tactics, she no longer hesitated and took the lead to attack Obsidian. Boom, a huge storm instantly swept Obsidian Susanoo. Roar. With a roar, Obsidian Susanoo shot out the two huge black shuriken in its hands, and then raked its hands on the ground, trying to stabilize its body. However, the power of Xianlin's Shinra Tensei in overload mode was extraordinary. Even the powerful Susanoo, after fighting against this repulsive force for a while, gradually couldn't stand it, and then was blown away with the surrounding vegetation and gravel. At the same time, Obsidian Susanoo shot out the two giant black shuriken, but it passed through the repulsive force and went straight to Xianlin and Shuizuki. In the face of such a huge shuriken, Xianlin and Shuizuki did not dare to resist it, and quickly jumped to the sides, narrowly avoiding it. Swish, swish, when the two giant black shurikens hit the ground, the expected roar and the flying dust did not happen. On the contrary, the place where the two giant shurikens hit was completely distorted and then disappeared without a trace, leaving only a huge pit about 5 or 6 meters in diameter and 3 or 4 meters deep, and there was not even a trace of smoke in the pit. Hiss, the two people who barely dodged the attack sucked in a breath of cold air. If the two giant shurikens hadn't been slowed down by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei when they passed through, the two of them might not have been able to avoid it successfully. In the Shinwei space, Hyojin, who was ready to go, suddenly froze, and immediately looked up, only to see a large mass of mud smashing down. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Inside the Shinwei space. Boom, 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 the roar of the explosion and the loud sound of heavy objects landing echoed in the quiet space. On the other hand, Hyojin, who was on the stone platform, was in a mess. He was trying to avoid the surprise that would appear out of nowhere and cursed, "Why are you throwing all kinds of garbage here? Are you crazy?" Through the attack just now, Hyojin confirmed that Obsidian Shinwei was indeed magical. With the help of Shinwei, Obsidian was able to move a part of his body into the Shinwei space without causing his body to be split. It was reasonable to say that when a part of the body was moved to another space, the body's functions should be destroyed. However, Obsidian could make his body exist in both the Shinwei space and the shinobi world at the same time. Moreover, his separated body could still maintain normal physiological functions. It was hard to believe if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Is this some kind of superposition? Kuroto couldn't help but suspect that the Kamui space may overlap with the shinobi world to a certain extent, or there may be some kind of intersection between the two, which may explain the strange scene of Obito's body being separated, but at the same time, it doesn't seem to be separated at all. Of course, the premise was that he had the help of Shinwei ocular power. Otherwise, it would be like when Kakashi used Shinwei on Dedale in the original Space and Time. Dedale's arm wasn't in the superposition state, but it was directly torn apart by different spaces. Only with the help of Shinwei ocular power can I find the superposition of two spaces in space and time that can't be seen by the naked eye and put myself in a safe superposition state. Splash. Just as Kuroto was secretly analyzing the situation, a large amount of water splashed out of thin air from the oblique side. Not only did the water drench him, there were also countless detonation charms hidden in the water that had been ignited. Rumble, in an instant, a huge explosion engulfed Hyojin. Tisk. Hyojin, who rushed out of the smoke of the explosion, spat lightly. This water release ninjutsu hides the detonation talisman, which is obviously the work of Mizuki, who is proficient in water release. Most people don't have the ability to ignite the detonation talisman in the water. Landing on a relatively spacious stone platform, Hyojin continued his analysis. Judging from the size and frequency of the things that entered the Shinwei space, he could easily tell that the obsidian outside must have used Susanoo. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for the obsidian to move such a huge object into the divine might space at such a high frequency. Because of this, he faintly began to feel a little uneasy, because Xianlin and Ailua's combat experience was far too lacking compared to Obsidian's, and although Shueiyu's combat experience was good, her strength was too far below Obsidian's, so it was very difficult for her to threaten Obsidian, who had activated Susanoo. I have to find a chance to get out. Making up his mind, Hyojin's face sank, and he used the Byakugan to observe the surroundings. At the moment when Obsidian used Kamui Shuriken to absorb everything in the shinobi world into the Shinwei space, the Shinwei space is actually connected to the shinobi world. This can be confirmed by the fact that Hyojin can briefly perceive the giant Tenseigan that belongs to him in the shinobi world. The only problem at the moment is that the moment when the Shinwei space and the shinobi world are connected is too short, not even a second, it's almost instantaneous, and Hyojin, who is in the Shinwei space, can't predict where the connection will take place, so often when he perceives the connection, the passage connecting the two worlds has already closed. I have to discover it, lock it, and pass through the passage within a second, only then can I hope to escape from here. After confirming this point, Hyojin's expression became solemn. This seemed to be the only way for him to escape from the godly might space by himself. Otherwise, he could only remove the seal on the Sword of Fetters and pray that Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique would allow him to travel through space. And with his current speed, even if he uses the Thunder Release Stimulation technique to the extreme, it will be difficult to complete the 3 steps of discovering, locking, and passing through in a second. Unless, his eyes narrowed, and he had a plan. The Thunder Release Stimulation technique is obviously not his maximum speed. If he can activate the Thunder Release Chakra mode, then his maximum speed can be increased a lot. If he encounters a passage that is close to the opening, with the extreme speed of the Thunder Release Chakra mode, coupled with the instantaneous suction of the giant Tenseigan outside, it is possible to complete the 3 steps of discovering, locking, and passing through in a short moment, in the shinobi world. Rumble. The continuous rumbling sounds were 10 times more lively than the Shinwei space. Xianxia and Aiello did not have much experience, so they did not choose fancy tactics. Instead, they took advantage of the short burst period when the Type 3 biological armor was in overload mode to continuously unleash Shinra Tensei to forcefully resist the Susanoo of Obito. And in the round after round of Shinra Tensei that seems to be endless, Obsidian under the protection of Susanoo was thrown around, and he was confused. There is no doubt that Xianlin and Gaara's brainless tactics of attrition hit Obsidian's weakness. Because Hyojin is in the Shinwei space, Obsidian can't hide in the Shinwei space by turning into nothingness or hiding in the Shinwei space to avoid Xianlin's Shinra Tensei. And because he was hit by Hyojin's Chidori, he can't gain any advantage in the battle of attrition, and the Manjikyu pupil power is quickly consumed. Not long after, the 10 minutes of overload mode of the Type 3 biological armor ended. Almost at the same time that the Type 3 biological armor ended its overload mode, Xianlin, who was majestic like a god, immediately staggered and fell to the ground. Obsidian, who was also battered and exhausted, climbed up from the ground while gasping for breath. His Susanoo that had been ravaged by Xianyu's Shinra Tensei for 7 to 8 minutes had long lost its imposing manner. Its armor had disappeared without a trace, and even the texture of its muscles had disappeared. All that was left was an empty skeleton. You are the first idiot I've seen that tired himself to the ground. No, before you, there was another idiot who also tired himself to the ground. While chuckling, Obsidian staggered towards Xianlin. I'll deal with you first, then I'll deal with that damn Kirin. As he said that, Obsidian urged the skeleton-shaped Susanoo to swing its fist and hit Xianlin, who had fallen to the ground and almost lost the ability to move. Xianlin, who fell to the ground, stretched out his right hand toward Obsidian and was about to use the earth-shattering heavenly star for the first time at the cost of consuming his life force. Suddenly, a large amount of sand rose from the ground and blocked Obsidian's Susanoo's fist. This? Obsidian, Xianlin, and even Gaara were shocked at the same time. The second update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboard will be updated. I'm begging for recommendation votes. It's just a small effort, so please don't be stingy. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. The only sound he could hear was the rustling of the grains of sand falling from the sky. Magnetic release? Obsidian was surprised when he saw the Susanoo. He didn't expect that the man and woman in front of him, who could perform the mysterious mist Shinra Tensei, also had an inexplicable ability to control sand. Xianlin, who was about to forcefully activate the Earth-Shatter Heavenly Star, was also stunned for a moment. He was pleasantly surprised and said to Gaara in his heart, "So you can control sand now?" I don't know. Gaara's surprise was no less than that of Obsidian and Xianlin. He had always thought that his ability to control sand came from the Shoha. It was because the Shoha was in his body that the sand would automatically protect him. Because of this, he had never tried to control sand during the time he was living in the Type 3 biological armor. In his opinion, the Shoha was still sealed in his body. After his spirit left his body, it was temporarily cut off from the Shoha. Therefore, he should have lost the ability to control sand. Could it be that the sand that has been protecting me since I was young wasn't because of the Shoha? Then why would the sand protect me? A doubt quietly emerged in Gaara's heart. Obsidian slightly narrowed his eyes and chuckled, "Hey, I'm really curious who you are now. How can you have so many strange abilities? There shouldn't be a guy like you in the Mist Village. But it doesn't matter. I'll know your background soon anyway." After a short moment of surprise, Obsidian once again activated the Susanoo. Soon, the green skull-shaped Susanoo raised its fist again and slammed it down on Xianglin, who was lying on the ground. In Obsidian's eyes, although the opponent's ability to control sand was a little strange, it was nothing in front of his Susanoo. Gaara also suppressed his complicated thoughts and recalled the method Hyojin taught him to use sand to deal with the Susanoo. He tried to change his mind. Crash with that thought, a large amount of sand, like a wave, quickly rushed into Obsidian's Susanoo along the ground and immediately wrapped around Obsidian's right leg, pulling him out of the Susanoo. This? Caught off guard, Obsidian was pulled out of his Susanoo with a stunned expression. Whoosh, accompanied by a whistling sound, the Obsidian, who was caught in the sand, drew an arc in the air, and then, like a whip, was smashed to the ground by the sand. Almost at the same time, Obsidian's Susanoo raised its fist and smashed down, instantly breaking through the defense of the sand and smashing towards Xianglin, who was under the sand shield. Boom! A boom rang out, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. This heavy blow made Obsidian dizzy. Previously, Kuroto used the Chidori to ambush him, which has severely weakened his combat power, and then the battle with Xianglin Shinra Tensei also greatly consumed his Manjikyu Sharingan's power. And now that he was thrown to the ground, even with his extraordinary physique, he still faintly felt that he couldn't bear it. Climbing up from the ground, Gaara looked at the smoke and dust in the distance. Whoosh! At this time a strong wind blew, not only causing Gaara to stagger 2 steps, but also blowing away the smoke and dust in the distance. As the smoke and dust dissipated, he was surprised to find that there was no trace of Xianglin at all in the depression that was hit by his Susanoo in the distance. Shifting his gaze, he found that not far away, Shui Yu, who had turned into a ball of water, was pulling Xianglin, who could not move and was fleeing. "Want to escape? Humph, do you think you can escape?" After a grin, Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan and his eye sockets aimed at Mizukage and Xianglin in the distance. Far away. Mizukage, who was fleeing hurriedly, asked Xianglin, "Hey, wasn't she fine just now? Why can't she move all of a sudden? Is she injured?" Originally, they had the upper hand in the situation. Xianglin even suppressed Obsidian for a while, but he didn't expect that the situation of the battle would suddenly take a turn for the worse. Xianglin inexplicably lost her combat power. Xianglin naturally couldn't explain to Mizukage that the advantage just now was all because the Type 3 bioarmor had activated the overload mode. One must know that the current Xianglin can't maintain the Rinnegan in her eye sockets alone because her body hasn't fully developed yet. Only with the assistance of the Type 3 bioarmor can she move normally. Although the overload mode of the Type 3 bioarmor allows Xianglin to obtain an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra in a short period of time, once the overload mode ends, not only will this effect disappear, even the original function of the Type 3 bioarmor will also be lost. In short, once the overload mode ends, it means that this Type 3 bioarmor worth tens of millions has been completely scrapped. At this moment, a twisting whirlpool suddenly appeared on Xianglin, who was being dragged by Mizukage. In just a blink of an eye, Xianglin's body began to twist and deform. What the hell? After cursing, Mizukage, who had activated the water transformation spell, immediately used water to wrap around Xianglin, and then pulled Xianglin out of the twisting whirlpool by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! At this moment, the whirlpool closed, and only a large mass of water was thrown into the holy aura space. Covering his eyes, Obsidian's face darkened. While panting, he cursed, "Damn it, the consumption of ocular power is too much, even the speed of activating holy aura is affected." If it was Obsidian at his peak condition, Mizukage wouldn't have been able to save Xianglin in time just now. Inside the holy aura space, Hyojin, who had activated the Byakugan to the extreme, found that a large mass of water had suddenly appeared, and with a whoosh sound, he activated the body flicker technique and rushed to the area where the mass of water appeared. This mass of water contains so much chakra. It's not the water created by ordinary water release ninjutsu, it's the water transformation technique of Mizukage. After a pause, Hyojin continued to analyze. The frequency of Holy Aura's activation has suddenly slowed down, which means that the battle outside has stabilized, and one side is obviously at a disadvantage, and at this time, it shouldn't be that the overload mode has ended, right? From the fact that the water transformation technique of Mizukage was directly hit by the Holy Aura and the sudden decrease in the frequency of Holy Aura's activation, Hyojin realized that the battle outside may have already been decided, and the next time the Holy Aura will tear apart Xianglin's body. Huh. With this thought in mind, Hyojin no longer hesitated, and immediately let out a light shout. In an instant, the lightning chakra wrapped Hyojin's whole body in a visible form, and the hair that Hyojin deliberately combed down also stood up under the action of the electric arc, instantly turning into a broom like Kakashi's. First, I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, I'm asking for recommendation votes on Monday. It's nothing, please support me. In the shinobi world, Mizukage, who had a large amount of water removed by Obsidian's Kamui, immediately fell into a state of weakness. In the state of water transformation, although Mizukage's body has lost its physical form and has turned into a mass of water that can move freely and pervasively, but Mizukage in this state is not invincible. To a certain extent, the mass of water is Mizukage's body, and it is also the carrier that Mizukage uses to carry his own chakra. In order to save Xianglin just now, it was equivalent to using a part of his body to replace Xianglin who was hit by Kamui, and because of the haste, he didn't have time to extract the chakra contained in the mass of water, so the moment Kamui's Kamui removed it is equivalent to losing 1/3 or even more of the chakra in his body. And in the previous battle, he has consumed a lot of chakra, so after this blow, not to mention continuing to escape, even maintaining the water transformation is a bit difficult for him. Feeling Obsidian's gaze in the distance again, Mizukage exclaimed, "Oh no." Xianglin was also shocked and anxious at this time. Because she has been wearing the bioarmor for a long time, so when the bioarmor on her body was scrapped, she couldn't adapt to it in a short period of time, and the chakra in her body was in a mess, not to mention launching the Earthblow Tensei that she hasn't mastered yet. Even bearing the burden of the Rinnegan was very difficult for her. And Gaara's situation is similar to Xianglin's. After the Type 3 bioarmor was scrapped, the biological cells in the bioarmor instantly necrotized, which made his spirit body in the Type 3 bioarmor lose the nourishment of chakra and quickly weakened. After all, Gaara's soul separation this time was the work of Hyojin Shinobi. Aru himself has not mastered the soul descent technique or spiritualization technique, so the strength of his soul body is no different from that of an ordinary ninja, unlike Hyojin or Hyuga Aoki who can separate from the body and exist in the shinobi world for a long time. Soon, the Obsidian, who had recovered from the Susanoo, once again focused his attention on Xianglin, and while activating Kamui, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect that 3 genin from the Mist Village would be entangled for so long, it's really embarrassing." As he spoke, the twisted vortex once again attacked Xianglin. Gaara knows that Xianglin doesn't have any combat experience. Most of his time is spent on adapting to the Rinnegan, and this time he's facing a veteran member of the Akatsuki, so he didn't count on Xianglin. Instead, he mustered up all his willpower and used the sand coffin that he's most proficient in. In a split second, sand rose from under Obsidian's feet and wrapped around Obsidian's body. Humph. Obsidian, who was wrapped in sand, snorted disdainfully. Although he can feel that the sand wrapping around him is constantly tightening, but in this battle of time, he obviously has the upper hand. Even if the speed of activating Kamui has been slowed down because of the serious consumption of his pupil power, but it's still enough to throw Xianglin into the Kamui space before the sand strangles him. In the Kamui space, a twisting vortex suddenly appeared in the area where the water appeared before. Hyojin, who was already prepared, didn't hesitate and rushed straight towards the vortex while communicating with the giant Tenseigan belonging to him in the shinobi world to activate rain pull, further accelerating his speed through gravity. Boom! Soon, when he hit the twisting vortex, the expected passing through didn't happen. Instead, a huge roar erupted. Immediately afterward, an indescribable impact rushed towards Hyojin's body from all directions, as if he was under a strong water pressure 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Puff! In the face of this sudden impact, even in the thunder release chakra mode, Hyojin couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. And because of this impact, Hyojin's body that was rushing towards the twisting vortex suddenly stagnated. However, just when Hyojin thought that he had failed, this sudden impact disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. At this time, although Hyojin's own strength to rush towards the twisting vortex was gone, the traction of the giant Tenseigan outside was still there, so his suddenly stagnant body accelerated again and rushed into the twisting vortex. In a flash, the originally dark and gloomy Kamui space in Hyojin's eyes turned into a bright, but messy shinobi world in the blink of an eye. Seeing that half of Kirin's body had drilled out of the twisting vortex, Obsidian was shocked and subconsciously turned off Kamui. And with the closure of Kamui, the twisting vortex instantly dissipated, and a huge amount of space force quickly converged and intercepted Suijin's waist, who had escaped with half of his body still intact. Seeing that he was about to be twisted in half by the force of space, Hyojin didn't hesitate to throw the ninja bag on his waist to the shinobi world. The construction cost of this thunder release clone and the development cost was about 35 million, and the ninja bag on his waist had more than 100 million in gambling money and nearly 50 million in value of the great swordfish muscle. As for which one was more important, Hyojin didn't need to spend time to judge. But just when Hyojin ensured the safety of the ninja bag and was ready to be twisted in half by the force of space was actually blocked by his thunder armor in thunder release chakra mode for a moment, and it was in this short moment that the giant Tenseigan's traction force forcibly pulled his whole body out of the space turbulence. After landing, Hyojin picked up the ninja bag that had just been thrown on the ground and tied it back to his waist, then looked at Obsidian coldly in the distance. At this moment, Obsidian was being strangled by Gaara's sand-binding coffin, coupled with the horrifying scene of Hyojin escaping from the Kamui space. He was shocked and immediately disappeared into the twisting vortex, hiding in the Kamui space. Inside the Kamui space, Obito was horrified. He never thought that someone could escape from his godly aura space in this way. To him, this was simply unimaginable. Kirin and that Xianlin, these two guys are definitely not ninjas of the Mist Village. Panting heavily, Obsidian muttered to himself with a tired face, "My pupil powers are almost used up. They are lucky this time, but they won't be so lucky next time." Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from behind Obsidian. The masked man turned around abruptly, but what welcomed him was the Chidori that was covered in purple lightning that pierced his eyes. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. This fellow even left a shadow clone here. Looking at the purple electric Chidori that filled his entire field of vision, the pupil of the Manjikyu Sharingan in Obsidian's eye socket suddenly shrank, and an absurd thought flashed in his mind. Kacha, almost at the next moment, the whirlpool mask on Obsidian's face burst with a crisp sound. And the momentum of Chidori that broke the whirlpool mask did not decrease, and instantly pierced Obsidian's cheek. Obsidian's hard skull, under the surprise attack of the purple electric Chidori, was as fragile as a piece of tofu. Boom, with a loud sound, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Immediately afterward, Obsidian fell straight to the ground, fell in his own pool of blood. Hyojin, who succeeded in the sneak attack, breathed lightly while glancing at the body of Obsidian on the ground. There was no trace of joy on his face. Because before Chidori hit Obsidian, he had already perceived a strange Sharingan power. There is no doubt that Obsidian has already launched Izanagi. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Obsidian's body on the ground disappeared without a trace. In the hands of the real Uchiha Manjikyu, Izanagi is too unreasonable. Hyojin shook his head, but there was not much disappointment on his face. Danzo's Izanagi not only needs to print, but also has a time limit, but the real Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obsidian can use Izanagi instantaneously, and can even delay the launch and large-scale group resurrection. And Obsidian's nerve reaction and physique are the best in the shinobi world. In the case that he does not trust anyone, almost no one in the shinobi world can kill him before he launches Izanagi. Therefore, the best way to deal with him was either to overwhelm him with strength, or to use Izanami and the Totsuken sword, which could restrain Izanagi. Almost, muttering in a low voice, Suijin turned into a puff of white smoke with a bang. There is no doubt that this Hyojin who attacked Obsidian is a shadow clone that Hyojin deliberately left here before he tried to break out of the Kamui space. Kuroto didn't expect this shadow clone to play much of a role, it's just that he's used to keeping a few tricks up his sleeve no matter what he does. After all, the shadow clone can't receive the memories of Kuroto's shadow clone in the shinobi world. Not long after, like an illusion, Baitu's figure materialized and reappeared in Shinwei's dimension. His face was gloomy, and he looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one else in the Kamui space, he let out a long sigh of relief. It really is a shadow clone. At this time, he did not feel ashamed because he was killed by a sneak attack. On the contrary, his expression was solemn. This Kirin and Xiangyu are definitely not ninjas of the Mist Village. Xiangyu can use Nagato's Shinra Tensei, and he also has a very strange ability to control sand, which is similar to the ability of Ichibi's Jinchuriki that was killed by the sand Crypsis. Maybe it is magnetic release, and Kirin was thrown into the Kamui space by me, but he did not faint immediately. Instead, he was able to discover the principle of my Kamui space and cooperate with the outside world to launch a sneak attack on me. The strangest thing is that this guy actually managed to escape from my Kamui space, and before he escaped, he calmly left a shadow clone here to ambush me. Such tactical ability, analytical ability, and adaptability, it's hard to find a second one in the entire shinobi world. How could he be just a genin of the mist? And they are all wearing masks. It is most likely Amatsukami. After a series of analysis, Obsidian was sure that this Kirin and Xiangyu were not ninjas of the Mist Village, but members of Amatsukami in disguise. After coming to this conclusion, his face darkened. I was right. This Chunin exam is a trap set by Amatsukami for me. Because I did not fall for it, they cooperated with the Mizukage to put on a show and set up this trap to trick me. Thinking of this, Obsidian couldn't help but feel a little scared. In his opinion, if he fell into such a trap in my village, the other party had the help of the 5 Kages and other members of Amatsukami, then even if he had Izanagi, he might not be able to escape from my village safely. While rejoicing, Obsidian was a little proud. Those guys will never think that Naruto is my informant. Using the Chunin exam as an excuse, I saw through the trap at a glance. Just as Obsidian was secretly thinking, in an inconspicuous gap on the side of a stone platform in the distance, a special kunai engraved with the 4 words Sword of Fetters was quietly lying there. In the shinobi world. Seeing that Obsidian had escaped into the Kamui space, Hyojin did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he used Byakugan to observe the surroundings while asking Xiangyu and Mizukage who were lying on the ground, "How are you two?" Xiangyu was pleasantly surprised. "Sama, how did you come out?" Mizukage, who had turned into a pool of water, also said, "You're still alive?" As expected of the captain. "It's not that easy to trap me." Kuroto nodded, and then looked around. The expression in his eyes gradually became solemn. When he was in the Kamui space, he had already guessed that the battle outside must be very fierce, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many messy things thrown into the Kamui space by Obsidian. After seeing the battlefield that stretched for more than 10 miles, he found that he had still far underestimated the intensity of the battle outside. At this time, Hyojin asked with some uncertainty, "These are all done by you?" Mizukage, who was holding the water bottle to replenish water, said, "It has nothing to do with me, it's all done by Xiangyu and that Akatsuki member, they are simply monsters." Xiangyu looked apologetic. "Sama, I didn't perform well, I didn't help you." Hyojin smiled. To be able to do this to this extent really surprised me. He was originally worried that Xiangyu, who had no combat experience, would suffer a big loss in the hands of Obsidian, and maybe even lose the Rinnegan in his eye socket. But he did not think that Xiangyu not only kept the Rinnegan, but also greatly consumed Obsidian, causing the Obsidian to use the Kamui space to slow down, which in turn created an opportunity for him to escape from the Kamui space. It can be said that Hyojin was able to successfully escape this time. Xiangyu, Era, and Obsidian played an extremely important role in the fierce battle outside. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Then, Hyojin used the Byakugan to observe Xiang Lin's body. As he had expected before, the Type 3 biological armor that Xiang Lin was wearing had activated the overload mode. At this moment, the cell tissues in the Type 3 biological armor had all died, causing the Type 3 biological armor to lose its effect. Because the Type 3 biological armor had completely lost its effect, Not only Xianglin, who had lost the supply of chakra, had lost her ability to move, but even AI's spirit body living in the Type 3 biological armor had also fallen into a state of weakness. This kind of weakness is undoubtedly very dangerous. And as time goes by, the weakness will gradually worsen until the spirit body finally collapses. In the beginning, Hyojin had used this point to plot against Kuroto Aoki. By making Kuroto Aoki's spirit body weak and eager to return to his body to nourish, he was able to find the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan hidden by Kuroto Aoki. Therefore, the only way to save AI at present is to return his spiritual power to his body as soon as possible. So, Hyojin picked up Xianglin, who couldn't move on the ground, and carefully scanned the battlefield. After confirming that there was nothing special left on the battlefield, he said to Shuizuki next to him, "Let's go." Shueisha nodded and hurriedly followed Kuroto. The two of them were very fast, and in just a few leaps and bounds, they left the battlefield and disappeared into the vast forest. Not long after, Zetsu, Kakuzu, and Fei Duan hurried to the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield that stretched for more than 10 miles, the ravines crisscrossed, and the messy battlefield, the three of them were shocked. Fei Duan, who was carrying the bloody crescent scythe, trembled and asked, Hey, what happened here? The damage to the terrain is very limited in a fight between ordinary ninjas. Most of the time, the detonation talismans would blow up a few big pits, so even Fei Duan, who was a member of the Akatsuki organization, was shocked to see such a scene. Kakuzu squatted on the ground and carefully observed the battlefield. These ravines and pits all over the battlefield are distributed in a disorderly manner, and there are no scorch marks. It doesn't seem to be caused by earth-release ninjutsu or detonation talismans. The air in the battlefield is very humid, and there are some water stains on the ground, so there should be a large-scale water-release ninjutsu released here. While listening to Kakuzu's analysis, Ju walked to a circular crater. Looking at the swirling marks in the circular pit, he did not panic. This is, at that moment, Obsidian, who was in a void state, appeared on the battlefield. Ju quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Obsidian shook his head. Before leaving the Shinwei space, he had already changed into a brand new red cloud robe and a brand new whirlpool mask. Kakuzu asked in a deep voice, "What happened here?" Obsidian said calmly, "This is actually a trap set by Amatsukami to ambush me. The Mizukage being blocked by us was also arranged by Amatsukami in advance." Zetsu was surprised, "A trap?" Obsidian gently nodded, "Well, my previous guess was right. The so-called Chunin exam of the 5 great shinobi villages was just a carefully arranged trap. Because we didn't fall for it, they used the time when we were hunting the Mizukage to set up a new trap to lure us." Listening to Obsidian's words, Kakuzu subconsciously glanced around. Then, Obsidian chuckled and said, "But Amatsukami really underestimated me, sending only 2 members to ambush me. How boring." Zetsu asked, "Is it Kirin and Kasumi?" Obsidian nodded, "Well, that Kirin and Kasumi should be members of Amatsukami. As for the other Demon Lantern clan kid in their team, he's probably just there to make up the numbers, or as a liaison officer to communicate between Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages." Faye asked in surprise, "This battlefield was created by you and those 2 members of Amatsukami? Just the 3 of you?" Obsidian glanced at Faye, "What's so strange about it?" Faye swallowed his saliva and looked at Obsidian with a hint of fear in his eyes. Previously, he had been lawless and didn't think much of the mysterious Obito, but after seeing the terrifying battlefield that spanned a dozen miles, he didn't dare to look down on Obito like he did before. One must know that under normal circumstances, let alone 3 people, even hundreds or thousands of shinobi wouldn't be able to create such a battlefield. Kakuzu asked, "What about the other party?" The masked man paused for a moment, then said faintly, "Unfortunately, they escaped." Kakuzu sized up Obsidian with a hint of fear in his eyes. In the current shinobi world, almost all members of Amatsukami, except for Suijin, had the evaluation of a super Kage. However, Obsidian didn't seem to be injured, and even his clothes weren't damaged, yet he managed to repel 2 members of Amatsukami who had meticulously laid out a trap. This strength was enough for anyone to take him seriously. At this time, Zetsu suddenly asked, "How strong is the other party?" Obsidian's face under the mask darkened. "Kirin is an expert in lightning release, and he already has the ability to activate the lightning release chakra mode. His strength is above 4 generations laying. As for Kasumi's ability is a bit special, we'll talk about it later. In the confrontation just now, although Obsidian was mostly fighting with Kasumi, he was more afraid of Kirin. Because of the adaptability shown by Kirin, Kuroto felt a kind of fear. The other party seems to be very familiar with him, and has practiced various tactics against him in advance. Moreover, Kirin not only mastered the purple lightning and mist release Kekii limit, but now he also activated the lightning release chakra mode in front of him. Therefore, Kuroto's evaluation of Kirin has far exceeded that of 4 generations laying. After all, when he fought with 4 generations laying, 4 generations laying was toyed with by him. Seeing that Obsidian didn't seem to want to talk about Kasumi, Zetsu didn't ask anything and changed the topic. What should we do now? Obsidian glanced in the direction of my village. It's not safe here. The encirclement forces of Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages are probably on their way here, so we have to evacuate immediately. Nagatos Kakuzu frowned. What about the Mizukage? Obsidian shook his head. Amatsukami has already intervened. We can only talk about the Mizukage later. After saying that, Obsidian disappeared into the vortex, and Zetsu also shrank his body and dived into the ground. Kakuzu also felt that it was not safe here, so he didn't insist and immediately fled in panic with Hokuton. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Whether it's the Hyojin squad or the Akatsuki squad, they didn't stay on the battlefield for too long before quickly retreating. The former is because of the scrapping of the Type 3 bioarmor, which caused Gaara's spiritual body to fall into a state of extreme weakness, and he needs to immediately return to his body to recuperate, while the latter is worried about the follow-up encirclement of Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages. Of course, there is no such thing as an encirclement force. More than an hour after both sides retreated, a Chunin squad responsible for patrolling around accidentally discovered this messy battlefield. Looking at the terrifying battlefield that stretches for more than a dozen miles, one of the Chunin squad in the patrol team was shocked. What happened here? The captain, who was also shocked, urged, quickly inform the village, there is a suspicious person fighting here. Soon, the patrol team member in charge of communication used the method of summoning ninja beasts to report the situation back to the village. While waiting for the investigation team to arrive, one of the members of the patrol team asked, Captain, who do you think fought here? The captain shook his head. I don't know either, but in such a large battlefield, not even a single corpse was found, nor were there any broken limbs, and there was no smell of blood in the air, so it shouldn't be a battle between 2 shinobi, but a small number of top-tier shinobi fighting each other. The team members all had serious expressions on their faces. To be able to cause such destruction, what kind of expert would that be? My village. Damn it, he actually escaped. Sasuke, with his hands in his trouser pockets, walked out of the guest house with a gloomy face. He has been brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Kirin, so after recovering from his injury, he secretly came to the guest house to find trouble with Kirin. But after asking, he learned that the Kirin squad who participated in the Chunin exam left the village this morning. At this moment, Kakashi, who was leaning against the door of the guest house with his arms crossed, said, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Sasuke turned his head. Sensei Kakashi, why are you here? Glancing at the guest house, Kakashi immediately said to Sasuke with a serious face, remember, this is the guest house that receives ninjas from other villages. No matter what the reason is, you can't fight here. Sasuke pursed his lips. You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Seeing that Sasuke did not take his advice to heart, Kakashi sighed softly, AI, what a troublesome kid. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, Sensei Kakashi, Sasuke, so you're here. Kakashi and Sasuke followed the sound and saw Naruto waving at them from the end of the street. After a while, Naruto ran over and asked expectantly, Sensei Kakashi, what training task do you have today? Don't you have Ningxi, Xiaoli, and the others to train with you? Kakashi scratched his head. He really did not prepare any training task for Naruto today. Naruto held the back of his head with his hands and complained, Xiaoli went to special training with Akai sensei. Ningxi said that he wanted to train alone today, and Sakura was called to the hospital by Mute sensei to learn medical ninjutsu. Is that so? Kakashi was suddenly in a dilemma. He was originally prepared to carry out special training for Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was not only an Uchiha who had entered the Naruto clan, but also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the young age of 12 or 13. His future was limitless, and it was likely that he would be the key to bridge the gap between the Uchiha clan and the Naruto clan in the future, so he was particularly concerned about Sasuke. However, Naruto was the son of 4 generations, the pillar of the village, and also a good seedling that needed to be cultivated. Sasuke quickly saw Kakashi's dilemma and also saw the expectation in Naruto's eyes, so he said, "Kakashi-sensei, if you fight with Kirin, what are your chances of winning?" Although he didn't understand why Sasuke asked this, Kakashi still thought about it seriously. It's hard to say. Although the opponent is young, he can be called a genius in all aspects, so even if I fight him, I am not 100% sure. Is that so? After a pause, Sasuke then said coolly, "In that case, you should go and guide Naruto. What I need now is not guidance on ninjutsu, but guidance on the Manjikyu Sharingan. You can't help me in this regard." After saying that, without waiting for Kakashi to answer, Sasuke turned and walked in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was startled, and then a helpless smile appeared on his face. Naruto shouted, "Sasuke, are you not going to train with us?" Sasuke did not look back, just waved his hand. "You guys go, I have arrangements." Naruto asked Kakashi with a little disappointment, "Kakashi-sensei, why is Sasuke not willing to train with us?" Sigh. Kakashi did not say anything, just sighed again. Compared to Itachi, Jishue, Shinichi, these Uchiha, Kakashi actually preferred Sasuke because he could feel that Itachi, Shinichi, and even Jishue were always separated from him by something. Sasuke was different, he did not have so many secrets, his mind was simple, and almost all his thoughts were on his face. The only thing that gave Kakashi a headache was Sasuke's somewhat self-righteous personality, especially after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. He clearly felt that Sasuke was getting more and more arrogant. However, Sasuke's current strength did crush other people of the same age, even he may not be able to suppress Sasuke now, so for a while, he really did not know how to teach Sasuke a lesson. Swish, in a burst of wind, an umbu suddenly fell in front of Kakashi and reported, "Acting Lord, the patrol team sent news that in the direction of the country of whirlpools to the east of the village, a large battlefield was found. Judging from the traces, it should be a big battle that broke out this morning, but it is not clear who the fighting parties are." A big battle that broke out this morning? Kakashi furrowed his brows. Others may not know, but as the agent of Naruto, he was very clear that the 4 generations Mizukage of the Mist Village, and the Mist Village team that participated in the Chunin exam, all left the village this morning. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Kakashi quickly said to Naruto, "Naruto, I am sorry, I have important things to deal with now, you find someone else to train." "Okay then." Naruto had to nod in low spirits. After Kakashi and the umbu left, Naruto, who stood at the door of the guest house, muttered, "Naruto-sensei can't find anyone, and Kakashi-sensei also has something to do, who else can I find to train with?" At this time, Haku came out of the guest house and said with a smile, "Naruto, if you don't mind, I can accompany you to train." First update, please recommend, monthly vote. After returning to the clan's land, Sasuke met Itachi head-on. Itachi asked, "Did you go to the guest house?" Sasuke nodded timidly at first, then said with some annoyance, "Brother, that Kirin guy escaped." Looking at the clansman walking on the street, Itachi said, "Come with me." Soon, Itachi and Sasuke came to a secluded practice field. After confirming that there was no one around, Itachi said, "Didn't I tell you not to act rashly?" Sasuke argued, "Brother, I am not a child anymore. I know why you don't let me deal with Kirin. Isn't it because the village needs Amatsukumi's help to resist the Akatsuki, so our Uchiha clan can't retaliate against Amatsukumi openly?" Itachi was a little surprised, "Who told you this?" Sasuke curled his lips, "I don't need anyone to tell me. During the Chunin exam, you and Jishue-san knew about Kirin's identity, but you didn't dare to make a move. Isn't it because the village needs Amatsukumi to fight against the Akatsuki?" Itachi didn't point it out, "It's good that you can see this for yourself. The matter of Amatsukumi is related to the safety of the village, so we Uchiha clan must restrain ourselves." After hesitating for a moment, Sasuke said angrily, "But what about father's revenge?" Just because the village needs Amatsukami, we don't need to take revenge? Itachi said calmly, I have already negotiated with Amatsukami. Maybe it won't be long before we can get father's Manjikyu Sharingan back in a peaceful way. Really? Sasuke was pleasantly surprised. Yeah. Itachi nodded and said, well, let's not talk about this anymore. Why didn't you train with Kakashi-senpai today? Sasuke replied, Kakashi-senpai told me that he may not be Kirin's opponent, so I don't think Kakashi-senpai has anything to teach me anymore. Besides, I have already awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, so instead of practicing ordinary ninjutsu, it's better to practice the technique of using the Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi nodded and said, yes, your thinking is correct. Sasuke smirked and stared at Itachi eagerly. Brother, let's have a match. Itachi was slightly stunned. Now? While activating his Sharingan, Sasuke said, I know that in the previous matches, you have always let me win. But now it's different, I have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, you should be able to seriously compete with me now. Itachi hesitated. At this moment, he is only a shadow clone, and his true body is currently disguised as Hyojin, discussing the strategy to deal with the Akatsuki organization with Lei Ying, Suchikage, Kazekage, and other high-level shinobi in the Anbu base. Therefore, he feels that a shadow clone is no match for Sasuke, who has awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. Seeing the hesitation on Itachi's face, Sasuke smiled and said, Don't worry, brother, I won't use my Manjikyu Sharingan in this competition. Itachi nodded and said, Since you insist, then okay. Sasuke put away the smile on his face and said in a deep voice, Brother, you have always been the goal of my dream, and now I want to prove to you that I have surpassed you. Whoosh, on the sea, Kuroto, who was holding Xianxia in his arms, moved like a bolt of lightning. Lightning release chakra mode coupled with the traction of the giant Tenseigan allows him to fly hundreds of meters like a cannonball with only a light touch on the sea surface. His speed is so fast that it is even close to the flying speed of his in-release body, Tenseigan chakra mode. While flying, Hyojin asked Xianxia, is there anything unusual? Xianxia, who has been using Kagura Mind Eye to monitor the surroundings, quickly replied, there is nothing at the moment. Kuroto heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Obsidian would use Kamui to follow him all the way, just like how he dealt with Hyuga Aoki, to find the Sky Fortress. If the Sky Fortress is discovered by the Akatsuki, then things will be really troublesome. One must know that the Sky Fortress is not only Hyojin's laboratory, but also stored in it are the Water Clone, Fire Clone, Wind Clone, and Earth Clone, these 4 clones that have been developed and are very valuable. In addition, the Sky Fortress is also sealed with Shino as the Morya's Jinchuriki, and the giant Tenseigan belonging to the Hyuga clan. It is no exaggeration to say that the Sky Fortress is the foundation of Hyojin's plan to break through the Kekki net. Once something happens to the Sky Fortress, then his Kekki net plan will also be declared useless. However, Xianxin's answer made him feel relieved. Because even with the help of Kamui, Obsidian needs to appear in the shinobi world to determine the target's location, and once Obsidian appears, even if he is in the virtualized state, he will not be able to hide from Xianxin's Kagura Mind Eye. One must know that when Obsidian launched a sneak attack, Xianxia already perceived it in advance, but at that time, Xianxia didn't recognize Obsidian's chakra, so he didn't give an accurate warning. Moreover, after this battle, Xianxia has already remembered Obsidian's chakra. As long as Obsidian appears in the vicinity, even for a short moment, Xianxia will be able to instantly recognize him. Then, Hyojin asked casually, what about Mizukage? That kid didn't follow us, did he? As soon as they got close to the sea, Hyojin said a few words to Mizukage and then parted ways with him. After all, Mizukage is a mist shinobi, and the matter of the Sky Fortress must be kept a secret from him, and basically no one can intercept Mizukage who is proficient in the water transformation technique, so Hyojin doesn't have to worry about the Akatsuki catching up with him. Xianxia sensed for a while and shook his head, I can't sense Mizukage's chakra anymore. Hyojin nodded. He is used to being cautious, so he asked casually. In fact, with his current speed, Mizukage has no ability to track him at all. Not long after, Hyojin finally returned to the Sky Fortress and moved Gaara's soul back to his body. Then he replaced Xianxin's Type 2 bioarmor and asked, how do you feel now? Xianxin said with some guilt, Boss, I'm fine, it's all my fault, I destroyed the Type 3 bioarmor and made you so worried. Kuroto laughed and said, it's just a set of biological armor, it's nothing. Besides, I already have a new idea. I was originally going to develop a Form 4, so if the Form 3 is destroyed, then so be it. Then, Hyojin changed the topic and asked, by the way, in the previous battle, did you try to use Earthblow Tensei? Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. Well, when you were sucked into the different space by the Akatsuki member, I made an agreement with Era that if I couldn't kill the enemy within 10 minutes of the overload mode, I would use Kibakuten Tensei. But as soon as the overload mode ended, the Rinnegan seemed to be out of control, so I couldn't perform Kibakuten Tensei. Xianglin lowered her head, and her voice became smaller and smaller until it was inaudible. Out of control? Hyojin frowned. Obviously, after losing the assistance of the biological armor, Xianglin's own physique alone is still unable to bear the Rinnegan. In this regard, although Hyojin was slightly disappointed, he can understand. After all, Obsidian who got Nagato's Rinnegan in the original space and time only transplanted one Rinnegan. Of course, one of the reasons for this is that the Manjikyu Sharingan technique Kamui is very practical, but the more important reason is that Obito can't bear the burden of using two Rinnegan at the same time. This was something that the Obito had personally admitted to. And Obsidian is an Uchiha who successfully transplanted the first-generation cells. To some extent, he can be regarded as a copy of Uchiha Madara. But even so, he can barely bear the burden of one Rinnegan. It can be seen how terrible the burden of Rinnegan is for ninjas. It seems that although Xianglin's physique is more special than Nagato's, in terms of chakra's amount, Nagato is still better than Xianglin. He is worthy of being chosen by Madara. In terms of the bearing capacity of the Rinnegan, Nagato is undoubtedly the best among all the ninjas who have transplanted Rinnegan, better than Xianglin and Obsidian in the original space and time. Recollecting his thoughts, Kuroto asked again, then, with the assistance of the biological armor, do you have the confidence to cast the Eye of Rinnegan technique at the level of Keiji Tensei or Rebirth Heaven Rebirth? Xiangli bit her lip and shook her head. I don't know either. Seeing that Xianglin still had a guilty expression on her face, Hyojin patted her shoulder and said, I'm already very satisfied with your performance to have encountered such a strong enemy in your first real battle, so you don't need to feel guilty or uneasy. Xiangli asked, it's been so long, but I still can't use the Eye of Samsara freely. My lord, am I very useless? Useless? With a chuckle, Hyojin said, the number of people in the entire shinobi world who can withstand the Rinnegan can be counted on one hand, so there is no need to feel frustrated, you just lack a clear understanding of the Rinnegan. Xianglin was stunned. A clear understanding? Hyojin smiled and said, do you know, your kinsman, Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, took more than 10 years to slowly adapt to the Rinnegan. Moreover, it was only after fusing with the first-generation cells that he was able to use the reincarnation eyes freely and grasp all of the eye techniques within them. Xianglin was surprised, it took more than 10 years for the leader of the Akatsuki organization to fully adapt to the Rinnegan? Hyojin gently nodded, well, this is under the condition that he overdrew his life force. In fact, not to mention the level of Rinnegan, even the Manjikyu Sharingan is not something that anyone can withstand. For a ninja at the level of Kakashi, it is very difficult for him to bear the burden of one Manjikyu Sharingan. I understand. Xianglin felt a lot better after listening to Kuroto's words. Hyojin said, this battle is a valuable experience for you, you have to sum up the gains and losses of the battle, in addition, don't slack off in the development of the Rinnegan. I need you to master the ability to use the two techniques of Tensei and Rebirth Heaven Rebirth as soon as possible, I can't wait for more than 10 years. Xianglin nodded quickly, yes. After comforting Xianglin, Hyojin went to the laboratory alone. After changing back to the Yin release body, he placed the lightning release clone on the operating table. While using various instruments to check the physical signs and data of the lightning release clone, he also used the Tenseigan to check the damage on the lightning release clone. Originally, he was going to spend a week to master the lightning release chakra mode to complete the development of the lightning release clone. But he never thought that Obsidian's unexpected sneak attack would force him to completely master the lightning release chakra mode in the Shinwei space, saving him a whole week of time. The bones are not injured, the main damage is the muscle tissue and the meridians. Under the inside of the Tenseigan, everything about the lightning release clone was revealed in Hyojin's field of vision. As the saying goes, there is always a gain, there is also a loss. The overly hasty breakthrough also caused serious damage to the lightning release clone, but fortunately, it did not hurt the foundation. As long as it is thrown into a large nutrition tank, it will not take long for it to fully recover. While recording the physical data of the lightning release clone, Hyojin recalled the battle just now. This unexpected battle made him see the true appearance of Obsidian's Shinwei space for the first time, and it made him understand a lot of things, but at the same time, it also made him have more questions. But one thing is certain, and that is, once a ninja who does not know the space-time ninjutsu is pulled into the Shinwei space by Obsidian, the chance of escape is almost zero. In fact, there are many special factors that he was able to successfully escape this time. For example, he mastered the lightning release chakra mode, and with the lightning armor, he was barely able to resist the pressure of the power of space, and ordinary ninjas cannot withstand the pressure of the power of space. Secondly, if he wants to escape from the Shinwei space, it is not enough to rely on his own speed. This is because the power of space will offset this speed, and Hyojin used the giant Tenseigan in the shinobi world to use the traction force to pull him out of the Shinwei space from the inside and outside. Finally, Obsidian consumed a lot of his ocular power because of Xianxia, which caused the speed of using Shinwei to slow down, which is also one of the important reasons why Hyojin was able to successfully escape from the Shinwei space. In short, if an ordinary ninja wants to escape from the Shinwei space, they need three factors. First, their own physical fitness must be able to withstand the pressure of the power of space. Second, there must be a companion in the shinobi world who can use 10 Mammoth Tensei or Rain Wheel Pull. And third, Obsidian needs to consume a lot of his ocular power, which will cause his condition to decline. In the shinobi world, other than me, I'm afraid the only one who can do this is Xianxia, who has the healing physique and has mastered 10 Mammoth Tensei. Later, I'll tell her these few factors to escape from the Shinwei space. It might be useful in the future. It is Hyojin's habit to carefully summarize the gains and losses of every battle, and when he came to this point, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. In order to test whether Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique could cross different spaces, he deliberately hid the sword of fetters that Kakashi gave him in the Shinwei space. In order to ensure that Obsidian would not find out, he did not remove the seal on the sword of fetters. According to his experience, the seal on the sword of fetters could only last for about 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, Obsidian should let down his guard and would not carefully check the inside of the Shinwei space anymore. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. If Obsidian can't find the sword of fetters, then Hyojin has a lot of room to maneuver. Because even if Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique can't cross space and directly travel from the shinobi world to Obsidian's Kamui space, as long as Obsidian uses Kamui to open the passage between Kamui space and the shinobi world, then Kakashi will be able to take advantage of this opportunity to travel into Kamui space. Regarding this, Hyojin is very sure. He used this moment to escape from the Shinwei space. Since Kakashi had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he didn't need to be as flustered as he was. As long as he sensed the sword of fetters in the Shinwei space, Kakashi would be able to instantly enter the Shinwei space, regardless of the distance between them. In the future, as long as I cooperate with Kakashi, I might be able to kill Obsidian by surprise. Hyojin smiled. However, whether Kakashi can grasp this fleeting opportunity and kill Obsidian, Kuroto is deeply doubtful, because he faintly feels that Kakashi has already guessed the identity of Obsidian, but just like him, he didn't announce it. Soon, Hyojin, who had recorded the physical data of the Thunder clone, quickly moved the Thunder clone on the operating table to the large nutrition tank at the other end. Moving his gaze away from the large nutrition tank containing the Thunder clone, Kuroto glanced at the other large nutrition tanks on the side. Of the 10 large nutrition tanks in a row in front of him, only 5 were empty. The other 5 contained the Water Escape clone, Fire Escape clone, Wind Escape clone, and Earth Escape clone, in addition to the Lightning Escape clone that had just moved in. Among them, the Eyes of the Fire clone have been replaced with the original Byakugan, and although it has lost the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, this does not prevent the fire clone from using the fire release Kekii limit. Walking in front of this row of large nutrition tanks, Hyojin checked the physical data of the water clone, fire clone, wind clone, earth clone, and thunder clone. From the data, the water clone is the weakest, followed by the fire clone, the thunder clone and the earth clone are almost the same, and the wind clone is the strongest. The fire escape doppelganger is barely enough, but the water escape doppelganger is a little too weak. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin secretly pondered. Now that Kuroto has mastered the purple lightning, mist release, and lightning release chakra mode, the lightning release clone can be said to be completely developed, so now he only needs the last yang release clone and the water release clone to perform the Kekii fusion ceremony and try to break through to the Kekii net. As for how to strengthen the water clone, Hyojin has two ideas. The first is to practice the water release secret technique like the water transformation technique of the Hidden Mist Ghost Lantern clan. Through the in-depth development of the water release, the water clone can be strengthened. The second is to develop another Kekii limit that contains the water attribute chakra in addition to ice release, such as Mei Ming's boil release Kekii limit to enhance the water clone's strength. However, these two methods are a bit difficult to implement. Although the secret technique of the Hidden Mist Ghost Lantern clan is not a Kekii limit, it requires the bloodline of the Ghost Lantern clan to practice it. This point was clearly mentioned to Hyojin by Yugura. And Hyojin's water clone collected the cell tissue of Haku, who was born in the Snow Clan. Although the Snow Clan of the Hidden Mist Ghost Lantern clan has many marriages with the Ghost Lantern clan, it is still difficult to say whether Haku has the bloodline of the Ghost Lantern clan or not. As for the boil release Kekii limit, this Kekii limit is a bit special. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. Water attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra are naturally incompatible. Coincidentally, the Kekii limit of the boil release Kekii limit requires water attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra to fuse. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivating the boil release Kekii limit is very high. This is also the reason why there are very few ninjas who can cultivate the boil release Kekii limit. Withdrawing his gaze from the water clone, Hyojin's face quickly regained its calmness. Although there are many difficulties in strengthening the water clone, these troubles are nothing to him now. As long as he has enough time, he is confident that he can solve these problems one by one. After all, he has even developed a Kekii limit like the dust release Kekii limit. The difficulty of developing a Kekii limit like the boil release Kekii limit shouldn't be higher than the dust release Kekii limit. There is no need to rush to improve the strength of the water clone. I can bring it with me and develop it at any time. However, the cloning of the yang release clone cannot be delayed any longer. From the fusion of the cells to the cultivation of the clone, even if everything went smoothly, the process would still take a few months. Therefore, the most efficient method was to clone the yang escape clone first, and then strengthen the water escape clone during the cultivation of the yang escape clone. Calming down his thoughts, Hyojin quickly walked to the cell cultivation room. As for the cell collection of the yang release clone, Hyojin still has a lot of choices. The reincarnations of the two generations of Otsutsuki Azura, first generation Naruto and Naruto, Xianxia who has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade who has the physique of the Thousand Hands clan, and so on are all available for him to choose from. However, in terms of the strength of the physique, first generation is obviously much stronger than the other choices. It can be said that one of the main factors that promote the leapfrog development of biotechnology in the shinobi world is the cell tissue of first generation Naruto. It is not an exaggeration to describe the cell tissue of first generation as a panacea. Because as long as he can fuse with the cell tissues of Hashirama, even if he is old and weak, and has no special bloodline, he can still have the ability to control one Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as multiple Samigatama Sharingan. In contrast, whether it is Naruto, Xianxia, or even Tsunade who is the direct bloodline of first generation, they are completely incomparable to the cell tissue of first generation in this respect. Therefore, if considering from the perspective of strength, then choosing the cell tissue of first generation is the best choice. At the same time, choosing the cell tissue of first generation has a very big advantage, that is, once the fusion is successful, the clone is very likely to instinctively master the would-release bloodline limit. In other words, Hyojin can even directly skip the process of developing the bloodline limit. However, the cell tissue of first generation is too invasive, which Hyojin has a deep understanding of when developing the biological armor, so if he chooses the cell tissue of first generation, the cell fusion will be very difficult, and it may cost a lot of money. And Hyojin has just lost a set of Type 3 biological armor, so there is another gap in his already limited funds. Here is the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Thank you to the leader of Lucky World and other students for the reward. Thank you everyone. In addition to the difficulty of cloning and the uncertain consumption of funds, there is another thing that worries Hyojin, and that is the strength of the clone body. Yes, the strength. However, he is not worried about the strength of the clone body. On the contrary, he is worried that the clone body after fusing with the first generation cells will have the same mutation as the previous wind clone, which is beyond his expectations. And for the bloodline fusion ritual, the clones of various attributes are not as simple as the stronger the better. In the ritual, the 7 attributes of yin, yang, and 5 elements of chakra must reach a delicate balance in order to complete the final nature fusion and achieve the goal of merging into one. It can be said that except for the main body of yin release, which can be slightly stronger by half a level, the strength of the other 6 clones must be strictly controlled within a certain range, and the previous wind clone was actually a bit over the limit. This is also the reason why Sui Jin had to turn around and strengthen the water clone that had already been fully developed. Balance is the key, and through the previous experience of cloning water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning clones, Hyojin established a set of models to predict the strength of the clone body. Using this set of models to evaluate, he can easily draw a conclusion. That is, once the first generation cells are used and a perfect cell fusion is completed like the previous 5 clones, the probability of the clone body strength exceeding the limit is very high. The main reason for this result is none other than the yin and yang fusion. Hyojin, as a member of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan Kakei, has the yin release chakra of the Otsutsuki Himura clan in his body, and although Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan's main attribute is the wind attribute, he also has the yang release chakra of the Otsutsuki Himura clan in his body. When Xianxia used Kimimaro cell tissue to create the wind release clone body, the fusion of yin and yang was quietly achieved, creating a genetic atavism, creating a wind release clone body with an exaggerated strength. The opposite example was the fire escape clone. Hyojin represented Otsutsuki Himura's yin chakra, while Jishui, Itachi, Sasuke, and others represented Otsutsuki Himura's yin chakra. Since both of them were in flight, they were unable to break through to the 6th Daos level. Not only were they unable to complement each other, they would even consume each other. Therefore, all the clones that were created had all sorts of mutations. Some were incomplete, some were deformed, there were also those who underwent a gender mutation due to excessive yin escape. Based on these 2 examples, it was not difficult to predict what would happen once the cells of Hyojin, who represented the yin chakra of Otsutsuki Himura, and the yang chakra of Otsutsuki Himura, who represented the yang chakra of Otsutsuki Himura, were perfectly fused. In fact, there was a living example in the original space and time, and that was Bo-Ren. Bo-Ren's father, Naruto, was the yang chakra of Otsutsuki Himura, and his mother, Hinata, was the yin chakra of Otsutsuki Himura. Bo-Ren inherited his parents' bloodline and underwent an unknown mutation, awakening a special pupil technique called cleansing eye. Hyojin, who had awakened the Tenseigan, had a much stronger yin chakra than Hinata. At the same time, the strength of the yang chakra of the first generation was only slightly weaker than Naruto, who had reached the 6th Daos level. Therefore, if Hyojin and the first generation cell tissue could be perfectly fused, it would be difficult to predict the upper limit of the strength of the cloned body. If I waste time and effort to create a yang escape clone that I can't use, it will be troublesome. While thinking, Hyojin slightly frowned. His time and funds were limited, and if he spent a lot of money and a lot of time to create a clone body that was too strong to be used in the bloodline fusion ritual, it would be a loss for him. Because no matter how strong the yang escape clone body was, it couldn't be stronger than the bloodline fusion ritual, and if it couldn't be used in the ritual, it would just be a useful puppet. Should I try and thoroughly analyze the first generation cell, or should I choose a safer and more conservative method? Rubbing his chin, Hyojin weighed the options. If he followed his heart, he would want to try boldly because the unknown was both scary and fascinating. However, the recent action plan of the Akatsuki organization revealed by Obsidian gave him a lot of pressure, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Nagato's current situation, according to Hyojin's model analysis, was a situation where the yang chakra of the Thousand Hand clan and the yang chakra of the Uzumaki clan had a qualitative change, and they were trying to break through to the 6th Daos level. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. However, Nagato was special in that he had a pair of Rinnegan that could suppress the first generation cell, which made the two yang chakra and Rinnegan reach a subtle balance, quietly completing the yin and yang integration, and a qualitative change occurred. Although the Amatsukami that I created united the Uchiha clan and the village, I didn't expect that it would also unite the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of this, Hyojin sighed softly. The Akatsuki organization in the original space and time had actually been in a state of division. The Nagato faction and the Obsidian faction were wary of each other and used each other. This can be seen from the fact that the Obsidian didn't open the Uchiha Madara's first-generation cell transplantation technology to Nagato, and the fact that Nagato's body was getting worse day by day, and the fact that Conan secretly prepared 600 billion detonation talismans to deal with the Obsidian. The emergence of the Amatsukami organization, although Hyojin's original intention was achieved, and the village and the Uchiha clan united, it also unexpectedly made Nagato and the Obsidian group together. As a result, Nagato's strength was far beyond the original space and time. It can be said that other people in the Akatsuki organization, Hyojin didn't put them in his eyes, but as long as he thought of Nagato, he would inexplicably have a headache. However, it was also because he thought of Nagato that Hyojin was determined to use the first-generation cell. Because he must completely conquer the first-generation cell, this is not only for his young-release clone, but also for the upcoming Type 4 biological armor and the future transplant surgery for Xianxia. Nagato could reach the current level by transplanting Rinnegan and the first-generation cell, so there is no reason why Xianxia who meets the same conditions can't do this. Therefore, using the first-generation cell clone can also prepare the technical reserves for the formal transplant of the first-generation cell for Xianxia in the future. After all, Hyojin doesn't have the technology to make white Zetsu like Madara Uchiha, so he must further analyze the first-generation cell to ensure that Xianxia can safely transplant the first-generation cell. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Hyojin had always been a man of action, so after he made up his mind, he immediately eliminated all distractions and devoted himself to the cell fusion of the young-release clone. However, just as he expected, the invasiveness of the primogenitor cells was so strong that even his cell tissue could not withstand it. In the first batch of 500 test tubes, more than 400 of them did not even last 10 minutes, and the cell tissue in the remaining dozens of test tubes also died in the next 30 minutes. Looking at this result, Hyojin muttered to himself, the cell tissue of the primogenitor seems to contain some of the characteristics of the divine tree. He had checked the records of the village. Although the Senpai clan had the physique that other clans envied, the normal Senpai clan only had a little more chakra's amount and a stronger recovery ability. Some of the weaker ones were no different from ordinary ninjas. The second generation Naruto and Tsunade were already the best of the Senpai clan, and they belonged to the relatively rare category in the history of the Senpai clan. As for the primogenitor, it was probably unprecedented in the history of the Senpai clan for nearly 1,000 years. Because of the primogenitor, many clans would overestimate the Senpai clan, but in fact, the primogenitor could not be used as an example to measure the strength of the Senpai clan. The situation of the primogenitor was more like the wind-release clone of Hyojin, which showed a rare atavism phenomenon, and obtained a physique that was close to the ancestor Otsutsuki Azura. And because Otsutsuki Azura was the son of the Six-Path Sage, who was the ten-tailed Jinchuriki, he inherited the physique of the Six-Path Sage, and his body contained the characteristics of the divine tree. The characteristics of the divine tree may be the key to the abnormal physique of the primogenitor, and also the key to the extraordinary wood release of the first generation. Wood release could absorb chakra like the Rinnegan, it could restrain the tailed beasts, and the primogenitor cells could replenish the ocular power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and so on. These phenomena were probably due to the characteristics of the divine tree. While analyzing, Hyojin began the second batch of cell fusion. As expected, all of them failed. Then came the third batch, fourth batch, fifth batch. Because he had already made up his mind, Hyojin was not affected by the continuous failures. He continued to repeat the process of self-fusion and carefully analyzed the reason for the failure. In my village. Clang clang clang, two silhouettes collided continuously in the training field next to the Uchiha tribe's territory. Every time they collided, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing would be heard. After a long time, Sasuke successfully circled behind Itachi and pressed his kunai against Itachi's throat. While panting lightly, he smiled proudly and said, "Brother, it seems like I've won this time." Itachi slowly turned around and looked at Sasuke. "You've grown up." Ga. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi's body turned into a flock of black crows. Crow clone technique. Sasuke's face darkened, and then he snorted lightly. "Brother, this kind of technique is useless against me." After saying that, he made a seal with one hand and shouted at an extremely fast speed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Boom, in an instant, a huge fireball was spat out from Sasuke's mouth and attacked the crows in midair. Although he was making a seal with one hand, whether it was speed or power, the great fireball technique released by Sasuke was terrifying. In just an instant, the entire training field was dyed red, showing Sasuke's extraordinary attainments in ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, the crows in the sky were completely engulfed by the flames. Amidst the mournful crows, the crows that were engulfed by the flames fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace, leaving only some black feathers slowly falling in the air. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he immediately activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets, carefully observing his surroundings, looking for Itachi's figure. Swish swish swish, at this moment, the black feathers floating in the air that he ignored suddenly turned into shurikens and shot at him from all directions. Genjutsu. Sasuke immediately judged that this was Itachi's genjutsu, turning shurikens into feathers and deceiving him. In a panic, he quickly took out several shurikens from the ninja bag around his waist. At the same time, he used his Sharingan to see the flight trajectory of all the shurikens that were shooting at him. He used the shurikens to shoot at some of the shurikens that were blocking his retreat one by one, avoiding Itachi's attack. Then he smiled, "Brother, I didn't expect you to use this kind of trick. But in front of my Sharingan, this kind of trick is also useless." On the sidelines. Watching Sasuke moving around alone in the practice field, sometimes shooting shurikens, sometimes making hand seals to release ninjutsu, and sometimes shouting triumphantly at the air, Jishui and Shinichi looked at each other in confusion. After a while, Shinichi asked Itachi, who was standing beside him with a surprised look, "Did you solve him with just a genjutsu?" Jishui was also very surprised. Sasuke has clearly awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. It stands to reason that he shouldn't be so easily confused by your genjutsu, right? There is no doubt that the so-called fierce battle in the practice field is just Itachi's genjutsu. From the moment Sasuke proposed to compete with Itachi, Sasuke has already fallen into Itachi's genjutsu. His carefree battle and triumphant shouting are all carried out in the genjutsu against the air. Itachi explained calmly, when he thought that he would never fall into the genjutsu with the Manjikyu Sharingan, he had already revealed his flaws. If he was cautious enough, he would have noticed that something was wrong, but his subconscious refused to admit that he would fall into my genjutsu, so he hasn't seen through my genjutsu until now. Jishui asked, "Did you give him a hint?" Itachi nodded lightly, "Yeah, but he ignored it." Looking at Sasuke jumping up and down like a clown, Shinichi curled his lips and said, "It's really not easy to deal with a brother like you. I'm glad that I don't have a brother like you. Thinking about it, my childhood was very happy." Jishui smiled and shook his head. Itachi's genjutsu attainments are among the best in the shinobi clan, and he has successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells, completing a certain degree of yin-yang fusion, and his pupil power has greatly increased, so it's not too much of an exaggeration to subdue Sasuke with genjutsu. It's just that Sasuke was actually defeated by Itachi's shadow clone, which made Jishui a little puzzled. At this time, Itachi bowed to Jishui and Shinichi and said, "I have to rush to the ninja school to deal with the school affairs. I will leave Sasuke to you." Jishui said, "Don't worry, with us here, Sasuke will be fine." The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who tipped today. Thank you everyone. Tomorrow, there will be a new update. After Itachi left, looking at Sasuke who was still trapped in the Genjutsu, Shinichi asked Jishui, what should we do now? Should we go over and wake him up? Jishui hesitated for a while and said, let's wait for him to break the Genjutsu by himself. If we make a move now, it will make him very embarrassed. After all, he has already awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, we should protect his self-esteem. Alright. Shinichi pondered for a moment and immediately nodded. Sasuke has just awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and is full of vigor. At this time, it is better to give him some face and let him break the Genjutsu by himself. Then, Shinichi said, I didn't expect that even though Sasuke has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, his ability to distinguish Genjutsu is still so poor. Jishui shook her head and said, no, if the opponent is you and I who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke should have noticed it a long time ago. The reason why he is still trapped in Itachi's Genjutsu is not because his pupil power is too weak, but because he is too eager to get Itachi's recognition and surpass him. It is this kind of emotion that interferes with his insight and judgment. The highest level of Genjutsu is not only to deceive the opponent's vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, but also to understand how to use the opponent's emotions and the opponent's mentality. Itachi saw Sasuke's impetuous mentality of wanting to prove himself, as well as the fact that Sasuke didn't have Manjikyu Sharingan, so he unconsciously underestimated Sasuke and used this Genjutsu. Shinichi curled his lips and said, you guys who play with Genjutsu are really annoying. Jishui didn't care about Shinichi's teasing and sighed softly, Sasuke's mentality is too impetuous now. I don't know whether it is good or bad for his future if we stimulate him to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan so early. Shinichi empathized with her and said with a smile, people will always grow up. Don't worry about it. Didn't I go through the same thing back then? When Shinichi had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, he was even more arrogant than the current Sasuke, thinking that he was invincible in the world, he charged into the root base alone, intending to kill Danzo all by himself. If he hadn't met Hyojin on his way to escape and been taught a lesson by Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, allowing him to see what there's always someone better than you out there meant, the grass on his grave would have been as tall as a person. In the field. Sasuke smirked and said to Itachi, as expected of my big brother, to be able to do this. It seems that if I don't go all out, I won't be able to defeat you today. After saying that, Sasuke glanced at the gloomy dark clouds above his head. At the beginning of the fight, Kuroto has been using fire release ninjutsu in the air from time to time in order to create this rain cloud. The land of fire, where Konoha is located, has abundant rain, and the humidity in the air is very high, so it doesn't take much effort to create a small-scale rain cloud. There is no doubt that Sasuke is preparing to use the Kirin technique that he learned from Kakashi. This battle with Itachi is of great significance to him, so he doesn't want to use any jutsu related to the Manjikyu Sharingan. He wants to defeat Itachi fair and square with the Samagatama Sharingan. But if he doesn't use the Manjikyu Sharingan, then there aren't many methods that he can use right now. After all, many of the ninjutsu that he knows were taught to him by Itachi, so if he wants to end the battle with a single blow, Kirin is his only option at present. After carefully assessing the scale of the rain cloud above his head, Sasuke thought to himself, if I use my full strength, then the power will be too great, and it is very likely that brother will be injured, so I have to reduce the power of this technique. There is no need to use the purple lightning or something like that, just the ordinary lightning release should be enough to determine the winner. Sasuke is very clear about the destructive power of the Kirin technique. If the thunder contained in the rain cloud is strong enough, then with the purple lightning, even if the power of the purple Kirin is more than enough to destroy most of the S-class ninjutsu, it will be enough to destroy the world. Brother, you must be careful, the technique that I am about to use is not ordinary. With that said, Sasuke raised his right hand high, and at the same time, a dazzling blue lightning flashed on the palm of his right hand. Brother, from today onwards, I will surpass you. After shouting, Sasuke took the opportunity to swing his right hand down. At this moment, Sasuke felt someone grabbing his arm, so he turned his head and found that Jishui and Shinichi both reached out and grabbed his right arm that was about to swing down at the same time. Sasuke said with dissatisfaction, Brother Jishui, Brother Shinichi, don't get in the way of my match with brother. Shinichi curled his lips and said, if we don't make a move, this practice field will be destroyed by you. It's just a practice field. After a pause, Sasuke looked at the opposite side, but found that Itachi was not in the field at all, so he looked at Jishui and Shinichi with a puzzled face. What's going on? Where's brother? Shinichi turned his head to the side and whistled. Jishui opened his mouth, wanting to explain euphemistically, but did not know how to explain for a moment. After being stunned for a moment, Sasuke reacted, could it be? Was I under an illusion just now? In the practice field on the other side of the village. Standing in the field, Naruto held the back of his head with his hands and asked casually, what are we practicing? Bai smiled and said, I'm not necessarily stronger than you in ninjutsu and physical skills, so there's nothing I can help you with. However, in terms of practicing immortal skills, I have some insights. Would you like to hear them? Naruto asked carefully, these should be secrets. Are you really willing to tell me? Yes. Bai nodded. Naruto's expression immediately became much more serious, and he said, I don't know why, but every time I need to use immortal skills, it doesn't work. Is it because I'm too stupid? Bai shook his head. Naruto, you can use nature energy. Just this alone is already better than 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Naruto scratched his head. Really? Bai said, the reason why you can't use immortal skills when you need to use them is actually because you're too anxious, and the way you absorb nature energy is rather crude. As he spoke, Bai activated immortal mode, and the aura on his body instantly changed. Feeling the surging nature energy on Bai, Naruto's eyes widened. Wow, Sister Bai. You're so powerful. Sister. Bai was stunned on the spot. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. While Haku was guiding Naruto in his cultivation, on a big tree in the distance, Jiraiya, Red Bean, and Asuma were standing in a line and watching closely. Seeing that Haku didn't seem to have any preparation and easily entered the sage mode, Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched, and he sighed, this is really embarrassing. If he wanted to enter the sage mode, it would take him a long time to do so, and it would be far easier than Haku. Red Bean asked, Jiraiya-sama, why did this sound ninja specially come to guide Naruto? Asuma was also a little curious. Yes, and it's a secret skill of guiding immortal arts. Jiraiya shook his head, how would I know? Even among the high-level ninjas in the shinobi world, immortal arts is a very magical secret skill. Many villages have studied immortal arts, but none of them, including Mai, have achieved any results so far. This has also led to a very small number of ninjas in the shinobi world who have mastered immortal arts, so it is very difficult to understand Haku's behavior of teaching immortal arts to other ninjas for free. At this time, Red Bean was a little embarrassed. Then, should we stop it? As a member of Hyojin's shadow guards, she was specially sent by Hyojin to protect Naruto, but she really doesn't know much about immortal arts, so she can't distinguish whether the skill Haku taught Naruto is real or not, or if it's a skill with some flaws or even harmful. It's not that Red Bean likes to speculate maliciously, but this kind of thing has happened too many times in the shinobi world before, so she has to be careful as she is responsible for protecting Naruto. Jiraiya observed carefully, and said, don't worry, let's take a look first. Outside my village. Swish, with a whooshing sound, one of Yugo's shadow clones landed in a remote forest. At this time, a figure came out from behind a big tree in the forest. Lord Orochimaru. Yugo's shadow clone hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Orochimaru asked casually, is everything going well? Yugo answered, yep, it's going well. Haku has already begun teaching Naruto. Obviously, teaching Naruto for free was not a whim of Bai's idle time, but a special order from Orochimaru. Immediately afterwards, Yugo told Orochimaru about the situation in my village. The Mizukage of the Mist Village and Kirin, Kamui, and Mizukage, who came to participate in the Chunin exam, have secretly left my village this morning, and the candidates from other villages don't seem to have any plans to leave my village. Chilin secretly left Mai? After a pause, Orochimaru said, does that mean that Mai's plan to form a rapid response team is going to be put on hold? Yugo nodded, yep, the matter of forming a rapid response team seems to have been put on hold. This again. After a contemptuous smile, Orochimaru asked, how is Kimamaro's body? Yugo answered, you are right. Tsunade-sama, who is also a Sannin like you, is indeed very resourceful. Although Kimamaro's body hasn't improved, it seems that the deterioration has been stopped. Hearing this, Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then immediately ordered, "For the time being, all of you will stay in my village and pay close attention to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto." "Yes." Yugo bowed and accepted the order, then immediately disappeared with a bang. After Yugo dispelled the shadow clone, Orochimaru jumped to the top of the tree and looked at the nearby my village. At this time, Yugo asked Orochimaru, "Orochimaru-sama, why did you arrange for Haku to guide Naruto?" Orochimaru smiled, "Don't you think this is very interesting?" "Interesting?" At this time, Orochimaru's gaze fell on the row of eye-catching Naruto rocks in the village and said, "The son of 4 generations has become my disciple, and Naruto's position has also been taken by my disciple. Don't you think this is a kind of irony?" Hearing Orochimaru mention Kuroto, Do was a little upset. "The position of Hokage should have been taken by you, the Sandame-sama helping the Yondaime-sama to take the position. From the results, it is obviously a mistake." Orochimaru smiled noncommittally. Losing to Minato in the election for 4 generations Naruto is indeed a knot in his heart. This is not because he cares about Naruto's position, but because he can't let go of the fact that he lost. It is precisely because of this that Hyojin retook Naruto's position and became the village's 5th generation leader. This matter made him very proud, but of course, he won't say it out loud. Soon, Orochimaru retracted his gaze and said, "The results of the laboratory should be out soon, right?" Yugo replied, "Well, the new batch of clones should soon be fully developed. This time, there may be clones that are born with the ability to absorb nature energy. Let's go, Echo Shinobi Village." Orochimaru's eyes no longer have the slightest reluctance, his figure flashed, and disappeared above the tree crown. For him, nothing is more important than exploring the secret of immortality, so when the cloning experiment is at a critical moment, everything on my side is not worth his nostalgia. And his current research direction is the immortal technique, because as far as he knows, whether it is the white snake sage of the Ryuchi cave or the great toad sage of the Mount Myaboku, they are all old monsters that have lived for thousands of years, so it is not clear whether the immortal technique can help them achieve immortality, but it is absolutely true that it can prolong their life, inside the Hyuga clan. Phew, Ningxi exhaled softly, then looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes unconsciously locked on the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead in the mirror. Did I succeed? A look of joy gradually appeared on Ningxi's face. In the secret technique scroll that Hyojin gave to Ningxi, there is a detailed analysis of the principle of the Yin seal, as well as his own experience and skills in practicing the Yin seal. And Ningxi himself is a Hyuga clansman who has Byakugan and practices soft fist, so his understanding of the human body's meridians is far better than ordinary ninjas, so it only took him half a day to successfully master the Yin seal improved by Hyojin. After putting on the Mai's forehead protector and covering the diamond-shaped mark of the Yin seal, Ningxi once again spread out the secret technique scroll and studied the respiratory technique recorded at the end of the secret technique scroll. It can actually use breathing to exercise the heart and lungs, it's incredible. With just a little bit of understanding, Ningxi, who is good at body techniques, noticed the subtlety of this respiratory technique. If I master this respiratory technique, it will be easier for me to practice the 8 inner hidden gates in the future. Combined with the Yin seal, I may be able to catch up with Xiaoli's progress. Here is the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. There will be updates at night, but it may be a little late. Sasuke, who learned that he was under the illusion, finally suppressed his arrogance and humbly accepted the guidance of the 2 Uchiha kaleidoscopes, Shisui and Shinichi. After learning that Haku was a boy, Naruto, who was stunned, also began his cultivation. In the practice room of his home, Ningxi practiced the breathing technique in the scroll again and again, and practiced the 8 inner hidden gates together with the breathing technique. Not only Sasuke, Naruto, and Ningxi, the other students also became more diligent after seeing the strong people of each village in the Chunin exam. In the Mai Hospital, Sakura, Hinata, and Ziyuan officially began the practice of medical ninjutsu under the guidance of Mute. Xiaoli received special training from Guy, Shikamaru, Chinzi, and Ino. The new generation of Ino Shikacho were also practicing tactics under the guidance of the elders of the family. Everyone was working hard to improve in a way that suited them. The ninjas of the other villages in the Mai Hospital were not idle. Although the Chunin exam was over, the competition between them still existed. Cloud Village's Druid targeted Rock Village's Dead Ale, while Rock Village's Black Earth and Sand Crypsis's Hand were competing. Cloud Village's Blonde Beauty Sammy targeted Kimimaro. Whoosh, with a whistling sound, a kunai was inserted into the battlefield where Obito and Suijin fought not long ago, and immediately after, a figure flashed and appeared in front of the kunai. There is no doubt that the figure that suddenly appeared was not a bystander, but Kakashi, who rushed all the way here using the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing that it was Kakashi, the captain of the patrol team stationed here quickly greeted him, "Acting sir." Kakashi looked around and asked, "Did you find anything new?" The patrol captain shook his head. Kakashi did not ask any more questions. Instead, he stepped into the battlefield, and his expression gradually became solemn. On the way, he had already imagined the situation on the battlefield, but when he actually arrived at the battlefield, he realized that his previous estimation was still too conservative. The scale of the battlefield was much larger than he had imagined. It didn't look like it was caused by a fight between ninjas, but more like a tailed beast. Soon, he arrived in front of a circular pit and found a whirlpool-like mark in the pit. He was shocked. This is within a cave in the country of fire. A twisting vortex suddenly appeared and Obsidian walked out of it. Almost at the same time, Ju popped out of the ground and appeared in the cave. Looking at Obsidian, Zetsu asked, "Obsidian, we haven't found any trace of the Mizukage, how do we explain this to Nagato?" At this moment, Obsidian's figure suddenly swayed, and he staggered a few steps. Zetsu asked, "What's wrong with you?" Obsidian covered his eyes and shook his head. Then, he took off the red cloud suit. As Obsidian took off the red cloud suit, the 2-3 Magatama Sharingan transplanted on his back were immediately revealed, but it was a little different than usual. One of the 2 Sharingan was actually closed. This? Zetsu was startled for a moment, and then he asked hurriedly, "Did you use Izanagi again?" Obviously, only the forbidden technique Izanagi could consume a 3 Magatama Sharingan, so when Zetsu saw the closed Sharingan on Obsidian's back, he guessed that Obsidian had used Izanagi. Obsidian, who had slightly recovered, nodded, "Yes, I almost died in the hands of Amatsukami." Zetsu was a little confused, but just now Obsidian interrupted Zetsu, "I can't let Nagato think that I have lost the ability to control the situation." "So, you deliberately said that to Kakazu and the others just now?" After a pause, Zetsu asked curiously, "That Kirin and Kasumi are so strong? How could they force you to use Izanagi?" If it was Homusubi, Wind Chime, and Xidagarba from Amatsukami, he would not be surprised. After all 3 of them had killed Obsidian before. But Kirin and Kasumi, who were completely unknown before the Chunin exam, actually had such strength, which surprised him. After all, masters were not planted in the ground, so it was impossible for them to appear out of thin air. Obsidian said calmly while recovering his pupil power, that Kirin should be the member of Amatsukami who represents Thunder Release, and his strength is even stronger than 4 generations Liang. After fighting against each other for so long, Obsidian had already studied the composition of the members of Amatsukami countless times, so as soon as he confirmed the identity of the member of Kirin, he keenly judged that Kirin was most likely a member of Amatsukami who represented Thunder Release. Zetsu said, "Kirin represents Thunder Release, so the member of Amatsukami who didn't show up is the one who represents Yang Release?" Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "Kasumi is the one who represents Yang Release in Amatsukami." "What?" Zetsu was shocked because according to the information he had inquired before, Kirin's performance in the Chunin exam was very outstanding, enough to be a member of Amatsukami, but Kasumi's performance was mediocre, and he didn't even pass the 3rd exam. Obsidian said, "I suspect that Kasumi has Rinnegan." Zetsu changed his previous attitude and suddenly said in a gloomy tone, "That's impossible." Obsidian glanced at Zetsu with a little surprise. Zetsu immediately changed back to his previous appearance and shook his head, "I mean it's impossible, Madara's Rinnegan took decades to get, there is no second pair of Rinnegan in the shinobi world." The masked man said, "I also thought so before, but don't forget, Amatsukami took away Uchiha Fugaku's Manjikyu Sharingan, if they know the secrets of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan, it is not impossible for them to awaken a pair of Rinnegan like Madara." Zetsu still shook his head, "No, Madara is special." Obsidian sneered, "Isn't the Otsutsuki on the moon special? The reason why I suspect that Kasumi has Rinnegan is because she can use Shinra Tensei." And my pupil power was consumed by the opponent's Shinra Tensei. If not so, Kirin would not be able to escape from my Kamui space. This? Zetsu was shocked. The opponent is more powerful than we expected. After a sigh, Obsidian continued, the backup plan you mentioned before, I'm afraid we have to start preparing now. Zetsu lowered his head and hid his face in the shadow, muttering to himself, how did things become like this? Obsidian said, accept the reality, there are loopholes in Madara's plan, he completely ignored the Otsutsuki family on the moon, such a mistake is too fatal. The third chapter is to thank Lucky World again for becoming the 6th guild master of this book. No one knows better than Zetsu that the descendants of the Otsutsuki Himura on the moon haven't done anything to interfere with the shinobi world for hundreds of years, even after the Outer Path demon statue was stolen, they didn't do anything. Therefore, neither he nor Uchiha Madara regarded the Otsutsuki on the moon as a threat. Unexpectedly, in the last 10 years, the Otsutsuki on the moon suddenly became active. Not only did they actively participate in the affairs of the shinobi world, but they even formed an organization called Amatsukami. This is indeed our mistake. After a long time, Zetsu sighed. Obsidian said, we should stop Nagato's adventure this time. Nagato is very determined this time, I'm afraid we can't convince him. After a pause, Zetsu continued, and you know Nagato's current strength is much stronger than we expected. If we let him participate in the backup plan, once the plan succeeds, we will have no means to restrain him in the future. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of Obsidian and Zetsu, Nagato is just a tool selected by Madara Uchiha to nourish the Rinnegan. It was only under the pressure of Amatsukami that in order to strengthen the combat power of Akatsuki, they opened the first-generation cell transplantation technology of Madara Uchiha to Nagato. It was thought that after the transplantation of the first-generation cells, Nagato would at most recover his vitality and get rid of his disability. But no one thought that Nagato would actually fuse with the first-generation cells with the help of the Rinnegan and the immortal body of the Maelstrom clan, completing a transformation in his physique. It has to be said that Madara's vision is very unique in selecting the candidate to nourish the Rinnegan. And now, Obsidian and Zetsu don't have many means to restrain Nagato, and Nagato is always vigilant against them. They don't even have a chance to sneak attack. So if they continue to strengthen Nagato's strength, even if they can eventually defeat Amatsukami, their plan of Eye of the Moon will also fail. After all, the purpose of Nagato collecting the tailed beasts to resurrect the Ten Tails is only to fulfill Yahiko's last wish, to suppress the entire shinobi world with his own strength, so that the shinobi world will have a long-lost peace and fear of him, not the Eye of the Moon plan. Obsidian narrowed his eyes. Do you want to take this opportunity to solve Nagato, Amatsukami, and the 5 great shinobi villages at once? Zetsu nodded and said seriously, with Nagato's current strength, it is possible. I can feel a great pressure just by staying beside him. Unlike Obsidian who has never seen the 6-path level, Zetsu has seen the 6-path level and even the stronger Kekki net, so he is very clear that after Nagato made the 5 Jinchuriki into the new 6 paths of pain and got the 2-tailed, 4-tailed, 5-tailed, 6-tailed, and 8-tailed chakra in one fell swoop, his strength is infinitely close to the 6-path level. If Nagato can be given 10 years or even 5 years to practice, Zetsu feels that Nagato may even be able to break through the threshold of the 6-path level and complete the achievements that Uchiha Madara and Hashirama failed to achieve. Because Nagato can be said to be the true inheritor of the legacy of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, he is a strong ninja standing on the shoulder of the strong. In Zetsu's view, although the leader of Amatsukami, Otsutsuki Samurai is the strongest ninja in the world who can condense the truth-seeking ball, the other party obviously hasn't reached the complete 6-path level. If not for this, the Akatsuki organization wouldn't have been able to retreat successfully in the previous confrontations. Therefore, Nagato, who is now infinitely close to the 6-path level, definitely has the strength to fight against Otsutsuki Samurai. Even if he can't win, at least he can fight with both of them. Obsidian nodded and said, well, let's do it. Although this plan is a bit risky, the benefits are indeed the greatest, and because Kuroto knows that Zetsu is the product of the will of Uchiha Madara, he only thinks that Zetsu is planning all this for the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, so he didn't have any other doubts. After all, if they want to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Nagato will become a big trouble that can't be avoided, because now neither he nor Zetsu has the strength to force Nagato to use Rebirth Heaven technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. After reaching a consensus, the two quickly left the cave and returned to the secret base in the land of grass. In the base, after transplanting a new 3-tomo Sharingan to his back, Obsidian looked for Nagato. Looking at Obsidian, Nagato asked indifferently, "Did you fail again?" Obsidian explained, "Amatsukami has already laid a trap for the remaining Jinchuriki, and it will be difficult to capture them before destroying Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages." Nagato glanced coldly at Obsidian and said, "I'm not interested in your explanation." Obsidian's face sank. If he and Nagato were still in a cooperative relationship before, then as Nagato's strength became stronger and stronger, the equality between them began to slowly tilt. At this point, Nagato's attitude towards him is almost the same as that of a subordinate. This is also the reason why Obsidian pretended to be strong in front of Nagato's Kakuzu and Flying Dan after losing the battle with Hyojin and Kamio. If he completely falls from being a cooperative to a subordinate, then his influence on Akatsuki will be greatly reduced. At that time, his years of painstaking planning may become a wedding dress for others. Suppressing his anger, Obsidian said, "Although I didn't catch the Mizukage this time, I got an unexpected harvest." Conan, who was standing beside Nagato, asked, "What harvest?" Obsidian said, "I found that there seems to be a pair of Rinnegan in Amatsukami." "What?" Conan's brows furrowed as he was taken aback. Nagato's indifferent face also showed a trace of emotion. "Are you sure?" Obsidian shook his head. "The other party is wearing a special mask. I can't confirm her eyes, but she can use Shinra Tensei. This technique can't be faked." Conan looked uneasy. "How can this be?" Nagato asked, "How is the other party's strength?" Obsidian didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "Not too strong. In the process of fighting with me, she only used Shinra Tensei, but didn't use other Rinnegan techniques. Oh, by the way, she also has a strange ability to control sand." Conan hurriedly said, "Nagato, should we pause this operation until we know the other party's strength?" Nagato said with a decisive look, "Even if she has Rinnegan, she should have just obtained it not long ago, so she hasn't fully mastered the power of the Rinnegan, so our decisive battle can't be postponed, instead, it should be brought forward. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Advance." Conan instinctively wanted to object. Nagato stopped Conan and explained seriously, "Although I am getting stronger, the other party is also getting stronger. If we continue to delay, it will only bring more destruction to the world." Conan wanted to say something but hesitated, but Nagato shook his head. "I want to bring peace to the world in my own way, not destroy it. If the final result is failure, I will accept it." The rapid improvement of his own strength made Nagato suddenly realize that if this war continues, then whether the Akatsuki or Amatsukami wins, it will only bring destruction to the world. And this is contrary to Yahiko's expectations. Conan restrained the worry on her face and showed a smile. "Whether it is success or failure, I will be with you." Nagato said, "Don't worry, I am invincible now, even if it is Otsutsuki Samurai, I will not be afraid. I will personally realize the wish of our 3 children." After saying that, Nagato turned his head to the side and said to Obsidian, "Go and prepare." "Okay." The masked man responded with a gloomy expression on his face under the vortex mask. After leaving Nagato's room, Obsidian and Zetsu met again. As soon as they met, Obsidian said, "Your analysis is right, we have lost control of Nagato. That guy now completely treats me as a subordinate, and my opinion is no longer taken seriously by him." Zetsu laughed, "This is not all bad, at least they will be less guarded against us. Nagato's vigilance is the reason why he is eager to get rid of Nagato. For him, the best Jubi's Jinchuriki is neither Nagato nor Obsidian, but Uchiha Madara, who completely trusts him." "Humph." Obsidian snorted in displeasure. Juju did not linger on this topic and said, "I've already started the backup plan as per your instructions. However, the 5-tailed beasts and the outer path golem are currently under Nagato's control. Whether our backup plan succeeds or not depends on the final outcome of the battle between Nagato and Amatsukami." Obsidian pondered for a moment and said, "I still believe that Nagato's chances of winning are not high, so we must help him weaken the strength of Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages." Ju asked, "What do you want me to do?" Obsidian's gaze turned cold. "I want to know the exact whereabouts of the 5 great empires immediately." Ju smiled. "Are you going to fight against a famous opponent?" Obsidian nodded slightly. The relationship between the 5 great empires and the 5 great shinobi villages is actually interdependent. If this relationship has to be defined, then the daimyo of each country can simply be regarded as the financial owner of that country's shinobi village. For a rich shinobi village like my village, because of its good financial situation, it can receive many commissioned tasks. Therefore, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has little restriction on my village. Only when my village suffers heavy losses and is in financial crisis can the daimyo of the Land of Fire give orders to my village. The reason why Danzo was able to get the position before was that my village urgently needed the daimyo of the Land of Fire to provide funds to rebuild the village destroyed by Nagato, and Danzo had the support of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so even if Danzo failed to pass the vote of confidence of the Jonin village, he still got the position of acting Naruto. Compared to the rich my village, the other shinobi villages are much more dependent on their daimyo. Especially the Sand Crypsis, in addition to the 4 generations of Kazakage's own business, more than half of the village's financial expenditure depends on the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Therefore, the daimyo of the Land of Wind has a great influence on the Sand Crypsis. Obsidian targeted this point and attacked the daimyo of each country before the decisive battle between Nagato and Amatsukami. He doesn't necessarily want to kill the daimyo of each country, but he wants to threaten the daimyo of each country so that the 5 great shinobi villages have no choice but to disperse their forces to protect the daimyo of each country. Immediately afterward, Obsidian asked, "How many clones can you activate at the moment?" Zetsu hesitated for a moment and said, "Currently only 10,000, if you give me another 2 or 3 years, I can create more than 100,000 clones, 10,000 is enough." After a pause, Obsidian ordered, "Activate them immediately, go through the sea and land, I want to launch a full-scale attack on the Mist Village." Zetsu looked doubtful, "Can this force the Mizukage to show up?" Obsidian grinned and said, "I don't believe that he will sit back and watch the Mist Village be destroyed." Inside the Sky Fortress. For a whole week, Kuroto was repeatedly carrying out the self-fusion experiment. Countless failures did not destroy his confidence. He continued to sum up the failures and gradually came up with a new way of thinking. Clang, at this time, the door of the laboratory was pushed open, and one of Hyojin's shadow doppelgangers walked in. After putting the ninja bag on the table, the shadow doppelganger did not hesitate and immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared without a trace. Hyojin's real body picked up the ninja bag and poured out a pile of storage scrolls from it. Because of the continuous failures, the medicinal materials and experimental equipment stored in the laboratory were rapidly consumed, so in order to ensure the normal progress of the self-fusion experiment, Kuroto had to send his shadow doppelgangers to purchase new medicinal materials and equipment all over the shinobi world. In addition, because of the new discoveries in the experiment, he bought some equipment that was not available in the laboratory before. After carefully taking out the medicinal materials, equipment, and several new instruments from the storage scrolls, he immediately began another round of self-fusion with the help of the new instruments. Unlike the previous biological armor that could be assisted by sealing jutsu, the difficulty of cloning the young release clone was more difficult than any of the previous clones. This difficulty was not only reflected in the various stages of the fusion, but also in the cultivation period after the fusion. In fact, during this week of experiments, Hyojin did harvest embryos that had completed the self-fusion. However, without exception, these embryos all grew into saplings in the incubator, causing the embryos that Hyojin spent countless efforts to complete to eventually become the pile of saplings in the garbage room. There is no doubt that the wood release that came with the first generation of cells brought great trouble to Hyojin's self-fusion and embryos development. He did not know when the embryos would turn into delicate green plants. Caw-caw, at this moment, a crow's cry came from outside the laboratory. Hyojin opened the door and let Crow in, then took the communication scroll from Crow's leg and opened it. Immediately, his face became gloomy, and he said, "The Akatsuki organization has their eyes on Daimyo, what are they trying to do? Start the 4th Shinobi World War? The second watch will be delivered. Sorry for being a bit late. Thank you to the students who tipped me yesterday, thank you everyone. Also, today is Monday, and the ranking list will be updated, so please give me some recommendation tickets, it's nothing, please support me." 4 days ago, Kakuzu attacked the daimyo of the Land of Fire, killing 37 guards and seriously injuring the daimyo himself, 3 days ago, Sasori attacked the daimyo of the Land of Wind, cutting off one of his arms. On the same day, a member of Akatsuki named Konan attacked the daimyo of the Land of Earth, causing a large number of casualties. 2 days ago, a member of Akatsuki named Madara of Uchiha attacked the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, killing several important people around the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. 1 day ago, Bipajuzo, Kibiana Jirai, and others attacked the daimyo of the Land of Water, killing nearly 100 guards and leaving. After reading the contents of the communication scroll several times, Hyojin closed the scroll. After the initial surprise, he calmed down, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. If it was any other Kage who received this news, even if they could calmly formulate countermeasures, they would still panic, but Hyojin is different. He has no respect for the daimyo, and he doesn't care about the life or death of the daimyo at all, so he can jump out of the restrictions of his identity and look at this matter from the perspective of an irrelevant bystander. There is no doubt that these 5 attacks are full of strangeness. The Akatsuki's attacks were all completed within 3 days, which means that the news of the first attack didn't have time to spread before the follow-up attacks were launched. However, not a single one of the 5 attacks had succeeded. This undoubtedly shows that the Akatsuki's goal is not the daimyo at all. Their purpose of attacking the daimyo is to draw the power of the 5 great shinobi villages and make it convenient for the upcoming operation. Because the Akatsuki knows very well that even if they remove the daimyo in their positions, it will at most create some chaos in the 5 great countries, and when the new daimyo comes to power, these daimyo will only support the 5 great shinobi villages against the Akatsuki for their own safety. Therefore, only injuring the daimyo and not killing them is enough to cause chaos in the 5 great villages. This is an overt plot, and even if the 5 great shinobi villages have figured out the true purpose of the Akatsuki organization, they still have no choice but to send a large number of people to protect the daimyos, because if the 5 great shinobi villages don't pay enough attention to the Akatsuki organization, then the Akatsuki organization can easily kill the daimyos. At that time, the relationship between the 5 great shinobi countries and the 5 great shinobi villages will rapidly deteriorate. Tossing the communication scroll aside, Hyojin muttered, "Looks like they've made their move earlier than I expected." Kuroto thought that he still had a month to clone the Yang release clone and strengthen the water release clone, but from the Akatsuki's attack on the daimyo, he smelled the smoke of gunpowder, and the war may be imminent. However, when he sensed that a great battle was approaching, he was surprisingly calm. After pondering for a while, Kuroto took out the water release clone from the large nutrition tank, and then used the soul descend technique to send his avatar into the water release clone. Because the water release clone is composed of white cells, and white cells are extremely tolerant, the appearance of this water release clone is the most similar to Hyojin's main body among all the clones. If it is not someone who is particularly close to Hyojin, it would be impossible to distinguish the difference between this water release clone and Hyojin's main body. After adapting to the water release clone for a while, Hyojin slowly made hand seals and used the multiple shadow clone technique, creating 10 shadow clones at once. Considering that the upcoming war may really be able to destroy the administrative system of the 5 major countries, so in order to prepare for a rainy day, Kuroto decided to let the 5 shadow clones act separately and go to the shinobi world to collect various herbs, equipment, and even ritual materials that he needs. He wants to ensure that even if the 5 great countries fall into complete chaos and the market completely collapses, he can still carry out his bloodline entanglement plan without too much interference. After that, he led the remaining 5 shadow clones to the training field of the floating fortress and instructed them to practice the Ghost Lantern clan's water transformation technique, water iron cannon technique, and dangerous steam explosion technique, as well as to practice the ice escape and boiling escape. Supporting 10 shadow clones at the same time is not a small challenge even for the current Hyojin. A large amount of mental energy consumption might even affect his cloning of the Yang release clone, but the abnormal behavior of the Akatsuki organization this time has made him unable to care too much about it. My village, inside the Umbu base. We can't ignore this matter, the daimyo's safety must be guaranteed. The expression of the 4 generations of Kazekage was very excited. The fact that the daimyo of the Land of Wind was injured put a lot of pressure on him. The Land of Wind even said that they will reconsider the funds allocated to the Sand Crypsis. The 3 generations of Tsuchikajinoki said, the behavior of the Akatsuki organization this time is very abnormal. Their attack on the daimyo of the Land of Wind is likely to be to mobilize our manpower and disperse our strength. Many people nodded in agreement. After the 5 great shinobi villages realized the strength of the Akatsuki organization and their intention to capture the tailed beasts, they have been in a state of unity. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that the Akatsuki organization wants to disperse the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages by attacking the daimyo. At this time, Kakashi said, "It can be confirmed that the battlefield discovered a few days ago in the east of my village was caused by the Akatsuki organization and the Kirin squad of the Mist Village." Everyone was shocked by this news. Kakashi continued, "At present, we can't contact the Mizukage for the time being, but there is news from the Mist Village that Genjutsu Mizukage of the Kirin squad has returned to the Mist Village and confirmed that the Akatsuki organization attacked them in order to find the whereabouts of the Mizukage." The 4 generations of Tsuchikage Laying said in a muffled voice, "Why is the Akatsuki organization so active recently?" At this time, Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, stood up and said, "Everyone, according to the series of actions of the Akatsuki organization, it is not difficult to see that the Akatsuki organization is planning an attack against our My Village and the Jinchuriki." The Kazakage, Tsuchikage, and Laying nodded in unison. After glancing at everyone present, Itachi said, "I propose that from now on, all the shinobi villages enter the highest state of combat readiness, and move all the daimyo to a safe area for unified protection." The 4 generations of Kazakage was the first to say, "I agree." The 3 generations of Tsuchikage and 4 generations Laying looked at each other and immediately said, "I agree." East of the Land of Fire. A My Ninja squad that was patrolling the coastline suddenly stopped. One of the members of the squad asked the captain in confusion, "Captain, why did you stop?" The captain frowned and said, "I seem to feel something." Knowing that the captain is a perception-type ninja, the 3 members of the patrol team immediately entered a state of alert and vigilantly observed the surroundings. At this moment, a white figure suddenly emerged from the ground in the distance. One of the team members shouted, "Everyone be careful, it's an enemy." Before his voice died away, another figure emerged from the ground in the distance, followed by a third, a fourth. Dense layers of figures emerged from the ground from all directions, surrounding Konoha's patrol team in 3 circles from the inside and 3 circles from the outside. Looking at the thousands of white zetsu around them, the members of the patrol team all showed a look of despair. Only the captain was in despair. A doubt flashed in his heart, "Where are they going? I have something to do today, so it's already very late when I got home, so the second one will be even later, but even if I have to stay up all night, I will finish it, but you don't need to stay up with me, you can watch it tomorrow morning. In addition, today is Monday, so I'm begging for recommendation votes, I hope everyone will support me." So, they have already entered a state of combat readiness. This timing is very good. It seems that Itachi does have the potential to become Naruto. Hyojin put down the communication scroll sent by Itachi. Because of their private contact with the Obsidian family, both Hyojin and Itachi are more certain than anyone else that the Akatsuki organization will launch an operation in the near future. However, the source of this information is not convenient for them to explain to others. It just so happens that the Akatsuki organization has made a move against the daimyos, hitting the weak spot of the major shinobi villages. Itachi was keenly aware of this, and directly proposed a proposal to have all the shinobi villages enter a state of combat readiness, and under the push of various factors, all the Kage present agreed with almost no effort. This point alone shows that Itachi has begun to consider problems with the identity of Naruto, and is pushing for proposals that are beneficial to the villages at the Gakage meeting. As for the request on how to protect the daimyos mentioned at the end of the communication scroll, Hyojin didn't pay much attention to it, because he doesn't want to devote his limited energy to protecting the daimyos, which is of no importance to him, so he didn't give any suggestions to Itachi and decided to directly authorize him to handle this matter. After sending the reply, Hyojin rubbed his temples and closed his eyes to rest. There is no doubt that all the actions of the Akatsuki organization at this stage are probing, so he doesn't plan to be led by the nose by the Akatsuki organization, but to continue to push forward his Kekii trap plan in an orderly manner. He is certain that the Akatsuki organization will soon reveal their true intentions, and that will be the best time for him to take action. After recovering from his thoughts, Hyojin shook his head to dispel the tiredness on his body. Bearing the burden of 10 shadow clones at a time, and 5 of them are continuously undergoing high-intensity training, even Kuroto felt a little strained. What's more, his water-release body also needs to concentrate to carry out the self-fusion experiment of the yang-release clone body, which consumes a lot of mental energy, far more than he expected. Fortunately, this kind of hard work wasn't in vain. In the past few days, the 5 shadow clones had been running around the cities and towns of the country of fire, country of water, country of lightning, country of hot water, and other countries around the coast. They exchanged all the money that Hyojin had earned from restoring the Forest of Death and the casino for medicinal ingredients and equipment that he needed. They even swindled some extra money. It could be said that the current Hyojin was extremely poor. The only thing he could quickly exchange for money was the ninjato sharkskin. However, after this round of looting, the medicinal ingredients and equipment he had should be enough for him to complete the development of the Yang Escape clone body and the Type 4 biological armor. In addition, the cultivation of the water escape secret technique and the development of the boiling escape blood limit boundary had also made varying degrees of progress. As it turned out, Hyojin's luck wasn't bad. Bai did indeed possess the bloodline of the Ghost Lantern clan. This was probably the result of the marriage between the Snow clan and the Ghost Lantern clan, which allowed them to have some of each other's bloodline. This also cleared the way for Hyojin's water release clone to practice the water escape secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan. Due to the thinness of his bloodline, Hyojin would find it much more difficult to practice the water escape secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan compared to the orthodox Ghost Lantern clan. However, his rich ninjutsu experience and the powerful chakra could completely make up for this disadvantage. As for the water cannon technique, it only took him 1 day to completely master it. It could be said to be godly speed. The water transformation technique took slightly longer, around 3 days. More than half of the time was spent on adapting to the liquid state of the water transformation technique. After mastering the water transformation technique, he suddenly discovered that this secret technique had great potential and was worth developing in depth. This was because this secret technique could transform the water in nature into his own power. Similar to the Kirin technique, it was a type of utilization of the power of nature. Although the water transformation technique's chakra wasn't a true immortal technique that contained the power of nature, in an area with a lot of water and mist, this secret technique was almost like a bug. As long as the user had enough chakra, not to mention dealing with ordinary ninjas, even suppressing tailed beasts would be a piece of cake. It could be said that the stronger the user, the more undefeatable the water transformation technique would be. If the user had already mastered the immortal technique and was able to activate the Sage mode to maximize the use of the water in nature, then in the endless sea of water, it could be said that the user was an existence that was undefeatable under the sixth path. He could fight, consume energy, and escape. This was probably the reason why Jinjetsu was able to defeat the many experts of the Mist clan and become the second Mizukage. Compared to the water cannon technique and the water transformation technique, the second Mizukage Jinjetsu's secret technique, vaporizing danger explosion, was a whole level more difficult to practice. It wasn't that the vaporizing danger explosion technique had a high requirement for the user's ability to control the water attribute chakra, but this technique not only needed to control the water attribute chakra, but also needed to integrate another substance, oil. This oil was, of course, bio-oil or fats. In other words, the shadow clone couldn't practice the vaporizing danger explosion technique because the shadow clone was an imitation of chakra. It had a physical body, but it didn't have any corresponding substances. Therefore, when practicing the vaporizing danger explosion technique, Hyojin had to let the shadow clone temporarily go to the laboratory to monitor the progress of the self-fusion, while his water release body practiced in the training field. He didn't know whether it was the problem of the ratio of water to oil or something else, but in short, in order to practice the vaporizing danger explosion technique, Hyojin's water release clone consumed a lot of fat, and his whole body became thinner. But the water release clone still lacked some charm, and there was a clear difference between it and the water release clone recorded in the vaporizing danger explosion technique scroll. Looking at the water release clone that had become skinny in order to practice the vaporizing danger explosion technique, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh. This technique is really a great tool for losing weight. However, even though he had suffered a lot while practicing the vaporizing danger explosion technique, the principle of the technique gave him a lot of inspiration when he was developing the boil release blood limit. After repeatedly studying the vaporizing danger explosion technique scroll that he got from Yagura, Hyojin even began to suspect that the vaporizing danger explosion technique was a secret technique that the second Mizukage Jinjetsu Mirage had developed after being inspired by the boil-release blood limit in their village. At the same time, Hyojin had a vague feeling that once he mastered the ice release and boil release, as well as the various secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan, this water release clone would be an unbeatable existence on the sea. Last night, I stayed up until 3 p.m., but my condition was too bad, and my thoughts weren't smooth, so I didn't force myself to update. Also, I want to thank the students who gave me gifts yesterday, thank you all. For a ninja like Kuroto who has rich experience in developing Kekkei Genkai, the secret technique scroll recording Steam Danger Burst Power is actually equivalent to a guide for developing the Kekkei Genkai of the boiling release. Moreover, the experience of cultivating the steam explosion could naturally be used to develop the boil release. The boil release was not mysterious. It was just a product of the fusion of the water attribute chakra and the fire attribute chakra. The water attribute chakra was the main, and the fire attribute chakra was the supplementary. Because it was the fusion of the most common chakra attribute in blood limits, Hyojin had already completed the 5 blood limits, namely ice release, flame release, magnetic release, explosion release, and mist release, as well as the development of the dust release, which was an eliminated blood limit. Therefore, as soon as he started, he could roughly create the embryonic form of the boil release. Bang! Suddenly, the shadow clone in the training ground that was responsible for developing the boil release exploded into a cloud of white smoke without warning, just like many times before, and disappeared without a trace. After receiving the feedback of the shadow clone's memories and the pain of the explosion, Hyojin's head hurt. This was his daily practice of developing the boil release. The boil release was slightly different from other blood limits. It was a fusion of the 2 types of chakra that were incompatible with each other. Therefore, in terms of instability, it was comparable to the magnetic release, and in terms of danger, it was more dangerous than the dust release. This was because once the dust release chakra went berserk, the caster could hastily shape it and release the berserk dust release chakra out of the body. When Hyojin developed the dust release on the beach previously, he had destroyed a row of cliffs along the coast quite badly. As for the boil release chakra, once it left the body, it would turn into a mist and quickly envelop the caster. Therefore, as long as the boiling release chakra went berserk and went out of control, regardless of whether the caster vented it out of the body or poured it back into the body, he would die a horrible death. The shadow doppelganger's ability to control chakra was naturally far inferior to the main body. If the shadow doppelganger was used to activate the boiling escape, the probability of chakra going berserk was very high. Therefore, the shadow doppelganger's frequent explosions were unavoidable. Fortunately, every time the shadow clone imploded, Hyojin would be able to sense the reason for its failure. As time passed, the frequency at which the shadow clone imploded decreased. It could be said that after these few days of cultivation, Hyojin had more or less grasped the water escape secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, as well as the boiling escape blood limit. The only thing he lacked was proficiency in using them, on the western coastline of the Water Nation. Swish swish swish, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, a group of mist ninjas passed through the permeating water mist and arrived in front of a lonely lighthouse on the coast. After matching the secret signal, the mist ninjas in the lighthouse shouted, "Hey, why are you guys so late? It's been more than half an hour since the change of shift." A mist ninja outside the lighthouse smiled and said, "Sorry, the fog on the road is too heavy, so it took a little time." The mist ninjas in the lighthouse didn't suspect anything and directly opened the door. In an instant, the mist ninjas outside swarmed in and launched a bloody massacre on the unguarded mist ninjas in the lighthouse. In just a moment, the entire lighthouse was bathed in blood, and the mist ninjas guarding the lighthouse were all killed before they could even send a warning. Soon, a twisted whirlpool appeared out of thin air, and Obsidian walked out of the whirlpool. At this time, the mist ninjas who launched a surprise attack on their colleagues shed their camouflage and revealed their white bodies. There is no doubt that these mist ninjas who came to the lighthouse to change shifts were all disguised by White Zetsu's doppelganger. On the way, they intercepted and killed the mist ninjas who really came to change shifts, and interrogated them for the secret signal, and then easily broke through the mist stronghold. Casually glancing at the bodies of the mist ninjas in the lighthouse, Obsidian confirmed, this should be the last mist stronghold on this part of the coast, right? White Zetsu's doppelganger nodded, well, after clearing this place, we can go straight in. Then let's go. After giving an order, Obsidian's figure shrank and disappeared silently in the twisted whirlpool. After receiving Obsidian's instructions, White Zetsu's doppelganger immediately turned off all the lights on the lighthouse. Not long after, Baiju's doppelgangers emerged from the raging sea one after another and stepped onto the land of the Kingdom of Water, dripping wet. As far as the eye could see, there were layers upon layers of them, densely packed together. After disembarking, with the help of the camouflage ability and the intelligence advantage of Obito's Kamui, the 10,000 White Jade's army was unimpeded along the way. It was not until they were a few dozen miles away from the hidden Mist Village that they were discovered by the Mist Village. This was under the condition that the Mist Village had accepted the 5 Kage Conference's proposal and started to prepare for war. Otherwise, the Mist Village would have to wait until the White Jade's army arrived outside the village. However, the Mist Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages. When they discovered the White Zetsu army, they immediately mobilized all the ninjas in the village and surrounded the strongholds around the Mist Village to fight against the White Zetsu army. In the Mizukage building in the Mist Village. The Mist Elder slammed the table and shouted, "Contact him again, no matter what method you use, you must contact 4 generations. Now the village is experiencing a great crisis of life and death, how can the Mizukage hide?" Yes. The Umbu of the Mist Village had to nod one by one. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions came from outside the Mizukage building, followed by noisy curses and panicked warnings at the same time. The old elder in the mist's eyes turned cold, and a trace of surprise flashed through his turbid pupils. He shouted to the Umbu members around him, "What are you waiting for? Go and confirm what is happening outside." As soon as the Mist Elder's voice fell, a twisted vortex appeared in the hall, and then Obsidian walked out of the vortex and said to the Mist Elder in a playful tone, "No need to confirm, it's me." The Mist Elder's face sank, and he said angrily, "It's you. You dare to come to our Mist Village, this time I will get rid of you, and wipe out the shame of 4 generations being controlled by you." After saying that, the Mist Elder no longer talked nonsense, and directly led the Umbu around him to attack Obsidian. The battle broke out in an instant and ended a moment later. After a big battle, the buildings on the ground of the Mizukage building were completely razed to the ground, and the ruins were full of the corpses of the Umbu of the Mist Village. Standing amidst the rubble, Bao Tu, who was almost unscathed, glanced at the Mist Elder who was lying on the ground in the distance, covered in blood and with a broken leg. He chuckled and said, "As expected, my previous loss wasn't due to my strength." At this time, the Mist Elder, who was lying in a pool of blood, summoned a seabird with the last of his strength and sent it away in an instant. Watching the seabird leave, Obsidian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he had no intention of stopping it. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." When a large number of Mist ninjas rushed to the Mizukage building from all directions, they only saw the ruins of the building and the corpses of the elder who was in charge of the daily affairs of the village. Damn it. What should we do now? Tens of thousands of White Zetsu's army besieged the village, and the elder who was in charge of the daily affairs of the village was killed. For a while, panic and despair enveloped all the Mist ninjas. After a while, one of the Mist elite Jonin finally recovered from his shock and ordered, quickly spread the news." A Mist ninja on the side asked, To whom?" The elite Jonin said sternly, "Spread the news to everyone, Konoha, Sand, Cloud, and Rock. In short, spread the news that we were attacked. Even if we can't contact Yandame-sama should be paying attention to the village in secret. After he learns about this, he will definitely rush back to take charge of the situation." Another Mist ninja hesitated for a moment and said, "But the purpose of the other party sneaking in to kill the elder is probably to lure Yandame-sama out." The elite ninja said, "Of course I understand this, but if the Mist Village is gone, then is there any need for the existence of the Mizukage? We chose the Mizukage to protect the village, not to be protected by the village." The group of Mist ninjas no longer said anything and quickly spread the news of the attack through various channels. Looking at the panicked and disorderly colleagues in front of him, the elite Jonin of the Mist Village sighed faintly. 20 years ago, the Mist Village was still a powerful clan with a lot of secret techniques, such as Ice Release, Bone Vein, Red Eye, Boiling Release, Lava Release, Ghost Lantern Clan, and so on. But looking at the entire Mist Village, there are only a few good Kekkei Genkai ninjas. Soon, all kinds of communication birds, spiritual beasts, and even communication ninjas left the Mist Village and spread in all directions. The first one to spread the news was undoubtedly the ninja bird that Elder Kirin had communicated with before his death. That ninja bird is Elder Kirin's summon beast. It is a seabird that can use wind release ninjutsu. Its flying speed is far faster than ordinary communication birds, so it didn't take long for the news to reach Mai. After learning that the Mist Village was besieged by tens of thousands of White Zetsu army, and the Mist Elder who presided over the daily affairs of the village was killed by a member of the Akatsuki organization who claimed to be Madara Uchiha, the village leaders in Mai were shocked. Prior to this, the 5 great shinobi villages have always regarded the Akatsuki as a powerful but undermanned terrorist organization. They never thought that the Akatsuki would have the ability to mobilize tens of thousands of troops. Not to mention the 4 generations of Lei Ying and 4 generations of Kazekage, even the 3 generations of Naruto and 3 generations of Tsuchikage, the older generation of shinobi who have experienced many ninjas were caught off guard after hearing the news. Should he save them? How to save them? These 2 thorny problems were quickly placed in front of everyone. The ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization's attack on the Mist Village is undoubtedly the 3-tailed beast inside the 4 generations of Mizukage. This point can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, but with the Mist Village suffering such a degree of attack, even if the 4 generations of Mizukage and Yugura guessed the Akatsuki organization's plan, it is impossible for them to sit back and watch the Mist Village being destroyed. Lei Ying of 4 generations of Lei Ying said, "We must take action." 4 generations of Kazekage gently nodded. The Sand Crypsis has no opinion on this point, but the problem is, how many reinforcements should we send? If we send out all of our forces, what about the 9 tails and 7 tails Jinchuriki on Mai's side? After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, Naruto gently tapped the table with the pipe in his hand. I have always believed that the Akatsuki organization's ultimate goal is here, Mai. 3 generations of Tsuchikage gently nodded. Even if we start to mobilize now, I'm afraid it will be too late. If they only mobilize the shinobi from Mai, it will inevitably lead to an extremely empty state in Mai. But if they mobilize the shinobi from Cloud, Rock, or Sand Crypsis, not to mention the time needed to mobilize the shinobi, just the transmission of orders and the assembling of the troops will take a lot of time. What's more, the Kage have to consider that if they mobilize too many forces from their own villages, will they become the next target of the Akatsuki organization? This has nothing to do with selfishness, but a practical problem that must be faced as a Kage. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, frowned and asked, "Are we just going to stand by and watch the Mist Village fall?" In the face of Itachi's question, all the high-level members of the village showed a thoughtful look, and the whole meeting fell into an inexplicable silence. Suddenly, 3 generations of Tsuchikage broke the silence. "We will definitely save them, but it will take time to mobilize and assemble the troops, so we can send someone first." With that, 3 generations of Inoki's eyes fell on Mai. "Hatake Kakashi, you are the only one among us who is proficient in spacetime ninjutsu. Why don't you rush to the Mist Village? If the situation collapses, then don't worry about the Mist Village, just ensure the safety of the 4 generations of Mizukage." Listening to the words of 3 generations of Tsuchikage, many people in the meeting nodded lightly. The intention of 3 generations of Tsuchikage is obvious, that is, to ensure the safety of the 4 generations of Mizukage and prevent the 3 tails from falling into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. As for the Mist Village, if they can hold on until the reinforcements of the 4 great shinobi villages are assembled, then they will go to the Mist Village. If the Mist Village can't hold on until then they can't blame anyone. Itachi was a little surprised. Sending only Kakashi to save Yonde Mizukage meant that the Mist Village's territory was basically the same as Amatsukumi's territory. Itachi simply couldn't accept the fact that the Mist Village was under the control of Amatsukumi. But just as Itachi was about to raise an objection, 3 generations of Naruto stopped him and shook his head. After the meeting, 3 generations of Naruto privately told Kakashi, who was preparing to rush to the Mist Village, "I am afraid the situation over there has already collapsed. Your task this time is not to save the Mist Village, but to save the Mizukage. We must not let the 3 tails fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization." Kakashi's face was solemn. When will the reinforcements arrive? It's hard to say. 3 generations of such a kid shook his head. The other side has 10,000 troops and several powerful members of the Akatsuki organization. If they send too many reinforcements, then my side will be empty. Kakashi said, there are still a lot of experts in the Mist Village, Kirin, and Mei beside the Mizukage. If we join forces, and the reinforcements are fast enough, the Mist Village still has hope to defend. 3 generations of Kuroto looked into the distance. I am not worried about the Mist Village, but are my. Yesterday's second chapter, please vote. End of chapter 1055. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.